Shen Sisi has once again been granted a second life, in the second year of Xiao Zhuo's ascension to the throne. Did she not consider herself a mere shield for her cousin? This time she intends to truly showcase her abilities, yet, where is my opponent? What is the matter with you, Dog Emperor? Did you not favor your demure and virtuous cousin? Why do you persist in entangling yourself with me? Have you any idea how long it has been since His Majesty last visited Changning Palace? Could it be the favored concubine, Within Changning Palace, the illustrious and formidable emperor is subtly appeasing and admitting fault before the favored concubine in the presence of others. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Your Highness, you have awakened. His Majesty departed at the hour of the rabbit today, and even dispatched eunuch Gao to Changning Palace to convey that you need not pay your respects today. Bai Qiu, upon seeing her mistress awake, hastily spoke. Shen Sisi gazed at her chief maid, pondering how she could still see Bai Qiu when she thought she had already perished. Your Highness, do you feel any discomfort? I shall summon the imperial physician at once, Bai Qiu remarked, observing her mistress awake yet silent, fearing she might be unwell. I am quite well, there is no need to summon the physician, Shen Sisi replied, immediately feeling her throat was parched and hoarse. Bai Qiu promptly offered a cup of tea, and upon drinking, Shen Sisi felt her throat significantly improved. In Changning Palace, Shen Sisi summoned everyone to leave, sitting alone in the hall deep in contemplation. She never expected to return after her death, back to the second year of Xiao Zhuo's reign. She is the eldest daughter of the Beiding Marquis, having been cherished since childhood, receiving everything she desired. However, when she turned 14, the health of the late emperor began to decline, and the struggle for power intensified. Her father, wielding military might, became a target for the princes, and it was Prince Xiao Zhuo who sought her father's counsel, discussing matters in the study for a full 3 hours. Shortly thereafter, upon reaching her coming of age, she was married to Prince Qin as a concubine. Prior to her marriage, Xiao Zhuo already had a princess and a concubine. The princess Du Yanning was a daughter of a minor official bestowed to him by the late emperor, while his concubine, Qin Qian, was his cousin. Upon her arrival in the palace, Xiao Zhuo showered her with affection, always standing by her side regardless of the circumstances. Initially, she understood her identity clearly and recognized that his actions were for her father's benefit. As time passed and Xiao Zhuo ascended to the throne, the princess was named Empress, the concubine was honored as the virtuous concubine, while she was elevated to the rank of noble concubine, second only to the empress. After entering the palace, his affection for her only grew stronger. Amidst this, she gradually lost herself in his deep affection and fell in love with him. However, when the virtuous concubine suffered a miscarriage and she was framed, Xiao Zhuo shockingly disregarded her explanations, casting her into the cold palace, never to visit her again. Before her demise, the virtuous concubine visited her in the cold palace and revealed that her cousin had never truly loved her. His affection had merely been a means to make her a living target. She said, "Do you know that before you entered the prince's residence, I nearly perished within? He pitied me, and at that moment, he needed a living target to draw attention, and then you appeared. When you faced treachery in the palace, I remained safely protected by my cousin. All the tribulations you endured were borne in my stead." Oh, and there is one more thing I forgot to mention. Qin Qian leaned closer and whispered in her ear. You are unaware, aren't you? I am not with child. Everything I did was to eliminate you. My cousin knows it was not you, yet he has shown no sign. I also wanted to mention that your father, the Beiding Marquis, has long been sentenced to execution by His Majesty, and there is no hope for your salvation, while my father is now the Minister of Justice and will rise even higher. Having said so much, I am weary. Allow me to see you on your way, Qin Qian said with satisfaction, harboring resentment for years as she watched Shen Sisi bask in her cousin's affection, flaunting it at every turn. Instead of feeling sorrow at these words, Shen Sisi laughed. Qin Qian, you must be terribly envious of me, envious of my open and favored position before Xiao Zhuo, while you, like a rat, can only hide in the shadows. Upon hearing this, Qin Qian could no longer contain herself and commanded Xia Lu to poison her. In her final moments, all Shen Sisi felt was regret. She should never have abandoned her self-respect for a man who did not love her. Reflecting on the myriad events of her past life, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Shen Sisi's eyes. Now that she has been granted another chance, she feels fortunate. Henceforth, she resolves not to concern herself with Xiao Zhuo or Qin Qian, but to live comfortably and freely, all the while intending to add a touch of grievance against them, since she is now Xiao Zhuo's favored concubine. As such, she shall embrace her role with unabashed pride. Xia Lu entered and reported, Your Highness, Lady Li from Rufu Palace has arrived. Do you wish to see her? Shen Sisi looked toward Xia Lu. Both she and Bai Qiu had been brought from the Marquis's residence, and she had never treated them poorly. Yet, it was a shock to find that Bai Qiu had betrayed her and sided with Qin Qian, even falsely accusing her of ordering harm upon Qin Qian's unborn child. Since she now knows this, she genuinely wishes to uncover the moment of Bai Qiu's betrayal. Seeing Shen Sisi silent and gazing intently, Xiao Lu felt a twinge of fear and raised her head to speak again. If your highness does not wish to see her, I shall send her away at once. When has this palace ever required your counsel? Shen Sisi spoke. Xiao Lu promptly knelt down. Your highness, this humble servant merely. She remained there, unable to articulate her thoughts for an extended period. Shen Sisi, seated before her dressing table, did not spare her another glance. Go summon Bai Qiu to assist in my grooming, and take Li Jiyu to the side chamber. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she recalled her previous life when, at the age of 20, she had been confined to the cold palace. In just a few days, strands of silver had begun to grace her temples. Looking at her now, with her exceptionally smooth ebony tresses, she felt a surge of joy. Will your highness still be using this plum blossom gold hairpin today? Bai Qiu inquired. Shen Sisi cast a glance at the hairpin in Bai Qiu's hand, reflecting on how, in her past life, she had believed that Xiao Zhuo favored plum blossoms and thus had worn the plum blossom gold hairpin gifted by him. Now, it merely vexed her to behold it. Put it away in the storeroom. I no longer wish to see it, Shen Sisi instructed coolly. Upon hearing her mistress's words, Bai Qiu did not question the reasoning but simply complied, responding with a succinct, yes. Let us wear this today, she indicated the golden begonia pearl flower hairpin. Before she had developed feelings for Xiao Zhuo, she had favored such vibrant colors. However, upon learning that he preferred the serene and virtuous, she had scoffed, thinking that if that were the case, then Xian Fei was precisely the type he admired, yet he never spared her a second glance. Nevertheless, she gradually altered her makeup and attire, even though she did not relish it, only to discover that indeed, he was fond of the Xian Fei style. Now, it was sufficient to embrace her own preferences without concern for that insipid man's tastes. Let us proceed with the makeup and hairstyle I had previously chosen, she declared. Hearing Shen Sisi's words, Bai Qiu believed her mistress had finally come to an understanding. Their lady possessed a captivating charm, and wearing simple garments akin to Xian Fei's merely overshadowed her beauty. It was a relief that she had come to realize this. With thoughts of Li Jiyu waiting outside, Shen Sisi hastened her movements, remembering how, during her previous life, she had been ensnared in a plot, with the entire palace reveling in her downfall, save for Li Jiyu, who had spoken on her behalf. Li Jiyu, named Li Xian, had been one of Xiao Zhuo's concubines during his time in the Wangfu and was later conferred the title of Jiyu upon his ascension. Little mistress, this imperial concubine truly reigns as the most favored in the entire harem. As they entered, she observed the opulence of Changning Palace, where various exquisite items were casually arranged, surpassing even the grandeur of the Empress's Changning Palace. Since the imperial concubine had not welcomed outsiders previously, she had not visited Changning Palace in nearly a year. Today, her purpose was primarily to express her gratitude, and she had not anticipated meeting the imperial concubine. What brings Jiyu Li to my quarters today? Chapter 2. Lady Li Jiaoyu. Upon hearing the sound, Li Xian looked up and beheld the noble concubine gracefully approaching her. Adorned in flowing crimson robes that swept the ground, her intricate skirt woven from the finest satin of Yunfei Palace, resembling a sea of begonia blossoms. Her hair was elegantly styled in a Hanyan Huazhong bun, with lightly brushed brows and a delicate touch of powder, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Shen Sisi, however, recalled that during this time in her previous life, Lady Li Jiaoyu had also come to pay her respects. At that time, her heart was drawn to Xiao Zhuo, and she had no desire to see any of his other women, dismissing them with the help of Xiao Lu. She remembered that in her past life, she had once extended some kindness to Lady Li. If her requests were not excessive, she would be willing to assist her in gratitude. As Shen Sisi emerged, Li Xian immediately rose from her seat, bowing deeply to greet the noble concubine. Shen Sisi extended her hand to support her. Sister, there is no need for such formalities. Is there something you wish to discuss today? Li Xian stepped closer to Shen Sisi, captivated by her exquisite beauty and soft, melodious voice, and thought how fortunate His Majesty was to have such a glamorous concubine. I wish to express my gratitude for your assistance in summoning the imperial physician when I was afflicted with a high fever. I had consulted with the physician earlier today, but the fever returned in the evening. My maid, Chui'er, sought the empress for help, but alas, she was already asleep. It was only through your intervention that I was fortunate enough to have my life spared. Shen Sisi naturally recalled the incident and replied, We are sisters. There is no need for such formalities. Li Xian presented a nightgown she had personally crafted, saying, This is a token of my gratitude. Shen Sisi smiled as she accepted the garment, commenting, I have long heard of your exquisite embroidery skills, and the fabric is delightfully soft. Thank you, sister. Seeing Shen Sisi accept the gift filled Li Xian with joy. She had always admired the noble concubine, recalling how, during their time in the Wang residence, They had been neglected by the favored concubines. It was the noble concubine, then a secondary consort, who had taught the servants a lesson, allowing them to endure the harsh winter. Although she knew the noble concubine did not favor them, she had mustered the courage to approach her this time and was pleasantly surprised by their meeting. In the confines of her palace, the noble concubine appeared soft and delicate, a stark contrast to her commanding presence outside. After a brief visit, Li Xian took her leave, fearing she might overstay her welcome. To her astonishment, the noble concubine encouraged her to visit whenever she pleased, causing her heart to leap with joy. The noble concubine is not as fearsome as one might think. She truly is a kind-hearted fairy, Cui remarked to her mistress as they exited Changning Palace. Indeed, the noble concubine is truly benevolent, Li Xian agreed. Once Li Xian departed, Xiao Lu whispered to Shen Sisi, "Why did you meet with Lady Li today? Have you not previously shown disdain for their visits to the palace? Since when have my actions required your scrutiny?"
Shen Sisi replied coolly.
In her past life, she had favored Xiao Lu for her eloquence, finding Bai Qiu too solemn and genteel. However, she ultimately realized that it was Bai Qiu who had remained by her side in her final moments. "Go summon Bai Qiu to attend me." Xiao Lu, feeling aggrieved, retreated, pondering why the noble concubine seemed less amiable towards her since the morning. Could it be that Bai Qiu had spoken ill of her in the noble concubine's presence? Upon seeing Bai Qiu, Shen Sisi immediately instructed Bai Qiu, "Please inform the kitchen to prepare wine-steamed base, perilla shrimp, fresh bamboo shoots, water chestnut, scallion rabbit, and lychee kidney for lunch. Be quick." Bai Qiu hurried to the kitchen,
relaying Shen Sisi's menu.
As she pondered the delectable dishes, her frustration grew when recalling the meager scraps she had endured in the cold palace. For the sake of a worthless man, it hardly seemed worth it. Xiao Zhuo had allowed her to establish a small kitchen in her palace to demonstrate his favor, a privilege that set her apart as the only concubine permitted such a luxury in the harem, aside from the empress and the emperor himself. Xiao Lu re-entered, announcing, "The chief eunuch Gao has arrived." Shen Sisi, reclining on her beauty couch and engrossed in a book, instructed him to enter. "Your servant greets the noble concubine," Gao Changshi said, casting his gaze downward in respect, not daring to linger on her beauty. "What brings you here today?" Shen Sisi inquired with a measured tone. "Your Majesty will not be dining in Changning Palace today. He sent me to convey this message. You need not wait for him," Gao Changshi reported. "I understand. You may leave," Shen Sisi replied. Gao Changshi was surprised by her lack of further inquiries. It was customary for her to ask about the Emperor's affairs. He returned to inform the Emperor, who was occupied with state matters in the Liyidian Hall. When Gao Changshi returned, he stood by, awaiting further instructions. After the Emperor set down his brush, he asked, "Did the noble concubine say anything today?" Gao Changshi respectfully replied. She said she understood. The Emperor was taken aback. "Just that?" Gao Changshi recounted the events of the day, including Lady Li Jiaoyu's visit to Changning Palace that morning. Lady Li Jiaoyu? The Emperor struggled to recall her. Since Shen Sisi entered the palace, he had predominantly visited Changning Palace, and other than occasional visits to Fuan Palace and other chambers. He shunned the Empress's Changning Palace, due to his distaste for her, even avoiding the 1st and 15th days of the month. Although he disdained her, he recognized the Empress's authority over the harem. Had Shen Sisi been present, she would have pointed out that his aversion to the Empress stemmed from his desire to prevent power from falling into the hands of Shen's daughter, the noble concubine. "She is the legitimate daughter of the Tiangong family," Gao Changshi hastily added, noting the Emperor's forgetfulness. "Very well," the Emperor replied. "The noble consort of Fuan Palace has sent word that lunch is ready. Let us proceed to Fuan Palace," Gao Changshi stated, waving his hand. In Fuan Palace, Qin Qian was already dressed elegantly, awaiting the Emperor's arrival. Upon seeing Xiao Zhuo, she hurried forward, bowing, "Your Majesty." Xiao Zhuo gestured for her to rise. "There is no need for such formalities, my beloved." With that, he strode into the hall, while Qin Qian gently offered, "Cousin, today the kitchen has prepared dompa pork for you to try." She delicately placed a piece on a dish beside him using serving chopsticks.
"Chanea.
"You should sit and eat as well. You have worked hard today," Xiao Zhuo said warmly. "It is no trouble at all, dear cousin," Qin Qian replied, biting her lips slightly. "Eat quickly. The dishes will cool," Xiao Zhuo said, his thoughts drifting to Shen Sisi as he recalled Gao Changshi's words about her silence today. He couldn't help but wonder what she would do next. Changning Palace. Shen Sisi gazed at the delectable dishes before her, indulging in them with fervor. It had been quite some time since she had savored such exquisite cuisine, and in her enthusiasm, she inadvertently overindulged. After finishing her meal, She felt lethargic and was reluctant to take a walk to aid digestion. Instead, she asked Bai Qiu to prepare a cup of hawthorn juice for her. Following her refreshing drink, she intended to take an afternoon nap, but to her surprise, she soon began to feel feverish. It was Bai Qiu who noticed first and hurriedly called for Xiao Lu to attend to the Empress, while she went to find the royal physician. In the Fuan Palace, she recalled how her cousin would often be summoned away by Shen Sisi's schemes whenever he dined with her, much to the amusement of others. Determined not to let this happen today, she immediately said, "Cousin, I recently acquired a new chess problem. Would you indulge me in a couple of games?" Xiao Zhuo, who was already fond of chess, was delighted by the consort's thoughtfulness. In Chapter 3, Shen Sisi once again took center stage. Qin Xian observed the strikingly handsome man across from her, reflecting on her long-standing affection for him. When she was a child, her mother had taken her to meet her aunt, who was then the Shu consort. It was her first encounter with her cousin, who treated her with genuine kindness, viewing her as a sister. As they matured, her feelings deepened beyond sibling affection. She yearned to marry him. However, once she achieved that goal, her desires grew. She craved his undivided attention. As the two played chess, a palace maid stealthily approached Gao Changxi and whispered something in his ear. Gao Changxi hesitated, contemplating whether to interrupt the emperor, who was engrossed in his game with the Xian consort. Ultimately, he steeled himself and entered. After all, he could not afford to face the emperor's wrath. He leaned close to Xiao Zhuo and relayed the matter. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Zhuo's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. Noticing his expression, Qin Xian perceptively asked, "Cousin, is there something amiss? Perhaps you should attend to urgent matters first." "It's from Changning Palace. Bai Qiu has gone to summon the physician," Xiao Zhuo replied. Qin Xian's face momentarily stiffened at the mention of Changning Palace, again linked to Shen Sisi. "Cousin, does the consort do this on purpose? Every time you visit, she finds a way to summon you away," Qin Xian said, tears brimming in her eyes, feeling wronged.
Chania.
"The consort has a delicate constitution. Perhaps she is overindulged today." He paused, continuing, "This chess problem can wait until I have time to play with you again. I must go check on the consort." As he spoke, Xiao Zhuo gently patted Qin Xian's shoulder in a manner meant to comfort her, before striding out the door. After Xiao Zhuo departed, Qin Xian's frustration boiled over. She felt an overwhelming urge to shatter the porcelain on the shelf, but was restrained by Hong Ping. "Your Highness, please. This is Qing glaze. If it breaks, it must be registered with the Ministry of Works," she implored. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian became even more distraught, throwing the porcelain to the ground in a fit of rage. "Am I no longer entitled to even this right?" she spat, her teeth clenched around the words Shen Sisi. Witnessing her mistress's distress, Hong Ping felt a pang of sympathy, but was powerless to intervene. When Xiao Zhuo arrived at Changning Palace, the physician had yet to arrive. Though the distance between the Imperial Medical Department and both Changning and Fuan Palaces was roughly the same, Xiao Zhuo rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Outpacing the physician, upon entering the bedchamber, he found Shen Sisi clutching her stomach, beads of sweat dampening her nightgown, while her close maid carefully wiped her brow. "Where is the physician? Why has he not arrived?" he said, feigning anger as he approached the bed. "I am here." Taking the handkerchief from the maid, he gently wiped her sweat. Shen Sisi looked up to see Xiao Zhuo had come, calling out, "Your Majesty." "Yes, I am here," he replied, grasping her hand tenderly. At that moment, the physician arrived, bowing, "Your Majesty." Before he could finish, Xiao Zhuo's voice rang out from behind the curtains. "Hurry in and examine the consort, and cover her with a blanket thoroughly." Physician Zhou first examined the consort's hand before taking her pulse. After a moment, he folded the handkerchief and bowed to Xiao Zhuo, reporting, "Your Majesty, the consort is suffering from internal heat due to food stagnation. I shall prepare a remedy to clear the heat and detoxify her." Xiao Zhuo waved his hand, urging quickly. Physician Zhou exited the inner chamber, and Gao Changxi stepped forward, waiting for him to write the prescription, then hurried to fetch the medicine and administer it to the consort. After all the commotion, Shen Sisi had fallen asleep, and Xiao Zhuo carefully adjusted the blankets around her before stepping out of the inner chamber. He turned to the kneeling palace maids, his voice cold. "What has transpired? How could the consort suffer from food stagnation?" Silence enveloped the room, until finally, Xiao Lu spoke up. "Today, the dishes prepared for the consort were not to her liking, and I failed to persuade her to eat less, resulting in her condition. I beg your Majesty for forgiveness." Xiao Zhuo glanced at the maid, recognizing her as Shen Sisi's chief attendant, who was responsible for her care. "You have neglected your duties. Go to the Internal Affairs office and receive 10 lashes," he commanded. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Thank you, Your Majesty, she stammered. When Bai Qiu brought in the prepared medicine, it was placed before Xiao Zhuo. This had become a routine, previously. When the consort was at home, she disliked taking medicine and was coaxed by her lady-in-waiting. Since entering the palace, Xiao Zhuo had taken it upon himself to feed her, and it had become a habit. As he approached the bed, he half-encircled her, allowing her to lean against him. Shen Sisi, groggy, blinked awake to see a spoonful of dark medicine at her lips. She instinctively recoiled, burying her face in his neck, only to be coaxed back out again. After the first sip, she felt entirely alert. Reluctant to drink, she hesitated, but with Xiao Zhuo gently gripping her chin, she had no choice but to swallow. After finishing the medicine, she bit down hard on his wrist in frustration. Your Highness, Bai Qiu exclaimed in concern. Ungrateful, Xiao Zhuo murmured carefully, withdrawing his hand and placing the candied fruit Bai Qiu had prepared into her mouth. Once everyone had exited, he settled on the edge of the bed, gazing at her serene sleeping face and caressing her cheek. He then strode out of the inner chamber, instructing, take good care of the consort. Your Highness, Shen Sisi called out as she awoke. Upon hearing her voice, Bai Qiu rushed in, asking, Your Highness, do you still feel unwell? Bai Qiu helped prop her up, noting her still pale complexion, and reproached herself, I should have stopped you from eating so much at noon. I am perfectly fine. See, I am well now, Shen Sisi said, pinching her own cheek playfully. By the way, did anyone visit while I was asleep? The Emperor came to see you and fed you your medicine before departing. Lady Li also came to check on you, and the Emperor sent gifts and inquiries. But I turned them all away, Bai Qiu replied. Good. You did well, Shen Sisi thought to herself, feeling grateful that Xiao Zhuo was so attentive, always coming to feed her medicine regardless of his busy schedule, caring for her affairs in the palace. It was in such moments that her heart gradually succumbed to him. The Emperor will join us for dinner shortly, Bai Qiu added. Indeed, Shen Sisi nodded. In the Liuyi Hall, after Xiao Zhuo finished attending to state matters, he rubbed his temples. Gao Chengxi quickly offered him a cup of tea. What time is it now? Your Majesty, it is now the hour of the rooster. Xiao Zhuo rose, making his way to Changning Palace. Upon entering, he spotted Shen Sisi in the courtyard, clad only in a brocade cloak, playfully building a snowman. The small figure of red against the vast white expanse of snow appeared particularly charming. He approached, and as he did, he remarked on the absurdity of having the Empress clad so lightly on such a frigid day, while simultaneously shedding his own heavy cloak to drape it over Shen Sisi. Shen Sisi was absorbed in the meticulous construction of her snowman. Upon hearing his words, she turned to glance at him, eschewing any formalities, and retorted, Are you merely capable of punishing others? What I choose to do is none of their concern. Earlier, she had overheard Bai Qiu reading about how the Emperor had punished those serving in the palace, and although she felt it was her duty to care for the Empress, she believed it was justly deserved punishment. Yet, to her surprise, Shen Sisi insisted she need not attend to the Empress any longer, asserting she would clarify matters with His Majesty, and that those who had been punished were merely traitors to their master. Chapter 4. The tension between Xiao Zhuo and Shen Sisi. So, you think I have no recourse against you, huh? Xiao Zhuo ground his teeth in frustration. Shen Sisi ignored him, remaining crouched in place and refusing to bow. She was acutely aware that as long as she refrained from any outrageous behavior, he would not dare to act against her, fully cognizant of his impotence in this situation. What do you intend to do? Xiao Zhuo's expression darkened. Bai Qiu has done nothing wrong. It is I who failed to restrain my tongue, Shen Sisi replied. I am a person of my word. Once spoken. My promise cannot be retracted, Xiao Zhuo coldly asserted. Shen Sisi fell silent, staring unwaveringly at him. Xiao Zhuo was close enough to see her cheeks flushed from the cold, yet he had never found a way to exert control over her. Let us enter the hall to discuss this, he suggested. Only when you agree to my terms will I step inside, she declared, her confidence rooted in the knowledge that he was at a loss when it came to her. Since his ascension, he had only felt such helplessness in her presence, pondering the implications should she fall ill. Only he would bear the burden. He entered the hall, his voice echoing behind him, If you do not come in soon, Gao Chengxi will send someone to the Department of Internal Affairs. Instantly, Shen Sisi rose, understanding that he had conceded. Once inside, she seated herself upon the soft couch. Xiao Zhuo took a moment to process her unexpected behavior. Previously, when she visited, she would playfully brew tea for him, but now she simply sat there, leaving him perplexed. He coughed lightly, pretending to clear his throat, noting that today's tea lacked its usual flavor. Upon hearing his comment, Shen Sisi recognized the implication. She had always been the one to serve him tea and inquire after his well-being, but today she had no intention of catering to him. Does Gao Gonggong not hear His Majesty's command? Hurry and bring a new cup of tea, he ordered. Gao Changxi, with a rather cheerful countenance, immediately furrowed his brow, realizing that the Empress had quarreled with the Emperor and lamenting that he had been drawn into their discord. Shall I fetch a new cup at once? He asked cautiously, glancing at Xiao Zhuo's expression. Receiving no verbal response, he understood that he had overstepped and should remain silent, even stepping away from the scene. Finally, dinner was served, and without needing encouragement, Shen Sisi consumed the dark concoction of medicine, having previously ingested even poison while in the cold palace. Bai Qiu stood by, ready to offer her a candied fruit after she finished the medicine, but before she could, the Emperor had already intervened. Shen Sisi accepted the treat from his hand, savoring it as it alleviated the bitter taste of the medicine, though she still loathed the act of drinking it. Due to Shen Sisi's preference not to have dishes served during meals, it was only the two of them dining together. She focused solely on her own meal, no longer concerned with his preferences as she had in the past. Instead, she had the kitchen prepare only her favorite dishes. Xiao Zhuo watched her cheeks puffed out like a charming little squirrel, unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheeks, only to have her swat his hand away. Glaring at him,
What are you staring at? Eat.
she admonished. Reflecting on her earlier inquiries regarding Qin Xian, she felt vindicated upon learning that Qin Xian had shattered her cherished porcelain out of anger. Shen Sisi resolved that she would not allow Xiao Zhuo to leave that evening, anticipating that Qin Xian would wear an expression of displeasure the following day. Your Majesty, I feel quite frightened sleeping alone tonight. I need your embrace to fall asleep. She gazed into his eyes, her expression tender and yearning. Xiao Zhuo scoffed. I observed your napping earlier. You hardly appear to be in need of sleep. Your Majesty, I simply do not wish to worry you. Once you depart, I doubt I shall sleep at all. Bai Qiu can attest to this, Shen Sisi replied, reaching for his sleeve. If you continue to sway like that, I shall take my leave immediately, he warned, and upon hearing this, she promptly withdrew her hand. Dog of a man. As if I would want to touch you, she thought, knowing she had been indifferent to him during her ablutions. After Xiao Zhuo finished bathing, he seated himself on Shen Sisi's beauty couch, engrossed in a book while his gaze frequently drifted toward her as she applied various lotions to her face. Having just bathed, she had already asked Bai Qiu to assist with the areas she could not reach, spending a good half-hour on her routine before climbing into bed, ignoring Xiao Zhuo entirely. Xiao Zhuo extinguished the candles on the candelabrum before lying down, and with a swift motion, he pulled Shen Sisi into his embrace. She stirred slightly, attempting to reclaim her personal space, yet he held her firmly, and she resigned herself to the warmth of his embrace, considering him a living furnace. Noticing her apparent annoyance, he squeezed her delicate hand, chuckling softly as he succumbed to slumber. Gao Changxi, checking the time, intended to enter and rouse the Emperor but discovered him already awake. Xiao Zhuo felt Shen Sisi's head resting against his chest, her hand encircling his waist, and he mused on how he had always been a man of strict self-discipline. He had never allowed concubines to share his bed, yet from the moment Shen Sisi entered the palace, they had maintained their separate blankets. However, she would eventually migrate to his side during the night, and now he had grown accustomed to holding her while he slept. Signaling for Gao Changxi to keep quiet and wait outside, he carefully shifted her hand from his body. To his surprise, she merely turned, clutching the blanket and drifting back into a deep slumber. Xiao Zhuo shook his numb arm, muttering about her lack of gratitude, before gently patting the blanket and stepping out to dress. Your Highness, Your Highness, Bai Qiu called softly, standing by the bed and trying to rouse her still dreaming mistress. Bai Qiu, I wish to sleep for just another quarter of an hour, Shen Sisi mumbled, her voice still laced with sleep. Bai Qiu gazed at her unadorned yet radiant face, her delicate features eliciting a sense of tenderness, explaining the Emperor's deep affection for her. Xiao Lu presented a cup of tea for Shen Sisi to rinse her mouth, observing the jewelry in the dressing box with concern that the colors appeared overly dull and aged. Your Highness, these were the ones you previously instructed to keep, Xiao Lu remarked, momentarily taken aback. Bai Qiu seized Xiao Lu's sleeve, urging her to put the items away, sensing something was amiss with Xiao Lu today. Noticing Xiao Lu's reluctance to act, Bai Qiu opened another box, saying, These were sent by Madame long ago. Shen Sisi, gazing at the exquisite jewelry, was reminded of her mother, realizing it had been quite some time since she last saw her. Most of these treasures were gifts from her mother or bestowed by Xiao Zhuo, and their vibrant colors had led her to store them away. She reached out and selected a coral jade bracelet to adorn her wrist, The deep crimson of the jade harmonized exquisitely with her fair skin, creating an indescribably captivating sight. In the mirror, Bai Qiu had already styled her hair into an elegant fei xian bun. Today, the Empress had chosen to wear a golden step shake adorned with red jade droplets, perfectly complementing her hairstyle. This particular piece was unique, a tribute from a vassal state, coveted by both the Empress and the virtuous consort. Before they could voice their desires, Xiao Zhuo had merely glanced at it and declared it suitable for the noble consort, promptly gifting it to her. She had seldom worn it before, fearing it might be damaged. Shen Sisi opened her arms, allowing Bai Qiu and the others to dress her in a floor-length gown depicting flying birds, cinched at the waist with a fragrance pouch featuring blooming flowers and cascading jade beads. A vibrant red peach blossom was painted on her forehead, her eyebrows shaped like willow leaves, and her lips a luscious peach hue, exuding an enchanting allure at first glance. Bai Qiu was mesmerized. It had been a long time since their mistress had donned such an ensemble, leaving her utterly spellbound. Amused by Bai Qiu's astonished expression, Shen Sisi playfully pinched her cheek and said, "Come, let us pay our respects to the Empress." Chapter 5. The noble consort grows more arrogant. Shen Sisi stood outside Changning Palace, listening to the lively chatter of the concubines within, a veritable symphony of songbirds. "It seems this palace has arrived late today," she remarked. The ladies rose to greet her. Bowing in reverence, "We pay our respects to the noble consort." "Please be at ease," Shen Sisi replied, stepping forward to offer a perfunctory bow to the Empress. Having acknowledged her, she took her seat without awaiting further invitation. The noble consort has indeed attracted His Majesty's favor, to the point of eclipsing the Empress, commented Li Fei, a longtime companion of Xiao Zhuo, who had been by his side since before they entered the palace. Nurturing his only daughter, the Grand Princess, and maintaining a good rapport with the Empress. "How could you say such a thing, Sister Li Fei?" Lu Guoran interjected, aligning herself with Li Fei's sentiments, clearly intent on stirring trouble for Shen Sisi. "The noble consort has never been punctual in paying her respects to the Empress," Li Fei continued. With a bemused smile, Shen Sisi retorted, "I, too, had intended to arrive on time, but—" She paused, feigning shyness. Yet her expression was unmistakably clear to all present. The room was rife with silent curses directed at her, who did not know that upon his arrival in the harem, His Majesty typically visited only Changning Palace, leading some to speculate whether he had forgotten about them entirely. Shen Sisi's gaze was fixated on Qin Qian, noting the sudden disappearance of her poised smile. "Keep playing your part," she thought, feeling her early rising had been worthwhile. The Empress shot Li Fei a disapproving glare. Realizing her foolishness, it was her lack of intellect that had drawn the Empress to ally with her due to her single princess. Now, it seemed, she had become a source of frustration. Seeing the Empress's glare, Li Fei shrank back, suddenly silent. "Enough of this bickering," the Empress interrupted, restoring order. "It is unbecoming. Yesterday, I heard that the noble consort summoned the imperial physician. I wonder if she is feeling better," Shen Guoran inquired. Indeed, His Majesty is quite attentive to the noble consort, even neglecting the virtuous consort to check on her, Li Fei remarked, her disdain evident. Though she loathed the noble consort, she harbored no fondness for the virtuous consort's pretentiousness either. As they spoke of her, Qin Qian's previously gentle demeanor faded. She harbored a deep resentment for Shen Sisi, but dared not confront them openly. Although her father was the emperor's uncle, he was merely a minor official with a hollow title, granted by her cousin upon his ascension, leaving her feeling outmatched among the illustrious women of the court. If she confided in her cousin, he would undoubtedly come to her aid, yet she feared that prolonged grievances would only lead to weariness, compelling her to endure in silence. The Empress observed the awkwardness of Qin Qian and decided to intervene, feigning grace and magnanimity. "Enough, enough, let us cease this quarrel." After a brief pause, she added, "Where the Emperor wishes to go, it is not for you to discuss." With that final remark, a hint of pride laced her words. As the Empress, the wife of Mingxi Emperor, she alone possessed the authority to make such declarations. Shen Sisi had come primarily to witness Qin Qian's embarrassment. Having achieved her goal, she felt no desire to linger, and simply declared her intention to take her leave. Once the noble consort had departed, Li Fei remarked, "One day, when Shen Sisi falls from grace, we shall see if she remains so arrogant." No one responded to Li Fei's comment. The virtuous consort held her tongue, while the others refrained from echoing such foolishness, wary of provoking the noble consort's ire. Li Fei, noting the silence, disdainfully pouted. Seeing that the matter had settled, the Empress dismissed everyone to return to their respective chambers. In Changning Palace, the Empress's chief maid, Xiao Yao, was carefully undoing her hair. Your Majesty, the noble consort is becoming increasingly brazen. Will His Majesty continue to indulge her? She mused as she worked. Upon hearing Xiao Yao's words, the Empress smiled cryptically. Do you recall why His Majesty has harbored animosity towards me all this time? As she spoke of Xiao Zhuo's disdain, her fingers tightened around her own hand. Your Majesty, be cautious, Xiao Yao urged, noticing her distress. The Empress paid no heed to the pain, continuing, it is because I poisoned Qin Qian, but was discovered. In the end, His Majesty traced it back to me, yet I had been bestowed in marriage by the late Emperor, and there was insufficient evidence to convict us. From my youth, I have secretly adored the then Prince of Qin. He has always been the bright moon in my heart. I believed myself unworthy of him, content to admire him from afar. I never anticipated the late Emperor would arrange our union, nor that he would request the late Emperor to bestow Qin Qian as his side consort on the same day. The Empress spoke through gritted teeth. In her quiet observations of the Emperor, she often saw him in the company of that wretched Qin Qian. Yet, once in the prince's residence, he treated her with mere courtesy, while showering affection upon Qin Qian. Eventually, overwhelmed by her jealousy, she discreetly encouraged the palace maids to deal with Qin Qian. But none succeeded. Ultimately, she could no longer restrain herself. When Qin Qian fell ill, she orchestrated the poisoning of her meals and medicines. Each alone would raise no suspicion. Yet together they would amplify the toxicity, leading to her demise within 3 months. However, Qin Qian's condition lingered without improvement, and, to her dismay, His Majesty summoned the renowned physician, Master Zhong Sunday. Following the exposure of her schemes, the Emperor began investigating the matter, and she remained in a state of anxiety. Despite her efforts to cover her tracks, she feared being implicated. The inquiry had nearly reached Lulan, who had been with her since childhood, prompting her to sacrifice her to take the blame. Ultimately, the Emperor did not punish her but grew increasingly cold and disdainful towards her. How could someone so deeply in love endure such treatment? She was left with no choice but to suppress her emotions. Days later, Shen Sisi entered the prince's residence as a side consort, leaving her restless and anxious. She had heard tales of the beauty of the eldest daughter of the Beiding Marquis and found them to be true. Ever since Shen Sisi's arrival, she had grown exceedingly arrogant, yet the prince still favored her. Subsequently, the other women in the rear court turned their disdainful intentions towards Shen Sisi, plotting against her. Qin Qian was well cared for, shielded from the world behind the scenes, though she felt a pang of jealousy as she observed Shen Sisi basking in favor. Deep within her heart, she understood that the Emperor's affections had always resided with Qin Qian. Gradually, she began to comprehend that his actions were motivated by a desire to protect Qin Qian. Even if it seemed as though Qin Qian had fallen from grace, she still received her share of the palace's finest offerings. Over time, she reconciled herself to this situation, choosing to watch the rivalry unfold between Shen Sisi and Qin Qian. While jealousy towards Shen Sisi lingered, her disdain for Qin Qian was far greater. The bitter taste of watching the man she adored dote upon another woman filled her with a wild obsession as she envisioned herself as the ultimate victor, the one destined to accompany the Emperor for a lifetime. A flicker of madness gleamed in her eyes as this thought crossed her mind. Chapter 6. The Imperial Concubine is under house arrest. Peony, witnessing the state of the Empress, lowered her head. Having grown up alongside her, she was acutely aware of her unspoken affection for the Emperor, who was still the Prince of Qin. Knowing the hardships she had endured over the years stirred Peony's empathy. My lady, Peony called softly. Upon returning to the palace, Shen Sisi immediately reclined on her cherished soft couch, where a maid was diligently massaging her legs while she perused a novel. Beside her lay an array of delicacies prepared by Bai Qiao, a life akin to that of a celestial being. As she lay there, a sudden memory struck her. In her previous life, despite not falling ill, she had summoned Xiao Zhuo to her palace. Although he had come, he returned to Fuan Palace the next day, infuriating her. They quarreled, resulting in him not visiting her palace again before the year's end. At that moment, she pondered whether her actions had been excessive.
Now,
it seemed she was living in bliss, for she had no desire to see him again. With this thought, she promptly summoned Xia Lu to report to the Two Rituals Hall, requesting the Emperor to join her for dinner. In the Two Rituals Hall, Gao Changxi awaited outside, and, upon spotting Xia Lu approaching, hurriedly rubbed his eyes and walked over. Miss Xia Lu, what brings you here? Gao Changxi, the chief eunuch serving Emperor Mingxi, had been in service since the Emperor's youth. All the palace ladies, including the Empress, treated him with utmost respect. But he would lower his demeanor only around those from Changning Palace. Lord Gao, what is the emperor doing now? My lady wishes to invite him for lunch. Xiao Lu inquired. Gao Changxi contemplated briefly before responding. The old servant shall report this momentarily. Upon entering, Gao Changxi caught Xiao Zhuo's eye and said softly, "The concubine Xia Lu has come to invite your majesty for lunch." Xiao Zhuo pondered for a moment. The concubine's injury had yet to heal completely. "I shall visit her at noon." Gao Changxi understood this to mean that the emperor would indeed dine with her and quickly relayed the message to Xiao Lu. As Shen Sisi preferred solitude during meals, the dining chamber now held only the two of them. Noticing Shen Sisi's gaze fixated on the sauerkraut fish, Xiao Zhuo resignedly took a piece of fish for himself, carefully removing the bones before placing it in her bowl. Other concubines and even the empress would serve their meals with trepidation in his presence, but only Shen Sisi, upon entering the Wangfu, had expressed her desire for solitude while dining. He had obliged, allowing her to indicate her preferences. Over time, he had grown accustomed to this arrangement. Shen Sisi glanced at the fish in her bowl and finally offered Xiao Zhuo a sweet smile, saying, "Thank you, your majesty." Seeing the woman before him display such practicality, revealing her smile only when necessary, while previously she had shown him indifference, he scoffed lightly and picked up another piece of fish to dub one for her. After their meal, Shen Sisi contemplated how to ensure that this troublesome man would not bother her in the days to come. Reflecting on her previous life, she recognized that her quarrels with Qin Qian had led to her discomfort. Surely, it was not unreasonable to instigate a similar situation now. "Your Majesty, I was bullied at Changning Palace today." Shen Sisi pouted at Xiao Zhuo, seeking his sympathy. Xiao Zhuo observed Shen Sisi, who usually dressed in comfort within her palace. Today donned a refreshing lake green gown, her long hair smoothly tied back with a matching ribbon. Adorned with no jewelry, she approached him with a light step, her graceful figure reminiscent of an unwed maiden. "What do you wish to do about it, concubine?" Xiao Zhuo inquired. As he was already aware of the day's events at Changning Palace, Shen Sisi replied, "Your Majesty should confine them all, and as for the Xian concubine, please refrain from visiting her palace. All this trouble stems from her." She knew Xiao Zhuo would never confine Qin Qian, yet she insisted on this point. Hearing this, Xiao Zhuo's gaze darkened, and he spoke firmly, "I have heard of the events at Changning Palace. My beloved, you did not let them take advantage of you. Why then do you propose their confinement? Moreover, the Xian concubine is even more innocent in this matter. Upon hearing of your illness, I rushed to your side. Tell me, where were they bullying you?" Rendered speechless by Xiao Zhuo's retort, Shen Sisi continued to act spoiled. "And what of it? I simply wish to take action against them for displeasing me." With a lowered head, she raised her eyes again, her gaze brimming with tears. "You too are bullying me. Do you not like me anymore?" Xiao Zhuo's hands, resting at his sides, twitched, and he closed his eyes, saying, "Do not be unreasonable." "Am I being unreasonable?"
Shen Sisi protested.
"They were the ones who offended me first." She persisted, tugging at his sleeve. "Confine them, and the people of the Internal Affairs Court will follow suit. I shall withhold their winter charcoal, and let us see if they dare to offend me again." In her early days at the Wangfu, she had indeed faced hardships. Once, while Xiao Zhuo was away on business, she had suffered severe poisoning that nearly rendered her infertile. However, she had later discovered that the culprit was one of Xiao Zhuo's concubines, envious of her favored status, who had poisoned her. In retaliation, she had ordered the woman to be beaten to death in front of the servants, ensuring that thereafter, few dared to cross her path. Upon hearing Shen Sisi's venomous words, Xiao Zhuo opened his eyes, wishing to teach this young woman a lesson. However, he simply shrugged off her hand from his sleeve and strode out, instructing Gao Changxi, "Confine the concubine for 1 month." Gao Changxi, witnessing the emperor's furious departure, hurried after him, concerned about how the concubine had once again angered the emperor. Alas! Each time the concubine incurred his wrath, it was they, the servants and attendants, who would bear the brunt of his displeasure. As Xiao Zhuo walked away, Shen Sisi muttered curses against the man who could not bear to see her beloved cousin mistreated, yet chose to unleash his frustrations upon her. Chapter 7. A Lesson to Remember. As the year-end approached, the various palaces began their preparations, while within Changning Palace, Shen Sisi indulged in a carefree existence, sleeping soundly and eating heartily each day. Bai Qiu entered the hall to find her lady engrossed in a novel, reflecting on the current state of affairs. She noted that the court was now closed off, and the emperor had not visited the harem in half a month. The other ladies were fervently scheming to send gifts to the Two Rituals Hall to win the emperor's affections, yet her ladies seemed to have completely forgotten him. "My lady, should we send some meals to the Two Rituals Hall?" Bai Qiu inquired, observing her lady's concentration on the book. I am currently under house arrest. I am certain the emperor does not lack for anything from Changning Palace, Shen Sisi replied nonchalantly. Bai Qiu understood that this girl was genuinely concerned for her well-being, worrying about what might happen if she fell out of favor.
Bai Qiu sighed.
Ever since that day, she had observed that the empress seemed increasingly indifferent towards His Majesty. After pondering for a moment, she shook her head, wondering how this could be the case. She knew all too well how much the empress had once cared for the emperor. It must be that this recent incident had wounded the empress's heart. Bai Qiu said, Your Highness, you previously instructed me to keep an eye on Xiao Lu. I hadn't noticed anything unusual until today when I saw her sneaking towards the Fuan Palace. She could hardly believe that Xiao Lu would actually betray the empress. They had grown up together in the marquis's residence, and had the empress not treated her well enough? This thought plunged her into a deep melancholy. Shen Sisi replied, You may leave for now. It turned out that Xiao Lu had already begun to conspire with Qin Qian, and she was determined to uncover the gradual machinations aimed against her. In the Liangyi Hall, Gao Chengxi found himself in a quandary as he gazed at the virtuous empress. He understood her esteemed position in the emperor's heart. If it were any other concubine, he could simply refuse them outright, but with her, he hesitated. Sighing, he decided to step inside and inquire of His Majesty. With that thought, a smile graced his face as he addressed the empress. Please forgive this old servant for making you wait. I shall first inquire with His Majesty. He then turned and entered the chamber. After Gao Chengxi disappeared from view, Hong Ping spat disdainfully and remarked, That old eunuch only knows how to bully others. If it were the noble consort here, she wouldn't have dared to speak so freely before the empress, lest she see the change in her highness's countenance. She regretted her own words, wishing she could take them back. With the noble consort's current arrogance, isn't it all due to the empress's influence? The emperor's actions are merely to protect her highness. Qin Qian remained silent, fully aware of Hong Ping's implications. If the noble consort had been present, would she not have gone directly into the inner hall? Her cousin had initially sought to protect himself, but was that still the case now? Gao Chengxi approached Emperor Mingxi, refilling his teacup and stating, Your Majesty, the empress has sent a bowl of silver ear and lotus seed soup from outside. Those close to the emperor were astute individuals. How he chose to respond was entirely at His Majesty's discretion. Upon hearing that it was the empress, Xiao Zhuo paused. He had been overwhelmed by too many concubines delivering food in recent days, and found it increasingly tiresome. Tell the empress to return. Let her leave the soup. It is cold outside. She should rest. Gao Chengxi took his leave. He hurried to the waiting empress and said, Your Highness, His Majesty is currently occupied. Allow me to send someone to escort you back. Upon learning that the emperor would not see her, Qin Qian stiffened momentarily, but quickly regained her composure. Thank you,
Lord Gao.
In that case, I shall return. Please remind His Majesty to drink the soup. At that moment, Hong Ping, ever perceptive, presented a pouch to her. Gao Chengxi did not accept the pouch, well aware of his station. To him, the emperor was the only master in the palace, and he typically refused such gifts from ordinary concubines. With a smile, he replied, Your Highness need not be so courteous. It is merely my duty as a servant. He signaled to his assistant to prepare a sedan chair for her. As the sedan chair departed, Hong Ping grumbled. The pouch was a mark of respect. How could he refuse it? Before she could finish, the empress admonished her, Hong Ping, if you continue to speak so thoughtlessly, you need not serve before me again. Gao Chengxi's refusal to accept her gift suggested to the empress that he did not hold her in esteem. A flicker of darkness crossed her eyes. Hearing this, Hong Ping quickly knelt. Your Highness, it was my thoughtlessness. I shall not speak so again. Qin Qian glanced at the kneeling Hong Ping and replied, Rise. Do not let me hear such words again. As Hong Ping got up, she noticed the sedan chair had already left and hurried to follow it. After the empress had departed, Gao Chengxi entered the inner hall, carrying the soup the empress had prepared. He addressed Emperor Mingxi, Your Majesty, you have been reviewing documents all morning. Would you care for a moment's respite? The soup from the empress is at the perfect temperature. Xiao Zhuo set down his documents and rubbed his nose, feeling slightly fatigued from the morning's work. He glanced at Gao Chengxi and said, Bring it forth. Gao Chengxi promptly placed it on the table. Xiao Zhuo took a spoonful, then set it down again. Observing this, Gao Chengxi assumed it was unpalatable and quickly inquired, Is the soup not to Your Majesty's liking? Should I summon the kitchen to prepare another batch? After a brief pause, Xiao Zhuo queried, What has the noble consort been up to these past few days? Since leaving Changning Palace, Shen Sisi had not sent anyone to seek him out. Previously, If he had displeased her, she would have relentlessly pursued him until he acquiesced to her wishes. Yet now, nearly half a month had passed without a word from her. He had not entered the inner palace in that time, and the concubines typically would have sent dishes to express their sentiments. Although whether he consumed them was a different matter, he pondered if he had indulged her too much in the past, allowing her to speak so recklessly. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, Gao Changxi realized that his discreet surveillance of Changning Palace had been justified. He had thought that the emperor's prolonged absence from the noble consort might indicate lingering feelings, as in previous instances. It was always the emperor who yielded first after a quarrel. He believed the emperor was seeking a way out of the situation. With a cheerful demeanor, Gao Changxi reassured Emperor Mingxi, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. The noble consort has been in Changning Palace these past few days, likely missing you dearly. She is passing her time reading novels to alleviate her boredom." He thought to himself that the noble consort seemed to be enjoying herself, hardly remembering the emperor at all. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. How could she possibly forget about the emperor, given how much she had cared for him before? Hearing that Shen Sisi had time to read novels without coming to see him, he snorted. This time, he was determined to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would likely grow even more reckless in the future. Chapter 8. He knew he must be missing the noble consort. The snow had fallen heavily last night, blanketing the path outside the palace walls in a thick layer of white. Early in the morning, servants began clearing the roads. Every year, on the 29th day of the 12th month, a banquet was held in the palace, where sovereign and subjects would revel together. The empress had begun preparations well in advance. Since the emperor's ascension, he had not conferred a title upon her father, who remained a mere fifth-rank official. As a result, the palace's evening banquets typically invited only officials of the fifth rank or above, along with their families. During such times, the empress often found herself in an awkward position, acutely aware of the emperor's dissatisfaction with her.
Xiao Yao,
Noticing the melancholic expression of the empress as she gazed into the distance, could not help but call out, "Your Highness." The empress replied coolly, "Prepare me for my adornment." Seated above, she observed the concubines below paying their respects, reflecting inwardly that despite her father's lowly rank, those so-called noble ladies still had to bow respectfully before her. With that thought, she addressed the concubines in a gentler tone, "All rise." As Li Fei settled down, she eagerly shared the news she had just received. "Your Majesty, I have heard that someone in court is petitioning the emperor, stating that since His Majesty's ascension, there has only been one daughter in the harem. They propose to hold a selection of beauties to enrich the harem." Although Li Fei recognized the necessity of such actions, she could not shake off her reluctance. When it comes to the selection of concubines, which of them is truly willing? The Mingxi Emperor, reigning as the supreme sovereign, ascended the throne through a path stained with blood, characterized by extraordinary cunning and a heart as cold as steel. Yet, he possesses an exceptionally handsome visage, a combination that evokes both desire and trepidation among the women who yearn for his affection. Furthermore, the Mingxi Emperor is a man who places little importance on desire. Having a favored concubine in the harem is already a source of distress for them. The introduction of younger and more beautiful women into the imperial court leaves them questioning their own prospects for survival.
some harbor thoughts contrary to this,
pondering whether the emperor will continue to fixate on Shen Sisi alone. Observing the myriad of thoughts swirling among the attendees, the empress maintained a subtle smile, suggesting, "Let us revisit this matter after the new year once I have consulted His Majesty." With no further business at hand, the empress dismissed the assembly. In the Changning Palace, Bai Qiu contemplated the news she had just received. "Your Highness, I have just learned that a minister has proposed that His Majesty commence the spring selection of concubines." Shen Sisi, her gaze fixed on the paperwork before her, replied evenly, "Yes, I am aware, after all. That woman from my past life was among those selected during this very event. Has Xiao Lu exhibited any unusual behavior recently?"
Shen Sisi inquired.
Bai Qiu responded, "None that I have observed. I have been keeping a close watch on her. Your Highness, with the upcoming banquet in the palace, we shall have the opportunity to see her." Shen Sisi acknowledged with a thoughtful hum, reflecting on her mother. It had been a long time since she had seen her, and she could only imagine how worried her mother must have been during her confinement in the cold palace. Regarding the banquet, Bai Qiu furrowed her brow. "But we are under house arrest. Will His Majesty allow us to attend?" Shen Sisi offered a sardonic smile. "He will. After all, in such a public setting, where attention is drawn and resentment can brew, how could Xiao Zhuo bear to expose his beloved cousin to any risk?" Meanwhile, the Empress was waiting outside the Lianji Hall for an audience. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhuo finally spoke. "Let the Empress enter." The Empress first adjusted her hairpin and attire before stepping inside. Upon entering, she performed a deep bow to the Mingxi Emperor, only to be met with his cold voice inquiring, "What matter brings you here today, Empress?" Feeling the chill in his tone, the Empress trembled slightly but quickly steadied herself, replying, "Your Majesty, regarding the upcoming banquet, what of the favored concubine?" She paused, attempting to gauge his feelings towards the concubine. Xiao Zhuo regarded her with indifference. Knowing she lacked the courage to make decisions independently, he pondered the silence from Shen Sisi, wondering if she was upset with him, and saw this as an opportunity to ascertain whether she was managing her confinement well. Festivals are meant for reunion. Since the Empress is advocating for the favored concubine, I shall lift her house arrest today. It was unclear what emotions coursed through the Empress at this proclamation, but Gao Changxi, standing nearby, visibly twitched his lips, questioning whether His Majesty was merely seeking an excuse to see the favored concubine. The Empress lowered her gaze, fully aware that this was not her intention. Yet how could the Emperor's decisions be swayed by her feelings? His attention had never rested upon her. With a submissive demeanor, she replied, "Indeed. It is time for the favored concubine to reflect on her actions. Her period of confinement has been excessively prolonged." After uttering these words, she scrutinized the Emperor's expression, noting its neutrality, which indicated his agreement with her sentiment. She recalled how the previous beauty, Yumarin, had been punished for a mere remark about the favored concubine's domineering nature, resulting in her copying Buddhist scriptures for 3 months and being confined for the same duration, with her appeals falling on deaf ears before the Emperor. Now, it had only been a short while since the favored concubine had been restricted. Xiao Zhuo, with a slight acknowledgement, asked, "Does the Empress have any further business?" The implied message was clear. If there was nothing more, she should take her leave. "Your Majesty, regarding the spring selection of concubines next year, should I proceed with the preparations?" The Mingxi Emperor responded, "You may handle these matters as you see fit, Empress. If there is nothing else, you may withdraw." "This subject has been concluded," the Empress replied as she departed. After her exit, Gao Changxi inquired, "Your Majesty, will you be visiting the harem tonight?" Xiao Zhuo shot him a warning glance. "Tonight, I shall check on the favored concubine status." Gao Changxi chuckled. Should I notify Changning Palace? He was certain the Emperor was preoccupied with thoughts of the favored concubine. As the evening progressed, Bai Qiu informed Shen Sisi, "Your Highness, His Majesty will be dining with us tonight. Earlier, the Empress sought an audience with him, and he has lifted your house arrest." Shen Sisi raised an eyebrow. What could the Empress's intentions be? In her past life, she had always regarded the Empress as a virtuous and magnanimous woman, bearing the burden of watching her husband indulge other women, despite being one of them herself. However, upon reflection, she began to recognize the Empress's subtle machinations, realizing that she had been silently observing and undermining her position. If the Empress wished to watch, then so be it. Shen Sisi would give her a show. When Xiao Zhuo finally arrived, Shen Sisi had already arranged the evening meal. However, after a long wait, he had yet to appear. Her routine had become quite regular, and by this hour, she typically would have begun her meal. Now, her stomach was beginning to grumble. The decorum expected of a noble woman prevented her from eating before her guest arrived, yet she could hardly mask her displeasure. By the time Xiao Zhuo entered, her frustration was palpable. Upon seeing him, Gao Changxi discreetly signaled to Bai Qiu to take their leave, leaving only the two of them in the chamber.
Shen Sisi who fed.
"Your Majesty's timing is impeccable. Just as I had Bai Qiu reheat the meal, you arrive." After that, she paid him no mind and began to eat, her hunger overwhelming her. Xiao Zhuo paused, acknowledging his fault. He had intended to arrive sooner but had been delayed by urgent matters requiring his attention. "It is my oversight," he admitted, serving her dishes filled with her favorites. Shen Sisi ignored him, focusing solely on her meal. Unbothered by her indifference, he had grown accustomed to it. Continuing to serve her while watching her eat, her cheeks puffed like a cute little hamster, his eyes brimming with unrecognized affection. Shen Sisi possessed a strikingly enchanting appearance, always adorned in alluring attire in public, yet only Xiao Zhuo was privy to her unadorned beauty within his chambers, her skin as delicate as snow, her figure fragile and gentle, resembling a delicate young girl, particularly one who enjoyed being spoiled by him. As she neared the end of her meal, he finally began to eat. Throughout the dinner, Shen Sisi's gaze remained fixed upon him, recalling the cold indifference he had shown after she had been cast into the cold palace. How he had refused to see her no matter her attempts to reach out. Now, however, she found herself unable to act against him, and the more she looked, the angrier she became. Turning her head away, she resolved not to observe him further. Xiao Zhuo, aware of her lingering gaze, felt a surge of quiet satisfaction, believing that after nearly half a month apart, she must have missed him. Yet, before he could bask in this thought for long, he noticed her turning away, refusing to look at him. Seizing the moment, he asked, "How has the favored concubine fared during her period of confinement? Have you recognized your errors?"
Shen Sisi,
Upon noticing his audacity and questioning whether she understood her faults, immediately widened her enchanting eyes in disbelief and retorted, "You confine me. And yet you still dare to inquire about my wrongdoings? Have I erred in any way? They spoke of me in such a manner, and all I sought was to confine them. Yet you, unwilling to part with them, come to confine me instead. What do you seek from me now?" With that, she turned her head away, unwilling to endure the vexation he so effortlessly caused her. Before Xiao Zhuo, Shen Sisi had grown accustomed to referring to herself as I, oblivious to any impropriety in her words, just as Xiao Zhuo remained unaware of any fault therein. Xiao Zhuo was nearly amused to the point of exasperation by her words. He could not fathom her lack of conscience. "Why do you think I confined you? Consider the implications of leaving someone to freeze to death. Was that not a sentiment you voiced? How could a young girl such as yourself utter such words?" Shen Sisi replied defiantly, "What is wrong with what I said? I have done so before." Whenever she encountered an affront from any of the concubines, she had always summoned others to either transcribe the scriptures she abhorred or to confine them. Those who wished her harm met with even harsher fates, often resulting in their demise. Was there truly anything amiss in that? Xiao Zhuo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Within her boudoir, her cousins and half-sisters were kept in check by her firm hand. The wife of the Northern Duke dotes on her immensely. Much of her fortune stemmed from Xiao Zhuo's own indulgences, as he often cleaned up the messes she created. Prior to Shen Sisi's entrance into the royal residence, Xiao Zhuo had conducted an investigation into her background. As the sole legitimate daughter of the Northern Duke's household, she had been raised amidst lavish affection. However, at the tender age of 7, she had been abducted by brigands while accompanying the Duchess to a temple, prompting the Northern Duke to mobilize all his forces in a desperate search that lasted 2 entire months before she was rescued. Upon her return, her cousin, who had plotted against her, was subjected to severe torment. Though she survived, her suffering was far worse than death, and it was rumored she was later sent away to a remote estate. According to his sources, the once vibrant young lady had seemingly transformed upon her return, engaging in self-harm and exhibiting a propensity for violence towards those close to her. The Northern Duke's household had swiftly suppressed any news of this incident, and it took Xiao Zhuo's covert agents considerable time to uncover the truth. As time passed, the tale of the young lady's abduction faded, leaving only whispers of her breathtaking beauty. However, her temperament remained notoriously capricious and domineering. With a formidable father-in-law wielding military power, few dared to approach her, for winning her affection proved a daunting task. Shen Sisi never considered herself at fault. In her previous life, she had perished due to her own naivety, unable to contend with others. This time, however, she was resolute in ensuring they would not have an easy time. Xiao Zhuo sighed, embracing her gently, resolving to impart wisdom to her gradually. Unaware of his silence, Shen Sisi, feeling irked, pushed him away and called for Bai Qiu to prepare warm water for her bath. Later that evening, as they lay in bed, Xiao Zhuo pulled Shen Sisi into his embrace, leaning down to capture her lips, only to be met with her forceful rejection. With an impassive expression, Shen Sisi stated, "Your Majesty, I am unwell today." Upon hearing her declaration, Xiao Zhuo ceased his advances, immediately inquiring, "What ails you?" "I shall summon the imperial physician," and began to rise. Shen Sisi quickly grasped his hand, exclaiming, "I am fine. There is no need for a physician." Internally she scoffed, "What ails me? Seeing you has rendered me unwell." Xiao Zhuo tenderly rubbed her abdomen, casually remarking, "Today is not your time of the month." His words trailed off, and Shen Sisi understood his implication. Her cycle was not due in these days. In her childhood, she had suffered from the cold due to certain events. Consequently, when her menstruation arrived, she would often writhe in pain. Each month, he would come to cradle her and soothe her pains, offering comfort. Even amidst the times she had been cast into the cold palace, or when she had shielded Qin Qian from harm. Indubitably, Xiao Zhuo had always treated her with kindness, and it was these small gestures that had touched her heart. Choosing to ignore him, she wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, distancing herself from him. If Xiao Zhuo were not aware of how he had indulged Shen Sisi all these years, he would have realized she was indeed upset. Yet he misunderstood her anger to stem solely from her confinement. He reached out, pulling both her and the blanket close, holding her tightly despite her struggles to break free. Let it be, he thought, for in the chill of winter's night, he was a free source of warmth, and being held by him was rather comfortable. As she gradually succumbed to slumber, he pressed a kiss upon her face, puzzled by his own actions, yet compelled to cherish her. He gazed at her sleeping visage, pondering that perhaps she should remain docile while asleep, as her wakeful state was anything but tranquil. Chapter 10. The noble consort faces confinement due to Qin Qian. The following morning, upon awakening, Shen Sisi found Xiao Zhuo had already departed for the Two Virtues Hall to attend to official documents. Although he had set aside his pen, numerous petitions awaited his attention daily. Today, Han Chen was tasked with adorning Shen Sisi. Previously known as Xiaoling, she was a third-ranking maid from Changning Palace. But Shen Sisi had elevated her to the position of her personal maid. In her past life, after being relegated to the cold palace, only Bai Qiu remained steadfast by her side. Han Chen possessed a deft hand, skilled in arranging various hairstyles, and today she was responsible for styling Shen Sisi's hair. They were to visit Changning Palace to pay their respects to the Empress. Once Shen Sisi was ready, the palanquin awaited them outside. Accompanied by Han Chen, they arrived to find the main hall bustling with attendees. A young eunuch called out, "The noble consort has arrived. May the noble consort enjoy peace and prosperity." All the concubines, save for the Empress, rose to pay their respects to Shen Sisi. As she approached the Empress, she slightly bowed, offering her greetings. Before the Empress could respond, she stood upright and instructed Han Chen to assist her to the principal seat beneath the Empress. Once seated, she nonchalantly declared, "You may rise." Witnessing Shen Sisi's captivating reappearance after more than 10 days of confinement, Qin Qian clenched her teeth in silent frustration. The other concubines, observing the noble consort's blatant disregard for the Empress's authority, found it peculiar. Despite her usual arrogance, the noble consort had always shown deference to the Empress. However, recent events had shifted the atmosphere. The Empress, noting her demeanor, briefly exhibited a glint of coldness in her gaze, which was quickly masked as though it had never existed. She turned to Shen Sisi, wearing a smile, and remarked, "Noble consort, you appear to be in even better spirits after our time apart." Shen Sisi adjusted the hairpin atop her head and replied, "My complexion has always been quite good." Noting the lack of respect in her tone, the Empress merely smiled, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Yet only Xiaoyao perceived the tension in her mistress's tightly clenched hands. As a trusted aide to the Empress, noble consort Shen felt compelled to be the first to pledge loyalty, stating, "These days without your presence have made me miss you dearly, noble consort. I feared it would be another fortnight before I could see you. Yet here you are today, looking as splendid as ever. Do you not agree, consort Xian?" Her intent was clear, to remind everyone that Shen Sisi had just been released from confinement, and her presence here was due to the Empress's intercession. The mention of consort Xian was a deliberate jab, aimed at igniting discord between her and Shen Sisi. Although the events that transpired that day in Changning Palace remained shrouded in mystery, the Emperor emerged in a fit of rage, and soon after, Shen Sisi found herself under house arrest. However, whispers circulated throughout the palace, suggesting that it was due to Qin Qian's instigation. As she sought to sow discord between Shen Sisi and herself, Shen Sisi, seemingly indifferent, lowered her gaze and took a sip of tea. As if she had not heard the words of concubine Shen, Qin Qian cast a glance at Shen Sisi. Observing her radiant presence that could command attention without regard for others' opinions, a feeling of envy simmered beneath her admiration. Each time she encountered her cousin, she yearned to express that she did not require his silent protection, but rather desired the visible affection that would allow her to navigate the court without concern for anyone's approval, much like Shen Sisi. Occasionally, she would reflect upon her own foolishness for envying a woman who was destined to serve as a stepping stone for her own ascent. She understood that her cousin was drawn to women of understanding and grace, unlike the unrefined Shen Sisi, and she had overheard her aunt's inquiries about him. Realizing that his current treatment of Shen Sisi was merely a pretense, the Empress, perched above, cast a casual glance at Qin Qian, noting her dejected demeanor. It seemed permissible for Shen Sisi to have offended her today. As the atmosphere grew awkward and silence enveloped the room, Qin Qian, concerned for her own standing,
felt compelled to speak.
"Concubine Shen, I am unsure how you linked this matter to me, as your house arrest bears no relation to me whatsoever," she stated, her eyes fixed on Shen Sisi. Upon hearing this, concubine Shen smirked. Although the matter had not been overtly discussed in recent days, the palace had discerned the underlying tensions. Just days prior, Qin Qian had shamelessly displayed her desperation, yet now, in the presence of the true parties involved, she hesitated to acknowledge her role. Coward. Concubine Shen muttered inwardly. Shen Sisi responded. Concubine Shen jested. It is not the trivial matters that provoke discord between the Empress and the Emperor. Qin Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how Shen Sisi could utter such words, as it was indeed her cousin's influence that had led to her confinement. However, she quickly regained her composure, adopting a pitiful demeanor. I have never spoken thus, she protested. As soon as her words left her lips, Li Fei erupted in laughter. And concubine Shen had not even named anyone, yet Qin Qian's eagerness to deflect blame only served to incriminate her further. Laughter rippled through the room, and Qin Qian felt humiliated, realizing her error as the words escaped her. Seated in silence, Qin Qian scanned the assembly, noting no one came to her aid. In a moment of rage and embarrassment, she contemplated rising to take her leave from the Empress. Yet, Shen Sisi interjected. It seems concubine Shen harbors a desire to assist me. If so, I kindly request that she transcribe 10 volumes of scripture for blessings, particularly with the year-end approaching. While Shen Sisi delighted in Qin Qian's predicament, she also sought to purify her spirit in the process. Upon hearing Shen Sisi's request, concubine Shen's eyes filled with trepidation as she cast a hopeful glance toward the Empress, wishing for her intervention. She truly wished to avoid the task of copying scripture, fearing that if she were to transcribe 10 volumes, she would be confined to her quarters for the remainder of the month. Shen Sisi, having noticed her anxious gaze, continued. Surely, concubine Shen would not refuse such a modest request from me. The Empress, aware of concubine Shen's expression, refrained from speaking up, sensing an unusual tension surrounding the concubine. Understanding the Empress's silence, concubine Shen felt a chill of disappointment wash over her. She had hoped to earn favor by defending Shen Sisi. Turning to Shen Sisi, she forced a smile, albeit a strained one, and replied, Of course, it would be my honor to transcribe scripture for the esteemed Empress. The onlookers sighed in relief, grateful they had not interjected. At the same time, Gao Changxi relayed the events from Changning Palace to Emperor Mingxi. Having grown up within the palace, Xiao Zhuo was well acquainted with its intrigues. After hearing Gao Changxi's account, he pondered, since concubine Shen is so fond of transcribing scripture, let her prepare one for me as well, for blessings. Have someone deliver the request, instructing her to complete it before she emerges. Such sincerity is essential. Gao Changxi internally scoffed, recognizing the emperor's feigned excuse to appease the concubine. Xiao Zhuo mused that Shen Sisi's displeasure from the previous night had not dissipated. Her incessant remarks today seemed deliberate in their intent to provoke him. Observing that the emperor had been fixated on a particular memorial for quite some time, Gao Changxi leaned closer, questioning the significance of the document. The emperor shot him a cold glare, baring his teeth in irritation. Are you seeking to lose your head? Gao Changxi immediately knelt. This servant dares not.
Rise.
What news? The emperor inquired. Just now, the virtuous empress summoned someone to convey that she has finally solved the puzzle from that day, Gao Changxi said, cautiously gauging the emperor's expression. He feared that the empress's disdain for the virtuous empress might lead to further discord should the emperor visit Fuan Palace today. If the empress was upset, it would be he who would suffer the consequences. Xiao Zhuo contemplated that, given the empress's current displeasure, he, as the emperor, should not have to appease her every whim. He scoffed, resolving that if she did not come to him first to apologize, he would not relent. Has anyone come from Changning Palace? He inquired, expecting Shen Sisi to send someone, as she typically did before confronting him. He believed that if someone did arrive, he would grant her forgiveness once more. However, before he could formulate a plan to placate the empress, Gao Changxi firmly stated no. In that instant, the emperor's expression faltered, his smile freezing on his face. None? Xiao Zhuo echoed, incredulity lacing his tone. None, your majesty. I just asked twice, Gao Changxi confirmed. Very well, I shall dine at Fuan Palace tonight, the emperor declared. And upon receiving the news, the servants at Fuan Palace began preparations with great enthusiasm. Qin Qian, upon hearing this news, was equally elated. She busied herself in the hall, adorning herself, fully aware that Xiao Zhuo favored women who embodied grace and charm. With a naturally serene countenance that appeared icy in silence, she contrasted sharply with Shen Sisi. Yet, with the right attire and a smile, she exuded an elegant beauty. Observing her lady's joyful demeanor in the mirror, Hong Ping smiled and asked, Which outfit would you like to wear, my lady? Qin Qian surveyed the garments held by her maids and pointed to a lake blue dress, declaring, Let us wear this one. The cerulean dress she wore accentuated her graceful demeanor even further. Upon hearing that His Majesty had gone to the Fuan Palace, Bai Qiu hurriedly made her way to the hall, eager to inform her mistress and devise a strategy. Bai Qiu remarked, "If only we had dispatched someone to the Liangyi Hall earlier, they would have had no business at the Fuan Palace now." Shen Sisi, engrossed in her book, responded with a casual "oh," and continued, "I still wish to have that crystal bun we had last time. Ask the kitchen to prepare some more." Noticing Bai Qiu's stillness, she called out, "My lady." Shen Sisi added, "Very well, Bai Qiu, I understand. Do hurry, and ensure the dipping sauce is seasoned a bit more robustly." After Bai Qiu left, Shen Sisi idly pondered whether Xiao Zhuo would indeed go to the Fuan Palace, considering he had suffered quite a bit today and deserved some comforting. At that moment, she had no desire to know about their trivial matters, finding them far less captivating than the tales she read. She immersed herself back into her narrative, captivated by the protagonist's audaciously dismissive treatment of a heartless suitor, finding the author's work far superior to the previous tales of wealthy maidens eloping with impoverished scholars. She was determined to delve further into the plot's conclusion. Chapter 12. Could she be regarded as the foremost figure beneath the noble consort? When Xiao Zhuo arrived at the Fuan Palace, Qin Qian had been waiting outside the hall for quite some time. As soon as she spotted him, she approached and bowed. "Greeting, I pay my respects to your majesty." Xiao Zhuo gestured lightly, no need for excessive formalities. "Qianer, please rise," before entering the hall alone. Qin Qian promptly followed. "Your majesty, may I accompany you to examine that endgame?" "Let us go," Xiao Zhuo replied, upon witnessing that Qin Qian had solved the intricate endgame devised by Master Mingde. He praised her. "Qianer, you truly live up to your reputation as a celebrated talent of the imperial capital. You have unraveled this Master-S puzzle." Xiao Zhuo had a particular fondness for these rare endgames and began to scrutinize them closely. Qin Qian lowered her head, a hint of bashfulness gracing her features.
"Cousin."
"You flatter me. I have devoted myself tirelessly to deciphering this endgame these past few days." The two remained engrossed in the intricacies of Master Mingde's puzzle until Hong Ping inquired whether they required a meal. Even then, Xiao Zhuo maintained an expression of lingering desire for the game, as he often found solace in chess during troubling times, allowing his mind to settle and fostering patience through the process of contemplation. Seeing that Xiao Zhuo remained silent, Qin Qian turned to Hong Ping and instructed, "Please prepare the meal." Today, with His Majesty dining, the royal kitchen had outdone themselves, presenting dishes far more exquisite than usual. The kitchen staff, ever eager to please, would not dare display their usual arrogance in the presence of the noble consort. Had it been another consort, who knows the chaos that might have ensued? During the meal, Qin Qian first stood beside Xiao Zhuo, serving him. "Please sit and dine with me," he urged. Upon hearing this, Qin Qian filled her plate before taking a seat, prompting a sigh from Xiao Zhuo as he observed her. Though Qin Qian's mother was the half-sister of his own mother, their bond had always been particularly close. During times when his mother was consumed by melancholy over the emperor, it was Qin Qian's mother who often visited, bringing along the young Qin Qian. His mother had consistently taught him to cherish his younger sister, and having seen Qin Qian's frail form and heard of her father's indifference, he felt compelled to offer her more attention. Their relationship had flourished until his 15th year, when he returned from the battlefield and, due to societal norms, their encounters diminished. "Yesterday, several bolts of cloud silk arrived from Shu. I shall have Gao Changxi deliver them to you," he mentioned. "These fabrics are of a subdued hue that will suit you splendidly." Qin Qian's heart soared at the thought. Having previously seen a single piece of this precious material gifted to her mother, she now found herself in possession of several bolts. Just as she began to revel in this fortune, Xiao Zhuo's next words caused her smile to falter. "Today, the noble consort was in the wrong at Changning Palace. I regret that you were put in a difficult position." Lowering her gaze, she mustered a smile, though it could not conceal her sadness. "It was my fault for clashing with the noble consort." Seeing her despondency, Xiao Zhuo recognized the injustice she had faced. Yet he understood that Shen Sisi's temper had been indulged to such an extent that even he often found himself at a disadvantage in her presence. He gently patted her arm. "Let us eat. The food is growing cold." That night, Xiao Zhuo stayed at the Fuan Palace, each of them wrapped in their own blanket. As Qin Qian lay beside him, watching his eyes flutter shut, she reached out to grasp his hand resting outside the coverlet, only to have it gently withdrawn. "Sleep now,"
he said softly.
Qin Qian felt a wave of embarrassment, her earlier boldness having exhausted her courage, and she lay still, pretending to sleep. The following morning, Xiao Zhuo had to return to the Liangyi Hall to attend to urgent matters. Qin Qian rose early to assist him in dressing, but he declined her help. "I can manage, you should rest for a while." Taken aback by his thoughtfulness, Qin Qian shyly replied, "It's nothing. I must go to pay my respects to the Empress shortly. As a consort, it was her duty to attend to His Majesty's needs, and she believed her cousin was merely being considerate. Xiao Zhuo insisted, "You should freshen up first. I can manage on my own." In truth, he was still adjusting to this new dynamic. During his time in the military, he had been accustomed to a more casual approach. Moreover, Shen Sisi had grown accustomed to his independence, often insisting he dress himself. Over time, this had become his habit, and now, the presence of another felt somewhat foreign. In Changning Palace, Li Fei remarked, "Oh, I heard His Majesty visited the Xian Fei last night. What brings you here so early, sister?" Qin Qian replied, "I accompanied His Majesty. He had pressing matters to attend to, prompting our early arrival." She endeavored to display a bashful demeanor, though it flickered briefly, almost imperceptibly, before vanishing entirely. However, the other consorts, observing her, felt a twinge of envy, as many had not seen His Majesty in quite some time. Li Fei, fortunate enough not to feel jealousy towards Qin Qian, was reassured by the fact that she had the Emperor's only child. Whenever time permitted, he would visit to see the little princess, thus allowing her frequent glimpses of him. In the midst of their conversation, Shen Sisi arrived. "What a lively gathering. What are we discussing?" Li Fei cheerfully responded, "We were just remarking on how the Xian Fei looks particularly radiant today." "Oh, is that so?" The Empress glanced at the Xian Fei, her smile devoid of warmth. Qin Qian was acutely aware of the Empress's disdain towards her, yet she remained reticent, daring not to provoke any overt hostility. It was Li Fei who jested, and though Qin Qian wore a smile, her lowered head betrayed her shyness. Observing her demeanor, the Empress clenched her hands tightly within her sleeves, refraining from uttering another word. She yearned to tear apart Qin Qian's facade, but reason cautioned her to endure. The time was not ripe for retribution, lest she attract the Emperor's scrutiny upon herself. A flicker of satisfaction coursed through Qin Qian's heart at the Empress's speechlessness. The exquisite pleasure derived from rendering another speechless was intoxicating. Her gaze fell upon the haughty Shen Sisi opposite her, and a glimmer of envy sparked within her eyes. If only she could return to that earlier time and confide in her cousin her desire to no longer be shielded, to live as freely as Shen Sisi did.
How delightful that would be.
Yet, soon enough, word from her father reached her. After the new year, it seemed the Emperor would target the Shen family. The thought of witnessing Shen Sisi's downfall brought a smile to her lips, and her mirth was not lost on Shen Sisi, who wondered what delightful thought had prompted such joy. Qin Qian replied, "I was simply reflecting on the approaching New Year's Eve and the prospect of reuniting with my elders." Hearing this, when Marin interjected, "Indeed, I too am excited at the thought of reuniting with family." In the palace, their encounters with kin were limited to grand banquets, and the prospect of returning home felt akin to scaling a mountain. Even the Empress's visits home required considerable effort, save for those favored, like the Guifei, who often summoned her mother to the palace for a chat. With nothing more to discuss, the Empress dismissed them, as she had preparations for the New Year's Eve banquet ahead. As Shen Sisi prepared to step into her palanquin, she was halted by the call of Li Jiyu. Turning, she found Li Jiyu bowing in respect. "Greetings, Your Highness," Li Jiyu said, lowering herself. Noticing the Empress's expression, Bai Qiu stepped forward to assist her. "Sister, do you have something to convey?"
Shen Sisi inquired.
Li Ji replied, "I have crafted several outer garments for Your Highness, which I have had delivered to Changning Palace. I hope they please you." With that, she lowered her gaze, anxious about whether her offering met the Empress's standards. Since their last encounter, she had come to admire the Empress, whom she deemed a good person. In the inner palace, the women sought the Emperor's favor, but he was known for his fickleness. While the Empress appeared virtuous and gracious, the Guifei was not as domineering as rumored. Li Jiyu found her character quite agreeable. In search of a reliable ally within the palace, Li Jiyu felt a kinship with the Guifei, whom she admired greatly. Summoning her courage, she asked Shen Sisi, "May I visit you in your palace for a while?" Shen Sisi regarded her, sensing that Li Jiyu did not speak without purpose. "Indeed, I too seek companionship," she replied warmly. In Changning Palace, Bai Qiu noted that since Li Jiyu's departure, their mistress had been seated in contemplation for quite some time. Shen Sisi pondered the news she had just received. Xiao Zhuo had commenced his plans against the Shen family. After 2 arduous years of purging the court of the remnants of the Luo Wang faction, he had gained substantial control. With half of the military power firmly in her father's grasp, it was inevitable that he would now turn his attention to the Shens. She needed to see her father at the New Year's Eve banquet to ensure his safety, but he was not the type to submit easily. The thought of his earlier alliance with Xiao Zhuo weighed heavily on her mind. He likely never anticipated that the very person he once thought he could manipulate would now pose a threat to him. She resolved to devise a plan. In the Liuyi Hall, Xiao Zhuo called out, "Gao Changxi." Upon hearing his name, Gao Changxi rushed in. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Xiao Zhuo asked. "Has anyone come to visit today?" Perplexed, Gao Changxi pondered before responding, "No one has come, Your Majesty." Dismissing him with a wave, Xiao Zhuo muttered, "If I seek you out again, I shall consider myself a fool." As the New Year's Eve banquet approached, Shen Sisi made no effort to seek out Xiao Zhuo. Nor did he visit Changning Palace. Bai Qiu busily prepared the evening's attire for their mistress. Gao Changxi found himself in a precarious position as the emperor's temperament soured daily, making him increasingly difficult to serve. Courtiers reporting to the Liuyi Hall were apprehensive. Even Lord Liu from the Ministry of Revenue had come to inquire about the emperor's recent volatility, fearing to approach him. He silently lamented his predicament until one day, upon seeing fresh honey tangerines delivered, he recalled the Guifei's fondness for them and ordered them sent to her. He realized he hadn't seen the Guifei in quite some time and wondered if their relationship had soured. Seizing the opportunity, he subtly conveyed the emperor's lingering thoughts of her, but the Guifei, unwilling to disturb him, declined to visit, leaving him in a quandary about how to report back. Upon Gao Changxi's return, Xiao Zhuo inquired, "Did the Guifei say anything?" If she regretted her actions, he would go to her immediately. Gao Changxi replied, "The Guifei expressed her gratitude for your concern." Anticipating more, Xiao Zhuo urged him to elaborate, but Gao Changxi, bowing deeply, merely repeated the Guifei's words and remained silent. "Get out," Xiao Zhuo commanded. Chapter 14. The New Year's Eve Banquet. Bai Qiu remarked, "Han Chuan's hands are truly deft. I must learn from her."
Shen Sisi Lao Ged.
"You silly girl. Your skills are equally impressive. Who in Changning Palace can craft pastries as well as you?" Sun Chun smiled in agreement. Shen Sisi looked at them both. "Enough, your talents are each remarkable in their own right." Bai Qiu grinned, "Let us don our garments and make our way out. Soon we shall see the matriarch." Shen Sisi too was eager to reunite with her mother, as she had not laid eyes on her since being cast into the cold palace for nearly half a year. The master of ceremonies announced, "The Guifei has arrived." By the time Shen Sisi entered, only the emperor and empress were yet to arrive. As the announcement echoed through the hall, the assembled ministers and their families, particularly the eligible young ladies, craned their necks to glimpse the beloved Guifei. As the woman clad in shimmering, intricately patterned silks stepped gracefully forward, adorned with golden embroidery and bejeweled accessories, it became evident that her skin was as smooth as jade, radiant and alluring. The granddaughter of the Minister of Rites, transfixed by the Guifei's beauty, discreetly tugged at her mother's sleeve, exclaiming, "No wonder the Guifei enjoys such favor. She is stunning. I once thought the Guifei was the first beauty of our esteemed Dengdang before her marriage, but now I see that even those hailed as beauties pale in comparison to her." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by her mother, Madame Meng, who gently chided her, "This is the palace. Is it appropriate to speak so freely of the noble consort?" Meng Ingran muttered in response, "I am not speaking ill of anyone. I merely remarked on how truly beautiful the noble consort is." At that moment, the head eunuch announced, "His Majesty has arrived. Her Majesty the Empress is also here." Today, Xiao Zhuo was clad in an elegant black embroidered dragon robe, while the Empress, Du Yanning, donned a matching black imperial gown. The duo presented a strikingly harmonious pair. As the Empress surveyed the multitude of kneeling subjects below, a wave of satisfaction washed over her. It was in these moments that she truly felt the weight of her status. Despite any affection bestowed upon others, she reveled in the knowledge that only she could stand beside the man striding ahead of her, receiving reverence at grand banquets. The crowd rose to pay their respects, chanting, "Long live our emperor! Long live our empress!" Xiao Zhuo commanded, "You may rise," and after settling himself upon the dragon throne, he continued, "As today is a festive occasion, there is no need for formality. Please be seated." Whispers circulated through the palace, hinting at an upcoming selection of candidates in the spring. And many young ladies were captivated by the dashing visage and capable demeanor of their emperor. Who could resist the allure of such a prospect? Even if rumors concerning the noble consort's jealousy circulated, there was no denying the desire to try one's luck. After all, one might just become the next favored consort. Thus, the esteemed young ladies were fervently preparing to impress the emperor and leave a lasting impression. Today, Shen Sisi had no time for dinner before arriving. She immediately began to indulge in the feast set before her. Typically, banquet dishes were served lukewarm. Yet the fare prepared for her was specially ordered by Xiao Zhuo, hot and to her liking. She needed to satiate her hunger before meeting her mother. Xiao Zhuo sat observing Shen Sisi, noting how her mouth was constantly busy, her gaze darting from the food on the table to the guests below, never once glancing in his direction. Gao Changxi watched as the emperor's attention fixated on the noble consort, emanating an increasingly palpable chill. With so many young ladies performing for his amusement, why did he seem so preoccupied? If he could not let go of his fixation, he ought to voice it outright. Such behavior was nonsensical. Qin Qian noticed Xiao Zhuo's gaze towards Shen Sisi and felt a bitter pang in her heart. It appeared her cousin was oblivious to how much he cared for Shen Sisi. Perhaps it would be best to address Shen Sisi before he realized his feelings. A glint of malice flashed in her eyes at this thought. Seated in the prominent position directly below the royal family, Madame Shen noticed her daughter's gaze fixed upon her. Xiao Zhuo was being toasted by none other than the Prince of Cheng, his only half-brother. During the struggle for the throne, the prince had decisively allied himself with Xiao Zhuo, while their other brothers had met with fatal ends after Xiao Zhuo's ascent. Two princesses had already been married off. Princess Liang, the daughter of a consort from the previous emperor, had passed away early and been raised by Xiao Zhuo's mother, Consort Xu, Princess Anyang. The younger sister of the formidable Lord Luo who had opposed Xiao Zhuo had escaped unscathed due to her marriage.
Meanwhile,
Shen Sisi awaited her mother's arrival in the Mingguang Hall. Bai Qiu offered her a cup of tea, and feeling a bit parched after her earlier indulgence, Shen Sisi accepted it. Just as she finished sipping, she heard the commotion outside, signaling her mother's arrival. She promptly set down her cup and rushed out to greet her. Bai Qiu discreetly signaled to the surrounding maidservants to withdraw. "Mother!"
Shen Sisi exclaimed,
throwing herself into Madame Shen's arms and burying her face in her neck. As the maidens retreated, Madame Shen led Shen Sisi to a round table, remarking, "My dear, you've grown so much, yet you remain as impulsive as ever." Shen Sisi pouted playfully, "No matter how old I get, I will always be your daughter." Madame Shen pinched her slightly plump cheeks, saying, "You've certainly put on some weight." Shen Sisi lunged at her again, calling "Mother." Madame Shen embraced her and gently inquired, "Has something happened?" Shen Sisi hesitated. Her mother knew her too well. She couldn't divulge the events of her past life and cause her mother distress. After a moment, she said, "I've heard that Xiao Zhuo is preparing to move against our Shen family. What does father think?" Madame Shen sighed. "Your father, of course, is loath to relinquish his power. No matter how much I persuade him, it bears no fruit." Shen Sisi understood her father's nature. He loved her dearly. Yet he was equally enamored of power. He had once been willing to marry her off to Xiao Zhuo for the sake of authority and would not easily surrender that now. "Let us not dwell on such matters, mother. I've missed you so much. In front of others, you're the dignified and glamorous noble consort, but here with me, you're just my doting mother." Madame Shen ruffled her hair, saying, "While I'm not with you, remember to eat well and not to be picky. I will inquire with Bai Qiu about your meals. If I find out you've been neglecting your diet," Shen Sisi transformed into a compliant child, nodding eagerly. "Should you encounter any difficulties, send word back to us. Your father and I will support you." At this, Madame Shen sighed inwardly, unsure of what was right. The Beiding Marquise held power and influence, and despite her ability to act freely in the palace, her family was her foundation. What if one day they could no longer protect her? What would become of her? "If I had known it would come to this, I should have arranged your betrothal much earlier," she lamented. Alas, it is all in the past. At the small table, after finishing her drink, Xiao Zhuo noticed Shen Sisi's seat was empty and glanced toward Gao Changxi. Understanding the emperor's likely inquiry, Gao Changxi had already positioned someone to keep an eye on the noble consort as she departed. He leaned in to whisper to Xiao Zhuo, "The noble consort is currently resting in the Mingguang Hall, along with Madame Shen." Xiao Zhuo nodded, acknowledging the information. Shen Sisi was finally able to cuddle with her mother, having always been close to her. As a child, she often monopolized her mother's attention, sometimes causing her father displeasure. Upon returning to the banquet, she shot a glance at the man who had been oblivious to her absence, as he drank with serious intent. Shen Sisi felt a surge of joy upon her return, indulging in the sweet plum wine on the table, its mild flavor tempting her to drink more than she should. "Your Majesty?" the Empress called. "Yes, what is it?" Xiao Zhuo replied, still fixated on Shen Sisi, who was drinking recklessly, seemingly unaware of moderation. He had seldom allowed her to indulge in alcohol. What would happen if she became inebriated? Seeing he had not heard her previous comment, the Empress repeated, "The young lady's performance has concluded. What is your opinion, Your Majesty? The rewards given reflect your judgment." Xiao Zhuo remained distracted, his attention firmly on the noble consort. The attendants around him, noting his disinterest in Liang Yu's performance, stifled their laughter, mocking her presumption that the emperor would be captivated by her. Meanwhile, the emperor's focus remained solely on the noble consort, with some young ladies who were not fond of Liang Yu even laughing aloud. Chapter 15. The Drunken Concubine. Liang Yu stood upon the stage, her ears filled with the mocking laughter emanating from below, leaving her utterly mortified. Eventually, it was the empress who came to her rescue, praising her performance and bestowing upon her a few gifts before sending her away. As Xiao Zhuo observed Shen Sisi's temper flaring after her indulgence in wine, he approached her directly and escorted her back to Changning Palace. With the emperor having departed alongside the concubine, Gao Changxi remained to address the empress, stating that His Majesty had consumed a tad too much and was experiencing a slight headache, thus he had decided to retire for the evening. The empress replied, "Gao Gonggong, do not worry about the emperor, I shall handle matters here." Gao Changxi acknowledged her words and promptly withdrew. The empress continued, "His Majesty has been here for quite some time and must be feeling fatigued. He is aware that his presence may cause some restraint among us, so he has chosen to rest. Tonight, let us all relax." Upon concluding her statement, she turned her gaze toward Qin Qian, noticing her pallid complexion and unsteady demeanor. "Qin Qian, do not disappoint me. You must devise a way to reclaim His Majesty from Shen Sisi and deal with her accordingly." She awaited the opportunity to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. The ministers below expressed their gratitude to His Majesty, well aware that the absence of anyone at the concubine's seat would reveal the emperor's whereabouts. Some may even speculate whether the rumors of His Majesty's intentions toward the Shen family were indeed true. After the banquet, Xiao Zhuo lifted Shen Sisi effortlessly into his arms and strode purposefully toward Changning Palace. Shen Sisi, however, was not one to submit quietly, wriggling in his embrace and playfully striking his face. Soon, her hands were restrained, and she buried her face in his chest, weeping softly. By the time they reached Changning Palace, Xiao Zhuo was on the brink of losing his temper. He gently placed the still restless Shen Sisi upon the bed and commanded, "Prepare a bowl of hangover soup." Gao Changxi complied, leaving the space for the emperor. "Wait," Xiao Zhuo added, "fetch a basin of hot water as well." Once the hot water arrived, he dipped a handkerchief into it, glancing at Gao Changxi, who stood nearby, as if silently questioning why he had not yet exited. Gao Changxi contemplated whether to inquire if the concubine's personal maid should be summoned, but observing the emperor's intent to take matters into his own hands left him astonished. Despite his knowledge of the emperor's affection for the concubine, a quick glance at the emperor's expression made Gao Changxi realize that staying any longer would be unwise, prompting him to retreat hastily. Once the chamber was left with just the two of them, Xiao Zhuo held the damp handkerchief, one hand gripping her fidgeting fingers while the other tenderly wiped her face. He knew she had adorned herself with makeup that evening, and if not cleansed, she would surely complain upon waking. As he wiped her face, he treated her as a precious gem, feeling both exasperated and enchanted by her antics. While she could be infuriating when awake, she appeared utterly endearing when asleep. Lowering his head, he pressed gentle kisses upon her freshly cleaned visage, brushing aside the strands of hair that fell across her forehead. As Shen Sisi felt something licking her face, she instinctively swatted at it, landing a slap squarely on Xiao Zhuo's cheek. He captured her hand in his palm, squeezing it gently. Bai Qiu approached with a prepared hangover soup, noticing Gao Changxi waiting at the door, and quietly inquired, "Gao Gonggong, is it all right to enter now?" Gao Changxi, uncertain of the situation inside, deliberated before responding. "Miss Bai Qiu, please wait here while I inquire." Gao Changxi cautiously entered the chamber, standing behind the curtain as he softly called out, "Your Majesty?" Noticing the emperor's silence, he continued, "The hangover soup is ready. Shall I bring it to the concubine?" Xiao Zhuo, seeing Shen Sisi already asleep, decided she should drink a bowl. It would prevent her from suffering a headache upon waking. Bai Qiu entered, observing the emperor cradling the concubine against him and lifting the spoon, attempted to feed her. However, just as the spoon neared her lips, a drowsy Shen Sisi pushed it away. "Allow me," Xiao Zhuo said. Gao Changxi immediately stepped forward to take the bowl from Bai Qiu's hands, with one arm still supporting Shen Sisi. Xiao Zhuo managed to use the other to feed her while soothing her. "Come now, just one more sip." Shen Sisi mumbled, "Xiao Zhuo, you big bad egg." Yes, I am the big bad egg. Just one more sip, alright? Otherwise, you'll awaken with a headache in the morning." "That's right, just one more." Gao Changxi marveled internally at the emperor's tender care for the concubine, each time observing the scene anew. It was evident that the concubine was to be cherished like a revered ancestor, and greater fortunes awaited in the future. As Bai Qiu and the others attended to Shen Sisi's washing, Xiao Zhuo retreated to a side chamber to cleanse himself. Initially, he had intended to wash Shen Sisi himself, but fearing she might wake and cause a scene, he opted to let others handle it, as it felt like he had taken on the responsibility of a deity. Upon completing his own ablutions, he returned just as Bai Qiu and the others had finished washing Shen Sisi, who now sat upright on the bed. By this time, the effects of the wine had begun to dissipate, leaving her with only a slight haze in her mind. As she noticed Xiao Zhuo approaching and sitting beside her, she felt compelled to pinch his face to confirm his reality. Unfortunately, her clumsiness led her to tumble into his embrace. Xiao Zhuo, amused by her antics, wrapped his arms around her. This allowed Shen Sisi to playfully slap his handsome face a couple of times, exclaiming, "You are indeed real." Following that, she hit him a few more times, muttering, "You rascal, I shall strike you again." Bai Qiu, witnessing the scene, was nearly struck dumb, hastily kneeling to say, "Your Majesty, the concubine is inebriated and unaware of her actions. Please forgive her," her voice trembling slightly. Xiao Zhuo firmly held Shen Sisi's restless hands, instructing Bai Qiu to leave. Once they were alone, he cupped her face, speaking in a tone filled with affection. "How have I earned such a title of a scoundrel? Can anyone be as mischievous as you, my little rascal?" Shen Sisi whimpered in response, declaring him a great scoundrel. "I detest you." Upon recognizing his face, she added, "You are Xiao Zhuo, that great scoundrel. I loathe you." Xiao Zhuo soothed her further. "But weren't you saying just the other day how much you adored me?"
Come now.
"Say it." "I am your favorite Xiao Zhuo." Unable to resist the allure of her soft, pink visage, he leaned in and pressed gentle kisses upon her.
Shen Sisi?
Incited by both his teasing and the unexpected affection, wrapped her arms around his neck and began kissing him back, playfully nipping at his cheeks. Xiao Zhuo's expression darkened, and in a husky whisper, he said, "No, that's not how you do it. Let me teach you. Shall I?" With that, he held her chin and captured her lips with his own. As they prepared for sleep, Xiao Zhuo felt a deep sense of contentment, reflecting that as long as he was by her side, her occasional indulgence in wine was quite endearing. Chapter 16. The Conflict. The following morning, Shen Sisi awoke to find her limbs immobilized, trapped within the embrace of Xiao Zhuo, her body sprawled across his chest. Observing the man before her, soundly asleep, irritation welled within her. She wrested her hands free and delivered a sharp slap to his face, rousing him from slumber. This marked the umpteenth time Xiao Zhuo had been jolted awake by her playful slaps, yet upon seeing her puffed cheeks, any remnants of irritation dissipated.
Shen Sisi?
Noticing he had not released her yet, shot him a glare, signaling him to let go. Xiao Zhuo complied, chuckling as he remarked, "Why are you awake so early today? Normally, you don't rise until the hour of the snake." "I simply wish to get up now. Is that unacceptable?" she retorted, unwilling to engage in conversation. Xiao Zhuo gently caressed her head, finding her appearance utterly adorable, and chuckled, "All right." Shen Sisi then summoned Bai Qiu to assist her with dressing, choosing to disregard Xiao Zhuo thereafter. While she was preening, she thoughtfully considered the situation. Since Xiao Zhuo aimed to deal with the Shen family, he would not act against her as long as they remained unscathed, particularly since he needed her beloved cousin as a shield. With this train of thought, she felt emboldened, for Shen Sisi had never been one to compromise her own comfort. After finishing her breakfast, although it was the first day of the month, as the emperor, there were numerous matters requiring his attention. Having finally entered Changning Palace, he was reluctant to depart so soon and instructed Gao Changxi to transfer the day's memorials to his palace. However, by the time the young eunuch had moved 2 large boxes of documents to his chambers, Shen Sisi found herself unwilling to remain with him. As Bai Qiu mentioned the need to meticulously prepare lunch for her, Shen Sisi, finding herself devoid of other pursuits, invited Han Chun to accompany her for a stroll in the imperial garden. When Shen Sisi expressed her desire to venture outside, Xiao Zhuo wished to accompany her, but upon seeing the pile of documents on the desk, he relinquished that thought. Since today, noble ladies and royal princesses were to return to the palace to pay their respects to the empress, the concubines had little to occupy them. Thus, when Shen Sisi arrived in the imperial garden, it was still relatively empty, save for the maids and eunuchs engaged in tidying up. Upon noticing Shen Sisi's arrival, they all knelt in greeting. Shen Sisi, wishing for solitude, instructed them to withdraw. She observed the fish in the pond, darting about, with several koi swimming among them. Han Chun, noting the princess's keen interest, remarked, "I heard that these koi were specially placed here by the Ministry of Internal Affairs to amuse the young ladies of the palace. Go fetch some fish food for me."
Shen Sisi replied,
Han Chun hesitated, expressing concern for the princess's safety should she leave her alone. Shen Sisi, understanding her worry, playfully pinched her cheek. You're becoming just like Bai Qiu, worrying too much. In this harem, who would dare offend me? Reassured, Han Chun decided to make her trip brief. Once Han Chun departed, Shen Sisi glanced around and noticed a swing beside a pavilion. She approached, leisurely seated herself, and began to sway. The winter sun gradually ascended, casting a warm light upon her garments, evoking a sense of exquisite comfort. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by an arrogant voice. Who are you to sit on this princess's swing? Hurry down, or beware of my wrath. Shen Sisi looked up to see a delicate little girl, around 4 or 5 years old. Upon hearing her self-proclaim as a princess, Shen Sisi immediately recognized her as the only offspring of Xiao Zhuo, Princess Changning. The little princess, noticing Shen Sisi's disregard, grew discontented. No one had ever ignored her before. Her mother had always told her that she was the emperor's sole daughter, and in this harem, she had always walked with pride. She had learned to curry favor with her father to ensure a prosperous life alongside her mother and those lower-ranking concubines, whom she found displeasing, were subject to her whims. Seeing Shen Sisi, she assumed she would be treated like the other concubines, but when Shen Sisi did not descend, her annoyance escalated, prompting her to signal her maid to pull Shen Sisi down. The maid, assigned by her mother, Li Fei, was instructed to allow the little princess to enjoy herself unless she encountered the empress, or the favored consort. Unbeknownst to her, the empress was attending to court ladies in Changning Palace that day, and the favored consort, renowned for her beauty, was not present. The maid, perceiving Shen Sisi's plain green dress, thought her a mere low-ranking concubine, and thus felt emboldened to act without hesitation. As the maid approached to seize Shen Sisi, she was suddenly restrained by Han Chun, who had hurried back with the fish food. The maid, pinned to the ground, began to scream. Do you know who this little mistress is? Seeing her personal maid subdued, the little princess, in a fit of indignation, attempted to strike Shen Sisi. Han Chun was caught off guard by the princess's sudden aggression. Shen Sisi, unaware of the approaching danger, was struck by the little girl's flailing arm. Just as Han Chun moved to intervene, Shen Sisi instinctively pushed the princess away, causing her to tumble onto the ground. Shen Sisi harbored no leniency for the child. Her initial tolerance had already been stretched thin by the princess's loud outcry. While the child's blows were harmless, she saw no reason to endure such treatment without retaliation. Xiao Qingning, stunned upon hitting the ground, could hardly believe that someone would dare to lay hands on her, and upon realizing her situation, she burst into tears, knowing that her mother would not let this transgression go unpunished. Meanwhile, Li Fei, having waited anxiously for her daughter's return, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Without hesitation, she ran toward her daughter, disregarding her dignity. What has happened? Who dares to bully the princess? Upon reaching the scene, Li Fei saw the favored consort seated on the swing while her daughter wept on the ground, and she found it intolerable that this insolent maid merely stood by, watching her daughter cry. The maid, sensing Li Fei's arrival, broke free from Han Chun's hold and rushed to kneel before Li Fei, clinging to her legs and lamented, Your Highness, the princess merely wanted to play on the swing, but this little mistress not only refused her but also pushed her to the ground. I was also restrained and unable to protect the princess. Please, Your Highness, punish her. Her tearful account absolved herself of any responsibility, shifting all blame onto Shen Sisi. Li Fei's anger flared upon hearing the maid's words, but she maintained her composure, knowing that she could not confront the favored consort alone. This matter required the Emperor's intervention. She subtly signaled her personal maid to summon the Emperor immediately. Your humble servant pays respects to the favored consort. I am unaware of what offense Changning committed today to provoke such ire, especially toward a mere 5-year-old. Upon hearing that the person she had offended was the favored consort, the maid collapsed in fright, her mind racing with thoughts of doom. Yet, as the focus shifted away from her, she endeavored to diminish her presence, hoping the favored consort would forget the incident. Shen Sisi marveled at how Li Fei, typically lacking in wit, had suddenly resorted to such indirect tactics, even calling for Xiao Zhuo to adjudicate the matter. Xiao Qingning, upon seeing her mother, felt a surge of hope for support and cried even louder.
Shen Sisi,
exasperated by the noise, rubbed her temples and called out, Be quiet. Startled by the sudden command, Xiao Qingning froze, and just as she prepared to wail again, the announcement came, The Empress has arrived. Li Fei quickly covered her daughter's mouth. Pay respects to the Empress, the crowd exclaimed. The queen arrived to find a chaotic scene, furrowing her brow as she sternly inquired, "What is the meaning of this disarray? Who can enlighten me, Li Fei?" Just as Li Fei opened her mouth to respond, the announcement echoed, "His Majesty has arrived. Pay your respects to His Majesty." Xiao Zhuo commanded, "No need for formalities, rise." "What is happening here?" He cast a glance at Shen Sisi, who was lost in thought, and, seeing that she was untroubled, he silently exhaled in relief. The Queen interjected, "Your Majesty, I have only just arrived and am not fully apprised of the situation. I was hoping to hear Li Fei's account." Upon hearing the Queen's words, Li Fei immediately feigned wiping away non-existent tears and, with a tone of grievance, recounted, "This morning, the princess wished to play with the little embroidered ball, and I accompanied her. When I arrived here, she mischievously cast a glance at Xiao Zhuo, eager to demonstrate her affection for the princess before him. Yet he did not acknowledge her at all. My heart sank momentarily, and then she ran off, insisting on finding her own way. I waited for a long time at the pavilion, and when they did not return, I set out to search for them, only to hear the princess crying. Upon inquiring with the maid, I learned that the Guifei had pushed the princess to the ground." As she uttered the last words, Li Fei fell to her knees before Xiao Zhuo. Clutching his leg in desperation, "I implore your Majesty to uphold justice for the princess." Xiao Zhuo remained silent, casting a glance at Gao Changxi, who understood the unspoken message and helped Li Fei to her feet. Noticing Xiao Zhuo's silence, the Queen spoke up. "Why would the Guifei push the princess? Could there be a misunderstanding?" Li Fei retorted, "Your Majesty, what misunderstanding could there possibly be? You should promptly recount what just transpired." A maid stepped forward to recount the events once more. Seeing that the emperor remained mute, Li Fei grew anxious and called out, "Your Majesty?" Xiao Zhuo replied, "Does the Guifei have something to say?"
Shen Sisi interjected.
"I was seated alone on the swing when the princess approached and spoke to me in a manner unbecoming of her station, even going so far as to strike me. I cannot fathom where Li Fei finds the audacity to accuse me of bullying the princess. I observed that the princess, despite her tender age, exhibits a temper that is increasingly unruly. As the princess of our great Deng, she must embody the dignity befitting her status. I believe it is imperative that we begin to instruct her in proper conduct from this day forth." Li Fei, taken aback by this statement, was momentarily at a loss for words. The onlookers were equally bewildered. Could the princess, no matter how impudent, truly rival the Guifei's authority? In many instances, they had grown accustomed to yielding in the presence of children, yet the Guifei's rationale was not without merit. As the princess's stepmother, she indeed held a higher status. The swing was also initially occupied by the Guifei, and it was the princess who first resorted to violence. It appeared that the Guifei was not at fault. But the princess was only 5 years old. Shen Sisi continued, "The princess's current disposition is, in no small part, a reflection of Li Fei's responsibilities as her mother." Li Fei protested, "My affection for the princess is as bright as day, Your Majesty. I fear you may heed the Guifei's words and seek to punish me." She hastily added, pulling the princess, who had been hiding behind her since Xiao Zhuo arrived, into view. The Queen, upon hearing this, inwardly cursed Li Fei for being easily swayed by others. Chapter 18. Whining. Li Fei gradually realized she had been led astray by Shen Sisi and quickly added, "Your Majesty. But the princess is merely a child. She knows not what she does. Should not the Guifei exhibit more forbearance towards a little one?" Shen Sisi found this amusing, retorting, "Just because she is young does not mean she should be indulged. I just witnessed her commanding others with an air of authority that belied her years. Moreover, it is not for you to instruct me on how to conduct myself." Li Fei exclaimed, "Your Majesty?" Frustrated by Shen Sisi's demeanor, she turned to Xiao Zhuo, seeking his support, despite knowing he was not fond of her. She was acutely aware that her position had largely been secured due to her daughter, as her family was not of noble lineage. She understood the extent of Xiao Zhuo's affection for their daughter, even if he did not favor her. He still made periodic visits to her palace to see the princess. Xiao Zhuo's gaze fell upon the timid Xiao Qingning, his firstborn child. Although her birth had been unforeseen, he had made efforts to bond with her. In her infancy, he had hesitated to touch her, fearing he might harm the fragile being. Each time he approached, she would wail in distress, prompting him to withdraw and allow the maids to care for her. As his rivalry with Prince Luo intensified, he became increasingly preoccupied, seeing her less frequently. After ascending to the throne, he had elevated her mother's status to spare her from indignities, yet the princess's current behavior was troubling. He pondered whether to assign her care to another, but who would be suitable? Gao Changxi stood beside the emperor, intrigued by his internal conflict. wondering why he was so troubled by this matter. Just months prior, a noble had clashed with the princess. Though it was the princess who had attempted to seize something from the noble. The noble had received a reprimand from Li Fei, and the emperor had not intervened then. Why was this situation different? Simply because the noble was the Gui Fei. Xiao Zhuo called out, Chingning. He reached out to pat her head, but she dodged away, causing his hand to pause before dropping back to his side. Li Fei urged, Chingning, your father is calling you. Go greet him. She tugged at her hand, encouraging her forward. Chingning replied, Chingning greets father. Xiao Zhuo responded with a non-committal Would it be agreeable for father to arrange a new residence for you? The little princess, oblivious to the implications of moving, immediately sensed her mother's distress. Li Fei knelt, one hand enveloping the princess, declaring, Your Majesty. The princess is still too young to be separated from her mother. Chingning, confused by the notion of relocating, grasped her mother tightly, declaring, Chingning wishes to stay with mother. Chingning does not want to leave mother, her tear-streaked face evoking sympathy. The queen interjected, Your Majesty. The princess is still but a child and has grown accustomed to being with Li Fei. It would be unwise to separate her from her mother at this time. Perhaps I could arrange for a governess to provide guidance to the princess? Xiao Zhuo regarded Chingning for a moment before solemnly stating, The queen is also the princess's legitimate mother. Therefore, this matter shall fall under your purview. Should I observe the princess behaving in this manner again, it will be your responsibility to impart the necessary decorum. The queen, upon hearing these words, felt a shiver run through her. She had not anticipated that the flames of discontent would ultimately engulf her. Xiao Zhuo turned to Li Fei, remarking, As for your guidance of the princess, you shall spend the next 3 months collaborating with the governess appointed by the queen. Once the queen and Li Fei had departed, Xiao Zhuo approached the swing, observing Shen Sisi joyfully swinging back and forth, and remarked, The Gui Fei is in high spirits. Shen Sisi replied, Your Majesty flatters me. I merely sought to pass the time with a swing. Sensing the emperor's irritation, she chose to refrain from probing into the reasons behind it. As she feigned nonchalance, Xiao Zhuo felt his frustration intensifying. Witnessing her demeanor only fueled Shen Sisi's delight as she contemplated continuing her swinging. Noticing the attendants around them, who bowed their heads in fear of incurring Xiao Zhuo's wrath, she swiftly shifted her focus back to him, plotting her next move. Shen Sisi playfully leaned toward Xiao Zhuo. Your Majesty, could you give this a gentle push for me? Xiao Zhuo found himself on the verge of laughter, exasperated by her demeanor, despite feeling aggrieved with her. She approached him as though nothing were amiss, as if it were a delightful affair. Yet, hearing her soft voice addressing him was a rarity that warmed his heart. Noticing his lack of response, she called out again, elongating her tone, Your Majesty. Shen Sisi pondered to herself what was amiss with this man. Hadn't he always been fond of this sort of charm? Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought, reasoning that pushing the swing wouldn't take much of his time. With a stoic expression, he moved behind her, grasped the rope, and began to push the swing gently. Gao Changxi stood nearby, silently contemplating the tumultuous days that awaited in the Liuyi Hall. But he was pleasantly surprised to see the Empress coaxing the Emperor back to good spirits with just a few words, grateful for the Empress's influence. He watched as Shen Sisi began to swing higher, initially hesitant, but soon calling out for Xiao Zhuo to push her higher and higher. As he pushed her swing, her melodious laughter filled his ears, and he mused that perhaps she had merely been spoiled, her temper slightly irritable, with time. He could guide her back to her former self, and it was not a matter of great concern. After having enjoyed their playful moment, Shen Sisi was more willing to show Xiao Zhuo kindness. The path ahead was cleared by Gao Changxi, and Shen Sisi linked her arm with Xiao Zhuo's, chattering incessantly. Your Majesty, today I discovered that you are quite adept at pushing swings. Bai Qiu and the others were too timid to push me high. Xiao Zhuo merely acknowledged her with a grunt, feeling inexplicably pleased by her praise. Chapter 19. A Nightmarish Dream. In the Fuan Palace, after listening to the kneeling maid's report, Qin Xian approached and helped her to her feet, gently saying, You have worked hard. I have arranged for silver to be sent to your family. In the future, should anything similar arise, you may directly seek out Hong Ping. While speaking, she removed a bracelet from her wrist and placed it upon the maid's arm.
The maid,
Flushed with excitement at the Empress's personal touch, stammered her gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. It is but my duty. Qin Qian replied. Please accompany Hong Ping and have a bite to eat. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall take my leave. Once they had exited, Qin Qian took out a handkerchief to wipe the spot where she had touched the maid, discarding it onto the floor. Hong Ping, she called softly. Qin Qian continued. That foolish Li Fei cannot even manage such a trivial matter. However, the Empress did not fare well this time either. It is a minor victory. As I subtly hinted to Li Fei to use the child against Shen Sisi, I did not anticipate that my cousin would grow increasingly indulgent towards her. Yet, is this merely an illusion, or does he truly harbor affection for her? No, I cannot believe that my cousin has genuine feelings for her. What he professes to like bears no resemblance to Shen Sisi. Thus, Shen Sisi chatted away with Xiao Zhuo as they made their way to the Changning Palace. Bai Qiu stood outside the hall, anxiously awaiting their arrival. She had heard of the recent events in the Imperial Garden and, upon seeing her mistress unscathed, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Even though she was aware that her mistress had been involved, her heart could not quell its worry until she laid eyes on her. Bai Qiu hurried forward, entering the hall to remove the heavy cloak from Shen Sisi's shoulders and poured her a warm cup of milk tea to soothe her stomach. Shen Sisi took a sip of the milk tea and, looking at Bai Qiu with a softened tone, remarked, "My dear Bai Qiu, you are simply the best. Without you, I would surely struggle to eat or sleep." While they continued their light-hearted banter, Xiao Zhuo had already removed his cloak and seated himself on an intricately carved mahogany stool. "Dear Bai Qiu, are my braised pig trotters ready?" Seeing Bai Qiu nod, Shen Sisi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Quickly, summon the meal. I simply adore them. Though I find it hard to restrain myself, my stomach is delicate, and indulging too much leads to discomfort." Xiao Zhuo observed her with a cold glare, noting how, upon entering the hall, she seemed to have forgotten his presence altogether. He deliberately placed his book down with a loud thud, but she continued to ignore him. Frustrated, he approached her. "Do you realize what you did wrong just now?" When Shen Sisi heard him bring up the earlier incident, she braced herself for a reprimand, thinking he had been waiting to confront her. "What wrong have I committed? I merely sat on the swing for a while, and when someone came to disturb me, I simply retaliated. Is that such a crime?" After finishing her retort, she shot him a defiant glare, adding with a sarcastic tone, "Didn't Your Majesty say that you would support me if I ever went astray? When trouble is at my doorstep, should I not be allowed to defend myself?" Before Xiao Zhuo could respond, she continued, "You used to call me Little Heart, and now that someone dares to bully me, you come to scold me. Have you grown tired of me?" With that, tears welled in her eyes, and her adorable, teary gaze made it impossible for Xiao Zhuo to maintain his composure. He pulled her into his embrace, gently soothing her. "It was my fault. I should not have spoken so harshly to you, Sisi. However, regarding today's incident, since Changning is still but a child, I punish them, but think of how it will be perceived. People will say the Empress at her age still quarrels with children and resorts to violence. Such behavior would tarnish your reputation irreparably." Shen Sisi huffed, "My reputation is already tarnished. Should I fear such things? This man pretends to be virtuous. With my name sullied, it would be even easier for him to deal with the Shen family." Xiao Zhuo chuckled softly, kissing her forehead. "Do not worry, Sisi. We will handle such matters with greater care in the future. For instance, we could have the servants dismissed earlier today, or perhaps manage the accounts differently going forward." Upon hearing his words, Shen Sisi lifted her head, casting him a curious glance. Was he attempting to instruct her? "But I have you, Brother Zhuo, to handle everything for me, right?" Xiao Zhuo playfully pinched her petite nose. "Are you counting on me that much?" Before returning, he had already sent word to the Empress that should he hear of any issues, he would assist her in managing them. As a result of this incident, Shen Sisi's demeanor during their meal was markedly different. She no longer wore a cold expression toward Xiao Zhuo. "I want this, and that," she commanded, eagerly directing him to serve her dishes. In stark contrast to the previous days of icy indifference, Xiao Zhuo found an odd sense of satisfaction in her assertiveness. Watching him, Shen Sisi finally voiced the question that had been on her mind. "Are you not angry that I pushed Changning earlier?" Xiao Zhuo responded, Shen Sisi slammed her chopsticks onto the table and turned away, unwilling to engage further. She had articulated her thoughts clearly, yet his reluctance to respond was painfully obvious. Xiao Zhuo, exasperated, turned her face back towards him. "I am not angry." As seeing her skepticism, he added earnestly, "Really. In truth." Upon hearing Gao Changxi report that the Empress had been involved in a conflict, his first reaction was concern. Would Sisi be alright? However, knowing her fiery temperament, he realized she would not hesitate to stand her ground, even against him, the Emperor. Despite these thoughts, he hastily made his way to her side, fearing she might come to harm. After their meal, Shen Sisi expressed her desire for an afternoon nap, to which Xiao Zhuo immediately declared that he too would rest. Reclining upon the bed, Xiao Zhuo finally fulfilled his desire by embracing Shen Sisi. The warmth and softness nestled in his arms ignited a tempest of emotions within him, especially considering that since their quarrel, he had been deprived of her company for numerous days. Yet, aware of her increasingly capricious temperament, he dared not make any rash movements. With a silent sigh escaping his lips, he tightened his hold on the delicate warmth and succumbed to a deep slumber. Once Shen Sisi drifted into sleep, she was haunted by dreams of her past life, particularly the time she was cast into the cold palace. In this dream, she encountered revelations previously unknown to her. She envisioned the Shen family, witnessing her father's military power being entirely reclaimed by Xiao Zhuo. In the study, her mother chastised her father, questioning his motives. Why must you act thus? Hasn't my Sisi already sacrificed enough for your ambitions? How will she survive in the palace with your actions? Confused by her mother's words, she sought to glean more, but before she could delve deeper, Xiao Zhuo's voice roused her from the dream. Observing Shen Sisi murmuring in her sleep, her forehead beaded with cold sweat, Xiao Zhuo felt a pang of urgency. As she awoke and regarded him with a dazed expression, he cradled her and gently patted her back, softly murmuring, "Sisi, fear not, fear not. It was merely a nightmare. I am here." Hearing the commotion, Bai Qiu rushed in, mistakenly believing the Empress had succumbed to another night terror. From behind the curtain, she inquired anxiously, "Your Majesty, did the Empress experience a nightmare? Should I fetch the physician?" Before Xiao Zhuo could respond, Shen Sisi interjected with a firm no. Xiao Zhuo commanded, "You may leave now." After being held in Xiao Zhuo's embrace for some time, Shen Sisi gradually regained her composure. Reflecting on her dream, she pondered whether there were hidden truths she needed to uncover, resolving to return to the Shen family at her earliest convenience. With this thought in mind, she peered out from Xiao Zhuo's grasp. Xiao Zhuo affectionately tousled her hair, inquiring, "Are you feeling better now?" Shen Sisi, still somewhat embarrassed by the earlier events, was quick to dismiss her discomfort, attributing her nightmare to him. "Surely, it was your presence that caused me to dream so poorly. I never had such dreams during my afternoon naps before you came today, did I?" Understanding her playful banter, Xiao Zhuo recognized that she had indeed recovered. "You cannot lay the blame for your nightmares at my feet. I have shared countless afternoon naps with you, yet you have never dreamt so unpleasantly, have you? We must apply reason here, Sisi." Sensing her own folly, Shen Sisi retorted, "I don't care. The reason must be you, and you must make amends for it." "Very well, then you are no longer angry with me?" Xiao Zhuo responded, pleased that she agreed. As she acquiesced, she warned, "I have yet to reveal what I desire from you, and you must not renege on your promise." Seeing her anxious expression, Xiao Zhuo decided to tease her a little, saying, "Well, that's not guaranteed." Before he could complete his thought, Shen Sisi interrupted, "I wish to leave the palace," and promptly closed her eyes again. Xiao Zhuo replied, "Generally speaking, that's not feasible." Shen Sisi, with a tense expression, protested, "But you just agreed to my request." She then leaped into his arms, pouting and showering him with kisses on his face. Seizing the moment, Xiao Zhuo relished the opportunity to indulge himself until Shen Sisi was utterly exhausted, sprawled in his embrace, at which point he conceded, "All right." Now at a loss for words to scold him, Shen Sisi lamented inwardly. Due to her impending departure from the palace, her demeanor towards Xiao Zhuo had been rather amiable lately. Days passed pleasantly, with her feigning annoyance at Qin Qian during daily greetings and finding ways to vex the Empress, while at night, she busied herself with Xiao Zhuo. However, he seemed to have suddenly become preoccupied, the reasons for which remained a mystery to her. She hoped it was not what she feared. This morning, Shen Sisi awoke early, as today marked her return to the Shen family. Feeling somewhat restrained, she realized that Xiao Zhuo had always risen before her, which had previously masked the fact that he had been holding her throughout her slumber. Glancing sideways, she beheld his remarkably handsome visage. This face had caused her countless troubles. Seizing the opportunity while he was still asleep, she playfully pinched his cheeks, marveling at how, despite being a man, his skin was so smooth and unblemished, a fact that stirred her envy. Lost in thought, she applied a bit more pressure than intended. When she finally came to her senses, she noticed that Xiao Zhuo had awakened. Embarrassed, she hastily withdrew her hands from his face. Glancing at the red marks she had inadvertently left upon his skin, she quickly preempted him, saying, "You're awake, yet you made no sound. You nearly frightened me to death. Were you trying to scare me away to find another?" In truth, Xiao Zhuo had awoken the moment Shen Sisi began to stir. He merely remained silent, curious to see her actions, perhaps even hoping for a stolen kiss. However, he never anticipated her would-be playful assault on his face. He vowed that had he not awakened, he would have been too embarrassed to face anyone with the marks she had left. Having dealt with such situations before, Xiao Zhuo understood that reason would not prevail at this moment. He gradually propped himself up against the bed's edge, using a swift motion to pull Shen Sisi onto him, enveloping her in his embrace, burying his face in the crook of her neck. Inhaling the sweet fragrance of her skin, Shen Sisi froze in place, infuriated yet hesitant to retaliate, fearing that this beast would prevent her from leaving the palace today. She promptly pushed Xiao Zhuo away, scrambling off him to adjust her disheveled clothing before summoning Bai Qiu to attend to her. At the baiting marquette, today was the day for the young lady's familial visit. The household servants had risen early to prepare, and the Marchioness was bustling about the courtyard, personally overseeing the arrangements. She even took the time to inspect the Jade Clarity Pavilion, where Shen Sisi had resided before her marriage. Although the place was maintained daily, her anxiety compelled her to ensure everything was in order. Once Shen Sisi was ready, she set out with her 2 personal maids and a throng of attendants. The grand spectacle of her departure was intentional, having received confirmation from Xiao Zhuo. She had even made a special visit to the Empress's Changning Palace to inform her that she would not be attending court for the next few days due to preparations for her homecoming. With a hint of sarcasm, she added, "Oh, I nearly forgot. Your Majesty, you have yet to return home for a visit, have you?" The moment those words left her lips, she observed the Empress's insincere smile falter, frozen in place. Seeing Du Yanning's discomfort brought her immense joy. The Empress was indeed consumed by jealousy, for since her marriage, she had not returned home. As royal women were bound by the constraints of their status and required the Emperor's permission to leave the palace. There had once been a beautiful lady who sought the Emperor's favor to return home, but he had coldly declared that if she wished to leave, she should not return thereafter. Consequently, it was the loyal attendant, Gao Chengxi, who dealt with the matter. And the fate of that lady remained a mystery. Rumors ceased to circulate within the palace, and any woman scorned by the Emperor would likely face a bleak future. Since then, Shen Sisi was the only concubine to express a desire for a familial visit, and even the Empress herself had fallen silent on the matter. As Shen Sisi's entourage arrived at the baiting marquette, the Marquis and Marchioness stood outside, accompanied by a multitude of attendants. As for Shen Hongba, he inwardly grumbled about being compelled to stand there early to await the return of his daughter. Shen Sisi allowed Bai Qiu to assist her down from the carriage. Upon seeing her mother, and then glancing at the multitude of people surrounding them, she restrained her urge to rush out for a warm embrace. After paying her respects to her parents, she personally approached to help them up. Madame Ho, Xianro, gazed upon her daughter, whom she had not seen for several days. Her expression suffused with tenderness as she spoke. "My dear, the journey has been arduous. Let us retreat inside for a cup of tea." Shen Sisi grasped her mother's hand and replied, "Indeed." Once they reached the hall, and the family was seated, Shen Sisi could no longer contain herself and dashed towards her mother, yearning for a hug. Madame Ho, with a gentle demeanor, embraced her, running her fingers through her hair. And observing her daughter's unchanged disposition, reassured that she had not suffered greatly within the palace. Shen Hongba, witnessing the tender reunion, felt a twinge of annoyance, thinking to himself that this daughter of theirs was evidently born to vie for his wife's affection. After spending time with her, he realized that Ro's eyes had shifted entirely away from him. Chapter 21 unfolded with the shared joy of the mother and daughter. Although Shen Sisi and Madame Ho engaged in lively conversation, they noticed Shen Hongba's sullen demeanor nearby, yet neither paid him any heed. Shen Sisi had grown accustomed to her father's foul expressions. What did it matter if he scowled? Her mother would surely be thinking of her. Madame Shen, however, was still miffed at her husband. After all, how often did Sisi return home? With him presenting such a foul countenance, she decided that tonight, Sisi would sleep with her, leaving the old man to fend for himself in the study. Hearing her mother declare that she would share a bed with her that night filled Shen Sisi with immense joy. Shen Hongba, feeling wronged, muttered, Madam Shen shot him a glare and retorted, "What, madam? You should go to the kitchen and inquire if the meal is ready. It has been quite a while since we returned, and Sisi must be famished." After Shen Hongba exited, Shen Sisi rested her head against her mother's arm, reveling in the comfort of home. No, more accurately, the comfort of being beside her mother. Madame Shen looked into her daughter's eyes, brimming with affection, and remarked, "Yet you did not heed my advice before." Despite the whispers circulating about Sisi's shortcomings, those are merely the judgments of the blind. My Sisi is exceedingly sensible, perhaps just a tad mischievous at times. Shen Sisi playfully protested, "That was when I was still naive. Now, I am quite obedient to you, dear mother." They awaited the moment when the family would gather joyfully to share a meal. Shen Hongbao thought to himself, the happiness seems reserved solely for them. After the mother and daughter had finished their meal, hand in hand, they strolled towards Yuqing courtyard, entirely oblivious to those behind them. The head steward of the Shen residence, Xin Jian, observed his lord standing at the door, gazing after the lady and the young miss, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy wash over him. He quickly shook his head, dismissing it as mere illusion. In the Liuyi hall, a man clad in black knelt on the ground, presenting a sealed letter. Your Majesty. This was discovered on the rebel Su Hong. Xiao Zhuo opened the letter, and as he read its contents, his expression grew increasingly cold. He slammed the letter down on the table. 2 months prior, a rebellion had erupted in Qingzhou, instigated by the former subordinates of King Luo. He had dispatched Ji Ling to handle the situation, and upon its resolution, Ji Ling hastened back with the findings. Xiao Zhuo stated, Rise. Your efforts in this matter are commendable. You have worked hard. Ji Ling bowed respectfully, replying, It is my duty. After Ji Ling departed, Xiao Zhuo contemplated the letter for a moment, then called for Gao Changxi. Upon hearing his name, Gao Changxi entered the hall briskly. Your Majesty? Xiao Zhuo instructed. Summon Lu Wenkong to the palace. Gao Changxi replied, This servant shall attend to it at once. At the Lu residence, the chief minister Lu heard Gao Changxi's decree and, piecing together the context, realized Ji Ling had returned to the capital. Uncertain of the emperor's intentions for summoning him, he swiftly donned appropriate attire and made his way to the palace alongside Gao Changxi. In the Liuyi hall, Lu Wenkong received the edict presented by the emperor and scrutinized its contents, his brow furrowing in concern. Xiao Zhuo spoke in a neutral tone. What is your opinion on this matter, Lu Qing? Hearing the emperor's inquiry, Lu Wenkong immediately knelt. Your Majesty, we lack sufficient evidence. I fear we cannot act on this alone. It would be prudent to first deal with the rebel, avoiding unnecessary alarm, and gather concrete evidence in due course. Xiao Zhuo replied, This time Ji Ling has dealt solely with the rebels, and no further gains have been made. As Lu Wenkong absorbed the emperor's words, he sensed that a decision had already been made in Xiao Zhuo's mind. He understood what was required of him, and had suspected as much. Though he dared not believe the one behind it all was indeed the emperor himself. I shall return and promptly draft the memorial for tomorrow's court assembly for your review. I take my leave, Your Majesty. Once Lu Wenkong departed, Xiao Zhuo resumed his work on the memorial, while Gao Changxi ground ink beside him. He remained fiercely loyal to the emperor, and Gao Changxi could assert that, at times, he held a place in the emperor's heart that rivaled even that of the consorts in the harem. Thus, there were times when the emperor discussed critical matters without reservation in his presence, though it was certain that the favored consort was not among them. His heart was truly troubled. The following day, at the Beijing Marquette, Shen Sisi awoke rather late. When her mother rose, she specifically instructed Bai Qiu not to rouse her. Shen Sisi vaguely heard this. After taking her time to freshen up, she found that breakfast had already been served in her courtyard. As she leisurely enjoyed her meal, Bai Qiu returned. Bai Qiu said, My lady, the Marquis is currently in the study. Upon waking, you requested to inquire about his whereabouts. Bai Qiu was puzzled as to why her mistress wished to find the Marquis, as she had never fully understood the nature of the relationship between him and her lady. It was not that their bond was poor. However, during her youth, the Marquis had not been particularly close to her lady, and their interactions were few, often limited to moments when he treated her more like a father in front of Madame Shen. Shen Sisi replied, Very well, after breakfast, we shall seek out my father. She absent-mindedly poked at the dishes in her bowl. Outside the study, the captain of the Marquis' guards, Chang Feng, stood watch at the door. Upon seeing Shen Sisi approach, he promptly bowed, greeting her with Greetings, Mississippi. Although Shen Sisi had entered the palace, most of her parents' attendants still referred to her as Mississippi. Shen Sisi nodded and inquired, Is my father inside? Though phrased as a question, her tone brooked no doubt. Before Chang Feng could respond, she lifted her skirt and attempted to enter. Chang Feng extended his hand to halt her. Please wait, Mississippi. As a few ladies were obstructed, Bai Qiu stepped forward and shouted, Impudence. Knowing the identity of the lady, how dare you block her? Do you fear the consequences? Chang Feng clasped his fists, replying, Please forgive me, Mississippi. Without the Lord's orders, I cannot allow passage. Just then, amidst the commotion outside, the study door creaked open, revealing Shen Hongbao's attendant, Shen Shi. Shen Shi approached Shen Sisi, bowed respectfully, and said, The master is waiting for you in the study. Shen Sisi turned to Bai Qiu and instructed, You wait here for me. After lifting her skirts, she entered, without further hindrance. Upon seeing her mistress enter, Bai Qiu huffed at Chang Feng. Chapter 22. Upon entering, Shen Sisi saw Shen Hongba engrossed in his writing. "I greet you, father," she said, and before he could respond, she seated herself in a chair. Shen Hongba acknowledged. "It's truly difficult to meet you these days. Should I inquire with mother whether henceforth I must await notice to return to the Marquis's residence?" Shen Hongba's lips twitched. This daughter had an innate talent for pricking at his heart. Anticipating his wife's reaction, he offered an explanation. "What are you saying? The study contains many confidential matters. It is the same for everyone. Is there something urgent you wish to discuss today?" Shen Sisi chose not to respond to his query, instead asking, "Father, have you heard the recent rumors circulating in the court?" At this, Shen Hongba's expression darkened. "What purpose do you have in asking that? You need only focus on your own affairs. I have heard that His Majesty intends to hold a grand election this spring."
Shen Sisi scoffed inwardly.
This old man always knew how to provoke her.
Yet she no longer cared about that.
"Have you ever considered what will happen to the Marquis if your actions are exposed?" "What about mother? What actions are you referring to?" Shen Hongba queried. Though he was already pondering how she had come to know, Shen Sisi laughed derisively. "Father, let us not play games. I wish to know if you have a hand in the recent affairs in Qingzhou." At her words, Shen Hongba's full attention snapped to her.
Who told you?
"Was it Xiao Zhuo?" Shen Sisi huffed. "Father, do not attempt to sidestep the issue. Just answer yes or no." Shen Hongba picked up the brush beside him and began to scribble on the xian paper. "Since you have come to me with such inquiries, shouldn't you already know the answer in your heart?" Hearing his nonchalant tone ignited a fire within her. "Have you considered the implications for the Beijing Marquis? Have you thought about how mother and I have longed to ask you about these matters? I wonder what your thoughts are, having once been so enamored with power. Now facing such a stark reality." She chuckled bitterly. "But compared to us, perhaps all of this pales in significance to your thirst for power. I have painstakingly prepared all of this to ensure it does not fail. Rest assured, Sisi, I have already arranged for an escape route. You need not worry about your mother. Do you remember your cousin Ru Shui from your uncle's house? I have taken her under my wing as my adopted daughter. She will be your sister, and when spring comes, I will have her enter the palace so that you two can support each other within." Upon hearing this, Shen Sisi felt utterly absurd. In her past life, around this time, her father had also intended to send Shen Ru Shui to the palace, but back then, she had been unable to tolerate such an arrangement and had rejected Shen Hongba's request. Now, to hear this again was unexpected. Her cousin, proud and ambitious, had sought a worthy husband, yet here she was, still entangled in these familial schemes. Shen Sisi widened her eyes in disbelief and resolutely declared, "I do not agree." Shen Hongba understood that this request would be difficult for Shen Sisi to accept immediately. "This is for your own good, since you already know my intentions. When Shen Ru Shui enters the palace, you must learn to get along with her. Father, you are truly a good father. You know I have always disliked Shen Ru Shui and have never gotten along with her. Now you want her to come and compete for my man and expect me to get along with her? I will not agree to this." Hearing Shen Sisi's accusations, a twinge of pain touched Shen Hongba's heart. This was the child that Rua Heir had painstakingly brought into the world. Though their time together was limited, he held a deep affection for Shen Sisi. However, he believed that one day she would understand that his actions were for her benefit. Just as the father and daughter were at an impasse, a commotion arose from outside. Xian Ro had risen early to address pressing matters, and after concluding her tasks, she learned from her attendant, Phone Mama, that Sisi was in the Marquis's study. Concerned, she decided to check on her. Upon entering, she found Shen Hongba and Shen Sisi still in confrontation. "My lord," Chang Feng announced, "I failed to prevent the madam from entering. I come to plead for forgiveness." Shen Hongba gestured for Chang Feng to leave, then turned to his wife. Xian Ro approached Shen Sisi, gently touching her pouting cheek, and asked with warmth, "What's the matter? Who has made our Sisi so upset?" The last part was directed at Shen Hongba. Shen Hongba had intended to reach out to support his wife, only to have her evade him with a glare. He signaled to Shen Sisi, imploring her not to reveal the truth to Xian Ro. But Shen Sisi disregarded his silent plea and immediately complained, "Mother, father has found me a sister. You will soon have another daughter. And he says she will be sent to the palace to be my companion after the spring selection." Shen Hongba shot a cold stare at his daughter. Realizing that she was indeed born to oppose him, he hastily explained, "Madam, I have only you. The sun and moon can bear witness to my sincerity. I merely mentioned to Sisi that I plan to adopt Ru Shui from her uncle's house as a daughter. Sisi has many rivals in the palace. I am considering her well-being." Xian Ro replied, "As long as you are clear in your heart, it matters not." However, I will not agree to have Shen Shui recorded under my name. Thus, the discussion in the study ended on a sour note. For the next 2 days, Shen Sisi remained with Xian Ro, while Shen Hongba slept in the study. Upon her return to the palace, Shen Sisi bought a variety of her favorite pastries from Rui Zhai. The delicacies were popular among women, and although she wasn't certain if Li Jiu enjoyed them, she still had Bai Qiu deliver a portion for her to sample. During her 5-day visit home, the investigation into the Qingzhou incident had unveiled some connections to the Beiding Marquisate. Although deeper ties involving Xiao Zhuo had yet to be uncovered, the turmoil had already shaken the Marquisate. Ultimately, Shen Hongba's elder brother, Shen Hongwen, was dismissed from his post, bringing disgrace upon Shen Hongba in the court, where his political adversaries mocked him. Furthermore, these events hinted at the emperor's intentions towards the Shen family. Due to the matter regarding Shen Shui, Xian Ro had refrained from speaking with Shen Hongba during Shen Sisi's stay at the Shen residence. After Shen Sisi returned to the palace, Xian Ro went directly to Guan Temple to pray, not deliberately avoiding Shen Hongba, but rather it was a seasonal ritual for her to spend some time there. Chapter 23. During Shen Sisi's visit home, whispers of court intrigue had begun to circulate, with some already aware of the emperor's intent to target the Beiding Marquisate. In the court, there were those who sought to impeach the Marquis, hoping to gauge the emperor's sentiments through this incident. In the end, the Northern Duke surrendered his command over the remaining 100,000 troops stationed in the north, and everyone became aware of Xiao Zhuo's attitude regarding this matter. In the Changning Palace, the early morning was bustling with activity as the palace staff busily prepared for the return of the noble consort. As soon as Shen Sisi took her seat, Bai Qiu promptly presented her with a cup of steaming tea, allowing the consort to moisten her lips. Ordinarily, upon returning to the palace after a familial visit, a concubine would pay her respects to the empress. However, Shen Sisi had no intention of doing so. Instead, she instructed Bai Qiu to meticulously organize the items she had brought back from outside the palace while she resumed her reading of an unfinished novel, eagerly anticipating the unfolding plot after several days of neglect. Upon hearing of the noble consort's return, the other palaces began to observe closely, aware that the emperor had recently reclaimed half of the military power from the Northern Duke. It was evident that the emperor's affection for the noble consort was not as unreserved as it had been portrayed. Otherwise, he would not have publicly humiliated the Northern Duke in court. From rumors circulating in the palace, they speculated that the emperor might take action against the Northern Duke's household. They were genuinely curious to see whether the noble consort would dare to behave so arrogantly in the future and whether her demeanor would remain as unrestrained as before her return. Unexpectedly, even by nightfall, Shen Sisi had yet to visit the Changning Palace to pay her respects to the empress. Within the Changning Palace, the empress awaited Shen Sisi's arrival, astonished that she had chosen not to appear. The other palaces might be mocking Changning Palace, but without the emperor's directive, the empress could not openly express her displeasure towards Changning Palace. Xiao Yao, observing her mistress, suddenly became incensed, snapping her hairpin in half. She could not fathom Shen Sisi's recent behavior. Although the emperor had favored her previously, and rumors of her arrogance had circulated, she had always shown respect in Xiao Yao's presence. Now, however, Shen Sisi's actions were inexplicable, and Xiao Yao resolved to be ruthless should the situation demand it. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhuo was engrossed in official documents, with Gao Changxi standing by. As he observed the emperor's serious demeanor, he privately pondered whether the emperor had forgotten about the noble consort's return or was still affected by the events that had transpired in court a few days prior. Gao Changxi, Xiao Zhuo called, bringing him back from his reverie. Upon regaining his composure, Gao Changxi immediately knelt, pleading for forgiveness. "You are indeed at fault." Xiao Zhuo replied sternly, "Your audacity seems to be growing. Do you wish to lose your head?" "Of course not, Your Majesty," Gao Changxi quickly protested. Seeing the old man's flustered state, Xiao Zhuo decided to move on, directly inquiring, "What is the noble consort doing?" Gao Changxi, relieved that the emperor was not pursuing the matter further, responded, "Since the noble consort returned, she has remained in the palace, not venturing out. Our people report that she has been engrossed in reading novels." He found it hard to believe that the noble consort, given her temperament, had not immediately sought out the emperor to express her grievances regarding the Northern Duke's recent military appointment. Not only Gao Changxi found it peculiar, Xiao Zhuo shared the sentiment. It was indeed surprising that Shen Sisi had not come to confront him. However, he felt a sense of relief at her absence, for he was uncertain how to handle her potential outbursts. Thus, he resolved to avoid seeing her for the next few days, fearing her tears might overwhelm him. "Very well. Keep a watch on the noble consort," I wish to be informed of her daily activities, Xiao Zhuo commanded. As you wish. I shall make the arrangements, Gao Changxi replied. The following day, the Changning Palace was filled with courtiers early in the morning. Ah, everyone has arrived so early today. Is there something of importance?
Li Fei exclaimed.
The concubines exchanged glances at Li Fei's thoughtless remarks, privately rolling their eyes at her foolishness. Undeterred by the lack of response, Li Fei turned her attention to Qin Qian. Ah, the virtuous consort has also graced us with her presence so early today. Qin Qian, taken aback by Li Fei's focus on her, retorted, I have always arrived at this hour. Li Fei huffed in response, what are you pretending for? Everyone knows why we are here so early. Just as she was about to retort further, the Empress intervened. Enough, let us not bicker. Please take your seats. The Empress commanded.
Reluctantly, Li Fei cumplía.
Once everyone was seated, Shen Sisi arrived fashionably late. Chapter 24. The noble consort remains arrogant. The moment Shen Sisi entered, the grand hall fell silent. Bai Qiu assisted Shen Sisi to the Empress, and without waiting for the Empress's acknowledgement, Shen Sisi made to rise. Seeing the noble consort maintain her arrogance despite her current predicament, some could no longer contain themselves. However, it was not Li Fei who first spoke up. Lupin boldly interjected, Noble consort, your esteem from the Emperor is truly enviable, being able to return home for a familial visit. I wonder if we other concubines will ever have such an opportunity. Lupin's father was also a military general, who had recently received commendation from the Emperor for his role in quelling the rebellion in Qingzhou. In contrast to the Emperor's disregard for the Northern Duke, who had lost half of his military authority, Lupin speculated that the Emperor's previous favoritism towards Shen Sisi was contingent upon the Northern Duke's power. Given that her father was a general, she believed that any future favor from the Emperor would now fall to her, emboldening her to speak candidly to the noble consort. Upon hearing Lupin's remarks, Shen Sisi cast a cool glance her way and replied nonchalantly, If you are aware of my favored status with the Emperor, you must also realize that such unrealistic aspirations should be set aside. Her words seemed to mock Lupin's lifelong inferiority and the impossibility of ever attaining such favor. Lupin trembled with indignation at Shen Sisi's retort and quickly lashed out, Do you still consider yourself the exalted noble consort of your? Surely you cannot be oblivious to the current circumstances. Before Lupin could finish her tirade, the Empress interrupted, Enough, Lupin. Is this Changning Palace merely a venue for your squabbles? Ignoring the Empress, Shen Sisi continued to address Lupin. I am quite interested to know what else you wish to say. Please do continue. In her previous life, Shen Sisi had only been interested in Xiao Zhuo and held no affection for the women in his harem, making her unfamiliar with them. Recalling past events, she remembered how Xiao Zhuo had taken away her father's military power during this very period, prompting her to storm into the Liuyi Hall to confront him, resulting in a month-long house arrest. During that time, she had felt lost until her mother had come to counsel her, explaining that the situation was inherently the fault of the Duke's household and that the Emperor's actions were in service of the people. Thus, she had come to understand that it was unwise to quarrel with the Emperor over trivial matters. After her release from confinement, the palace had been devoid of any rumors, and she resumed her position as the lofty noble consort. Now, without confronting Xiao Zhuo, she was free from the threat of house arrest. It seemed that many still wished her ill, providing her with ample entertainment in her otherwise mundane life. Realizing the implications of her previous words, Lupin suddenly found herself at a loss for what to say next. Although she tried to reassure herself that the noble consort had lost much of her influence, the memory of the noble consort's past ruthlessness still sent shivers down her spine. As Lupin trembled, pondering how to respond, Shen Sisi had already lost her patience for further discourse. She spoke directly, Your Majesty, just now Lupin offended me. According to palace regulations, how should this be addressed? The Empress observed the incredulous expression on Lupin's face and thought of the foolishness of this thoughtless individual, who only now realized the gravity of her situation. Nevertheless, she contemplated how to protect her, having somewhat aligned her thoughts with Lupin's, especially since it was now common knowledge that His Majesty intended to take action against the North Ding Marquette. Lupin's father had recently attained the rank of 3rd grade Right Jinwu Guard, and the future remained uncertain. It would be prudent to cultivate a favor at this juncture. With this in mind, the Empress articulated, Noble consort, Lupin merely spoke in haste. Please exhibit magnanimity and refrain from holding her accountable. After all, we are all sisters. Shen Sisi retorted, Your Majesty jests. My parents have but one child. There are no other sisters. Lupin, her indignation boiling over, pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Sisi, exclaiming, Noble consort, you are truly overreaching. In response, Bai Qiu stepped forward, brazenly asserting, how dare you point at the noble consort? Such disrespect is intolerable. With that, she seized Lu Pin's hand and forcefully wrenched it down. Bai Qiu had trained alongside the guards in her youth, and her grip was formidable, rendering Lu Pin unable to move. Lu Pin struggled to free herself, cursing, you insolent maid, release me at once. Meanwhile, her personal maid stood by, unsure how to assist her mistress. Upon hearing Lu Pin's continued insults directed at Bai Qiu, a flicker of coldness crossed Shen Sisi's eyes. She rose and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Pin's face, the sound echoing throughout the hall, plunging it into a stunned silence. Lu Pin's eyes widened in disbelief. After striking, Shen Sisi shook her hand, and Bai Qiu released her grip on Lu Pin, rushing to examine her mistress. Concerned to see that Shen Sisi's delicate palm had reddened. Your Highness, allow me to fetch some balm, she urged. Shen Sisi replied, no need, I am unscathed. Bai Qiu, glancing at the fuming yet restrained Lu Pin, remarked casually, I wonder how thick-skinned Lu Pin must be. A mere touch has reddened the noble consort's hand. A hint of amusement flickered in Shen Sisi's eyes as she comfortingly patted Bai Qiu's hand. Lu Pin's face flushed with rage at the remark, and just as she prepared to retort, her loyal maid grasped her sleeve tightly, silencing her. The other consorts in the hall observed the noble consort's unabashed arrogance, even daring to act violently within the Empress's presence, secretly relieved they had not foolishly chosen to take the lead. Shen Sisi surveyed the assembly, addressing the Empress. Lu Pin has shown disrespect towards me. According to palace regulations, how shall this be handled? The Empress, caught off guard by the unfolding scene, hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Previously, Shen Sisi had tempered her demeanor in the Empress's presence, and all she needed to do now was send a token of consolation to Lu Pin, which might also help win some favor. Yet, confronted with Lu Pin's hopeful gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. Noting the Empress's silence, Shen Sisi continued, I am not one to exhibit undue leniency. Since Lu Pin dares to challenge me and presents herself in such a misguided manner, I hereby declare her under house arrest for 3 months. During this time, she should reflect on her errors. If, after 3 months, she still displays such insolence, the consequences will be dire. Having delivered her decree, she disregarded the reactions of those present, performed a shallow bow to the Empress, and departed with her entourage. The remaining consorts sat in stunned silence, exchanging glances as they noted the Empress's increasingly unsightly expression. Ultimately, it was when Marin who stepped forward to smooth over the tension. Discussing the latest innovations from the Imperial Medical Bureau, and the others chimed in, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 25. The Emperor's Favor Sudden Shift. The Empress quickly dismissed the gathering, unable to bear the weight of the situation any longer. Once outside the gates of Changning Palace, Hong Ping leaned in to whisper to Qin Qian, Your Highness, the noble consort is far too reckless. Everyone is aware that the Emperor is poised to take action against the North Ding Marquisate, yet she continues to offend others without concern for her future, should the Marquisate fall from grace. Qin Qian mused. Indeed, Shen Sisi is impulsive. However, her reckless demeanor is supported by those who favor her, though I assure you, this support does not come from my cousin. A glint of malice crossed her eyes at this thought. We are in public. Refrain from speaking so carelessly. Let us return to the palace. After the consorts had departed, the Empress rubbed her temples, contemplating the myriad troubles at hand, feeling utterly disheartened. Xiao Yao observed her mistress's distress and reached out to massage her temples. After a moment, the Empress finally spoke. What should I do about this situation? Shen Sisi's punishment of Lu Pin may have eased her own frustrations. But if Lu Pin's family seeks an audience with the Emperor to lament their plight, despite this being a matter between the noble consort and Lu Pin, the Emperor, being currently reliant on her, will surely spare her. Yet, I will be blamed for failing to maintain order. Moreover, Shen Sisi has recently shown a blatant disregard for my authority as Empress. If it were not for the need to irritate Qin Qian, I would have revealed the truth to this arrogant noble consort long ago. Knowing that Shen Sisi harbors genuine feelings for the Emperor, the thought of her discovering that her existence is merely a shield for another woman would be both painful and gratifying. Ultimately, the one who remains by the Emperor's side will be Du Yanning. Upon returning to Changning Palace, Shen Sisi could no longer contain her excitement and called out, quickly, Han Chun, undo this hairstyle of mine. Bai Qiu, I desire milk tea. The servants of Changning Palace sprang into action at her command. Once Shen Sisi reclined comfortably on the soft couch, Bai Qiu offered her a rose pastry while Han Chun massaged her legs. leaving Shen Sisi to wonder what man could compare to such a blissful existence. Bai Qiu remarked, "Your Highness, what if the Emperor holds you accountable for today's actions?" Though Lu Pin's words were infuriating and her reprimand was gratifying, I cannot help but worry about the repercussions. Shen Sisi, noticing Bai Qiu's furrowed brow, playfully pinched her cheek. "Do not fret, I shall be fine. The Emperor will not blame me. Surely you trust my word?" Reassured by Shen Sisi's confidence, Bai Qiu's worries eased. Her mistress had always been formidable, having outwitted the Marquis since childhood, with no consequences. The Marquis's wrath was intimidating. Yet Shen Sisi dared to act beneath his watchful gaze, and emerged unscathed. Shen Sisi felt no trepidation, for she understood her current value to Xiao Zhuo. After all, she remained the cherished shield for his beloved. In the Li Hall, Xiao Zhuo listened to Gao Changxi's report regarding the recent events in Changning Palace and the subsequent happenings in Changning Palace following the return of the noble consort. As he observed the emperor's increasingly dark countenance, he hesitated to continue. The noble consort was currently reclining on a soft couch, engrossed in a book. And he dared not mention her carefree demeanor, supported by attendants who catered to her every whim. Xiao Zhuo clenched his teeth. Has she not mentioned me at all since her return? Gao Changxi hesitated, considering his response before finally admitting, "No, I have asked her repeatedly." Xiao Zhuo closed his eyes, confirming his suspicions of her thoughtless nature. Gao Changxi, noting the emperor's mood, cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, the emerald bamboo by Lu Pin's side is currently waiting outside. What are your orders?" Xiao Zhuo replied, "I see that Lu Pin has grown increasingly unrestrained. Deliver the scriptures bestowed upon the noble consort by the Empress Dowager to Lu Pin, instructing her to reflect on her actions during these 3 months." Gao Changxi accepted his orders and stepped out, secretly lamenting the emperor's seemingly boundless favoritism. Upon exiting, his young apprentice hurried forward to adjust his attire. "Master, this young lady has been waiting outside for quite some time. Does His Majesty have any directives? Even I, in my humble role, believe that the concubine has indeed overstepped. Surely, the wise emperor will provide Lu Pin with a proper explanation." Hearing this, Gao Changxi cast a sidelong glance at the lad. He had initially found the boy's cleverness endearing, but now he appeared rather dull-witted. Nevertheless, out of appreciation for the boy's usual respect, he decided to offer him some guidance. He beckoned the apprentice closer, whispering, "Allow me to enlighten you. Our emperor is indeed sagacious, yet before the concubine, the dynamics shift entirely." After speaking, he regarded the lad with an inscrutable expression. In truth, Gao Changxi harbored his own confusion on the matter. Having accompanied the emperor throughout his journey, he recalled that during their time in the royal residence, some of the younger personnel might not grasp the full history. The current consort was the emperor's cousin, whom he had cherished since childhood, and she had been favored upon entering the palace. However, following a treacherous incident at the royal residence, the emperor had sequestered himself in his study for an extended period. Shortly thereafter, the present concubine arrived, and the emperor's affections seemed to shift dramatically, rendering the prior consort's favor a mere illusion. Shaking his head, Gao Changxi pondered the emperor's thoughts, concluding that all he truly needed to understand was that the concubine was not to be trifled with. Moreover, she treated the servants with considerable kindness, unlike certain other ladies who appeared amiable yet secretly tormented their maids and eunuchs. Little Dongzi, listening to his master's words, wore a puzzled expression, yet recognized that this was a lesson in caution regarding the concubine. When he overheard his master conveying the emperor's message to Lu Pin's maid, Suizhu, his resolve to discreetly curry favor with the lady intensified. Suizhu, upon hearing the news, immediately knelt, fully aware that her current state would not be tolerated by Lu Pin upon her return. Chapter 26. The Delicate Concubine Within the Palace. Xiao Zhuo paced restlessly before ultimately deciding to visit Changning Palace. He was uncertain when she might remember him if he did not make the effort. Resolving this, he coldly commanded Gao Changxi, "Proceed to Changning Palace." Inside Changning Palace, a eunuch entered to relay a message. "Your Highness, word has arrived from the Liangyi Hall. His Majesty is en route to our palace and should arrive momentarily." Shen Sisi pondered the purpose of his visit. Could it be to place blame upon her? She muttered, "If he arrives, ensure that you serve him well. My leisurely days are drawing to a close." Upon finishing her statement, her face contorted into a frown, eliciting a sense of mischief in Bai Qiu, who harbored an irreverent thought of pinching the concubine's cheek. A voice, laced with bitterness, echoed from outside. "I was unaware that my arrival would signal the end of the concubine's leisurely days." Startled, Shen Sisi sprang from her chaise. "Your Majesty, What brings you here? Xiao Zhuo approached and playfully pinched her delicate cheek. Am I not allowed to come? Or do you wish for me to stay away? Shen Sisi swatted his hand away. Huffing, the world belongs to His Majesty. You may go wherever you please. Unfazed, Xiao Zhuo waved dismissively at the attendants, glancing at Gao Changxi still lingering nearby. You too may leave. Gao Changxi complied with a nod and withdrew. Shen Sisi turned away, only to be pulled back into Xiao Zhuo's embrace. Leaning against him, he whispered through clenched teeth, Shen Sisi, it seems you increasingly disregard my presence. Squirming in his hold, Shen Sisi surrendered. I would never dare to overlook your majesty.
It is you who seem to have forgotten me.
Xiao Zhuo found her playful tone amusing, and the tension within him eased. He turned her to face him, asking, do you truly believe I could forget you? Shen Sisi remained silent, inwardly scoffing, oh, I know all too well. Noticing her quietude, Xiao Zhuo wrapped his arms around her neck, resting his head against her shoulder. He was apprehensive about when she might inquire about her father's fate. As he had been contemplating how to respond, the thought of seeing her tears filled him with dread. Yet, she refrained from broaching the subject, leaving him with an unsettling feeling of uncertainty. Thus, they remained in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Observing her peacefully nestled against him, Xiao Zhuo felt an overwhelming softness in his heart. It had been ages since they had simply enjoyed each other's company in such tranquility. Having risen early, Shen Sisi soon succumbed to slumber, resting her head in his lap. Watching her sleep soundly, her cheeks flushed and lips slightly parted. He leaned down to gently press his lips against hers, again and again. After about half an hour, Shen Sisi awoke to find herself sprawled across Xiao Zhuo, both having dozed off on the soft couch. Gazing at his handsome, unblemished features, she playfully poked his cheek. The same face that sparked jealousy among the women of the harem. When she glanced down, she found Xiao Zhuo already awake, his eyes fixed intently upon her. Embarrassed, she withdrew her hand. When did you awaken? Xiao Zhuo replied, right when you poked me the second time. Shen Sisi chuckled awkwardly. I merely intended to touch your face. But I must have done so too firmly, and inadvertently woke you. Xiao Zhuo chose not to confront her about the extent of her poke. He slowly lifted his other hand, which had fallen asleep beneath her weight, attempting to restore circulation. Realizing her inadvertent pressure on his hand, Shen Sisi quickly sat up. Bai Qiu. Having waited outside for nearly an hour, Bai Qiu hurried in at the sound of her voice. Your Highness, what time is it? It is 1/4 the hour of Wei. Are you hungry? I can fetch a meal immediately. Shen Sisi rubbed her stomach, realizing she was indeed a bit hungry.
Yes.
Once Bai Qiu departed, she cast a lingering glance at Xiao Zhuo, her eyes filled with playful reproach. His gaze met hers, amusement dancing in his eyes. Are you blaming me for your hunger? After all, who fell asleep first and delayed our meal? Shen Sisi retorted defiantly, isn't it true? Had you not come, I would have finished my lunch long ago. Xiao Zhuo, charmed by her unyielding demeanor, drew her closer, planting gentle kisses upon her lips, savoring the moment. When he finally released her, she felt as though her lips belonged to someone else entirely. The various palaces were perpetually attentive to the movements of Changning Palace. Upon learning that Lu Pin's maid had ventured to the Liuyi Hall, His Majesty promptly made his way to Changning Palace. There were whispers among the courtiers speculating whether His Majesty intended to reprimand the noble consort. However, as the time stretched beyond an hour without any news of punishment for the consort, they began to realize that His Majesty's regard for her remained unchanged. During lunch in Changning Palace, the atmosphere was as it had always been, with noble consort Shen treating the emperor with a mix of disdain and affection. Shen Sisi declared, I refuse to eat this vegetable. I desire the pork knuckle instead. Xiao Zhuo gently coaxed her. Sisi, dear, you've already consumed half of one. Please finish these vegetables. And I promise to have the kitchen prepare it for you in a couple of days. After having overeaten previously, the physician advised that the consort's constitution was somewhat weak, necessitating a diet low in grease and preferably light. Yet, Shen Sisi held a particular fondness for rich foods, especially braised pork knuckle. Xiao Zhuo instructed the kitchen staff that the noble consort could only have her beloved pork knuckle once every fortnight, ensuring each meal included ample vegetables. He even had the physician devise a meal plan tailored specifically to Shen Sisi's condition. Shen Sisi was exasperated, having to wait a fortnight for her cherished pork knuckle. Now she was allowed only half. She cried out, Xiao Zhuo. The sound startled Bai Qiu, Han Chun, and Gao Changxi outside, despite their accustomedness to such outbursts. Xiao Zhuo, unfazed by her call, stated, if you eat your vegetables and finish this medicinal porridge, I shall allow you to have the remaining pork knuckle. How does that sound? Shen Sisi munched on her vegetables, while inwardly cursing him. Observing her pouty expression, Xiao Zhuo couldn't resist leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. Contrary to what others presumed, he was not there to mete out punishment. In his heart, he believed the noble consort was merely a touch childish and somewhat spoiled. Never intentionally seeking trouble, her outbursts were simply a reaction to not having her wishes fulfilled, and he, as the ruler of the realm, was treated as a mere plaything in her emotional whims, while others would face reprimands without consequence. Lupin was merely a pretext for him to meet with her. Chapter 27. The Flower Viewing Banquet. After finishing lunch, Xiao Zhuo returned to the Liui Hall to attend to state affairs, while Shen Sisi leisurely indulged in an afternoon nap before visiting Changning Palace to see Lady Li. This time, she brought an array of delectable pastries from outside the palace. Days passed, and the courtiers observed that the emperor's affection for the noble consort remained steadfast. It seemed the earlier tension regarding the baiting marquis was merely an illusion. Shen Sisi now relished her daily life, enjoying hearty meals and visiting Changning Palace to share tea and conversation with Lady Li. She discovered the joy of camaraderie with friends. In Changning Palace, Cui remarked, "My lady, our noble consort has been quite generous, and the offerings from the Ministry of Internal Affairs have notably improved. The meals I fetch from the imperial kitchen are also of higher quality than before." Lady Li reflected on Shen Sisi's character, realizing that the noble consort was indeed a kind friend. She noted that the consort's flamboyant demeanor likely stemmed from being spoiled in her youth, and with the emperor's affection, she had become even more exuberant. Yet in their interactions, Lady Li saw her as a delicate young girl. Lady Li cautioned, however, "Do remind the palace servants to behave and avoid causing trouble, lest they bring misfortune upon the noble consort. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take action."
Kuya replied,
"Yes, I shall ensure they are properly admonished." While Lady Li's life in the palace had improved, Gao Changxi felt as though he were submerged in a quagmire. The noble consort no longer sought the emperor's company, preferring to visit Changning Palace instead. Each day, he witnessed the emperor's displeasure, making his own existence quite unbearable. Compounded by the constant inquiries from officials about the emperor's mood, knowing that each visit would likely end in reprimands. Recently, Xiao Zhuo's spirits had soured. Logically, there had been no significant events in the court, and the biting marquis situation was well within his plans, with the inner palace appearing harmonious. What troubled him was the noble consort's frequent visits to Lady Li. Since her return from the family visit, the consort had become aloof towards him. Did she sense his intentions toward the Shen family, or was it the matter of seizing military power from Shen Hongba that had caused her distance? Given her usual temperament, she would have expressed her displeasure vocally if she were aware of his actions, yet she remained uncharacteristically silent about her feelings, which left him in a state of perplexity. With the arrival of early spring, the selection of candidates for the imperial harem was imminent. Today, the empress hosted a flower viewing banquet in the imperial garden, inviting the unmarried daughters of officials of the 5th rank and above, the implications of which were clear. Bai Qiu informed, "Your Highness, we have received an invitation from Changning Palace to attend the flower viewing banquet. What is your preference?" Shen Sisi was curious about Du Yanning's intentions and genuinely wished to attend the banquet. Gao Changxi added, "Your Majesty, a messenger from the Empress just arrived, inquiring if you would like to attend the flower viewing banquet today." Xiao Zhuo turned to Gao Changxi. "It appears you have grown increasingly idle. If you have too much free time, I can certainly assign you additional tasks." Gao Changxi quickly protested, "Your Majesty, I assure you it is not that. I merely received word that the noble consort intends to attend as well." Xiao Zhuo cast a meaningful glance at Gao Changxi before responding mildly, "Inform the Empress that I shall be attending." Under the weight of the Emperor's gaze, Gao Changxi felt restless, yet he would act similarly again if needed. It seemed the Emperor and the noble consort were embroiled in an inexplicable cold war. If they did not reconcile soon, he genuinely feared for his own well-being. If Shen Sisi were privy to his thoughts, she would undoubtedly argue against them. She hardly had the time to engage in a cold war, nor was she as immature as he perceived. It was evident that Xiao Zhuo had suddenly become clingy, only to retreat into indifference shortly thereafter. In the imperial garden, the numerous noble women had gathered, with the only absence being the noble consort, as the other concubines and even the empress had arrived. Xianfei inquired, "Are all the guests present? When shall we commence the banquet?" She casually surveyed the seated attendees. Li Fei interjected sarcastically, "Oh, what banquet can commence when our noble consort has yet to arrive? It seems her airs surpass even those of the empress. How long must we wait?" When Marin chimed in, I have heard that Sister Jiu has recently become quite close with the noble consort. Perhaps she knows when the noble consort will make her entrance. It would be quite unfortunate if we kept everyone waiting. Lady Li found it amusing that those who would dare speak ill of the noble consort in her absence would not utter a harsh word in her presence. When Marin, pointing at Lady Li, was cut off by Shen Sisi's voice from outside. Chapter 28. Shen Sisi declared, "Do you really think this palace requires your instruction?" The beautiful lady was startled and quickly knelt to plead for forgiveness, saying, "Your Highness, I did not mean it that way. I was merely curious."
Shen Sisi replied.
"Oh, you have directed your curiosity towards me, and what else are you curious about? Speak, so I may see." Lady Wen stammered, too frightened to utter another word. I have no more curiosities." Shen Sisi warned, "Should I hear such words again, do not blame me for not having forewarned you, Lady Wen." The scene was clearly observed by the noble ladies present, who whispered among themselves about what had just transpired. Qin Xian lowered her head discreetly, watching Shen Sisi act with impunity, while others only dared to speak in hushed tones. All this gave her a sense of confidence, for she constantly reminded herself that her cousin's kindness was due to the Northern Duke, serving as her shield. She resolved to be patient, waiting for the day her cousin would topple the Northern Duke's household, at which point Shen Sisi would learn the painful truth. Sister Liang remarked that the imperial concubine was indeed as rumored. The words came from Su Yue, the daughter of the Duke of Qing'an, who leaned in to whisper to the young lady beside her. This young woman possessed extraordinary beauty, yet, upon seeing the imperial concubine in person, one might find her slightly lacking in comparison. With a gentle voice, she glanced at her companion and said, "Yue, we are in the palace. Do be cautious." She continued, almost wistfully, "I have long heard of the imperial concubine's enduring favor. Today, seeing her in person, it is clear that her beauty is unmatched in the capital." Though they had encountered each other during the New Year's Eve banquet, the evening light had not been as revealing as the daytime. And now, even the fine hairs on her face were visible. With her snowy complexion and graceful neck, adorned in splendid attire, she sat regally, making her seem utterly unattainable. Su Yue pouted and muttered, "Sister Liang is not lacking in beauty either. You are now the foremost beauty of the capital." Observing her charming demeanor, Liang Yuru smiled helplessly. Here, what pretense could she maintain? It was apparent that no one in the capital could match Liang Yuru's artifice or Su Yue's foolishness. Meng Yingran, what are you saying? Do not think that just because we are in the palace, I will not dare to confront you, Su Yue said, her anger flaring. Meng Yingran looked at her, resembling a wild animal ready to bite. Su Yue, have you lost your mind? I was merely chatting with Yuqi. How does that concern you? Should we go to confront Her Majesty the Empress about this? Su Yue fell silent, realizing she had overstepped. Meng Yingran's grandfather was the Minister of Rights, and she had always been at odds with Su Yue, each unwilling to yield to the other. Whenever they met in public, they would invariably clash. Su Yue had just referred to Liang Yuru as Sister Liang, the daughter of the Duke of Guangling, whom she had always found insufferable due to her pretentiousness. Observing the commotion below, the Empress felt a headache coming on and glanced at her chief maid, Xiaoyao, who immediately understood. Xiaoyao stepped forward and said, "Ladies, please quiet down. The flower appreciation banquet is about to begin." The Empress added, "The flowers in the imperial garden bloom in abundance. Today, I have specially invited you all to enjoy them." Liang Yuru chimed in, "We have long heard that the flowers in the imperial garden are unparalleled, tended to daily by His Majesty's appointed caretakers. To see the weeping cherry blossoms today fulfills a longing in my heart." The lovely concubine Li chuckled softly, "Your Majesty, look at this young lady. Her words are indeed sweet." Liang Yuru promptly knelt in greeting, "I am Liang Yuru, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Guangling."
Concubina limusha? Ah.
The eldest daughter of the Duke of Guangling, while privately comparing her. This young woman possessed an enchanting figure, perhaps only Shen Sisi could rival her in the harem. Yet her temperament seemed far superior to Shen Sisi's. She perceived the ambition in Liang Yuru's eyes, yet recognized that the Duke of Guangling was but a fallen house, ultimately subject to their whims. Although sometimes lacking in restraint, she was not foolish. She understood that the Empress's purpose in hosting this flower banquet was not without intention. Tea and pastries were soon served, and the Empress invited everyone to partake freely. Concubine Li remarked, "Why is the virtuous consort so quiet today? Are you not enjoying this banquet?" Her words drew everyone's attention to the virtuous consort. Qin Qian, feeling the stares, forced a smile. "I was merely pondering some matters." Concubine Li continued, "Oh, I wonder what thoughts occupy the virtuous consort's mind. Perhaps you might share them with us for some insightful discussion." Qin Qian gritted her teeth. wondering how Wenli had remained silent for days only to behave like a wild dog today. Just as she felt cornered, a young eunuch announced, "His Majesty has arrived." The hall fell silent, everyone quickly adjusting their hair and attire. Xiao Zhuo entered, and everyone promptly bowed. "Long live the Emperor." "Be at ease," he replied, casting a glance at Shen Sisi, who was fixated on the jeweled flower on his shoe. "What is more beautiful than that?" he thought bitterly as he took his seat on the high dais. "I see you were quite lively earlier. What was the commotion about?" Concubine Li spoke up, "Your Majesty." "I was merely inquiring what the virtuous consort was contemplating, hoping she would share her thoughts for our benefit, but she remains reticent." Xiao Zhuo was taken aback by this revelation. He glanced at Qin Qian, who had her head bowed, appearing as though she had been wronged. His tone grew stern. "If the virtuous consort is unwilling to speak, why persist in your inquiries?" At that moment, Shen Sisi raised her head to glance at Xiao Zhuo. Just as he was looking at Qin Qian, and upon hearing his defense of her, she couldn't help but scoff internally, realizing he was quite protective. How had she not noticed this before? It seemed that when one was not attentive, everything became so evident. Hearing Xiao Zhuo speak up for her, Qin Qian's eyes brightened. Her cousins still cared for her. Noticing the silence enveloping the hall, Xiao Zhuo cleared his throat and said, "There is no need for formality. Carry on as usual." After taking a sip of tea, he discreetly observed Shen Sisi, who was engaged in conversation with Bai Qiu, without sparing him a glance. His teeth clenched in frustration. Meanwhile, there were still oblivious concubines vying for his attention, particularly concubine Li, whose parenting methods he questioned. Gao Chengxi noticed the emperor's gaze was consistently directed towards the imperial concubine, while she had not glanced in his direction even once. He felt anxious, silently imploring, "Your Highness, at least cast a glance this way." By the time the flower appreciation banquet concluded, Shen Sisi had not looked at Xiao Zhuo even once, and his expression darkened further, causing the low-ranking concubines to refrain from approaching him for fear of incurring his ire. Chapter 29, The Pear Garden. Upon returning to the palace, watching her carefree mistress, Bai Qiu sighed inwardly. During the banquet, the chief eunuch had repeatedly gestured to her, urging her to persuade her mistress to at least acknowledge the emperor. She had noticed her mistress's lack of interest in the emperor lately and was unsure of the cause, but she only wished for her mistress to be happy. Shen Sisi commanded, "Han Chun, quickly help me undo my hairpin. Bai Qiu, go prepare hot water." Yes, they all busied themselves. After assisting Shen Sisi to bed, Han Chun pulled Bai Qiu aside. "What should we do? The mistress has been in a cold war with His Majesty for quite some time. I fear that once her temper cools, His Majesty may turn his affections elsewhere." Bai Qiu gazed at Han Chun, who, despite having been by the Empress's side for only a short time, harbored considerable concern for her. Comfortingly patting her hand, he reassured her, "Fear not. The Empress is well aware of her own affairs. We are merely followers of the Empress. We shall do as she instructs." Han Chun nodded in understanding. The following day, at the break of dawn, Shen Sisi rose early, eager to visit the pear orchard where the pear blossoms had recently bloomed. She had arranged to meet Li Xian to gather some blossoms, as Li Xian was skilled in crafting pear blossom cakes and tea. Noticing the Empress preparing to depart, Han Chun hurried over, holding a red cloak from the nearby Xiangji temple. "Your Majesty, it is rather chilly today. You should take this cloak with you," she urged. Shen Sisi chuckled. "Why the hurry, my dear? Just stroll over at your own pace." She then called Bai Qiu, signaling her to assist with the cloak. Bai Qiu felt a pang of regret for not having considered the Empress's comfort as deeply as Han Chun had. Though winter had passed, the recent drop in temperature still carried a chill. He stepped forward and draped the cloak over Shen Sisi's shoulders as she had requested. "You must be exhausted from your vigil last night," Shen Sisi continued. "You should rest now." As their group prepared to leave the garden, Lady Li had already been waiting for them. Upon seeing Shen Sisi arrive, Li Xian promptly approached to bow. Shen Sisi, supporting her, remarked, "Haven't I already told you that there's no need for formalities when we meet privately?" Lady Li replied, "I was in the wrong, dear sister. I just wandered around a bit when I arrived and noticed the flowers blooming more vibrantly over here. Shall we head this way first?" Shen Sisi naturally acquiesced, saying, "Very well, let us go." As Shen Sisi admired the beauty of the orchard, she wondered why she had never noticed it before. If Bai Qiu were aware of her thoughts, he would surely remind her that during the colder seasons, the Empress often preferred to remain indoors. Before her marriage, she seldom left without being summoned by Master Lu, and after marriage, her outings in such weather were solely to visit His Majesty. A gentle breeze swept through, causing petals to drift gracefully to the ground. Shen Sisi laughed joyfully and ran forward to catch them, revealing a serene and delightful smile that none had seen before. Observing Shen Sisi's happiness, Lady Li hesitated, contemplating whether to share the recent rumors circulating within the palace. After some reflection, she resolved to inform her. Whether Shen Sisi was already aware or not, it was prudent to prepare for any eventuality. As Shen Sisi approached, she inquired, "Is something amiss? If you don't mind."
You can share it with me.
Noticing Li Xian's conflicted expression, she assumed it must be something difficult to discuss. Lady Li closed her eyes momentarily and confessed. "There are whispers in the palace that you have fallen out of favor and that a selection of new candidates will soon take place. People are curious to see how you will fare if His Majesty chooses a new favorite." After speaking, she anxiously watched Shen Sisi, fearing her reaction.
Shen Sisi chucked softly.
Such rumors had not reached her ears, and she surmised that neither Bai Qiu nor Han Chun were aware of them. Why would she concern herself with such matters? "Is that all?" she asked. Lady Li was taken aback. "Is that all? Do you not care?" Shen Sisi explained, "In the past, I was naive. His Majesty is not mine alone. He is free to do as he wishes." Lady Li countered, "Sister, everyone in the harem knows how well His Majesty has treated you. Please refrain from speaking in anger. If he were to learn of this, it could create irreparable rifts." Shen Sisi sighed, "Let's not dwell on such unhappy topics. We've gathered quite enough. Surely, it will suffice for the cakes and tea." Seeing Shen Sisi's desire to change the subject, Lady Li readily consented. "Indeed, it is enough. Let us return now." Around the corner, observing the figures ahead and eavesdropping on their conversation, Gao Chengxi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Upon hearing that the imperial concubine would visit the orchard today, Xiao Zhuo contemplated the recent tensions, pondering whether she would be too proud to seek him out. Thus, he resolved to encounter her by chance, hoping she would appreciate his intentions. However, he was unprepared for the unexpected exchange he overheard, Shen Sisi actually reflecting on her past missteps. This was the outcome he had longed for, yet hearing her say those words filled him with discontent, as though a heavy weight lodged in his chest. He preferred not to confront Shen Sisi at that moment, signaling to Gao Chengxi to remain discreet and quietly depart. Upon returning to the Two Instruments Palace, Xiao Zhuo sat in silence, lost in thought. Gao Chengxi discreetly exited, instructing the palace attendants to be particularly observant today, as His Majesty's mood might be less than favorable. Xiao Zhuo's disposition was indeed troubled, yet he felt unsure of whom to confide in. Suddenly, he recalled Gao Chengxi. "Fetch Shuemingzhi for me," he commanded. Gao Chengxi silently acknowledged the burden placed upon Xue, who had only just returned home after 2 months of handling affairs in Yingzhou. Now, summoned by His Majesty, it seemed there must be urgent matters to discuss. On the way, Shuemingzhi draped an arm around Gao Chengxi's shoulder and asked, "Why has His Majesty called for me so urgently?" Having been Xiao Zhuo's companion in studies, Shuemingzhi shared a brotherly rapport with him and a good relationship with Gao Chengxi. Gao Chengxi sighed, "I cannot say for certain, but His Majesty's mood may not be the best today." Shuemingzhi's eyes widened. "You summoned me just to ask how I interact with my wife?" He was puzzled by the seemingly cold individual inquiring about such matters. Some individuals may appear distant, yet possess a soft heart. However, the man before him seemed even colder within. Thus, it was shocking that he was concerned about marital dynamics. Nevertheless, Shuemingzhi earnestly replied, "My wife is virtuous. She manages all household affairs meticulously, allowing me to focus on external engagements. Upon returning home, everything is arranged for me." With each of Shuemingzhi's words, Xiao Zhuo nodded internally, recalling the times the imperial concubine had lovingly provided him with delicacies and how she had managed her own affairs with great care. When Shuemingzhi hesitated, Xiao Zhuo pressed, "But what?" Shuemingzhi scratched his head. "I am my parents' only child. I have been married for nearly a year and a half, yet my wife has not conceived. We consulted a physician who suggested she may have difficulties bearing children. My mother insists I take a concubine, claiming that any child born would be raised under her name as her own. However, my wife vehemently opposes this." Xiao Zhuo understood that Shuemingzhi's parents were anxious about his lineage, but given Shuemingzhi's age, many peers were already fathers. It was only natural for his parents to be concerned, yet why would his wife refuse the idea of a concubine? Curious, he inquired further. Shuemingzhi felt a bit shy discussing such intimate matters. "My wife has loved me for a long time. Naturally, she does not wish to share her husband with anyone else. She has warned that if I were to touch another woman, she would seek divorce. After marrying, their family would send someone to propose, and once wed, they would harmoniously coexist. Now that I have grown accustomed to having my wife by my side, I cannot bear the thought of parting." Xiao Zhuo mused, unwilling to share her husband with another. He repeated the phrase in his mind, recalling Shen Sisi's words in the orchard. What if this woman does not care about her husband's interactions with other women? Shui Mingjie immediately responded, without a moment's thought. That is simple. She would not love her husband. Women possess a sense of possessiveness towards the men they cherish. Xiao Zhuo felt a heaviness in his chest upon hearing this, yet he hastily remarked, what could cause someone to care deeply at one moment and then suddenly not care at all? Shui Mingjie, observing Xiao Zhuo's demeanor and recalling his previous question, quickly lowered his head, contemplating for a moment before boldly articulating, this can only imply that she once harbored feelings, but perhaps something her husband did led to her disappointment, resulting in a loss of affection. Xiao Zhuo silently repeated the phrase loss of affection in his mind and gestured for Shui Mingjie to withdraw. After taking his leave, Shui Mingjie mused that he would never rival the formidable presence of any concubine in the harem. Chapter 30. Indeed, I despise Qin Qian. Once Shui Mingjie departed, Gao Changxi entered to inquire if His Majesty had any directives. Upon entering, he found the emperor seated in silence, resembling a statue. As he pondered whether to take his leave, he was called by Xiao Zhuo. Xiao Zhuo asked, what is the empress currently engaged in? Gao Changxi bowed his head and replied, the empress has retired for the moment. So carefree, Xiao Zhuo remarked. You may leave. Xiao Zhuo contemplated the shift in Shen Sisi's demeanor, recalling how her attitude had begun to change the day before his visit to the Fuan Palace, becoming increasingly indifferent, and how she only sought him out the following day. Several subsequent events appeared to be connected to the Fuan Palace. As he reflected on this, his gaze darkened. The following day, Bai Qiu was assisting Shen Sisi in dressing when Han Chun entered with a basin of water, announcing, Your Highness, someone from the Liangyi Hall has just sent word to the Fuan Palace, stating that His Majesty intends to dine there at noon.
Shen Sisi paused momentarily, falling silent.
That dog of a man is willing to place his heart in such peril today, is he? She thought. Qin Qian must be meticulously selecting her garments and jewelry for the occasion. A smile crept across her lips as she contemplated this. Bai Qiu, prepare some pastries. We shall visit His Majesty at the Liangyi Hall shortly. Outside the Liangyi Hall, Gao Changxi was napping idly. Having reflected on how poorly the emperor had rested the previous night, since ascending the throne, the emperor had scarcely endured hardship, leaving him feeling quite drained. A gentle nudge from his young apprentice roused him. Master, look, is that not the empress? This jolt fully awakened Gao Changxi, who rubbed his eyes and glanced at the young attendant beside him. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and report. The young attendant hesitated, but master, didn't His Majesty prohibit the ladies of the harem from entering the Liangyi Hall? Gao Changxi slapped the back of his apprentice's head. Have you forgotten what I told you? The apprentice shook his head, no. Then hurry up. Gao Changxi urged, his face brightening as he approached Shen Sisi. Your Highness, are you here to see His Majesty? I have already dispatched someone to inform him. Please wait a moment. Thank you, Master Gao, Shen Sisi replied. It is my duty. Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence. Bai Qiu handed the food box to Shen Sisi, and Gao Changxi hastily opened the door as Shen Sisi lifted her skirts and entered the inner chamber. Inside, Shen Sisi found the Emperor engrossed in his duties, seemingly oblivious to her presence. She slowly inclined her body in a respectful greeting. This humble servant pays her respects to Your Majesty. Xiao Zhuo appeared to remain unaware, his attention consumed by the weighty matters of state. Frustrated by his feigned ignorance, Shen Sisi cursed him silently. Dog of a man, petty and small-minded. She raised her head to look at him, sweetly pouting, Your Majesty, my legs are growing weary. Though Xiao Zhuo initially intended to ignore her, upon hearing her plea, he could not suppress a sigh, ultimately conceding, You may rise. Shen Sisi quickly obeyed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. As Xiao Zhuo gazed at the woman before him, with her bright eyes and exquisite features, he found himself at a loss as to why he could not be harsh with her. Did you come today for a specific matter, Empress? He inquired.
Shen Sisi,
noting his aloofness, moved to the side and opened the food box. I have come to present you with pastries, Your Majesty, she said, producing a piece of mung bean cake. This is exceptionally delicious. It was prepared by the new chef in my palace, freshly made this morning. Xiao Zhuo internally scoffed, aware that this new chef had been in service for over half a month. Despite knowing she was deceiving him, he found her sweet words oddly pleasing. He accepted the cake, tasted it, and indeed found it quite delightful, with a balanced flavor that surpassed the overly sweet confections he had previously endured. As Shen Sisi observed him finish the piece, she deftly poured him a cup of tea, waiting for him to complete his treat before offering it. "Did you come merely to deliver pastries today?" Xiao Zhuo asked, only to notice her tugging at his sleeve, her expression one of feigned grievance. "Your Majesty has not visited Changning Palace in quite some time. Have you grown weary of me, wishing not to see me?" Her voice grew increasingly plaintive, culminating in tears. Xiao Zhuo sighed, realizing that each encounter with her resulted in more sighs than the previous month had accumulated. "When have I ever grown weary of you? I have heard you've been enjoying yourself immensely these days. Perhaps you have forgotten me altogether." Hearing this, she silently scoffed, thinking, "Why would I care about you ruining my mood?" Shen Sisi widened her eyes, intensifying her display of grievance. "We are discussing your behavior. Why must you divert the conversation to me?" Xiao Zhuo inhaled deeply, then continued, "Well, in light of my absence from Changning Palace, you have not made the effort to seek me out either." Shen Sisi huffed, "I am a person of temperament. If you do not come looking for me, why should I seek you out?" Xiao Zhuo knew she was feigning innocence, yet watching her tearful expression, he could not resist gently wiping away her tears. As he did so, Shen Sisi realized she had successfully achieved the majority of her objective for the day. She nestled into his embrace, burying her head in the crook of his neck and nuzzling softly. Xiao Zhuo lifted her onto his lap, tenderly patting her back. After a moment, Shen Sisi felt it was time to address the matter at hand. "You have neglected me for so long. Today you wish to visit the Fuan Palace. Had I not come today, would you have gone to see Qin Qian?" The man regarded her with a gaze that was deep and inscrutable. "If I do not go to the Fuan Palace today, would you have chosen not to come?" Shen Sisi was taken aback by his question. She contemplated that she had indeed desired to irritate Qin Qian daily, and revealing her disdain for his beloved in advance might serve as a preemptive warning. Gaining confidence, she looked Xiao Zhuo in the eye, declaring, "Yes, I despise Qin Qian. I cannot bear to see you in her palace." Xiao Zhuo was bewildered by her aversion, as he believed Qin Qian had been quite unassuming in the palace, never seeking to stir trouble. When he questioned her further, Shen Sisi retorted, "Is there a need for a reason to dislike someone? Are you defending her? Do you have feelings for her?" With a heavy sigh, Xiao Zhuo pondered that while Sisi's demeanor was often headstrong, her heart remained tender. As long as Qin Qian did not provoke her, she would not be troublesome. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Gently ruffling her hair, he said, "In a few days, the Empress Dowager will return to the palace. For my sake, could you refrain from making things difficult for her in public?" Shen Sisi absorbed his words without responding, silently reflecting that if this was how she felt now, she could only imagine the pain she would experience in the future. Qin Qian is the niece of the Empress Dowager, who has cherished her since childhood. Naturally, after her marriage to Xiao Zhuo, she hoped her husband would treat her niece with kindness. However, Xiao Zhuo chose to indulge the arrogant and overbearing Shen Sisi instead, which she found intolerable. Shen Sisi, who had previously harbored affections for Xiao Zhuo, often clashed with the Empress Dowager. Now, harboring a disdain for Qin Qian, she knew the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly support her niece, leading to inevitable confrontations. Chapter 31. The Weepy Concubine. Ever since Shen Sisi easily captured Xiao Zhuo's attention last time, their relationship seemed to revert to its former state. Today, Shen Sisi awoke particularly early, noticing the arm draped across her waist. She shot a glare at the man beside her, who had been overly spirited the night before. Straining to remove the arm, she found it only tightened around her. Turning to glance behind, she discovered the man, who should have been asleep, had already opened his eyes. With a swift motion, he turned her toward him, capturing her lips before she could fully comprehend the situation. It was only when she felt breathless that he released her. Xiao Zhuo gazed at the woman before him, her fair complexion tinged with a lingering blush, her large eyes glaring at him with indignation. He knew she must be cursing him in her mind. Unable to resist, he leaned in and placed a kiss on each of her cheeks. After breakfast, Xiao Zhuo, for reasons unbeknownst to him, neglected his official duties and instead took her hand for a leisurely stroll in the garden, without any attendants in tow. After a short while, Shen Sisi complained of sore legs and expressed her desire to return. Yet Xiao Zhuo continued to pull her forward. "I can't go on any longer if we continue. I shall surely perish," Shen Sisi protested, releasing his hand and sulking down into a crouch. A flicker of helplessness crossed Xiao Zhuo's eyes. If memory served, their journey from Changning Palace had been brief, yet she had already requested breaks 3 times. "So, what if I've rested thrice? Is that excessive?"
Shen Sisi retorted.
Xiao Zhuo stood silently, watching her. Had anyone else witnessed this, They might have knelt in supplication, but Shen Sisi was unafraid of him. "Humph, I see your wicked intentions. Are you planning to wear me out, and then pursue someone else?" She teased, playfully accusing him. She despised physical exertion, having never enjoyed it at home. And since marrying Xiao Zhuo, she had grown accustomed to being carried everywhere. As they remained in this standoff, two young palace maids outside the bamboo grove engaged in hushed conversation, oblivious to the couple's presence. "Did you hear about the incident at Fuan Palace a few days ago?" Xiao Zhuo attempted to interject, only to be silenced by Shen Sisi's hand over his mouth, her eyes signaling him to remain quiet. The thrill of eavesdropping was too enticing to resist. "I haven't heard anything. What are people saying?" one maid inquired. "I heard from a friend working at Fuan Palace that the emperor sent someone to invite the noble consort for lunch. It has been ages since he visited the harem. I thought the noble consort would surely make a grand appearance, but halfway through, the concubine went to the two instruments hall. In the end, the emperor sent word that he had too much official business and wouldn't be going, and I heard the noble consort's expression was quite something," the other maid replied. "Indeed. The emperor's favoritism still lies with the concubine. If only we could work at Changning Palace. All right, enough gossip, let us hurry back. We have reports to submit," the first maid urged. Once the maids departed, Shen Sisi cast a resentful glance at Xiao Zhuo. The emperor was truly adept at feigning affection. Even the palace maids were aware of his favoritism towards the concubine, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that he didn't even provide a palanquin for the beloved concubine. Seeing her forlorn expression, Xiao Zhuo found her irresistibly adorable and couldn't help but smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair. "I refuse to walk any further," Shen Sisi declared, turning her head away. Ultimately, Xiao Zhuo turned his back to her, squatting down before her and gently coaxing, "Our little weepy princess ought to hop on."
Shen Sisi,
Seeing his gesture, took no offense and promptly climbed onto his back. Xiao Zhuo continued walking with her nestled against him, while Shen Sisi wrapped her arms around his neck. No longer having to walk herself, she began to tease him about their earlier conversation, playfully pinching his ear. "Who are you calling a little crybaby? My ears are in your hands. Think before you speak," she threatened, her voice low. Xiao Zhuo, feeling the pinch, replied, "Your Highness misheard me. I certainly did not call you a little crybaby." Internally, he added that not only was she a little crybaby, but also an exceedingly spoiled one. Shen Sisi pressed on. "Haven't you anything to say about what those maids discussed?" Xiao Zhuo lowered his gaze. "What is there to say?" Shen Sisi, undeterred by his feigned ignorance, continued. "Our noble consort has truly suffered a great injustice. Surely, the emperor would not be secretly comforting her and visiting her in private?" Xiao Zhuo was momentarily at a loss for words, as he had indeed done so, using the noble consort to gauge Shen Sisi's reactions. Feeling slightly guilty, he had even instructed Gao Changxi to send some silk from the foreign lands as a consolation. Noticing his silence, Shen Sisi reached out and pinched his back, finding it hard and unyielding. "You have nothing to say? I must be right. You're secretly comforting her, aren't you? Are you feeling sorry for your cousin? Cousins who grew up together surely have a special bond. You treat her well, but it seems she is still more important than me." Unable to contain himself, Xiao Zhuo retorted, "You ungrateful little thing. Do you not know who I treat better? This was my fault to begin with. I merely sent something to comfort her." Shen Sisi internally countered, "I know all too well." "All right, enough of this. Let us drop it. You're always in the right," she concluded.
Xiao Zhuo sighed, pondering who was truly right.
The two fell into a comfortable silence. Shen Sisi, resting on Xiao Zhuo's back, allowed him to carry her around, observing the unfamiliar scenery. Xiao Zhuo had arranged his affairs just so, intending to spend this day with Shen Sisi. He found tranquility in their quiet companionship, but the little weight on his back was an undeniable distraction. "Your Majesty, let us return. I'm so tired," Shen Sisi finally suggested. "If I recall correctly, you've been on my back the entire time," Xiao Zhuo replied. "What did that imply? Was it not exhausting to be carried?" "I'm thirsty and wish to go back for some water. Please, if we don't return soon, your beautiful and enchanting concubine may very well perish of thirst," she exclaimed, mischievously blowing a breath near his ear and gently nibbling on it. Xiao Zhuo froze, caught off guard by her teasing actions. After a long pause, he hoarsely replied, "All right, you." His words trailed off, and Shen Sisi felt his grip tighten around her, conjuring memories of their heated encounters. Realizing she might have gone too far, she fell silent, remaining still on his back, wary of provoking him further. As they neared the two instruments hall, Shen Sisi suddenly realized they were not returning to Changning Palace. "What are you doing bringing me here?" she queried.
"Ah."
The imperial kitchen has recently acquired a skilled pastry chef, particularly adept at making sugar-steamed pastries and rose cakes that are simply divine, Xiao Zhuo explained. Shen Sisi recognized his cunning. He had expertly lured her with the promise of her favorite treats. Let us go, let us go. I haven't spent time with you in ages. Today, I wish to accompany you for a little longer, she urged. In the unseen corners of Shen Sisi's perspective, he remained oblivious to the affectionate smile that illuminated his eyes. Previously, they had traversed through secluded areas devoid of any onlookers, and Shen Sisi felt unperturbed by Xiao Zhuo carrying her. However, as they approached the bustling path leading to the two instruments hall, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, with so many people around, perhaps your majesty should set this humble servant down. Xiao Zhuo lifted her slightly higher. While those nearby dared not gaze upon them, Shen Sisi raised her eyes and noticed that everyone was averting their gazes, heads bowed. She playfully poked his back with her hand, saying, I meant, what if word of this gets out and tarnishes your illustrious image? Xiao Zhuo chuckled softly. I am not concerned. In her heart, Shen Sisi thought, you may not fear, but I do. If this matter spreads, surely some elder statesman will petition against me, accusing me of bringing calamity to the nation. As if sensing her thoughts, he added reassuringly, do not worry. It shall not be disclosed. Well then. Since he had said so, Shen Sisi felt relieved, even swinging her feet playfully. From a distance, Gao Changshi spotted his master returning and hurried to greet him. Upon seeing His Majesty carrying the imperial concubine on his back, he was taken aback by the extent of the emperor's affection for her, silently elevating the concubine's status in his mind. This servant greets your majesty and the concubine. Shen Sisi tilted her head and instructed, Gao Gonggong, please summon the new chef from the imperial kitchen and have him prepare a batch of his finest pastries. Gao Changshi replied with a beaming smile. This servant will attend to it at once. The Princess Leong has arrived and is currently in the side hall. Chapter 32. The concubine's acting skills today, Princess Leong. Xiaoying, visited due to the Empress Dowager's imminent return to the palace. Raised under the care of the noble consort, she maintained a commendable relationship with her. Following the Empress Dowager's pilgrimage to Rong'an Temple as her adopted daughter, it was appropriate for her to extend her greetings. Upon arriving at the Two Instruments Hall, she was surprised to find her elder brother, who had always prioritized state affairs, absent. Unable to glean any information from the palace attendants, she resolved to wait there. Upon hearing the news of the emperor's return, she promptly made her way outside. To her astonishment, she found her usually aloof elder brother carrying a woman, an act that seemed out of character for him. Shen Sisi and Xiao Zhuo noticed a woman clad in a blue palace attire awaiting them at the hall's entrance. As she approached, Xiaoying recognized the imperial concubine, Shen Sisi, and quickly performed a respectful greeting. Leong pays her respects to your majesty and the concubine. Xiao Zhuo coldly responded, there is no need for such formalities, Leong. Once inside the hall, Xiao Zhuo carefully set Shen Sisi down on a soft couch and planted a heavy kiss on her lips, instructing her to sit still and to call for Gao Changshi if she needed anything, playfully nudging her cheek with his nose. At that moment, Gao Changshi presented the milk tea prepared specifically for the concubine. All right, I understand. You may leave now, Shen Sisi said. Gao Gonggong, please fetch the book I hadn't finished reading last time and send someone to Changning Palace to inform Bai Qiu of my presence here. Noticing that she had ceased to engage with him, Xiao Zhuo felt no irritation. He merely adjusted her disheveled garments before stepping out. In the front hall, Xiaoying sipped the tea brought by the eunuchs. Reflecting on what she had just witnessed and the rumor circulating about the imperial concubine Shen Sisi being favored above all others in the harem. Having grown up in the palace, she understood the nature of the emperor's affections. A ruler's love could often be ruthless. The late emperor had favored the consort. Yet she had frequently faced treachery in the palace, living perilously. Thus, the adoration bestowed upon a consort was merely a facade. Although rumors claimed the concubine behaved arrogantly while still enjoying the emperor's favor, she had dismissed them, secretly scoffing at the notion that such affection was without its compromises. However, today, it appeared that the concubine Shen Sisi possessed some cunning. Just then, someone entered, interrupting her thoughts. Xiaoying bowed. Leong pays her respects to my elder brother. Replied Xiao Zhuo. Noting his indifferent demeanor, Xiaoying felt at ease. He had always been this way. She continued in a couple of days. When mother returns to the palace, it will have been over 2 months since I last saw her. I plan to set out tomorrow with my husband to welcome her back. Having married her current husband during the reign of the late emperor, she felt a sense of duty. I appreciate your efforts. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Xiao Zhuo replied. Hearing this, Xiaoying looked up, surprised. Elder brother? What do you mean? I have not seen mother in quite a while. I intend to personally go and bring her back in 2 days, he stated. Xiaoying was taken aback. Her brother had never been particularly close to the Empress Dowager, and yet he would choose to personally retrieve her. Nevertheless, she remarked, you are still a dutiful son. Mother will surely be delighted to know. Afterward, Xiaoying found herself at a loss for words. Taking a small sip of her tea, while noticing her brother's gaze upon her, as if silently urging her to conclude her remarks and depart. Yet she dismissed the thought. Her cold-hearted elder brother would not act in such a manner. Just as this crossed her mind, she heard his voice, cool and dismissive. If there is nothing urgent, you may leave. Xiaoying paused, contemplating whether he truly wished for her to go. Had she misread him? Yet, she responded, then I shall take my leave. Had Xiao Zhuo been privy to Xiaoying's thoughts, he would have told her she was indeed correct. He was hastening her departure, eager to resolve his affairs and spend time with Sisi. Once Xiao Zhuo completed his tasks, he found Shen Sisi peacefully asleep on the soft couch in the side hall. He approached her gently, cradling her in his arms and transporting her to his bed, where she remained blissfully unaware, resembling a sleeping piglet. Xiao Zhuo gazed upon her serene visage, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with tenderness. She was far more adorable in slumber than in her usual exuberance. He delicately tucked away the stray strands of hair from her forehead. Outside, Gao Changxi awaited, and young Dingzi hurried over. Master, Lord Ji has arrived, and is currently outside the hall. Should I go in and inform His Majesty? Gao Changxi shot him a sidelong glance. Let us handle this. You are too clumsy and might wake the concubine. He quietly entered, careful not to make too much noise. Your Majesty, he whispered, catching Xiao Zhuo's attention as he gestured toward the door, indicating Ji Ling's arrival. After a subtle nod, Gao Changxi stealthily exited. Young Dingzi leaned in. Master, has His Majesty come out yet? Gao Changxi regarded him with an enigmatic expression. Do you not know who I am? I am one of the most trusted aides of His Majesty. Xiao Zhuo adjusted the quilt around Shen Sisi, rising to leave. Have the imperial kitchen prepare the evening meal. Ensuring there are plenty of dishes the concubine enjoys, he instructed. This servant will attend to it right away, Gao Changxi replied. Ji Ling reported. I have discovered that the individuals may attempt to act against the Empress Dowager on her journey back to the palace. I request permission to apprehend them all in one fell swoop. You should go ahead and set up an ambush. I intend to personally greet the Empress Dowager. Let the news be discreetly released. Those who wish to harm her have been waiting for an opportunity, and this time, I shall provide them with one, Xiao Zhuo declared. Ji Ling frowned, attempting to dissuade him. Your Majesty, it suffices to release the news. There is no need for you to take such a risk. Xiao Zhuo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not worry. I am aware of the risks. This decision stands. I also wish to see my dear elder brother. Ensure your men survey the terrain and have someone stationed there. Understood, Ji Ling acknowledged, realizing the matter was settled, and took his leave. Upon his arrival at the side hall, he found Shen Sisi already awake and enjoying her lunch. She was savoring a piece of braised pork rib with great delight, not pausing even when she noticed Xiao Zhuo's presence. He watched her animated little mouth, cheeks puffing adorably, reminiscent of a charming little creature. Observing the grease lingering at the corners of her lips, he held no disdain. Instead, he retrieved a handkerchief from his person and delicately began to wipe her mouth.
Ouch.
Be gentler, she playfully protested, throwing him a reproachful glance. He chuckled softly. All right, I shall be more gentle. Witnessing his amiable demeanor, Shen Sisi seized the opportunity, extending her greasy hands, remnants of the rib she had devoured, towards him, saying, and this too. Xiao Zhuo, unfazed by her boldness, called for Gao Changxi to bring in a basin of water, patiently assisting her in cleaning her hands. Once Xiao Zhuo had ensured her hands were pristine, he noticed Shen Sisi scrutinizing him. Why are you being so nice today? Have you committed some misdeed that has prompted this sudden kindness? The books say that when someone treats you unexpectedly well, it often signifies guilt. Xiao Zhuo was nearly amused to the point of irritation by her words. What do you mean by suddenly being good to you? He pinched her delicate face, remarking, when have I ever treated you poorly,
Shen Sisi retorted.
Just a couple of days ago. Have you forgotten so soon, perhaps due to your advancing age? You wouldn't even let me have the pork knuckle. Xiao Zhuo raised an eyebrow. You remind me of something. Since I have caused the noble consort to suffer, I cannot acknowledge actions I have not committed. I shall merely instruct Gao Changxi to withhold the pork knuckle from the noble consort next month. At this, she immediately raised her voice. No. Shen Sisi hastily leaped into his embrace, covering his mouth. Your Majesty is the best, the wisest person in the world, and would never stoop to depriving a consort of her food. It must have been my misunderstanding. That scoundrel, that odious man, so stingy, threatening me with pork knuckles at the slightest disagreement, she lamented, even as she felt powerless to refuse. In a playful tone, she called, Your Majesty. Xiao Zhuo gazed down at her, the smile at the corners of his lips unwavering. In that case, we shall not withhold the pork knuckle from our beloved consort. While contemplating the matter of fetching the Empress Dowager, he resolved not to take Shen Sisi with him due to the inherent dangers. Nonetheless, he decided it was prudent to inform her, lest she learn of it through others and stir up trouble. I want to go too, Your Majesty. Why won't you take me? She implored, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. I know you must be bringing other women along. Unable to bear the sight of me, your bothersome consort, flitting about with them. Caught off guard by her sudden tears, Xiao Zhuo felt utterly helpless. Though he recognized her dramatics, witnessing her cry weighed heavily on his heart, stirring a discomfort within him. This journey could indeed be perilous. If others can go, then I shall go too. I am not afraid, she declared boldly. In his heart, Xiao Zhuo silently echoed, I am afraid. I fear for your safety. Before he could respond, she continued, Then just send more people to protect me. If you refuse to take me, I shall follow you secretly once you leave. Knowing she was quite capable of such a stunt, he resigned himself to the idea of sending more guards to accompany her. I can take you, but you must promise not to wander off, all right? Upon hearing his consent, her tears vanished as quickly as they had come. Her eyes sparkled with determination. I promise I won't stray. Ultimately, he pulled her into his embrace. After their lunch, Xiao Zhuo attended to state affairs, while Shen Sisi returned to Changning Palace after her nap in the Tai Hall. Bai Qiu, ensure this letter reaches my father through the informants in the Marquis's residence. And be cautious not to be detected, she instructed. Chapter 33. Before departure. In her previous life, Shen Sisi had never gone to retrieve the Empress Dowager from the palace. Their relationship was fraught with discord, and she had no desire to make the journey. Furthermore, Xiao Zhuo had informed her of the lengthy and uncomfortable journey outside the palace, which could be exhausting, thus she abstained. In her past, the return trip had been marred by an assassination attempt, but thankfully, Xiao Zhuo had been prepared. Aside from Qin Qian, who had sustained injuries while protecting him, the others had merely been startled. It appeared that in her father's reckoning, he had been involved in that affair. Now, she merely sought to dissuade him from further involvement. Wasn't it preferable for him to simply live as a marquis? In the North Ding Marquisate, in the study, Marquis Bei Ding frowned deeply as he perused the secret letter delivered from the palace. He then tossed it to a nearby attendant with a stern command, See to this. Shun Jian swiftly scanned the letter, his brows knitting in confusion. How could the young lady know of these matters? After a moment's contemplation, he added, But if the young lady has spoken, His Majesty must have made preparations. Perhaps I should reach out to him and suggest canceling this operation. Shun Hongbao remained silent, reclining in the grand chair, his eyes closed. The palace had sent more than one letter. Another was specifically addressed to him from Sisi, in which she merely urged him to think of her mother and expressed her desire not to burden them. She insisted that if he were to perish, she would not visit him and would instead seek a stepfather, urging her mother to remarry. What an unfilial daughter. Yet her words bore merit. The actions he had taken over the years were indeed treacherous. He had contemplated how to protect his wife and daughter in the event of exposure, but he dreaded the thought of his wife suffering if he were gone, or of causing her unhappiness through his unfilial actions. However, he found it impossible to abandon the course he had chosen. No, this operation cannot be cancelled. If they learn of a betrayal amidst their ranks, it will be easy to trace back to Sisi. During Xiao Zhuo's reign, he had proven himself a diligent and benevolent emperor. Yet he was also a man of ruthless cunning. The palace was firmly under his control, and their spies had been embedded for quite some time. He could not risk exposing Sisi by conducting an investigation. With this thought in mind, he took up his pen and composed a letter, handing it to his attendant. Shun Jian could not decipher the contents of the Marquis's letter, but he surmised it would contain a refusal. Li Fei interjected, if I may say. Today is indeed a fortuitous day. The virtuous consort has been unwell for several days, yet she has recovered sufficiently to pay her respects to the Empress. Qin Qian clenched her fists within her sleeves at Li Fei's words, her downcast gaze brimming with resentment. How could Li Fei be so shameless? Everyone in the palace knew the reason for her illness, yet her ire was directed at Shen Sisi, whom she blamed for seducing her cousin. However, she could not reveal her feelings. Instead, She feigned weakness, offering a faint smile. It is thanks to the skilled hands of Imperial Physician Jiang that I have recovered so swiftly. Li Fei ceased speaking, merely scoffing derisively, clearly unimpressed by the display. The Empress, having observed Li Fei's subtle jabs at Qin Qian, waited until she had grown weary of the spectacle before addressing the assembly. Tomorrow, His Majesty will personally set forth to Rong'an Temple to fetch the Empress Dowager back to the palace. Due to the impending selection of consorts in a month, I shall refrain from accompanying him. You will be accompanied by the noble consort, the virtuous consort, and the elegant beauty in His Majesty's retinue. Upon hearing the Empress's announcement, Li Fei was the first to voice her opinion. Your Majesty, I too wish to fulfill my filial duties and escort the Empress Dowager back to the palace. His Majesty is going, and this is an opportune time to be near him, unlike the constraints of the palace. As she spoke, several lower-ranking consorts raised their heads, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Hoping the Empress would acquiesce to Li Fei's request, they shared her sentiment, desiring more opportunities to be near His Majesty. The Empress replied, if you wish to go, I shall consult with His Majesty on the matter. Upon hearing this, the consorts rejoiced, hastily bowing in gratitude. We thank Your Majesty. The Empress addressed Xiao Zhuo, Your Majesty. The other consorts wish to accompany you to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. What is your view on this? Xiao Zhuo was acutely aware that these individuals were not genuinely motivated by filial piety. However, he remained indifferent and remarked nonchalantly, the Empress shall take charge of such trifles. The implication being that he was unconcerned whether they attended or not. Du Yanning gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her, her heart aflutter with emotion. Why could he not spare her a glance? No matter, once I resolve these nuisances, he will surely see me. She silently plotted within her mind. Noticing the Empress's silence, Xiao Zhuo glanced up only to find her lost in a reverie, her gaze directed at him, which he found utterly distasteful. After a prolonged silence, his voice turned frosty. Does the Empress have other pressing matters? If not, you may take your leave. The Empress, left with no choice, responded, this servant takes her leave. Upon returning to Changning Palace, Bai Qiu and Han Chun commenced preparations for their journey, as this time she was accompanying the Empress. Han Chun advised, remember, during these days, do not allow the Empress to indulge in cold foods. Shen Sisi has a chilly constitution and has a penchant for such delicacies, each time she consumes them. She suffers debilitating pain and stubbornly refuses to take medicine for her condition. Bai Qiu reassured her, rest assured, I shall take excellent care of our Empress. She playfully pinched Han Chun's face, marveling at its delicate softness, realizing why His Majesty cherished caressing the Empress's cheeks and why the Empress reciprocated the gesture. The sensation was simply delightful. Uncertain of any dangers that may arise on their journey, the Empress had brought Bai Qiu along, as she had trained with the guards during her time in the Marquisate. Han Chun and Bai Qiu engaged in playful banter, both serving the esteemed concubine. Bai Qiu had been with the concubine for an extended period, while Han Chun had joined recently, yet both were unwaveringly devoted to Shen Sisi and were of similar age, naturally forming a sisterly bond. Han Chun declared, I shall prepare some steamed cakes for the Empress. Bai Qiu replied, I will check on the Empress.
She should have awakened by now.
Upon entering, Bai Qiu found Shen Sisi awake, but lying still on the bed. She approached and lifted the curtain, asking, Empress, are you rising? Shen Sisi, still groggy from sleep, rolled about in bed, reluctant to get up. Bai Qiu insisted, you must rise, Empress. If you sleep any longer, you will not be able to sleep tonight. Besides, did you not promise His Majesty that you would visit the Liangyi Hall upon waking? Shen Sisi realized the truth in her words and, with Bai Qiu's assistance, slowly got out of bed. After preparing, they arrived at the Liangyi Hall an hour later. During this time, Shen Sisi had eaten 2 sweet rice cakes, 3 red bean cakes, and enjoyed a cup of milk tea, feeling somewhat overindulged as they made their way, eventually sitting in a sedan chair to reach their destination. Upon her arrival at the Liangyi Hall, she discovered Xiao Zhuo in discussion with the Prime Minister. Gao Changxi, following orders, directly led her to the inner hall. After their deliberations concluded, Xiao Zhuo entered the inner hall to find Shen Sisi engrossed in a newly acquired book from outside the palace, her legs playfully kicking in rhythm. Xiao Zhuo approached, embraced her, and rested his forehead against hers, brushing his lips gently against hers while softly asking, have you missed me? His voice, already low and melodious, sent a thrill through her heart. Yet, was it truly necessary for him to be so flirtatious? Not one to back down. She wrapped her arms around his neck and playfully replied, of course I have. I barely managed to eat any lunch without seeing you. Xiao Zhuo, recognizing her playful deceit, paused before responding, I have heard that someone had quite a substantial second helping at noon. Before he could finish, his lips were captured by Shen Sisi, who gazed at him with feigned innocence. Unable to contain himself any longer, he encircled her waist with one arm and held her head with the other, deepening the kiss. Eventually, Shen Sisi lay against his chest, gasping for breath, feeling as though her lips were no longer her own. Xiao Zhuo too fought to regain his composure. Had there not been other matters to attend to, he would not have relinquished this little imp so easily. He held her close, caressing her silky hair, anticipating their imminent meeting with the two newcomers.
Who are they? Shen Sisi inquired.
Xiao Zhuo summoned Gao Changxi, who promptly brought in two women disguised as palace maids. This servant, Yueying, and this servant, Yueying, pay their respects to the empress. Shen Sisi looked to Xiao Zhuo, puzzled by his decision to send her two maidservants. Xiao Zhuo clarified, they are both from the Shadow Guard. In 2 days, they will accompany you to ensure your safety, allowing me to rest easier. Shen Sisi had never encountered these two before, likely because they were sent to protect her during her visit to the Rongyan Temple, a place she had never been in her previous life, remaining confined to the palace. Whether they were protectors or watchers remained uncertain.
Please.
Find Bai Qiu and have her arrange for you, Shen Sisi instructed. I am always beside Brother Zhuo. Where could there be any danger? Xiao Zhuo gently patted her head, saying, the outside world is not as secure as the palace. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, having you accompanied will ease my worries. Would you do this for me? This decision had been made long ago, and despite having a well-thought-out plan, he could not allow even the slightest chance of her being in danger. Once Xiao Zhuo departed to manage his affairs, Shen Sisi turned to the two women, asking, what are your skills? Yueying replied, this servant is skilled in the use of poison. Yueying added, this servant excels in martial arts. Shen Sisi inquired, who is your master? Yueying quickly knelt, declaring, we serve the empress and are wholly devoted to her. Observing their earnest expressions, Shen Sisi coldly stated, I hope you remember your words.
Now.
Rise and seek out Bai Qiu. Chapter 34. Is not this life more fragrant than that of a dogman? Before setting off, Shen Sisi's carriage trailed behind Xiao Zhuo's, with Qin Qian following closely behind. Bai Qiu suggested, Empress, have some tea first. This was prepared early this morning by Qian Chun. She offered a cup of milk tea to Shen Sisi. Shen Sisi accepted the cup, feeling a bit parched after her morning delicacies. By this time, they had already exited the city, and as Shen Sisi lifted the curtain to gaze at the scenery outside, her spirits lifted. A stroll in the open air truly brightened her mood. As she turned, she spotted Qin Qian, who likewise noticed her and offered a gentle smile. Shen Sisi ignored her, perceiving her continued gaze. Bai Qiu, let us find His Majesty, she declared. Since she wished to see him, she would ensure that she did. Gao Changxi announced, Your Majesty, the Empress seeks an audience outside. Xiao Zhuo, amidst urgent matters, hastily pulled back the curtain to find Shen Sisi gazing back at him. As he emerged, she greeted him with a radiant smile. Your Majesty. Shen Sisi had intentionally made her presence known to Qin Qian, who must surely be seething with jealousy at this moment. How delightful. Xiao Zhuo was puzzled by her unusually bright demeanor today, but nonetheless extended his hand toward her. Shen Sisi placed her hand in his, and he effortlessly lifted her into the carriage, cradling her in his arms.
Inside, wen Myron inquired, qui.
Why has the carriage stopped? Cui replied, it appears that His Majesty's carriage has halted ahead. When Marin commanded, go inquire why His Majesty has stopped. Before lowering the curtain, Xiao Zhuo held Shen Sisi's delicate, cool hand, repeatedly kneading it, noting, why are your hands so cold? Are you chilly? As he spoke, he removed his cloak and draped it over her shoulders. Shen Sisi frowned, I do not want it. Your cloak is too unsightly.
Xiao Zhuo sighed.
Shall I send Bai Qiu to fetch you another? Shen Sisi laughed, nestling into his embrace. No, and besides, this new dress of mine is so beautiful that wearing another layer would spoil it. Your Majesty, hold me tighter, and I shall not feel cold. Xiao Zhuo remarked, if you end up cold, it would be your own doing. Yet, despite his words, his body instinctively tightened its embrace around her. Hong Ping suggested, Your Highness, please draw the curtain. The wind is quite strong, and if you catch a chill, it would surely distress Her Majesty. She had observed the recent provocation from the imperial concubine towards her mistress, and understood that her mistress was currently in a troubled state of mind. Qin Qian lamented, only my aunt would care for me. Xiao Zhuo commanded, Gao Changxi, inform everyone that the day is waning, and we shall rest at this inn for the night. Gao Changxi replied, "This servant will convey the message at once." The officials at the inn had been awaiting His Majesty's arrival since early on. Xiao Zhuo gently cradled the slumbering Shen Sisi as he stepped out of the carriage. The innkeeper, upon finally seeing His Majesty emerge, knelt in curiosity, glancing at the figure in His Majesty's arms, concealed beneath layers of fabric, rendering her features indistinguishable. Once Xiao Zhuo settled Shen Sisi onto the bed, he instructed Gao Changxi to ensure everything was in order and that dinner would be served separately in their respective chambers. He also requested a basin of warm water be prepared. "Understood," Gao Changxi replied. Chui remarked, "Your Highness." It seemed that His Majesty halted earlier due to the imperial concubine seeking an audience. When Marin, having endured a long journey in a carriage far less comfortable than that of the Emperor or the imperial concubine, felt her back ache. Upon hearing Chui's words, she mused with a tinge of schadenfreude, "Our imperial concubine truly possesses remarkable cunning. However, I suspect someone else must be even more incensed today." Qin Qian, knowing that it was His Majesty who carried Shen Sisi from the carriage, seethed with anger, muttering incessantly about that wretched Shen Sisi. Her expression twisted with rage, as if she wished to tear her apart. "Your Highness, Princess Leon has arrived," Hong Ping announced. Qin Qian quickly composed herself, exclaiming, "Ing, you've come." Xiaoing approached, taking her hand. "It has been so long since our last meeting. I came especially to see you. How fares your royal brother with you?" As the adopted daughter of the Empress, Xiaoying and Qin Qian, the Empress's favored niece, had grown up together, sharing a bond of affection. Upon hearing Xiaoying's inquiry about her well-being, Qin Qian felt a torrent of grievances swell within her, but struggled to articulate them. With a sigh, she said, "You must have heard. My cousin's eyes are solely for the imperial concubine now." Though Xiaoying resided outside the palace, she was aware of the recent events and shared her concerns with her husband after witnessing the scene in the palace. "The emperor's favoritism towards the imperial concubine is excessive," she remarked. Her husband had advised her to avoid offending the imperial concubine, suggesting she merely keep her distance. Despite understanding this, Xiaoying still felt indignant for her sister. Grasping Qin Qian's hand, Xiaoying said, "Your brother must be bewitched by that vixen. Recall how he treated you when you first entered the royal residence. We share a bond from childhood. Though he may appear aloof, if you show him a bit of vulnerability, he may remember the affection of our youth and treat you kindly again." Qin Qian returned her grip. "Is that true, Ing? My cousin truly cares for me?"
Indeed.
Xiaoying affirmed. "You have always been gentle and mild-mannered. I have heard the imperial concubine has grown rather arrogant. In time, he will surely tire of her. You should frequently visit your brother. He will be reminded of your virtues." "Thank you, Ing," Qin Qian replied gratefully. "After all, we have grown up together as sisters." Xiaoying smiled at Qin Qian, their eyes meeting in a shared moment of understanding. When Gao Changxi brought in the water, Shen Sisi remained undisturbed. Xiao Zhuo, having soaked a cloth in the warm water, tenderly wiped her face, then gently caressed her delicate hands. Bai Qiu observed with a mix of amusement and concern as His Majesty's care for their lady became increasingly proficient. "Gao Gonggong," she remarked. "It seems the Emperor's attention to the lady is so meticulous that I fear I may become redundant." Gao Changxi chuckled at Bai Qiu's words. "Miss Bai, when His Majesty is preoccupied, it is still thanks to your care that the lady is well looked after." After 2 rounds of warming the dinner, Xiao Zhuo finally steeled his resolve to awaken Shen Sisi. Out in the open, where conditions were less hospitable than in the palace, he thought it best to rouse her before she became restless from hunger. Leaning close, he softly called, "Sisi, Sisi, let us rise for dinner before returning to sleep." "Shall we?" Shen Sisi, in a drowsy haze, perceived the persistent voice and found it irksome, swatting at Xiao Zhuo's face in annoyance. However, he remained undeterred, continuing to call her name while his closeness tickled her neck. Exasperated, she finally opened her eyes to find the source of her irritation was none other than the vexing Xiao Zhuo. Seeing her awake, he tenderly arranged the strands of hair that had fallen across her face. "Shall we have dinner before resting?" Upon hearing his words, and glancing out the window, Shen Sisi realized they were no longer in the carriage. The sky had darkened, and Xiao Zhuo had awakened her solely for the purpose of dining. Still, she remained displeased, rolling about in bed and then playfully kicking her feet against Xiao Zhuo, who effortlessly caught her delicate ankle. "Bold little one," he teased, "if you do not rise, I may have to punish you." His tone, however, lacked the sternness that would lend credence to his threat. Shen Sisi huffed, refusing to respond, her mood markedly sour. Xiao Zhuo lifted her, attempting to dress her with the garments nearby, but the intricate attire perplexed him, and it took nearly 15 minutes to properly adorn her. By this point, Shen Sisi had fully awakened. When Bai Qiu presented the evening meal, Shen Sisi sipped her porridge in small bites. Xiao Zhuo was momentarily called away by Ji Ling, leaving Bai Qiu to keep her company. "Do tell me about Qin Qian's reaction," Shen Sisi urged. Bai Qiu recounted. "Your Highness, you cannot imagine how dark the Xianfei's expression turned. She did not lower the curtain for quite some time, fixating on the scene with a gaze that even frightened me." Shen Sisi chuckled. "If she fears, let her accompany Yu Ying and the others." Bai Qiu continued. "And when His Majesty carried you from the carriage, I noticed Xianfei gripping Hong Ping's arms so tightly that it must have left a mark."
Ah.
"How I look forward to the unfolding of these events," Shen Sisi mused. Previously, her focus had solely been on Xiao Zhuo, but she now realized how much she had overlooked in her past life. The prospect of enjoying theatrical performances, culinary delights, and the company of attentive servants was far more appealing than dwelling on a troublesome man. Chapter 35. Anger upon Xiao Zhuo's return, Shen Sisi was idly embroidering something. The moment he approached, she hastily concealed her work behind her back. Xiao Zhuo remarked, "I have already seen it, Sisi. What are you embroidering? Flowers and grasses?" At his words, Shen Sisi's mood soured, her little face turning away in silent defiance. After finishing her meal, she had not brought any reading material, leaving her feeling quite bored. Thus, she aimed to embroider a pouch. Xiao Zhuo stepped closer and retrieved the pouch from her hiding place. "I was wrong. Let me have another look." He examined it from various angles, but it resembled mere grass. He could not fathom what else it could possibly be. Finally, Shen Sisi, vexed, snatched the pouch back, declaring bamboo. "I am embroidering bamboo." Fuming, she felt her embroidery skills were lacking, yet the design should have been discernible. Xiao Zhuo, holding the bamboo pouch that looked more like foliage, found himself at a loss for words. If this long stem is indeed bamboo, then why are the leaves embroidered in red thread? He questioned directly. Shen Sisi, "Humph. Everything here is so monotonously green. Wouldn't it be more aesthetically pleasing to embroider with other colors? Who told you that this is representative of leaves? I have yet to embroider any leaves." Perhaps it's merely a reflection of her inadequate skills that the effect is not discernible. Xiao Zhuo remained silent. It seemed that the consort's deficiency might indeed lie in her embroidery skills. He pinched her delicate, white cheek and mused, "So, does that mean the 100 birds painting previously presented by the consort was tantamount to deceiving the emperor?" It was only when he mentioned the 100 birds painting that Shen Sisi recalled an occasion when he celebrated his birthday shortly after she entered the royal residence. Unsure of what gift to present, her mother advised that sincerity lay in something handmade. At that time, she contemplated gifting an embroidered piece, but knowing her own limited skills, she sought the assistance of an embroiderer instead. Upon this recollection, Shen Sisi felt a twinge of guilt, yet she defiantly asserted, "I did attempt to embroider. It's just that not all of it was done by my own hand. I had intended to learn and spent several days observing their work, eager to try my hand at it, but ultimately my hands were sore, and I had to concede." She lifted her hand, waving it before him, and lamented, moreover, "I pricked my fingers in the process, and you show no concern whatsoever." Xiao Zhuo grasped her tender little hand and kissed it gently, asking, "Is this purse you made for me?" Shen Sisi, glancing at the purse, felt it was rather unappealing. Yet she thought it would not matter if she gifted it to him. Shen Sisi, "Then your majesty may wear it at any time." Xiao Zhuo, "As long as it is embroidered by Sisi, I shall wear it. Sometimes." Shen Sisi believed that Xiao Zhuo's acting skills were overly remarkable for the sake of theatrics, were it not for the events of her past life. She might have almost believed she was indeed the one he cherished. During the day, Shen Sisi had slept extensively, leaving her restless at night, persistently disturbing Xiao Zhuo. Unable to endure her antics any longer, Xiao Zhuo turned over, pinning her beneath him, his voice hoarse as he instructed, "Be good and lie down, Shen Sisi, I refuse. Why not tell me a story, perhaps one from your childhood?" "Xiao Zhuo, there was nothing particularly interesting about my childhood. It was spent amid schemes and studies." Unsure of how to respond, he buried his head in Shen Sisi's neck, showering her with delicate kisses. Just moments ago, he had struggled to contain himself. In public, he refrained from being too forward, planning to properly deal with this little imp once they returned home. However, for now, sharing a bowl of congee would suffice. Ultimately, Shen Sisi could only emit muffled sounds of protest. Xiao Zhuo lifted her hand and, feeling her cheeks flush, she blushed fiercely. She protested, "I don't want to, you scoundrel, let me go." Xiao Zhuo, in a husky whisper near her ear, coaxed gently, Sisi, be good. Shen Sisi, is it done yet? Boo-hoo, you rascal. Xiao Zhuo breathed heavily against her ear, continuing to kiss her cheek as he murmured, Finally, Shen Sisi stared blankly at her hands, feeling utterly defeated. Boo-hoo, I simply do not want these hands anymore. The more she contemplated, the more sorrowful she felt, and tears cascaded from her eyes. Seeing her brought to tears by his teasing, Xiao Zhuo panicked, swiftly gathering her into his embrace, soothingly saying, I was wrong. Please don't cry, my dear, while tenderly wiping away her tears. Shen Sisi, with reddened eyes, looked at him. Her hesitation revealed to her that this scoundrel certainly harbored that notion still. What a lewd rogue, what a scoundrel. Xiao Zhuo. Yes, I am a lewd rogue. Please don't be angry. Ultimately, Shen Sisi, with a stony expression, watched as he wiped her hands, then turned away, choosing to ignore him. Shen Sisi was nearly beside herself with rage. Even in her past life, despite his lack of affection, she had never encountered such outrageous behavior from him. Xiao Zhuo, however, was in remarkably high spirits. After tidying up, he lay beside Shen Sisi, pulling her close to him, kissing her forehead before drifting off to sleep. The following day, still fuming, she ignored Xiao Zhuo, pretending not to see him as she passed by in her carriage. Bai Qiu and Yu Ying exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Cui Er, noticing the emperor and the consort not speaking, whispered to Marin, could it be that the consort has angered his majesty? When Marin pondered, considering the consort's domineering nature, acknowledging it was indeed a possibility, which could mean an opportunity for herself. Qin Qian was also aware that this morning, the emperor and the consort had not shared a carriage, speculating whether Shen Sisi's notoriously ill-tempered disposition had led to a breach of decorum before the throne. Upon arriving at Rong'an Temple, the group first sought an audience with the Empress Dowager. Dressed in a pale green silk gown, Empress Dowager Qin sat at the head of the hall as everyone paid their respects. Your son pays homage to mother. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. All rise. Empress Dowager Qin regarded Xiao Zhuo and remarked, Your Majesty seems to have lost considerable weight these past days. Have you not been well cared for? Hearing this, Gao Changxi cheerfully interjected, Oh dear, Empress Dowager, you wrong me. Empress Dowager Qin, you old fool, I was not referring to you. Her gaze sweeping over the concubines below, particularly resting on Shen Sisi. The other concubines quickly lowered their heads, none daring to speak. Shen Sisi, unfazed by the Empress Dowager's words, calmly lifted her teacup and took a sip. Since marrying Xiao Zhuo, she had never enjoyed a harmonious relationship with the Empress Dowager. It was Qin Qian who stepped forward at this moment, saying, Aunt, my cousin has been overworked with state affairs. We, his subjects, have voiced our concerns. Yet he does not heed us. It falls upon you, Aunt, to oversee him more closely. Her words were delivered with a demure charm, glancing subtly at Xiao Zhuo. Xiaoing added, Indeed, mother, only your words might reach him. We dare not meddle. After Qin Qian's remarks, she eagerly looked toward Xiao Zhuo, who, despite appearing attentive, had already drifted far away in thought, contemplating how to appease Sisi. Ultimately, it was Gao Changxi who noticed the emperor's distraction, gently tugging at his sleeve to draw him back to the present, realizing that everyone was watching him. Your Majesty, Gao Changxi whispered, recounting the earlier events to Xiao Zhuo. Noticing Shen Sisi's hand rhythmically tapping, Xiao Zhuo recognized this as a sign of her impatience. Aware they had been in the carriage for quite some time, he surmised she must be weary. Xiao Zhuo, mother, everyone has traveled a great distance and must be fatigued. Let us allow them to return for rest today. Empress Dowager Qin had more to say, but was stifled by his words, managing only a single word. Very well. Bai Qiu, observing her mistress's fatigued demeanor, compassionately suggested, Your Highness, I shall fetch some hot water for you to take a bath. Shen Sisi. Yes, but you should rest as well. I still have Yu Ying and the others with me. Bai Qiu seldom goes out, and after these days of travel, she must be tired. Yu Ying and the others have been trained from a young age. This is not particularly taxing for them. Bai Qiu, but I am concerned. Yu Ying, Bai Qiu. Fret not. We shall take good care of the princess. Shen Sisi. No buts, go now, that's an order. Reluctantly, Bai Qiu withdrew. After bathing, Shen Sisi discovered Xiao Zhuo in her chambers, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing her movements, he lifted his gaze to see her in a thin gauzy robe, barefoot on the floor. Her already cool demeanor became even more frigid upon noticing him. Xiao Zhuo, oblivious to the fact that the young lady did not wish to see him, approached and swept her into his arms. Yu Ying and the others, witnessing this, lowered their heads and discreetly exited. Xiao Zhuo pressed his forehead against hers, chastising gently, "Why are you barefoot? You'll catch a chill." In the early days of her arrival at the palace, Shen Sisi's health had been fragile. Xiao Zhuo had noticed her preference for going barefoot and ordered carpets to be laid throughout the inner chambers to prevent her from getting cold. After ascending the throne, he had ensured that the Changning Palace was also carpeted. Outside, only the cold wooden planks remained. She was clad in light garments, her hands icy to the touch. Xiao Zhuo lifted her to the bed, enveloping her in blankets, then cradled both her and the covers in his embrace. Observing that Sisi remained unresponsive, he playfully pinched her delicate, fair face, a gesture he relished, though it often resulted in her swatting his hand away. As expected, the moment he touched her, Shen Sisi pushed his hand aside. The little rascal was still upset. She struggled to escape his hold, only to find him tightening his grasp. Xiao Zhuo stifled a chuckle, exerting a gentle force to position Shen Sisi onto his lap, facing him directly. He gazed earnestly into her eyes and coaxed, "Please, do not remain angry. I acknowledge my misstep and assure you it shall not happen again. In the future, I will seek your permission before acting, all right?" He could not fathom why he increasingly detested seeing Shen Sisi angry or ignoring him. He enveloped her small hand with his rough palm, caressing it repeatedly and occasionally planting soft kisses on her fingers. Shen Sisi, exasperated, retorted, "Please speak properly, without the unnecessary touches." Xiao Zhuo, his eyes twinkling with mirth, replied, "Very well, how can I earn your forgiveness?" Shen Sisi shot him a piercing gaze and demanded, "Will you refrain from such actions in the future?" It was as though she believed that should he answer affirmatively, she would banish him from her thoughts entirely. Xiao Zhuo assured her, "Before I act again, I will first seek your consent. If you disapprove, I will abstain. Is that agreeable?" He relished the thought of indulging in such playful banter now and then. He did not wish to relinquish this privilege, believing he could eventually win her over willingly. Shen Sisi, convinced she would never acquiesce to his terms, chose not to dwell on past grievances. Yet, despite her thoughts, she stated, "I desire braised pork knuckle." Xiao Zhuo affectionately tapped her petite nose and promised, "I shall prepare it for you upon our return." Seizing the moment, Shen Sisi pressed further, "You must not deprive me of my knuckle in the future." Xiao Zhuo raised an eyebrow. "That depends on your behavior." Shen Sisi huffed, "I have yet to forgive you. Is this how you seek my pardon?" Xiao Zhuo responded, "Is it not?" They continued their playful banter until Gao Changxi interrupted, announcing that Lord Ji awaited outside. Xiao Zhuo adjusted the corner of the blanket, advising her to rest for a while, and before departing, he pressed a kiss to her forehead. Shen Sisi was aware that he was preoccupied with matters concerning their return to the capital. Once everyone had left, Qin Xian assisted Empress Dowager Qin back to her inner chamber. Empress Dowager Qin remarked, "Child, after such a long journey in the carriage, you must be weary. Why do you not take some rest instead of lingering here with this old woman?" Qin Xian smiled and replied, "It has been a while since I last saw my aunt. I merely wish to spend more time in your company." Empress Dowager Qin patted her hand. "Your filial piety is acknowledged. Have significant events transpired in these past 2 months?" Qin Xian, puzzled, looked toward the Empress Dowager. The elder woman fixed her gaze upon her, then suddenly laughed. "Oh, my dear girl, do I not know you well? I can see that you have changed considerably of late. It pleases me that you have come to terms with certain realities. Your father is a man of little worth, and while I am still here, I can offer some guidance. However, once I am gone, the Qin family may well begin to decline step by step. I remember you were somewhat timid. Though you harbored affections for the emperor, you lacked the courage to contend for his attention. Yet, have you forgotten that the emperor is your cousin and I am your aunt? With me as your support, who would dare to openly bully you? I am unsure what has altered your perspective recently, but such a transformation is undoubtedly beneficial for you. In this harem, if you do not compete or strive for what you desire, how can you expect a favorable outcome? You must seize the opportunity. I will always stand behind you." Qin Xian had not realized that her previous reluctance to vie with the noble ladies of influential families was evident to her aunt. Now enlightened, she resolved not to yield again. "Aunt, rest assured, I will no longer behave as I once did." Empress Dowager Qin instructed, "Later, take some pastries to the emperor. He has been reviewing documents for an extended period and must be fatigued. Just mention that it was I who requested you to deliver them." Qin Xian understood her aunt's intentions and promptly affirmed, "Yes." After reconvening with Jiling, Xiao Zhuo began to contemplate potential unforeseen events. Just then, Gao Changxi entered, reporting that the virtuous consort sought an audience. Do not admit her, Xiao Zhuo replied tersely. Gao Changxi stepped outside, squinting as he conveyed the emperor's message to Qin Qian. Your Highness, the emperor is currently occupied with pressing matters and cannot spare the time. Please, return. Qin Qian, unperturbed, smiled gently at Gao Changxi. It is precisely because the Empress Dowager is concerned about the emperor's well-being that she has sent me with these treats. She raised the food box, adding, these pastries were specifically prepared at the behest of the Empress Dowager, as they are the emperor's favorites. I kindly request you relay this to him. Upon hearing her mention the Empress Dowager, Gao Changxi felt compelled to make another trip. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. I will inquire again. After briefly repeating the earlier conversation to Xiao Zhuo, he awaited a response. Xiao Zhuo furrowed his brow but ultimately agreed. Let the virtuous consort enter. Gao Changxi announced. Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence. Upon entering, Qin Qian found Xiao Zhuo engrossed in the documents before him. She knelt and greeted. This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. Only upon hearing her voice did Xiao Zhuo glance in her direction. There is no need for such formalities, Qianer. Gao Changxi, provide her with a seat. Once seated, she regarded the formidable man at the head of the table, whom she had not seen in ages. Yet he frequently invaded her dreams. His gaze, however, was frigid, devoid of warmth. Since Xiao Zhuo's earlier statement, he had not spoken further. Qin Qian broke the silence. Cousin, these chiqiao pastries were sent by my aunt for you, fearing you might forget to eat amidst your duties. She mentioned they were your childhood favorites. Rising, she placed the dish before Xiao Zhuo. Please do give it a try. Xiao Zhuo inwardly scoffed, recognizing that his mother likely intended something by this gesture. He had long since grown disinterested in such pastries. Nonchalantly, he picked one up and said, You are thoughtful, Qianer. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Today has been arduous, and I have important matters to attend to. Qin Qian was taken aback, expecting her cousin to allow her to linger a while longer out of respect for her aunt. However, she quickly collected herself. Then I shall take my leave. Xiao Zhuo, observing her momentary daze, understood her thoughts. He had previously been inclined to cooperate. Ji Ling interjected, Your Majesty, arrangements are complete. Xiao Zhuo acknowledged with a nod, directing his gaze toward Gao Changxi. The latter, momentarily bewildered, blurted out an irrelevant comment. Your Highness has yet to rise. Xiao Zhuo calmly diverted his gaze. He had intended to inquire further, but before he could, Gao Changxi had spoken out of turn. The latter, realizing his misstep, felt a pang of regret, yet relieved that the emperor bore no ire. Let us depart, Xiao Zhuo commanded. Ji Ling replied, Your Majesty, we are nearing our destination. The path ahead is treacherous, making it difficult to ambush us. The most likely spot for an attack is just up ahead. Xiao Zhuo instructed, Ensure everyone remains vigilant. As they traversed a short distance further, one of the closest guards suddenly fell, struck by an arrow. Assassins, protect the emperor. Chapter 37. Then let him die. A throng of cloaked figures surged forth, engaging in a fierce battle with the guards. Xiao Zhuo swiftly charged onto the battlefield, cautioning the emperor as an arrow whizzed past. Cleaving the air, he witnessed the archer flee, mounting his steed in pursuit. You dog emperor, one day our master shall reclaim the throne, he declared, pinning the man to the ground, rendering him immobile. Xiao Zhuo removed his mask, stating, I recall you were once under Xiao Ye's command. He is now deceased. Who is your current master? The man retorted defiantly, My master is the one who will take your life. Unperturbed by his insolence, Xiao Zhuo replied, If you refuse to speak, I shall take you back and ensure a thorough interrogation. Should you attempt to take your own life, I will break your jaw. Just then, Ji Ling arrived with his men, announcing, Your Majesty, all the traitors have been slain. Xiao Zhuo commanded, Take him back for a thorough investigation. Ji Ling nodded and instructed his men, Take him to Shen Sisi. Gao Changxi, having anticipated their actions, awaited them just outside. Upon their return, he immediately approached. Your Majesty, are you unhurt? Although directed at Xiao Zhuo, his gaze was fixed on Ji Ling, knowing the emperor would not answer. Xiao Zhuo waved dismissively, I am fine. Prepare some hot water. I am reeking of blood. It has been a while since I bore such a heavy scent. He added, You should rest as well, eyeing Ji Ling's stern demeanor as he awaited orders. After his bath, Xiao Zhuo noticed Gao Changxi waiting outside. What is the concubine up to now? Gao Changxi, having anticipated the question, promptly replied, The concubine is currently in the main hall with the Empress Dowager. The other palace ladies are also present. Upon arriving at the main hall, Xiao Zhuo found it filled with people, all laughing and engaged in conversation about some amusing topic. Your Majesty has arrived, they announced, rising to pay their respects. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Xiao Zhuo's gaze fell upon Shen Sisi, seated at the lower left of the Empress Dowager, and he instantly discerned her cheerful mood. I pay my respects to Mother. The Empress Dowager, observing her increasingly handsome and commanding son, smiled and said, There is no need for excessive formality, Your Majesty. She gestured to the concubines, let them all sit. Xiao Zhuo naturally moved to sit beside Shen Sisi. Gao Changxi, understanding the unspoken cue, arranged a chair beside the concubine. Once seated, Xiao Zhuo spoke. I heard laughter from outside. What amusing tales have you been sharing? Although directed at everyone, his gaze involuntarily lingered on Shen Sisi. The Empress Dowager chuckled. They were just speaking of you. Xiao Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Oh,
What were they saying about me?
the Empress Dowager replied with a smile. They were praising your filial piety. Look, I have only been away from the capital for 2 months, and yet you came personally to welcome me back. Xiao Zhuo smiled but refrained from further comment. It was Qin Qian who interjected, and you may not know, but our pastries seldom reach my cousin. Just yesterday, I used your name to deliver some pastries to him. And, at least he managed to have a few bites. The Empress Dowager responded, Is that so? When the Emperor was busy with affairs of state, did none of the concubines think to express their concern for him? Her tone darkened as her gaze shifted to Shen Sisi. Although she was not in the palace, she was aware of her son's fondness for Shen. Recognizing that the remark was directed at her, Shen Sisi replied nonchalantly, What are you saying, Your Majesty? As a concubine, of course, we care for the Emperor. However, as the sovereign of the nation, he cannot afford to waste too much time in the harem. If the Emperor does not wish for us to concern ourselves with such matters, I do not wish to burden him further. Seeing her dare to retort, the Empress Dowager remarked, Since you speak so eloquently, how is it that I have heard of you frequently disregarding the rules to intrude upon the two instruments hall? Shen Sisi replied, Perhaps Your Majesty has spent too much time outside and does not realize that I am the most rule-abiding of all. My previous visits to the two instruments hall were with the Emperor's permission, were they not, Your Majesty? The last part was directed at Xiao Zhuo, and in a moment invisible to the onlookers, she shot him a cold glare, her left hand firmly grasped by him, hidden beneath his wide sleeves. To Xiao Zhuo, Shen Sisi's fierce expression appeared endearing, and he felt an urge to kiss her and hold her tightly. Realizing she was questioning him, he replied, The concubine's entry into the two instruments hall is permitted by me. Mother need not involve the concubine in this matter. Yet, he noted that she had not visited him in the hall lately and no longer sought Gao Changxi to inquire about his whereabouts. As this thought crossed his mind, he tightened his grip on Shen Sisi's hand. Shen Sisi looked at him, puzzled by a sudden change in demeanor. Observing her audacity to challenge him and even invoke Xiao Zhuo's support, the Empress Dowager felt that since her son ascended the throne, few dared to speak to her as such. The other concubines remained silent, witnessing the verbal clash between the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the concubine. Suppressing her anger, the Empress Dowager continued, Regardless of how busy you are with state affairs, you must eat on time. Therefore, I shall have Qianer deliver your meals daily to ensure you are properly supervised, alleviating my concerns. Xiao Zhuo responded coldly, I have many servants to attend to me. There is no need to trouble my cousin. Qin Qian chimed in sweetly, My aunt is merely concerned for my cousin's well-being. I do not find it troublesome. Internally anxious, she hoped her cousin would agree to this arrangement, believing he would not refuse her aunt's request, as he typically acquiesced to her wishes. Excitement bubbled within her. Imagining frequent visits to the two instruments hall, convinced that one day her cousin would notice her, the Empress Dowager added, Look, Qianer is not troubled by this. I decree it shall be so. Before she could finish, Shen Sisi interjected, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Your Majesty. You once said that only the meals I delivered were sweet and delectable, and that you would only eat what I provided. Are those words now mere fabrications? The manipulative nature of her words was evident, attempting to portray the Emperor's request for her to deliver meals as a demand from the Empress Dowager. Inwardly seething, Qin Qian thought, That wretched woman, one day I shall mar her pretty face and see how she seduces others. Xiao Zhuo regarded Shen Sisi, aware of her feigned distress. Yet he could not suppress a sigh. Mother, I did indeed once speak such words. As the sovereign, I must be steadfast in my promises. There is no need for you to concern yourself with my meals. Xiaoying sat quietly, feeling like a mere ornament, aware that her voice would go unheard. She found it perplexing that her brother, who typically accommodated their mother, was now defying her. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened, perceiving his words as a critique of her overreach. It was evident to all that Shen Sisi's words were those commonly exchanged in private between a man and a woman, yet today, he had acquiesced to her. Shen Sisi was indeed a source of trouble. As the tension eased, the Empress Dowager lost interest in continuing the discussion, suggesting that they explore the scenic surroundings before their departure tomorrow and that they need not remain in her presence. Shen Sisi wished to visit the back mountain, but upon observing Qin Qian's gaze, she realized that if she left now, she would surely seek Xiao Zhuo out. Additionally, she recalled that in her past life, Xiao Zhuo had been ambushed in the back mountain of this very temple, with rumors of Qin Qian having shielded him from a blade. It seemed that upon returning,
He been even kinder to Qin Qian.
This time, with her presence, she would not allow them the chance to share their intimate feelings. If the one who shielded him from the sword this time were herself, would he treat her with more kindness? Perhaps refraining from taking action against the Shen family out of gratitude for saving his life? Yet, she soon relinquished this notion. For that wretched creature would undoubtedly not spare the Shen family. In that case, let him perish this time. Chapter 38. How could Qin Qian be here? However, even without the guards, his skills were formidable. It remained uncertain whether these individuals could truly bring him down. Yet even if they could not kill him, inflicting severe injuries would surely delay him from dealing with the Shen family, which was a rather advantageous thought. She merely wished for her father to resign from his official duties, hoping never to tread the same path as in her previous life. That wretched creature, despite his faults, could at least be considered a diligent and benevolent emperor. Xiao Zhuo, noticing Shen Sisi clinging to his arm, felt a smile curve his lips. One he himself did not recognize. What mischief was she plotting now, Shen Sisi gritted her teeth, wondering what he meant by mischief. In a delicate tone, she said,
What are you talking about?
I merely wish for His Majesty to accompany me for a stroll to the back mountain. Are you unwilling? Yet, the intensity of his gaze suggested that refusal would lead to dire consequences. She inwardly scoffed. Yes, she was indeed scheming something. Xiao Zhuo, unable to contain himself any longer, reached for her cheek once more. He had restrained himself within the palace, but out here, he could no longer hold back. She endured this, considering that he would soon be injured. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Xiao Zhuo felt a surge of affection. Let us go, if I do not acquiesce soon. Our beloved imperial concubine's little mouth may pout to the heavens. Shen Sisi turned to her attendants, instructing, You may all withdraw. This palace wishes to spend some time alone with His Majesty. Gao Changxi hesitated. Your Highness, perhaps it would be wise to having Qi accompany you. In case of unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Zhuo interjected. You need not remain here. After they departed, Gao Changxi glanced at the impassive Ing Qi, unable to suppress his concern. Sir Ing, why do you not persuade His Majesty? What if they encounter danger? Ing Qi regarded Gao Changxi's anxious expression and replied, That is an order. His Majesty is more than capable. You need not worry. Silence now. Gao Changxi remained uneasy. While His Majesty was indeed skilled, there was also the imperial concubine to consider. If she were to sustain injuries, it would ultimately be His Majesty who would suffer. Ing Qi did not comprehend how the imperial concubine's injuries would affect His Majesty. Yet he stated, His Majesty carries a signal flare. We can reach this location from the back mountain in less than a quarter of an hour. Hearing this, Gao Changxi reflected on how the temple was predominantly occupied by their own people, which alleviated some of his worries. Shen Sisi, having not been there in her previous life, was unaware of where Xiao Zhuo had been ambushed or why he had come here, especially with Qin Qian present. She could only walk alongside him while remaining vigilant not to be discovered by Xiao Zhuo. As they meandered, Shen Sisi skipped joyfully, her arm linked with Xiao Zhuo's. He tightly grasped her hand, keeping a watchful eye on her, repeatedly admonishing, Slow down. Watch your step. Shen Sisi, growing impatient, retorted, I know. Why are you becoming more nagging by the day? Are you growing weary of me? With that, she attempted to shake off his hand but found herself unable to escape his firm grip. Do not shake me off, what if you fall? The back mountain was vast, and Shen Sisi, uncertain of her surroundings, decided to follow Xiao Zhuo along the path. However, after a short while, fatigue overcame her, and she pulled Xiao Zhuo to a stone stool where she sat down. As she rested, rubbing her legs, Xiao Zhuo seized her hand and placed it on his knee. Using both hands to massage it, looking up, he noticed her gazing at him in a daze, and he gently inquired, What troubles you?
Shen Sisi,
suspecting that his kindness was merely a facade to protect Qin Qian and that he intended to take action against the Shen family, felt a wave of absurdity wash over her. She believed that everyone's goodwill around her was driven by ulterior motives. Noticing her silence, Xiao Zhuo continued the conversation. I mentioned that I only wish to indulge in the delightful dishes prepared by the imperial concubine. I wonder when you might arrange this for me. His words pulled Shen Sisi from her drifting thoughts, realizing he was recapping the earlier conversation in the palace. Feigning anger, she attempted to extract her legs from his knee. But after several unsuccessful attempts, she surrendered, muttering, "It's all my fault for speaking out of turn. Otherwise, His Majesty could enjoy delectable meals delivered daily by a beautiful lady." Xiao Zhuo, observing her petulant demeanor, lightly tapped her forehead. "Is that what you meant? I merely wish to know when I can savor the meals you send, for you have committed an act of treason against the Emperor." Fearing that if he continued, she would indeed have to serve him meals daily, Shen Sisi pouted, "I simply cannot abide Qin Qian. I detest her." She then leaned against his shoulder, adding, "But you did not expose me before the Empress Dowager, so how is that treason? Now you question me over such a trivial matter. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for the virtuous consort and cannot bear to see her wronged?" Xiao Zhuo, taken aback by her unfounded accusations, replied, "I am currently inquiring about you, not seeking trouble with anyone. These are two separate matters. We must maintain clarity in our discussions. Do you not agree?" He attempted to steer the topic back to its rightful course. Shen Sisi retorted, "How is there no connection? To me, these two matters are one and the same. You are merely evading the issue." Xiao Zhuo was perplexed as to why every conversation with her seemed to divert to unrelated topics. He only wished to see her daily and enjoy her company. Shen Sisi thought to herself, "You think you can outmaneuver me? I shall not yield. I will vex you to no end." Just as Xiao Zhuo was about to speak again, Shen Sisi turned her head away, unwilling to hear more.
Shen Sisi.
Xiao Zhuo began, but she interrupted, "Let us go. I have had enough rest. We shall continue our journey." She had not forgotten the purpose of her visit to the back mountain, and the scenery was indeed beautiful, making their stroll quite delightful. As they reached a pavilion halfway up the mountain, they discovered someone already there. Upon approaching, they realized it was Qin Qian. "Qin Qian, how could you be here?" Chapter 39. Injured. Shen Sisi pondered whether this was their destined encounter, a twist of fate that brought them here, no matter her efforts to change it. Xiao Zhuo, noticing Qin Qian as well, turned to Shen Sisi and softly suggested, "Shall we take this path instead?" pointing to a different trail. Shen Sisi glanced at Qin Qian, fully aware that she had also spotted them, and would not relent. She relinked her arm with Xiao Zhuo's, declaring, "The virtuous consort is over there in the pavilion. Let us go and pay her a visit." With that, she led Xiao Zhuo towards the pavilion. The virtuous consort, seeing Shen Sisi and Xiao Zhuo approach, quickly knelt in greeting. "This humble servant pays her respects to His Majesty." Xiao Zhuo replied, "Rise." Shen Sisi noted how Qin Qian's gaze lingered on her hand entwined with Xiao Zhuo's and smirked, speaking deliberately, "It seems we are quite fated to meet, encountering each other in such a small pavilion amidst this vast mountain." The words spoken hold a certain truth. Qin Qian was aware that His Majesty had been lured to this secluded mountainside by Shen Sisi. Her arrival here was indeed intended as a chance encounter. However, the vastness of the area rendered her uncertain of the path they had taken, so she paused at this red screen to rest her weary feet, not anticipating that she would cross paths with them here. With a gentle smile, Qin Qian remarked, "I did not expect to encounter His Majesty and the imperial concubine in this place." Shen Sisi tugged at Xiao Zhuo's sleeve, casting him a charming smile. "Your Majesty, let us rest here for a while. It just so happens that the virtuous concubine is present as well." Xiao Zhuo, unsure of the girl's intentions, nevertheless acquiesced. "Very well. Let us sit in the pavilion." The three of them sat in silence, exchanging glances. While Shen Sisi pondered the whereabouts of the assassins, she also contemplated ways to vex Qin Qian. She playfully complained to Xiao Zhuo that the tea was too hot and requested that he blow on it for her. Moments later, she lamented that her legs ached from their earlier walk, stating that she should have heeded His Majesty's advice, foreseeing bruises upon her return. Observing Qin Qian's restrained expression, Shen Sisi felt a surge of triumph within her. How delightful it must be to provoke her, knowing she was too fearful to retaliate. Qin Qian, watching the interaction between Shen Sisi and Xiao Zhuo, found herself resorting to digging her nails into her flesh beneath her sleeves to quell her rising ire. She occasionally cast furtive glances at Xiao Zhuo, but he was wholly engrossed in Shen Sisi, oblivious to Qin Qian's hidden sentiments. Although Xiao Zhuo understood Shen Sisi's antics were merely to incite anger, he found amusement in the vivid expressions she wore. Suddenly, an arrow shot toward Xiao Zhuo. prompting him to swiftly encircle Shen Sisi's waist and pull her aside. Then, 5 figures clad in black emerged, brandishing swords and charging at them. Xiao Zhuo rose to confront them, turning to Shen Sisi with a stern admonition to protect herself. Qin Xian was instantly alarmed by the appearance of the assassins, repeatedly calling out for his majesty and wishing to rush to his side, but was restrained by Shen Sisi, who covered her mouth and urged her to remain quiet. Shen Sisi, though frightened by the armed assailants, recognized that their attention was currently fixated on Xiao Zhuo. Qin Xian's distress would undoubtedly draw their focus towards them, sealing their fate. Having had enough of life, Qin Xian was unwilling to meet her end just yet. Xiao Zhuo had already signaled for help. All they had to do was wait for rescue, without adding to his troubles. Shen Sisi looked at Qin Xian, releasing her hold, and instructed her not to cause a commotion. Qin Xian nodded eagerly in response. As Shen Sisi let her go, they noticed that the 5 attackers had been repelled. However, now another group of 5 black-clad individuals emerged from the shadows, and reinforcements had yet to arrive. Observing that Xiao Zhuo was managing to fend off their initial assault, one of the new assailants set his sights on Shen Sisi and Qin Xian. Let us move over there. You distract him while I seize the imperial concubine. Does the emperor not favor her above all? We shall see if that affection is genuine or mere pretense. Qin Xian, seeing the man advancing towards them, grasped Shen Sisi's sleeve, exclaiming, "What do we do? He is coming this way." Shen Sisi felt a surge of fear, but with only the 2 of them present, Qin Xian's incessant noise was becoming unbearable. Silence,
she hissed.
Xiao Zhuo, aware of the urgency, attempted to shake off the black-clad assailant and make his way toward Shen Sisi and Qin Xian. Gripping her dagger tightly, Shen Sisi prepared herself. It was a gift from her father on her 10th birthday, and she had brought it deliberately today. The assailant, seeing only 3 unarmed women, let his guard down. In a swift motion, the red screen hurled a stool at him, and while he dodged, Shen Sisi lunged forward with her dagger aimed at his eyes. He clutched his face in agony as he realized she dared to harm him. At the last moment, Xiao Zhuo arrived, plunging his sword into the man's heart, who stared in disbelief before collapsing lifelessly. Shen Sisi rushed into Xiao Zhuo's arms, exclaiming, "You scared me to death. Where have you been?" Dropping his sword, Xiao Zhuo embraced her, soothing her with gentle reassurances that all was well. Inwardly, Shen Sisi felt frustrated. How could such inept individuals fail against Xiao Zhuo? With so many attackers, he remained unscathed, while in a past life, Qin Xian had borne the brunt of a fatal injury. Watching as Ying Qi and the others arrived, Shen Sisi sighed internally, realizing her hopes had been dashed. She released Xiao Zhuo and stepped outside. Xiao Zhuo turned to Ying Qi, instructing him to investigate the disappearance of palace attendants from the various courts. "Your Majesty, do you suspect there is a traitor among us?" Ying Qi inquired. "Not suspect, but confirm. Has the temple been sealed?" Xiao Zhuo replied. "I received the signal, and Master Ji ordered the sealing immediately," Ying Qi confirmed. "Then go," Xiao Zhuo commanded. Seeing that the danger had passed, Qin Xian closely followed Xiao Zhuo, while Shen Sisi discreetly scanned the surroundings, wary of a possible 3rd wave of assassins. At that moment, she turned and caught sight of a black-clad figure behind Xiao Zhuo, sword raised to strike. In an instant, Shen Sisi's voice caught in her throat. She knew that blow would either mortally wound or kill him. Xiao Zhuo, sensing movement behind him, was about to evade when Qin Xian leapt forward, shielding him from the blade. Witnessing this unfold behind him, Xiao Zhuo instinctively wrapped his arms around Qin Xian. "Qian'er?" he uttered, as he retaliated against the would-be assassin. Seeing the wound on her back, blood staining his hands, Xiao Zhuo lifted her in his arms, urgently commanding, "Fetch Dr. Fang Liangji." In Chapter 40, "Who truly cares for you?" As they passed by Shen Sisi, Xiao Zhuo murmured, "Stay close." Aware that trouble had erupted in the mountains, Bai Qiu and the others quickly followed behind Ying Qi, arriving to see His Majesty carrying the virtuous concubine down the slope. Observing Shen Sisi standing alone, gazing at the sight of Xiao Zhuo cradling Qin Xian, she appeared forlorn. Bai Qiu approached Shen Sisi cautiously. "Your Highness, shall we descend the mountain now?" Yu Ying joined them. "Your Highness, we cannot dismiss the possibility of more assassins. We do not know if this mountainside is safe." Watching Xiao Zhuo's anxious demeanor, Shen Sisi reflected. Indeed, he cared deeply. His distress over her injury was palpable. Noting the cautious glances from Bai Qiu and the others, who feared provoking her ire at the sight of Xiao Zhuo with Qin Xian, she smiled softly, her tone calm. "Let us take this path down." I ascended from the other side. The scenery here is surely as splendid as the opposite. Seeing that their princess was unfazed, Bai Qiu readily agreed. And they proceeded without concern for the route. As Xiao Zhuo carried the unconscious Qin Qian down the mountain, Dr. Fang Liangji awaited their arrival. After placing Qin Qian on the bed, Fang Liangji swiftly approached to assess her condition. Your Majesty, the virtuous concubine's injury is severe. I must first remove the sword from her back, he urged Xiao Zhuo. Proceed, and ensure the virtuous concubine receives the best care. Xiao Zhuo instructed before stepping outside to find Gao Changxi waiting. Has the imperial concubine returned? He inquired. In the urgency of the moment, he had carried Qin Qian away without waiting for her to follow. Gao Changxi responded. The imperial concubine, along with Bai Qiu and Yuing,
took a different path down the mountain.
Xiao Zhuo felt somewhat relieved upon hearing that Yuing and the others were following Sisi. He intended to go and check on the situation when, at that moment, Empress Dowager Qin arrived. She was in the midst of her prayers when she heard the news of the Xianfei being injured while trying to save His Majesty, prompting her to hurry over. With a worried expression, Empress Dowager Qin inquired, Your Majesty, how is Xianer faring now? Xiao Zhuo replied, Mother, there is no need to worry. The imperial physician is already inside attending to her. Empress Dowager Qin responded, How can this widow not be concerned? While Xiao Zhuo's thoughts were occupied with Shen Sisi, he felt a pressing urgency to see her. He understood that such words would likely lead to his mother obstructing him and subsequently causing trouble for Sisi. Mother, I must attend to matters regarding the assassin. I leave Xianfei in your care. Upon hearing this news, Empress Dowager Qin realized this was Xiano's chance to capture the emperor's attention. After hearing Xiao Zhuo's declaration, she continued, Your Majesty, Xiano was injured for your sake. Although she may not voice it, this widow knows she surely wishes for you to be by her side at this moment. Lord Ji has also arrived regarding the assassin incident. You may leave this matter to him and stay here to accompany Sienna, as this widow implores you. At that moment, Fang Liangji emerged, saying, Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, the sword has been removed from Xianfei, and the bleeding has stopped. However, she is continuously murmuring your name. She has lost a considerable amount of blood and... Xiao Zhuo interjected, Speak plainly. Fang Liangji replied, Whether she can endure this night is uncertain. Her continuous invocation of your name may strengthen her will to survive if you are by her side. Empress Dowager Qin urged, Your Majesty, since the physician has said so.
You.
Gao Changxi quietly informed Xiao Zhuo, The Guifei has returned. Empress Dowager Qin insisted, Since physician Fang has said this, then. Xiao Zhuo asserted, I shall go in to see Xianfei. The next day, Hong Ping remained vigilantly by Xianfei's side and, noticing she had awakened, exclaimed with delight, Your Highness. You are awake. I shall summon the physician at once. Fang Liangji remarked, Your Highness has awakened. The worst has passed. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager. There is no need for concern. Empress Dowager Qin kept murmuring, It is well that you have awakened. It is well. Qin Xian cast a glance at Xiao Zhuo and then said, It is Xiano's fault for causing cousin and aunt to worry. Empress Dowager Qin approached the bedside, taking her hand and saying, Child, what nonsense are you speaking? You saved your cousin. Your aunt must thank you properly. Qin Xian replied, It is merely what Xiano ought to do. With a gentle expression, Empress Dowager Qin observed, You, my child, how could you rush in at such a perilous moment? If anything were to happen to you, how could this widow explain it to your mother? Feeling embarrassed at her words, Qin Xian lowered her head. Aunt, the situation was urgent. I did not think it through, and only considered cousin's danger. Empress Dowager Qin responded, This is the mark of true concern for another. Regardless of the circumstances, one fears for your safety. Your Majesty, this widow understands your affection for the Guifei, yet in this instance, it was only the three of you. I have also inquired with Hong Ping. The Guifei stood in a position where she could see the assassin, yet only Sienna rushed to protect you. She regarded Xiao Zhuo's stern expression, unsure of whether he was contemplating something, and continued, This widow knows you cherish her. Allowing her to act with impunity in the harem, even daring to confront this widow. But look at the consequences of such indulgence. This widow shall say no more. But I hope you will keep a closer watch over Sienna in the future. Hearing Empress Dowager Qin's words, Xiao Zhuo coldly replied, Mother, I am aware of my responsibilities. Then turned to Qin Xian, Sienna, focus on recuperating. I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, he strode out decisively. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shen Sisi's quarters, Xiao Zhuo found no one inside. Gao Changxi seized a maidservant cleaning nearby and inquired, Where has the Guifei gone? The maidservant, upon seeing Gao Changxi and Xiao Zhuo, hurriedly knelt and said, Your Majesty, The Guifei is presently in the front hall for the prayers. Xiao Zhuo proceeded towards the front hall. At that moment, Shen Sisi emerged and, upon seeing Xiao Zhuo approach, asked, "Your Majesty, what brings you to the front hall? Have you had your breakfast?" Xiao Zhuo fixed his gaze upon her, silent. Gao Chengxi interjected from behind, "Your Majesty has not yet dined. Has the lady had her meal? Would you like to join His Majesty?" Shen Sisi replied, "I have yet to eat as well. Come, let's go together for breakfast." During their meal, Shen Sisi continued to fuss over the dishes, requesting Xiao Zhuo to pick this out and that out for her. Xiao Zhuo patiently complied. Yet their conversation remained limited to their meal, devoid of any further topics. Observing Xiao Zhuo's distracted demeanor, Shen Sisi assumed he was concerned about Qin Xian. Given her severe injuries and current state of rest, she felt it unfair that he was now forced to spare time to comfort her. Xiao Zhuo was uncertain of his own feelings, yet it was undeniable that Empress Dowager Qin's words had an impact on him. He contemplated why Sisi had not called for him when she saw the assassin. Was she too frightened? Yet, her demeanor suggested no trace of fear. He was reluctant to believe she had deliberately chosen not to call for him. No, that was implausible. Sisi loved him dearly, as was evident from her actions. She must have been genuinely startled. Xiao Zhuo bestowed a tender smile upon Shen Sisi, saying, "You were frightened yesterday. I shall ask Fang Liangji to prepare some calming medicine for you if you wish." Shen Sisi, puzzled by his sudden concern, thought to herself that he only remembered her now, after having been preoccupied with Qin Xian all this time. She feigned indifference, stating, "Your Majesty only thinks of me now. Did you forget about me for the entire duration yesterday?" Xiao Zhuo was taken aback by her words, feeling an unexpected surge of happiness. Interpreting it as a sign that she cared for him, he explained, "The severity of Xianfei's injury and her constant calling of my name compelled me to remain longer. And I had important affairs to attend to in the evening." Shen Sisi retorted, "I fear your Majesty did not think of me at all." Xiao Zhuo's gaze remained fixed on her. "And what of you? Did you think of me yesterday?" Startled by his inquiry, Shen Sisi assumed he had discerned her thoughts. Yet, reconsidering, she dismissed the notion, realizing he was unaware of her feelings. How could she explain her fear upon witnessing the assassin? Turning her head away, she replied, "I was indeed frightened yesterday, but your Majesty carried Xianfei away. How affectionate that was. I had been waiting in my quarters, hoping to see you. But you remained with Xianfei, only to come today in a fit of anger." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing her cry, Xiao Zhuo felt a pang of panic and hastily wiped her tears away. "Do not cry. It shatters my heart. I was in the wrong yesterday, but it shall not happen again." Shen Sisi playfully punched him, saying, "There shall be a next time?" Xiao Zhuo grasped her fist, pressing it to his lips, and replied, "I misspoke. There will be no next time." Ji Ling interjected, "Your Majesty." The group from the mountain yesterday was admitted by a maid named Ding He from the Princess Liang's residence. She had inquired about the guard rotation and took advantage of the shift change to bring them in. Further investigation reveals this maid entered the palace a year ago and is associated with the Princess Anyang's household. Additionally, I have yet to uncover any trace of the Beiding Marquis's residence in this incident. Xiao Zhuo commanded, "Continue your investigation into this matter. Upon returning, conduct a thorough review of the personnel in each palace. I wish to know how many have infiltrated our ranks." Ji Ling, "Yes, I take my leave." Just as Ji Ling departed, another visitor arrived. Gao Chengxi, "Your Majesty, Princess Liang is outside requesting an audience." Xiao Zhuo, announcer. Accompanying Princess Liang is the Prince Consort, Lord Yong'an, and his son Lin Liangpeng. Xiaoing, "I pay my respects to your Majesty. I, a humble subject, pay my respects to your Majesty." Xiao Zhuo remained silent, engrossed in the memorials before him, offering no sign for them to rise. Xiaoing knelt on the ground, at a loss for words. Ever since she learned that the assassin from yesterday was a maid from her own household, she had collapsed upon receiving the news. Although she could not claim to fully understand her elder brother, the Emperor, she was aware that beneath his seemingly benevolent exterior lay a heart that was ruthless and unyielding. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally recalled the presence of the two individuals before her. "Xiao Zhuo, rise. Liang, what brings you and the Prince Consort here?" Xiaoing and the Prince Consort knelt once more. Xiaoing, "Yesterday, Lord Ji brought the Imperial Guard to my courtyard to apprehend someone. And it was then that I became aware of such a traitor within my household. Your Majesty, please know that we were entirely unaware of the maid's treachery. She was sent to me a year ago by my elder sister, the Empress of Anyang, who claimed that she was an excellent cook from Shu, with a style distinct from that of the capital. I had no inkling that she was a spy. It is my negligence and oversight. I humbly request your majesty's pardon. Xiao Zhuo, I do not wish to see a repeat of this incident. Should there be any further lapses in vigilance, upon your return, you shall remain in your estate to pray for the Empress Dowager for 3 months. Xiao Ying and the Prince Consort hurriedly knelt to express their gratitude. Xiao Zhuo waved his sleeve. You may leave now. Once outside, Xiao Ying felt her legs weaken, and it was Prince Consort Lin who steadied her. Lin, are you unwell? Princess? Xiao Ying shook her head. Let us return. She felt the perspiration soaking her back, and noted that the Prince Consort was in a similar state. They needed to cleanse themselves. Her elder brother had said little, yet she sensed that he had already unraveled the truth, recognizing their innocence in the matter. And that moving forward, their only obligation was to cooperate. Lady Wen, I always said that Sister Xianfei is fortunate. She shielded His Majesty from the assassin. In my view, Sister Xianfei's fortune is yet to unfold. Upon hearing that Qin Qian was injured while saving His Majesty, and that His Majesty personally guarded her through the night, the news reached my ears, and I resolved to align myself with her. After all, I have already offended the favored concubine. Now that the Empress Dowager has returned to the palace, and with Qin Qian having saved His Majesty, it struck me that Qin Qian, who previously sought no favor, will surely have more opportunities to be near His Majesty. How did I not think of this sooner?
Lida, indeed.
It is said that His Majesty stayed by the consort side all night. He truly cares for her. Listening to their flattery, with words that pleased her, Lady Wen felt elated, a sensation she had never before experienced, yet for Shen Sisi, it was likely a matter of course. All of this was rightfully hers. Just wait. One day she would ensure that Shen Sisi was firmly beneath her heel. Xiao Zhuo reclined in the Grand Master's chair, toying with the embroidered pouch crafted by Shen Sisi. He could not fathom why his feelings towards her had grown increasingly peculiar. His initial affection stemmed from his collaboration with Shen Hongba, who had remarked that his daughter might be somewhat spoiled by her mother. If he had inadvertently offended the emperor, he hoped for leniency. At that time, Xiao Zhuo had dismissed the notion, for he believed that even the most pampered would eventually lose their sharp edges within the treacherous confines of the inner palace. A scene he had witnessed since childhood. However, upon encountering Shen Sisi, he found her endearingly delicate and thought he could spoil her a little. If the Duke of Baiting could indulge her, surely he could tend to this young girl as well. Once this thought took root, it became an indelible part of his heart. Chapter 42. From a young age, she was ruthless. Even on their wedding night, with the scent of alcohol heavy upon him, the young girl could not abide, insisting that he wash before joining her in bed. Initially, he managed to restrain himself, but as he realized he had indulged her, he grew increasingly reckless. He would quickly apologize whenever he erred, especially after forging an alliance with the Duke of Baiting, which allowed him to take liberties. He began to disdain the other women in his harem, telling her that if she preferred another company, she should not return to him. His initial intrigue with her led him to acquiesce to this impertinent request, and thus it has continued until now. Little did he know that this indulgence would become habitual. After ascending to the throne, many began to whisper in his ear about the favored concubine's volatile temperament, her arrogance, and disregard for others. He thought to himself that he must tread carefully in her presence, while others could endure a little discomfort. After all, he bore the responsibility of ensuring her happiness, and she grew ever more attached to him. Initially, his affections had been deliberate, but even when they were no longer necessary, they morphed into a habit. Yet now, he realized she increasingly influenced his emotions, particularly when others spoke ill of her. He could not shake the thought that had she been the one injured, it would have pained him greatly. Clutching the pouch tightly, he recognized that few could sway his feelings in such a manner. He could not allow this to continue unchecked. By Qiu, Han Chun, it has been several days since we returned to the palace, yet His Majesty has not visited us. He seems to frequent Fuan Palace more and more, while Our Lady appears to mind not at all. Han Chun, whatever Our Lady does, as long as she is happy, that is all that matters. Whispers abound in the palace that Our Lady has fallen from favor, with the favored being the Xianfei of Fuan Palace. These sycophants, ever eager to curry favor, do all they can to shield such rumors from reaching Our Lady's ears, lest they tarnish her spirit. Shen Sisi gazed at her with bright eyes. How are you so remarkable? Simply splendid. As she spoke, she handed her handkerchief, saying, Quickly, wipe your sweat. Ying took the handkerchief, her head lowered in shyness amidst Shen Sisi's praises. Thank you, your ladyship. Ying, your ladyship, please try this green plum tea. I just prepared it. Shen Sisi took a small sip, her eyes lighting up. It's delicious, sweet and sour. Quickly, Bai Qiu, Sun Chun, come and taste. Bai Qiu and the others approached without needing Yu Ying's assistance, gossiping as they did so. It seems with Yu Ying here, we are no longer visible to the lady. Shen Sisi wrinkled her nose. Oh dear, do you smell that? Why does it suddenly feel so sour? Han Chun, I smell it too, and as she spoke, she sniffed near Bai Qiu, affirming that the scent was indeed strong. The group erupted into playful chaos. In these past few days, Shen Sisi delighted in hearing Yu Ying and the others recount their training and experiences on missions, mingling freely with Bai Qiu and the rest, cherishing the playful banter. Yu Ying joined in the merriment, reveling in the joy of a peaceful existence, something they had never dared to imagine before. In the Two Instruments Hall, Gao Changxi found himself enduring tumultuous days. His Majesty had shown little inclination to visit Changning Palace, instead choosing to frequent Fuan Palace more often, his temperament becoming increasingly capricious. Little Dingzi, Master, the Xianfei has brought soup for His Majesty. Should we let her in? Gao Changxi smacked his forehead. What do you mean, let her in? Did I not tell you before? Little Dingzi, the Xianfei has come daily with soup, yet His Majesty has not taken a single sip. Gao Changxi, though His Majesty has not drunk it, did he not receive it? Look, aside from the favored concubine, has he accepted anything from the other ladies? Hurry, go. And he gave the boy a light smack on the head. Yongshou Palace. An elderly maid, around 50 or 60, approached Qin Qian with a bow. The old servant has come to pay respects to the Xianfei. Qin Qian bent down to personally assist her, saying, There is no need for such formalities, aunt. Has mother awakened? The elderly woman was adorned in attire more splendid than that of the typical matriarch from a minor official's household. She had been a companion to Empress Dowager Qin for over 20 years. With a warm smile directed at Qin Qian, she regarded this young lady as one she had watched grow since childhood. You have arrived at just the right moment, as the Empress Dowager has only just awakened. Qianer has come. Please, take a seat. The Empress Dowager gestured towards the chair beside her. Qin Qian approached and sat down. You came from the Two Instruments Palace. Yet you wear such a solemn expression. What troubles you? Qin Qian sighed. Since my cousin returned from Rongyan Temple, he has sent soup daily for me but has never once entered, and each time he visits my palace, he merely stays for a moment before leaving. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager inquired, Tell me, have you sent anything inside before? Aside from visiting you, has he been to other palaces during this time? Qin Qian shook her head. Then that settles it. You must not be anxious. Progress takes time. Surely you can see the improvement compared to before? Rest assured. His Majesty will come to pay his respects to me tomorrow, and I shall encourage him further. Qin Qian's face brightened with gratitude. Thank you, aunt. The Empress Dowager merely patted her hand. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Then I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Qin Qian replied as she departed. Once Qin Qian left, the Empress Dowager let out a long sigh. Zhao Mama approached and refilled her tea. Why the sigh, Your Majesty? The virtuous consort was young before, but now she is considerably more sensible. Things will only improve from here. The Empress Dowager replied, As long as I am here, I can protect the Qin family and her. I fear that if I were to depart one day, she would struggle to uphold the Qin family alone. Zhao Mama reassured her, Your Majesty, you worry too much. The Qin family remains the Emperor's maternal family, and the virtuous consort is the Emperor's cousin. After a lengthy silence, the Empress Dowager finally spoke. Throughout these years, you have been my longest companion. Others may not know, but you understand that the Emperor and I are not particularly close. Though he appears dutiful, I know he has never held me in his heart. Despite being his son, she felt a disconnect with him, as he had lived in the prince's mansion since the age of 8 and later spent years on the battlefield, leaving little room for mother-son interaction. Zhao Mama observed the sorrow etched on the Empress Dowager's face and said, Your Majesty, the Emperor is your biological son. He would never disregard you. I know. The Empress Dowager sighed, but the Qin family, alas. Zhao Mama, feeling it was inappropriate to speak out of turn, continued, Your Majesty, forgive my boldness. Over the years, you have dealt with the chaos left by the Marquis. The Emperor is your child. You must also consider him. But he is now the Emperor. What more could he need? I have only one younger brother, Wenbin, and he is merely a leisurely Marquis.
Leia is so unambitious.
How can I rest easy without overseeing them? Zhao Mama perceived that while the Empress Dowager was astute in many matters, her clarity often faltered when it came to the Marquis of Xianping. I know he has always been ruthless. I remember when he feigned illness as a child.
Zhao Mama,
Alarmed by this revelation, urgently interrupted, Your Majesty. Chapter 43. to bear him a child. She looked around cautiously. Your Majesty, must not speak of this matter again. It must be buried. If the Emperor were to hear of it, our relations would become strained. The Empress Dowager acknowledged, I am aware. It has been buried in my heart for over 10 years. Sometimes I wonder if he remembers, which is why he is so cold towards me. But what could I have done? When Xiao Zhuo was 4, Wenbin, in a moment of folly, was framed for a crime after greedily accepting silver. At that time, the Qin family held no power, and since he was born, the late emperor rarely visited her palace. In a moment of desperation, she concocted a plan for him to feign illness to summon the late emperor and plead for Wenbin's clemency. However, little Xiao Zhuo refused to comply, and in a fit of anger, she had him kneel in the courtyard. His uncle had always treated him kindly, gifting him with delightful toys. Yet he was unwilling to assist his uncle in this small matter. After 2 hours of kneeling outside, it was only Zhao Mama's reminder that led her to recall his punishment. Ultimately, Xiao Zhuo fell ill, and she thought that since he refused to feign illness, his genuine sickness would serve her purpose. She hoped that a more severe illness would elicit greater sympathy from the late emperor, leading her to withhold the physician's arrival. Her plan succeeded in proving Wenbin's innocence, and the late emperor granted him forgiveness. But Xiao Zhuo nearly succumbed to a severe cold and required meticulous care for half a year before recovering. Reflecting on this, she felt deep remorse and endeavored to treat him with greater kindness. Xiao Zhuo never mentioned this incident again, and she naturally assumed he had forgotten, due to his young age. Now, she believed their estrangement was merely a result of their limited interactions as mother and son. Zhao Mama sighed inwardly, recalling how she had previously attempted to dissuade the Empress Dowager from such actions.
Now,
she could only hope that the Emperor had forgotten those past events and that the rift between him and the Empress Dowager would not deepen. You should also invest more thought into the Emperor, Zhao Mama suggested. I understand, the Empress Dowager replied. The following day, in Yongshou Palace, the Empress led the concubines to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. My son pays homage to mother. I, your humble servant, greet the Empress Dowager.
Rise.
The Empress Dowager commanded. In my old age, seeing you youthful and radiant brings me joy. Upon hearing this, Li Fei interjected, if your Majesty feels this way, after this election, seeing those new maidens entering the palace will surely bring even more delight. Though you speak of happiness, your tone betrays a hint of bitterness. The Empress Dowager continued, I find joy in your presence. She then turned her gaze to the Empress. How are preparations for this election proceeding? Upon being asked, the Empress promptly replied with respect, preparations are nearly complete. Shortly, I shall have someone deliver the materials to Mother for your review, and I kindly request her guidance on any necessary amendments. While the Empress Dowager appreciated the deference shown, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After learning that the late emperor had arranged for Xiao Zhuo to marry a minor official's daughter, her discontent with the empress's status lingered. However, observing the empress's respectful demeanor gradually eased her displeasure. Yet, when Qian'er encountered a near mishap at the Wang residence, her grievances resurfaced.
Now,
With the emperor already 23 years old, many of his peers had begun families, while he had only one daughter, which only heightened the Empress Dowager's dissatisfaction with the empress. Contemplating this, she remarked, I wonder when I shall cradle a little imperial grandchild. At this, the concubines fell silent, internally lamenting their circumstances, as the emperor seldom visited their quarters and they were powerless to change the situation. The empress's smile faltered, recognizing the implications of the Empress Dowager's words. Since the incident, the emperor had not come to her palace alone, and the lack of pregnancies among the other concubines reflected poorly on her as the empress. Qin Qian, resting her hand on her abdomen, felt sorrowful, imagining how wonderful it would be to bear her cousin's child. Yet, since entering the palace, her cousin had not approached her, and their interactions were limited to casual conversations. Then she turned to Shen Sisi, the Guifei, what say you? I shall refrain from commenting on the others, but the emperor frequents your palace the most. Why have you not made any progress? Noticing the growing chill in Shen Sisi's expression, she unabashedly continued. As someone of high standing in the palace, you should persuade the emperor to bestow his affections more evenly. The concubines, harboring their silent anxieties, fervently hoped that the favored consort could persuade His Majesty to truly embrace the equitable distribution of favor as the Empress Dowager had suggested. Shen Sisi, however, scoffed inwardly. During the second year of her marriage to Xiao Zhuo, she had yearned for a child that belonged to them. Yet, at that critical juncture of vying for succession, he had expressed reservations about the peril of fatherhood. After ascending the throne, She had consulted the imperial physician, who informed her that her youth had left her constitution vulnerable, and conceiving might pose challenges, necessitating daily medication to restore her health. Initially, she had recoiled from the bitter draught, yet the desire for their own progeny lingered. Ultimately, she could not summon the resolve, as Xiao Zhuo comforted her, assuring that there was no rush. They could take their time. In retrospect, it seemed he had never truly contemplated fathering a child with her, perhaps due to the influence of the powerful Shen family, which he might later have to confront, as a prince did not require such a maternal lineage. Shen Sisi remarked nonchalantly, "The Empress Dowager's assertion is misplaced. The authority of choice resides solely with His Majesty. It is not within the purview of concubines like us to dictate his actions. Instead of advising me, it would be more prudent for you to instruct them on how to retain His Majesty's favor. As for progeny, His Majesty has previously stated that it should come naturally. Lately, he has often visited the Changning Palace. I believe the Empress Dowager should direct her attention toward the virtuous consort's condition." The Empress Dowager's face darkened at Shen Sisi's blatant disregard for her authority, creating a palpable tension in the chamber. It was Qin Qian who eventually diffused the standoff, gently placing her hand on her abdomen and declaring, "Let us take the noble consort's auspicious words to heart. I too wish to bear a child for my cousin." This was a deliberate jab at Shen Sisi, as she knew full well that her cousin had not laid a hand on her. Shen Sisi felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. Struggling to maintain her composure, she coolly replied to Qin Qian, "Then I shall wish for the virtuous consort's aspirations to manifest soon." The two women locked eyes, a silent animosity flickering between them, each aware of the unspoken tension. The previously hushed hall was abruptly interrupted by the voice of a young eunuch from outside, announcing, "His Majesty has arrived." Chapter 44. What is he doing here? The concubines within the hall rose to pay their respects. "We humbly salute your Majesty." Xiao Zhuo entered and bowed to the Empress Dowager. "I pay my respects to Mother." "Rise," she commanded. Once seated, Xiao Zhuo looked around the hall, his interest piqued by the recent silence. The Empress Dowager smiled and began, "I was just discussing when I might hold my grandchild." After observing Xiao Zhuo's unchanging expression, she continued, "Your Majesty is not a young man anymore. It is time to consider having children. As a sovereign, the stability of offspring is paramount." When Xiao Zhuo had recently ascended, this topic had been frequently broached. Yet now the court officials understood that he was not like his predecessor, having claimed the throne through bloodshed. To bring up such an unwelcome subject now would be courting disaster. Xiao Zhuo replied coolly, "If Mother wishes for a child, I shall summon Gao Changxi to bring the heir of the Qing family." The Empress Dowager choked on her words. She desired to cradle her own grandchild, not someone else's. "No need, Your Majesty. You know that is not what I meant. I was merely saying that the noble consort expressed a desire for you to have more children." She cleverly omitted the detail of whose children she referred to. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuo turned to the favored consort. "Oh, is that so?" Shen Sisi echoed, "Indeed. I too hope for your Majesty to have your own heir soon." The Empress Dowager, sensing his growing interest in this matter, pressed further, "Your Majesty should visit the various palaces more often." Xiao Zhuo's gaze bore into Shen Sisi. Is this also what the noble consort desires? If anyone else had faced such intensity, they would have been paralyzed with fear, yet Shen Sisi met his gaze directly, reiterating, "I too wish for your Majesty to have heir soon." Her calm demeanor perplexed him. Should she not be jealous or angry? Why was she so composed? Feeling a sense of unease, he abruptly stood and excused himself from the hall, leaving Shen Sisi bewildered. She mused over his peculiar behavior. He had once been so apprehensive about Qin Qian's child, hastily casting her aside, yet now he seemed irked by her own words. Had she truly misspoken? The atmosphere in the hall grew tense once more. The Empress, "Mother, upon your return to the palace, a banquet should ideally be organized. However, due to the virtuous consort's injury, it was postponed. Now that she has nearly recovered, shall we not host a family gathering?" The Empress Dowager replied, "Very well. Let it be a lively affair. It has been quite some time since I last saw the Marchioness of Xianping. You shall oversee the arrangements." The Empress acknowledged yes. In Changning Palace, Bai Qiu observed the solemn demeanor of His Majesty seated within, her heart racing with concern for the consort. Uncertain of the cause, she noted His Majesty's grim expression upon arrival. Even her attempt to send word that he had come to Changning Palace was thwarted by eunuch Gao. As His Majesty's countenance darkened with each passing moment, she silently prayed for the consort's swift return. Sun Chun, too, was anxious for the consort. Today, she and Bai Qiu were in the palace, while Yu Ying and the others accompanied the consort on an outing. As they anxiously awaited her return, laughter and merriment echoed from outside. "If you enjoy it, my lady, I shall recount it to you slowly upon our return," Ewing offered. "I can do so as well, and I will not be outdone," Ewing interjected, casting a glance at Ewing to ensure she would not monopolize the consort's attention. Shen Sisi observed their playful rivalry and lightly tapped each on the forehead, saying, "Very well, you two may share the tale." Recently, she had become enamored with martial art stories, and the fact that Ewing and her friends not only narrated but also performed them delighted her. As the three of them chuckled while entering the hall, Ewing felt something was amiss. Why was it so quiet today? Usually, Bai Qiu and the others would greet her eagerly upon her return, but today, as she exchanged glances with Ewing, Shen Sisi sensed the unusual atmosphere. She strode into the hall and was taken aback to find Xiao Zhuo present. "What is he doing here?" Shen Sisi commanded. "You may leave now." And with that, Bai Qiu and the others hastily departed. Gao Chengxi glanced at Xiao Zhuo, who said nothing, and obediently followed suit. Shen Sisi broke the silence. "Is there something that brings your majesty here?" She was genuinely puzzled by his presence. Xiao Zhuo's gaze fixated upon her, observing her innocent expression as though she truly had no idea why he was upset. This realization only intensified his irritation. "Shen Sisi, you yes?" she replied, noting his growing frustration. Initially, she had no intention of placating him, yet she understood that failing to do so would ultimately lead to her own discomfort. Thus she said, "Your Majesty, have you taken your morning meal? I awoke late and have yet to eat. I am feeling rather hungry," while gently rubbing her lower abdomen. She gazed into his eyes, her own clear and innocent, adding a touch of playful affection by tugging at his sleeve. Xiao Zhuo's stern demeanor faltered. "Gao Chengxi, summon someone to bring a meal." Observing his continued tension, she added, "Your Majesty, my feet ache." He guided her to sit, placing her feet upon his lap with a practiced grace, intent on removing her shoes. As he examined her delicate feet, he noted the slight redness. Realizing they were indeed tender, "Why did you not mention this sooner? You ought to have walked less," he remarked, moving toward the inner chamber to retrieve the medication prescribed by the physician, patiently tending to her needs. Shen Sisi could not fathom how things had come to this. Was he not angry? After Xiao Zhuo finished applying the ointment, he noticed Shen Sisi staring at him blankly. Shen Sisi inquired, "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Surely, it cannot be merely to apply medicine for her. Xiao Zhuo scoffed, "If it were not to your liking, it seems you have been living quite comfortably lately." His tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Shen Sisi replied with an impassive expression, "Your Majesty appears to be enjoying himself, visiting the virtuous consort daily, while I am left feeling quite despondent." "Why is that?" Xiao Zhuo asked. Why what?" Chapter 45. Are you here today to deliberately provoke me? Xiao Zhuo continued, "If you are indeed sorrowful, why do you not come to me as you did before? Why do you not attempt to stop me as you once did?" He casually poured a cup of tea for himself to soothe his throat. Shen Sisi accepted the cup, taking a sip. "Did you not say I was being indiscreet every time I came to you before?" She naturally placed the cup back into his hands. Xiao Zhuo took the cup and set it on the table. "Why did you not exhibit such decorum before?" Yet, he always acted according to her wishes.
Shen Sisi,
feeling displeased, retorted, "I am a person of integrity. If you continue to treat me this way, naturally, I would be unwilling." Xiao Zhuo pressed on. "Then what did you mean when you expressed a desire for me to visit the various palaces in Yongshou Palace, hoping for children soon?" This was the matter that troubled him most. If one truly loved another, one would not cast them aside, and yet she seemed intent on pushing him towards others. Shen Sisi explained, "According to the Empress Dowager, my monopolizing you is detrimental to the stability of the court. If she has said so, then I must voice my concerns lest I be accused of causing turmoil in the kingdom, becoming a calamity for the nation. As a ruler, one must have heirs to ensure stability and prevent wars over succession, which would lead to the suffering of the common folk." Xiao Zhuo understood the sentiments of those elders. Had he not had his own offspring, he would have prepared accordingly. "Such thoughts do not truly reflect your inner feelings," he asserted. "You need not worry. Follow your heart. For I am here." He knew how deeply Shen Sisi loved and cared for him. How could she ever wish to push him away? Curiously, Shen Sisi asked, "At your age, do you not desire children?" Xiao Zhuo pinched her smooth, delicate cheek, finally able to touch her after so many days. "I do not like children," he stated. Shen Sisi, intrigued, turned to face him. Xiao Zhuo adjusted her into a comfortable position, drawing her closer before speaking. "Qingning was an unforeseen occurrence. Before you entered the palace, I tended equally to Qin Qian and visited each courtyard with similar frequency. Every night, I had Gao Changxi deliver soup which was, in fact, a contraceptive broth. Li Fei discovered the truth and deceived the old matron who delivered the soup and became secretly pregnant. I was away at the time and instructed the imperial physician to provide her with an abortifacient. However, she ran to my mother, who intervened to save the child. After the child was born, I never held them. I merely made time to see the child occasionally. I harbor no particular affection for children. I do not know how to be a good father and can only provide them with a life of luxury. To me, they feel like strangers.
Shen Sisi responded.
So when I requested medicine before, your let it be truly meant you did not wish for children? How could you have liked Qin Qian so much as to allow her to conceive? No wonder she was cast into the cold palace without investigation. Xiao Zhuo gently tucked his stray hair behind her ear, unsure of how to respond. During her desire for children, he too held a flicker of anticipation. Occasionally, in the morning, he would gaze at her sleeping visage, imagining what their child might resemble. Would a girl be as spirited as her, becoming another little mischief maker? Or would a boy take after him? Yet he rationally knew that Shen Sisi could not conceive. He understood that Shen Hongba would not relent, and he would not allow his child to be constrained by the influence of maternal relatives. When he heard that she could not conceive, he quietly sighed with relief. Yet a sense of indescribable loss lingered within. She did not wish to take medicine, and he assured her it was no concern. He instructed the imperial physician to tailor her dietary regimen based on her condition. Seeing him silent, Shen Sisi, disinterested, remarked, "Why has breakfast not arrived? I am nearly starving." Xiao Zhuo chuckled lightly at her words. "Do not speak so." Gao Changxi, who had been waiting outside, rushed in at the emperor's call. Xiao Zhuo commanded, "Bring forth breakfast. Our esteemed consort is on the verge of starvation." "Yes, your majesty." Shen Sisi earnestly consumed her meal, while Xiao Zhuo served her. She was indeed famished. After she finished, she noticed that Bai Qiu and the others had already cleared the dishes, yet Xiao Zhuo remained seated, waiting for her to question him about his absence in recent days. But she seemed utterly unconcerned, bustling about with various tasks. Reflecting on what Shuemingzhi had said about the importance of avoiding misunderstandings in their relationship, he yearned to clarify things, yet she remained silent. He reached out and grasped Shen Sisi's hand, unsure of how to begin. Rubbing the back of his head, he said, "Sisi, I went to Fuan Palace a few days ago. Why did you not inquire about it?"
Shen Sisi scoffed.
Recognizing her previous temperament would have prompted her to cause a scene. She inwardly chided herself for this oversight. She had been so joyous lately that she nearly forgot. However, since she had refrained from causing an uproar, he might still be unaccustomed to her restraint, fearing she might unleash a formidable response to protect her feelings. Shen Sisi immediately adopted a displeased demeanor, her legs draping over Xiao Zhuo's. "Why should I concern myself with where you go, your majesty? Did you not already inquire?" Xiao Zhuo gently cupped her chin, directing her gaze to meet his. "What I wish to express is my perspective. I only visited the virtuous consort to offer her some company before departing. I see her daily, partly because she has suffered due to me and secondly." He pinched Shen Sisi's cheek lightly when she appeared to be inattentive. "I feel you have not been as concerned for me lately, and I wanted to see if you would come to find me. Yet you seem to be enjoying yourself," his tone heavy with lament. Shen Sisi was taken aback, uncertain why he would harbor such thoughts. However, unable to restrain herself, she retorted, "How could I be enjoying myself? Look at me, I've been brooding, hardly able to eat, losing weight. Just yesterday, I had to summon the physician due to my worries, and you show no concern at all." Yesterday, Bai Qiu had visited discreetly, avoiding drawing attention due to the embarrassing nature of the matter. Xiao Zhuo, a man of such stature, would undoubtedly be unaware, which is why she felt emboldened to question him. Xiao Zhuo's tone was heavy. "Had I not learned yesterday that you had called for the physician and inquired about you, I might have believed it. In Changning Palace, news of both great and trivial matters reaches me." During his absence, he had continually heard reports of her revelry. Shen Sisi felt embarrassed. It was merely that Yu Ying and the others were excellent cooks, and she had indulged herself lately. In a fit of anger, she demanded, "What is it that you truly want? Are you here today to deliberately provoke me?" Chapter 46, The Childhood Sweetheart. Seeing that she still did not grasp his meaning, Xiao Zhuo's brow twitched, and he gritted his teeth, articulating each word carefully. "I simply wish for you to care for me, as you once did." There was an unmistakable note of grievance in his voice. Shen Sisi was taken aback by his unexpected thoughts. Although she was aware of her own tendency to be a nuisance, her mother sometimes found it unbearable. Xiao Zhuo's belief that her concern was genuine left her incredulous. Had she not known the truth, she might have truly believed he was deeply infatuated with her. Nonetheless, Shen Sisi was astute enough to realize that Xiao Zhuo harbored feelings for Qin Qian. She had been wronged by the deceitful pair and knew Xiao Zhuo intended to take action against the Shen family. Thus, she merely sought to irritate Qin Qian within Xiao Zhuo's sphere of influence. Xiao Zhuo observed Shen Sisi's sudden tear-filled eyes as she looked at him with a pitiful expression and inquired, "So, will you always protect me from any mistakes I make?" He reached out to caress her cheek, his voice low as he replied, "That time, I failed to protect you, didn't I?"
Shen Sisi con threat.
What if it were something truly grave? Xiao Zhuo, regardless of the severity, pressed her head against his chest and held her tightly.
Shen Sisi murmuret.
Then you must remember this. Shouldn't you write a decree just in case you later deny it? A vein on Xiao Zhuo's forehead throbbed before he finally retorted, "Silence." Shen Sisi responded, "Oh, fine, that question was indeed unrealistic." Sun Chun then announced, "Your Highness, the wife of the Northern Duke seeks an audience." Startled, Shen Sisi quickly sat upright. "Please show her in." As Xian Ro entered, she bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Your Highness. May you enjoy long-lasting fortune and peace." Shen Sisi promptly assisted her mother to her feet, saying, "Mother, did I not instruct you to refrain from bowing to me?" Xian Ro took her seat with Shen Sisi's support, reminding her to be cautious within the palace.
Shen Sisi instructed, Yu Ying.
"Please bring some green plum tea for my mother to sample." Then, holding the arm of the Duchess, she asked, "Mother, what brings you to the palace to see me?" Casting a glance at the surrounding maidservants, Shen Sisi added, "You all may leave." Finally, Xian Ro spoke, as the selection of maidens approaches. "I fear your father is determined to send Shen Sisi into the palace. No matter how I argue, it seems futile. What do you think your father is contemplating?" Shen Sisi found it perplexing. In her previous life, her father had acquiesced to her objections. Why was his resolve so firm now? "Mother, if father wishes to send her, then let him. Once she is in the palace, I will keep an eye on her. It seems the only difference from my past life is that letter he sent out." Xian Ro replied, "Rest assured at home. I will not allow your aunt to speak of matters requiring your assistance for Shen Sisi in your presence." She hesitated, unsure whether to proceed with what she was about to say. Shen Sisi prompted, "Mother?" Xian Ro continued, "This matter was not meant to be shared with you. But do you recall Lu Mingyu from the Lu family? He returned a few days ago and inquired about you during his visit." Shen Sisi exclaimed, "Brother Mingyu? Of course. I remember him. My memories of Lu Mingyu seem to stretch back to long ago. In my previous life, when I was cast into the cold palace, I overheard maidservants say a young officer named Lu had pleaded for my case, only to be expelled from the palace." Xian Ro lamented, "That boy has endured much hardship. His father is ineffectual, and after his mother passed, he returned to Hangzhou to mourn her for 3 years. His first act upon returning was to visit me and your father, a truly admirable young man. Mother, if you continue to speak like this, I might just get upset. Is your own daughter not good enough?" Shen Sisi pouted, playfully seeking her mother's affection. Xian Ro chuckled, ruffling her daughter's hair. "You've grown so much. Yet that domineering nature of yours remains unchanged. When I merely glanced at other children, you would cry and fuss incessantly. It appears you have not changed at all. Mother." "All right, enough of that. A few days ago, I was concerned after the incident at Rong'an Temple and wanted to come see you. However, your father insisted you were fine and said the palace was busy, suggesting I wait a few days before visiting. You are truly well, aren't you?" Shen Sisi stood and twirled around, stating, "See, I am perfectly fine. Moreover, I had His Majesty and the guards by my side, and I sustained not a single injury." Seeing her lively demeanor, Xian Ro was reassured. Otherwise, given her daughter's character, she would have been crying for comfort the moment she entered. "Mother, you must try this green plum tea. It's delightfully sweet and sour. It was just prepared by that maidservant Yuing. There's also another named Yuing. Both were sent by His Majesty, one skilled in martial arts and the other in poisons, to protect me." Hearing this, Xian Ro remarked, "Although I have mentioned this many times before, knowing you dislike it, I must reiterate, while His Majesty treats you well at present, you must not place all your trust in him. For if one day he were to withdraw all his kindness, what then would you do?" Previously, when her mother spoke of such matters, Shen Sisi found it bothersome. But now she recognized how misguided she had been. Embracing the Duchess, she nestled against her, saying, "Mother, you need not worry." The mother and daughter spent the afternoon in conversation until Xian Ro finally suggested it was time for her to leave. "If I do not return soon, your father, that stubborn mule, will surely go hungry all night." Shen Sisi protested, "Father is strong and healthy. He can manage a night without food." Please stay for dinner before you depart. Xin Ro insisted. Be obedient. Staying this long is already against propriety. The day after tomorrow, we must host a welcome banquet for the Empress Dowager, and we will have another opportunity to meet. With that, Shen Sisi could only acquiesce. I shall summon Bai Qiu to escort you out of the palace. Xin Ro patted her hand and replied, all right. Meanwhile, in Fuan Palace, Xia Lu clung to Qin Qian's leg, lamenting, Your Highness, when will you allow me to serve in your palace? I am capable of anything. Qin Qian's eyes were filled with impatience, yet, recognizing the girl's utility, she endured and replied, It is not the right time for me to attract attention. And I lack a reason. Rest assured, as soon as an opportunity arises, I will certainly transfer you. Xiao Lu looked up at Qin Qian, pleading, Please, Your Highness, save me. Recently, the concubine has favored Bai Qiu and Sun Chun increasingly, leaving me marginalized at Changning Palace. With 2 new maidservants arriving, my position has become increasingly precarious. Qin Qian inquired, Have you been discovered? Xiao Lu quickly shook her head, insisting, No. I've been very cautious these days, avoiding this area. Even today, I took advantage of the Duchess's visit. Everyone is busy, and no one will notice. Qin Qian pondered, considering Shen Sisi's character. If she suspected something amiss, she would not let it linger. Xiao Lu continued, Perhaps I inadvertently displeased the concubine with my words. Qin Qian acknowledged the possibility, but recognized that the girl still had value. She needed to keep her steady for now. I understand your predicament. Rest assured, after this period, I will find a way to transfer you. But what did the Northern Duke's wife inquire about? Xiao Lu replied, Thank you, Your Highness. I did not serve closely, so I am unaware of the conversation's details. However, I believe I overheard a previous maidservant mention that the young Master Lu from the neighboring estate had returned to pay a visit. Qin Qian questioned, Master Lu? Which Master Lu? Xiao Lu explained, This Master Lu is the legitimate eldest son of the Minister of Rights, previously residing next to the Northern Duke's residence. He often visited to play with the young ladies. Qin Qian mused, So, this Master Lu can be considered a childhood friend of the concubine? Xiao Lu conceded. That could be said. Qin Qian smiled gently and said, I understand now. Go find Hong Ping to collect a reward. Xiao Lu's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall take my leave. Once she exited the grand hall, her smile twisted into a sinister expression. She had deliberately leaked this information to the favored concubine. She harbored a slight avarice for gold and silver, which, unbeknownst to her, was discovered by the virtuous consort. She frequently indulged herself with precious jewels. Although the noble consort was generally generous towards them, who would ever think such treasures too abundant? Occasionally, she would discreetly share the whereabouts of the noble consort with the virtuous consort, yet she had never divulged anything that ought to remain unsaid. However, her situation within the Changning Palace had grown increasingly precarious, and under such circumstances, she could not be blamed for seeking an alternative path. Recently, news from the Changning Palace had become scarce, yet she was aware that the virtuous consort was the emperor's cousin and the granddaughter of the Empress Dowager. Having once saved the emperor's life, thus, the virtuous consort would undoubtedly protect her. After Xiao Lu departed, Hong Ping entered and softly called out, Your Highness. Qin Qian appeared to be in good spirits. You may secretly send word to my aunt, urging her to investigate the young masters of the Guanglu Marquis' residence. Hong Ping replied yes and was about to withdraw. Wait, Qin Qian said, never mind. I shall speak to my aunt personally at the banquet in a few days. It would be unwise to convey messages from here, lest someone overhears. When Xiao Zhuo entered, he found Shen Sisi enjoying a leisurely moment, being fed delicacies and having her legs massaged by someone. He entered without announcing himself, so naturally, no one noticed his arrival. He coughed lightly into his fist, and only then did those in the room realize he was present. The palace maids hastily knelt in greeting, Your Majesty. You may rise, Xiao Zhuo instructed. They exchanged glances and, seeing the Empress had said nothing, withdrew. Shen Sisi extended her arms toward Xiao Zhuo, signaling him to embrace her. With a hint of reluctance, he approached and sat her on his lap. Shen Sisi nestled into a comfortable position against him and playfully complained, Now that you've sent them away, who will feed me fruit, fan me, and massage my legs? Xiao Zhuo gently grasped the nape of her neck and placed a tender kiss on her. His voice husky as he said, I shall attend to our esteemed Empress, if that pleases you. Shen Sisi shivered at his kiss, attempting to push him away, only to find her effort futile. First, peel this grape for me. Very well, he replied, his hands working on the peel, but his ardent gaze remained fixed on her. making her quite uncomfortable. He fed her a grape, and then inquired, why not keep Lady Shen here for a meal before she departs? With the grape still in her mouth, Shen Sisi mumbled, Mother said staying this long is already against the rules. She doesn't want to give anyone the chance to trouble me. Lady Shen is quite thoughtful. Yet she likely does not know that our esteemed Empress's affairs are not limited to this one instance, Xiao Zhuo remarked. Shen Sisi pinched his arm playfully, gritting her teeth.
What do you mean by that?
Are you suggesting I am incompetent? She shook her hand, feeling the firmness of his arm, unable to squeeze it. Xiao Zhuo chuckled. I merely wish for you to be happy upon seeing your mother. Should she remain for a meal with me here, who would dare to speak against it? Fine. I shall tell her that next time, Shen Sisi declared, leaping into his embrace. How can you be so wonderful? Xiao Zhuo held her and patted her head. Now you understand the depths of my affections, you little heartless one. Shen Sisi nestled her head against him. Xiao Zhuo's gaze deepened as he murmured softly in her ear. It is getting late. We should retire for the night. Peering through the window at the time, Shen Sisi protested. No, I still wish to read my novel. Xiao Zhuo scooped her up, carrying her toward the bed. The darkness is not good for your eyes. We shall read it tomorrow. Going to sleep is one thing. But why must you be so handsy? You deceiver, she exclaimed, muffled. In Changning Palace, the Empress sat on the edge of the bed, gazing blankly at the moon outside while combing her hair. Xiao Yao entered with warm water and found her mistress lost in thought by the window. Approaching cautiously, she said, Your Highness, I have brought the hot water. Du Yanning replied, His Majesty visited the Changning Palace today, did he not? Xiao Yao, seeing the sorrowful expression of her mistress, was at a loss for words. Yes, His Majesty dined at the Liui Hall before proceeding to the Changning Palace. Du Yanning turned to grasp Xiao Yao's hand, gazing intently at her. Why is it that I, his rightful wife, remain invisible to him? What do Qin Qian and Shen Sisi possess that I lack? Xiao Yao, feeling her pain, could only comfort. In time, His Majesty will surely see you. Du Yanning released her hand. I shall wait for the day he notices me. What did the visitor from Fuan Palace say? Xiao Yao replied. Your Highness is indeed perceptive. After Xiao Lu's departure from the noble consort's palace, a maid overheard the virtuous consort dispatching someone to investigate. Fearing discovery, she did not approach and could not hear any names. However, she later instructed them not to proceed. It remains unclear what her intentions are.
Yanning scoffed.
She possesses some wit. In this palace, everyone belongs to His Majesty. Sending someone so casually would surely lead to exposure. She likely plans to reveal everything herself at the Empress Dowager's welcome banquet in 2 days. For now, I shall simply wait, allowing His Majesty to discern whether his innocent cousin is truly as she appears. Chapter 47. Offense today marks the banquet held for the Empress Dowager's return to the palace, and the entire court busied itself from early morning, save for Changning Palace. Bai Qiu and the others exchanged glances outside, for before the Emperor's departure, he had instructed them to allow the Empress to wake naturally. However, if she did so, they might arrive late to the banquet. Yu Ying suggested, let the Empress rest a little longer. This is the Emperor's command, and we servants need only to comply. Though Yu Ying and her companions had not been in Changning Palace long, they genuinely cherished it, enjoying the beauty of the noble consort, who was rumored to have a fiery temper yet occasionally displayed a charmingly spoiled demeanor that made one want to pamper her deeply.
But Bai Qiu began.
It's all right. We are acting according to the Emperor's wishes, Yu Ying reassured. They waited patiently for Shen Sisi to awaken. Within Changning Pavilion, the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, the Qin's notes resonating gracefully. Xiao Yao remarked, Your Highness, all have arrived except for the noble consort. The Empress responded, Have messengers been dispatched to summon her? They have already gone. The Empress Dowager has also arrived, just moments ago. A message from the Liui Hall indicated that His Majesty is currently occupied with state affairs and may arrive a bit later, Xiao Yao replied. The Empress acknowledged with a nod. Understood. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Empress Dowager Qin, supported by Qin Qian, entered and took her seat at the head, receiving the court's greetings. We pay our respects to the Empress Dowager and wish her longevity and health. Please rise. Do not be so formal. I organized this gathering simply to bring some cheer, she urged. Madame of Xianping emerged, smiling. It has been over 3 months since we last saw the Empress Dowager. You seem even more youthful than before. Lu Yang chimed in. Mother, look at how even Madame of Xianping says so. You will not claim I am deceiving you. Will you? When we step outside, no one would ever guess we are mother and daughter. We seem more like sisters. The praise delighted Empress Dowager Qin, her smile wide. Women of all ages revel in being complimented for their youth and beauty. You have a sweet tongue, full of flattery. I am old, not a sister. The Empress Dowager replied with a chuckle. Every word I say is the truth. If you doubt it, ask Madame of Xianping, Liang insisted. Madame of Xianping agreed. The princess speaks true. They say time does not defeat a beauty, and I have truly witnessed this in the Empress Dowager. Their banter kept Empress Dowager Qin in high spirits. However, she soon noticed the empty seat designated for the noble consort. Her brow furrowed. This Shen Sisi was becoming increasingly disregardful of propriety. In truth, many had already observed the absence of the noble consort seat, yet no one dared to speak up. Now that the Empress Dowager had noticed, some secretly reveled, anticipating misfortune for the noble consort. This banquet was held in her honor. Her absence was akin to slapping the Empress Dowager's face, and the anger on her countenance was palpable to all. The queen stepped forward to explain, Mother, I have already dispatched someone to summon the noble consort. It is likely that she has been delayed by some unforeseen circumstances. Qin Taoho snorted dismissively. What could possibly delay her? Although Shen Sisi had risen late today, she would not have been tardy had she not encountered an incident along the way. Xiao Zhuo, aware that Shen Sisi had yet to attend the banquet, deliberately lingered en route to Changning Pavilion, not wishing to make a fuss, and accompanied only by Gao Changxi. To his surprise, he encountered someone rather oblivious to her surroundings. Lai Marin had not anticipated that a brief respite, having indulged in a bit of wine, would lead her to cross paths with His Majesty. It was indeed a remarkable twist of fate. She adjusted her attire and urged, Quick, help this humble servant check if my makeup and hair are in disarray. Her personal maid examined her and, with a tone of delight, reassured her. Everything is in order. She hoped fervently that her mistress would gain favor. If her mistress were favored, their own standing would naturally rise as well. Such an opportunity to meet His Majesty was not to be squandered. However, she contemplated that she could not simply approach him in her current state. As the scent of wine lingered on her garments, reflecting on the noble consort's audacious demeanor, which His Majesty still seemed to indulge, she decided to mimic the consort's usual arrogance, emboldened by her inebriation. She staggered forward, her attendant supporting her. Be careful, my lady. Gao Changxi, hearing the commotion, was uncertain of which palace maiden this was, and whether he should intervene. Yet, seeing that His Majesty remained unperturbed, he stood his ground. During his moment of hesitation, Lai Marin had already approached. She hastily reached Xiao Zhuo, exclaiming, Why is there someone here?
Who are you?
Why haven't you paid your respects to this humble servant? Her gaze remained fixed on him, filled with naive bewilderment. Attempting to grasp Xiao Zhuo's sleeve, she was deftly evaded. Why do you not respond? She feigned a tone of grievance. Xiao Zhuo coldly commanded, Gao Changxi. Gao Changxi promptly moved to separate Lai Marin from Xiao Zhuo. Her maid immediately knelt, pleading, Please forgive this humble servant, Your Majesty. My mistress has had too much to drink and is somewhat inebriated. Lai Marin reached out, attempting to grasp her maid. Why are you kneeling? The maid remained steadfast on the ground, unyielding. At that moment, sensing His Majesty's indifference, Lai Marin felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. Her maid rushed forward. How dare you? Release our mistress at once. Lai Marin defiantly lifted her chin. Do you know who I am? Release me immediately.
Shen Sisi approached,
extending a finger to elevate Lai Marin's chin, regarding her with a smile. Are you drunk? Or merely pretending? Lai Marin's pupils constricted, a flicker of anxiety coursing through her. Had the noble consort seen through her ruse? Yet she persisted in feigning innocence. Who is drunk? I am not. At that moment, Yuing hastily presented a handkerchief. Shen Sisi accepted it, wiping her hands clean before casting it at Lai Marin's feet. Since you are not intoxicated, having offended this consort, take her away and administer 10 lashes. As for this little maid, she shall be relegated to the laundry department. Gao Gonggong? Yes, Gao Changxi replied, signaling the newly arrived eunuchs to escort Lai Marin and her maid away. Before Lai Marin could grasp the situation, she was seized by the arm. And forgetting her pretense of drunkenness, she began to scream, Bold servant, release this humble mistress at once. How dare you lay a hand on me?
Shen Sisi laughed softly.
It seems Lai Marin is not as inebriated as she claims. Her words are quite coherent now. Gao Changxi urged, quickly, expedite the process. Realizing her facade had been uncovered, Lai Marin feared the punishment that awaited her, knowing it would ruin her reputation in the palace. She turned to Xiao Zhuo, Your Majesty, please save this humble servant. The noble consort intends to punish me. Xiao Zhuo frowned at Gao Changxi. It seems you are increasingly reluctant to fulfill your duties. Xiao Zhuo declared. Lai Marin has acted inappropriately before me and the noble consort, showing disrespect. She shall be demoted to a mere concubine and must no longer appear before me. Gao Chengxi quickly knelt. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I shall attend to this matter immediately, and turned to the eunuchs. Hurry, and take Lai Daring away. Lai Marin protested. No.
Lai Daing.
She cried. Your Majesty, I understand my mistake. Once they had departed, Shen Sisi shook off Xiao Zhuo's hand. I see your Majesty is living quite the carefree life, receiving admiration wherever you go. Xiao Zhuo reached for her hand. I am aware you have yet to attend the banquet. I waited here specifically for you. I was pondering a matter when, to my astonishment, Gao Chengxi failed to manage the situation properly, and she did not even graze my sleeve. Xiao Zhuo observed that Lai Ying's every move mirrored Sisi's. Yet it repulsed him. The same expression he found endearing on Sisi now appeared loathsome on another. Shen Sisi took a few steps forward. Noticing Xiao Zhuo remained rooted in place. Your Majesty, do you intend to linger here and admire the night scenery? Upon hearing her words and realizing she was not upset, he promptly strode over, taking her hand, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Let us depart. Shen Sisi had no intention of quarreling with him over this incident. She held no regard for Lai Marin's previous antics. As long as Xiao Zhuo was not blind to her beauty, there would be no reason for concern. Upon their delayed arrival at the banquet, Qin Taoho's countenance was as stormy as ever, feeling increasingly disrespected by Shen Sisi. Qin Qian's expression darkened as she beheld their entrance. The queen, too, was displeased, yet her spirits lifted somewhat upon witnessing Qin Qian's dismay. As Shen Sisi settled into her seat, she heard Qin Qian's gentle voice. I recall the queen dispatched someone to summon the noble consort long ago. Why did the consort only appear now alongside his majesty?
Shen Sisi replied.
This consort happened to encounter his majesty outside. Why must this matter be raised by the virtuous consort? Qin Qian clarified, the noble consort has misunderstood. It is simply that the banquet has been underway for some time, and seeing that the consort had not yet arrived, I was concerned that something might have occurred. Moreover, this is a welcome banquet for the Empress Dowager. The consort's tardiness might suggest a lack of welcome for her return. Of course, I am merely jesting. How could the consort not welcome the Empress Dowager back? Shen Sisi scoffed. How could I not welcome the Empress Dowager? It is merely that His Majesty appears deep in thought, her rosy cheeks lowered demurely. Xiao Zhuo paused, his hand holding the teacup stilled. Why does this sound so strange?
Y senza maling reputación.
He cleared his throat before speaking in a deep voice. I, along with the Empress, encountered some matters on our way here that delayed us. He refrained from elaborating on the specifics, knowing that the details would inevitably circulate through the palace after the banquet. However, to Qin Qian's ears, it resonated differently. Her eyes reddened, and she was further provoked by a glance from Shen Sisi, causing her to bite down hard on her lower lip. With a smile in her eyes, Shen Sisi regarded Qin Qian. I only just realized that your Majesty's implication was that I did not welcome the esteemed Empress, and thus intentionally arrived late? Qin Qian, feeling aggrieved, replied, I merely inquired about your lateness out of concern for the Empress. I never intended for my words to be misinterpreted.
Shen Sisi retorted.
This insincere concern is something I cannot bear. Qin Qian, with red-rimmed eyes, turned towards Xiao Zhuo. Your Majesty, I assure you that my intentions were purely benevolent. Before Xiao Zhuo could respond, Empress Qin spoke up, Your Highness, your words may have been a touch excessive. If you encountered difficulties, it would have been prudent to dispatch someone to inform us. It has only been a few months since I have been absent from the palace. What if, with the passage of time, no one remembers this old woman? Lady Wen interjected, During the months of your absence, Your Majesty, I have kept you in my thoughts. Li Fei added, Indeed, Your Majesty, not only does our Changning often inquire about when you will return, but she also expresses how much she misses you. The Empress stated, Mother, you exaggerate. Regardless of how long you are away, we always keep you in our hearts. It is merely that the concubine's words may have been a bit too blunt, not intended to cause you distress. She gestured for Shen Sisi to apologize to the Empress. Shen Sisi smirked inwardly, recognizing the Empress's intentional attempt to reprimand her. Had the Empress spoken in this manner previously, she would have, for Xiao Zhuo's sake, chosen to pacify her rather than create a scene. But now, why should she concede? Aware of Xiao Zhuo's current tolerance towards her and the improbability of him taking action against the Shen family in the near future, she wished to test the limits of his patience. Shen Sisi coldly declared, I do not believe I spoke too harshly. Do you, the wise concubine, find my words to be severe? The Empress jestingly said that after a few months away, she might be forgotten. It is indeed a jest. For you hold the esteemed title of Empress, the Mother of His Majesty. Not only did I not send anyone to report to you prior to your departure from the palace, but I have already explained that my delay was due to circumstances encountered with His Majesty. Are you questioning me simply because you believe me to be an easy target? As she said this last sentence, her gaze swept across the other concubines, who all lowered their heads, unwilling to meet the concubine's eyes. They had not anticipated that she would grow so audacious as to speak so boldly to the Empress. Empress Qin pointed at her. Do you mean to imply that if you were not the Emperor's mother, no one would remember you? At this moment, Xiao Zhuo interjected, Mother, the concubine has always possessed this forthright nature. Please do not take offense. I apologize on her behalf and assure you I will have a good talk with her later. The atmosphere grew tense, as Xiao Zhuo's words were protective of the concubine. What more could she say? The Empress sought to ease the tension. Let us all enjoy the dishes prepared by the new imperial chef. Shen Sisi was taken aback that Xiao Zhuo would speak in her defense, staring at him in disbelief. Although this was a family banquet, there were still relatives of the Empress and several noble ladies present who were well acquainted with her. Observing the current scene, they contemplated the implications, resolving to report back to their husbands about the Emperor's apparent favor towards the concubine. Given the recent discussions regarding the Emperor's actions against the Shen family and the retraction of half the military power from the Northern Duke, perhaps the Emperor was genuinely displeased with the Shen family rather than intent on harming them. The current attitude towards Shen Guifei could very well be interpreted as favorable. Chapter 49. Seeking Justice. Midway through the banquet, Empress Qin, feeling the weight of her age, excused herself to rest. Xiao Zhuo also had urgent matters to attend to and departed. Their exit brought about a palpable sense of relief, allowing everyone to relax considerably. Shen Sisi embraced Lady Shen, playfully declaring, Mother, I missed you so much. Lady Shen indulged her, gazing at her with affectionate eyes, though she admonished, Stand properly. What will others think if they see you like this? Shen Sisi replied, What is wrong with hugging my mother? It's perfectly fine. There are no issues with Yu Ying and the others around. Lady Shen remarked, I do not oppose Shen Ruxue entering the palace. Your father asked me to bring her along, and I had no objections. However, I refuse to let her claim anything under my name. A precious daughter is all she has, and even if it is false, she would find it displeasing, especially since her daughter tends to be rather jealous.
Shen Sisi responded.
I just saw her. She then cuddled closer to Lady Shen. My mother truly is the best in the world. Lady Shen's actions did not surprise her. She had always known she was her mother's treasure, often eliciting jealousy from her father. Lady Shen affectionately ruffled her hair. You are just like your father. Looking around to ensure they were alone, she pulled out a letter from her sleeve and whispered in Shen Sisi's ear, Your father entrusted this to me for you. And he cautioned me to be careful. What is it? She had not opened it herself. It was a matter of privacy between father and daughter. Shen Sisi accepted it. This is a secret between my father and me. Mother, do you want to know? I want to tell you. You should ask my father. Lady Shen playfully poked her forehead. You little rascal. At the same time, Qin Xian encountered Lady Rong, the wife of Marquis Xianping, who was also her aunt. Lady Rong grasped her hand, inquiring earnestly, How have you been in the palace, my dear? Qin Xian reassured her. Do not worry, mother. I am doing well. Lady Rong continued, With the Empress looking after you, I know you are obedient, so I can rest easy. It is only your useless brother that troubles me. Qin Xian comforted her. Ah Xiao is still young. Once he grows up, you will have no need to worry. Lady Rong expressed, I only hope for his swift maturity. She then held Qin Xian's hand. I know that although you have the Empress's support in the palace, that Shen concubine is indeed the subject of much envy.
Today,
she even disregarded your Aunt Empress. Qin Xian responded, Mother, after my parents passed, I have always regarded you and uncle as my own. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will protect our Qin family and my younger brother. Lady Rong, moved, replied, Mother knows you are filial. You have always been a good child. Qin Xian grasped her hand tightly. Mother, there is something I need your help with, she whispered. Lady Rong assured her. Do not worry, I will send someone to take care of it once we return home. Xiao Yao interjected. Is it reliable to entrust this matter to Lady Rong? Qin Xian confidently stated. She only has one ineffectual son, my brother. Our fates are intertwined. She will surely assist me. After her father's death, her mother returned to the Qin family with a different surname, yet her uncle and aunt treated her well, and she was eager to repay their kindness. In the palace, she recognized the importance of support from the previous dynasty. The two realms had always been interconnected. although her uncle was not particularly influential. He was still the emperor's maternal uncle and the younger brother of the empress. Noticing that the high-ranking ladies of the harem were absent and the older generation had retired, the younger ladies felt freer in their behavior. Meng Yingran remarked, Yuqi, did you see how the concubine dares to disregard even the empress's face? The emperor protects her. Some people still dream of grandeur. As she spoke, her gaze directly fell upon the table to her left, where a lively conversation was taking place. Huang Yuqi caught a glimpse of her friend subtly hinting at someone, and she couldn't help but stifle a smile. When Qianxue, upon hearing the remark, felt a surge of anger and abruptly stood up, fixing her gaze on Meng Yingran. What do you mean, Meng Yingran? Who are you insinuating? Meng Yingran, unperturbed, retorted. Who's being insinuated? Don't take it personally. When Qianxue shot back, it's you. But before she could continue, Liang Yueyu intervened, gently pulling her back and whispering, Xiaoxue, we are in the palace.
Don't.
When Qianxue immediately calmed down. Are you envious of my sister Liang's beauty? After all, if it weren't for that, why would your betrothed fiancé, upon seeing my sister Liang, demand to break off the engagement? Meng Yingran scoffed. What worth is there in being upset over such a worthless person? I should be relieved to have recognized her true colors early on. The two of them continued to bicker, their animosity palpable. Huang Yuqi tugged at Meng Yingran's sleeve, saying, Iran, we are in the imperial palace. Before we came, Madame Huang specifically instructed you not to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Huang Yueyu quietly urged when Qianxue, Xiaoxue sit down. This is the palace. It wouldn't look good if things escalated. Meng Yingran declared, today, I shall graciously let you off. When Qianxue countered, that's because I choose not to stoop to your level. Yueying, observing the scene, wondered why the empress remained silent, merely watching the quarrel among the young ladies. Shen Sisi suggested, let us leave. The sight of these unwed maidens bickering brings back memories of my own youthful disputes, always eager to argue for the sake of victory. I never had the chance to meet again in my past life, but I wonder if there will be an opportunity in this one. In Changning Palace, Sun Chun, upon seeing the sedan halt outside, hurried to assist. Your Highness, the Emperor has arrived and is in the hall. Shen Sisi pondered to herself. What could this be about? Is he here to demand an account? Chapter 50.
Cousin.
Shen Sisi instructed, you all wait outside. I shall enter alone. Upon stepping into the grand hall, she found Xiao Zhuo seated at the desk, engrossed in a book she often read. Approaching him, she snatched the book from his hands, exclaiming, this is for young girls. What business does a grown man have with it? Xiao Zhuo pulled her onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her. What were we discussing before we came here? He murmured, burying his face in her neck, planting delicate kisses upon it. Shen Sisi protested. I was talking about the incident with Lai Dang, your majesty. What are you implying? Let go of me. His hands began to wander, causing her to freeze. As his kisses found her cheek, he replied, I see I misunderstood. I feel I've been wronged. One cannot suffer losses for things never done. Finally managing to push him away, she gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Brother Zhuo.
I'm famished.
I barely ate at the banquet. She placed his hand on her stomach. I'm starving. Shen Sisi thought her act of feigned helplessness would compel Xiao Zhuo to relent, yet unbeknownst to her, such an endearing display only served to intensify his desire to tease her. His gaze darkened as he swept her into his arms, carrying her to the bed. In a hoarse voice, he said, then let Brother Zhuo feed you well, shall we? Shen Sisi flailed her legs in protest. I'm not. MMPH. An hour later, Shen Sisi felt utterly famished, while the instigator of her plight sat beside her, coaxing her to eat porridge. Come now, didn't you say you were hungry? Just one more bite, he urged. Shen Sisi glared at him, the spoon clenched between her teeth, filled with indignation. Xiao Zhuo fed her bite by bite, and once she finished, he placed the bowl on the tray, signaling for the attendants to leave. He cradled her in his arms, murmuring, it is my fault for letting you go hungry. Shen Sisi pinched his waist, only to discover it was as hard as stone, unable to budge. Xiao Zhuo said, I need to attend to some matters at the Liangyi Hall shortly. Would you like to accompany me or rest? Shen Sisi, having slept enough that morning, felt wide awake. She wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face against his chest. I want to go with you. Very well, he replied. Without summoning anyone, Xiao Zhuo adeptly dressed Shen Sisi, having transitioned from clumsy to proficient in the task. Once she was dressed, she clung to him like a koala. And he carried her out. Yueying, wishing to follow, was stopped by Qiao, who shook her head disapprovingly. Only when they had walked far enough did she say, the Emperor is taking the Empress to Liangyi Hall for leisure. We need not follow. From the initial shock to now being accustomed to the sight, It was understood that Liangyi Hall was the emperor's office, generally off-limits to the concubines. Previously, when the empress clung to the emperor, he had arranged a desk for her in the hall, a secret known only to the maids in close attendance. Upon their arrival, without needing Gao Changxi's instruction, Xiao Deng had already prepared food and drink for Shen Sisi at the desk. Gao Changxi glanced at him and remarked, "You did well today." Xiao Deng beamed, "All thanks to my master's teachings." While Shen Sisi entertained herself, Xiao Zhuo managed state affairs. Occasionally, he cast a glance her way, feeling a swell of satisfaction that eased the gloom he had felt in recent days. As dawn broke, Bai Qiu roused Shen Sisi from her slumber, preparing her for the day. "Your Highness, today is the day for the debutantes to enter the palace. We must present ourselves beautifully so they can behold our empress's splendor." Shen Sisi gazed into the mirror, caressing her flawless complexion. "Even without makeup, my skin is as smooth as jade. Can I afford just a bit more rest?" Sun Chun interjected, "We must first leave them in awe, lest some presumptuous ones dare approach the empress later." Shen Sisi reflected on her past life, where she had wished not to see Xiao Zhuo surrounded by so many women, and how her own pride had led to encounters with those who were inconsiderate. "Very well. Today I shall adorn myself in a manner that exudes authority." Standing outside the hall, she heard the chatter within and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of weariness. The room was filled with a myriad of young women, each of varying beauty, a testament to fortune. Upon her entrance, the hall fell silent. Having heard of the esteemed Guifei's reputation, they quickly rose to pay their respects. "We pay our respects to the esteemed Guifei." Shen Sisi, supported by Bai Qiu, stepped forward, bowing to the empress. "I pay my respects to the empress." The empress, composed and gracious, replied, "Guifei, please rise." Once seated, Shen Sisi looked at the youthful faces before her. "You may stand." As the young lady settled, the empress spoke, "Today marks your first gathering. And though you may have heard much about one another, I must reiterate that I hope for a harmonious coexistence within the palace. We shall heed the empress's guidance." The maidens responded. Du Yanning turned to Shen Sisi. "Guifei, you were present during this election. Perhaps these sisters do not know you well. Shall I introduce you?" Li Fei, covering her mouth with a smile, chimed in, "Your Majesty, there is one among them whom Guifei surely knows. If I remember correctly, this is Ru Marin, your cousin, right?" Upon hearing her name, Shen Rushua immediately stepped forward to respond, "Your Majesty, I am indeed a cousin of the Guifei." Some newly arrived, lower-ranking concubines revealed glimmers of envy in their eyes upon hearing those words. Who could be unaware that within the imperial harem, the beloved consort Ru was favored above all, even surpassing the empress herself, who would often shy away from her brilliance. With the protection of consort Ru, it seemed she would navigate the palace with ease. It became evident that these concubines ought to tread carefully and strive to cultivate a favorable rapport with her, lest they provoke her ire. Shen Sisi interjected, "If concubine Li wishes to know more about the relationships within the harem, she might as well inquire directly with me. I shall elucidate the matter for you." Concubine Li, casting a cautious glance at Shen Sisi's stern demeanor, dared not offend her and could only respond hesitantly. "I merely asked out of curiosity. Your Highness need not take it to heart." Observing her cousin's predicament, Shen Rushua felt a pang of envy as she watched concubine Li bow her head in deference, all due to a single remark from Shen Sisi. How enviable it was. Indeed. Chapter 51. A Moment for Contemplation. The Empress announced, "Today, I ought to pay my respects to Mother, yet due to her indisposition, she has excused us from the customary greetings. We shall not intrude. For those who have just entered the palace, should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to approach me. As this is your first day, I shall not impose strict protocols. You may disperse." Concubine when scoffed, "The Empress certainly knows how to feign benevolence."
Suzy Wee,
Linking her arm with Liang Yuedong's, remarked, "Sister Liang, the Empress is truly kind, allowing us to seek her assistance with any issues we may have." Both she and Liang Yuedong were participants in this election, with Su Yue holding the highest rank among them. Liang Yuedong smiled gently. "Indeed, since we have no pressing matters today, shall we take a stroll in the Imperial Garden?" Su Yue replied eagerly, "Certainly, let us go." Bai Qiu assisted Shen Sisi as they exited. Concubine Ru called after her, "Sisi, Sisi." Shen Sisi paused, turning to see Shen Rushua hurrying towards her, breathless with exertion, fearful that if she lagged even a moment, this esteemed lady would depart without her. Bai Qiu frowned at Shen Rushua, who had always been at odds with their lady, and remarked sternly, "Miss Ru, you are in the palace now, not at the Beiding Marquis's residence. You ought to pay your respects to Our Lady and address her as Your Highness, lest outsiders perceive that the Baiting family lacks decorum. Shen Rushue's face stiffened, feeling humiliated to be reprimanded by a mere maid of Shen Sisi. Yet, she dared not voice her indignation, for she had to rely on Shen Sisi in the future. She knelt and declared, "This humble servant pays her respects to Your Highness." Shen Sisi replied, "Rise. Did you call upon me for a reason, cousin?" Shen Rushue responded, "No particular reason. I merely wish to converse with you, as it has been a while since we last met." Shen Sisi raised an eyebrow. "Oh? What would you like to discuss?" Shen Rushue replied, "As I have just entered the palace, there are many unfamiliarities. Might I accompany you on your stroll? It is known that the servants here tend to elevate those of higher status, and since they are aware I am the cousin of Consort Shen, they treat me with utmost respect. I wish to let the inhabitants of the harem witness the bond between Shen Sisi and myself, so they understand the support I have from the consort." Shen Sisi, recalling the instructions from her father's letter, responded nonchalantly, "Very well, let us proceed." Upon reaching the imperial garden, the servants who were tidying up immediately knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to Your Highness." Shen Rushue observed the multitude bowing to Shen Sisi, and as she gazed at the array of exquisite flowers in the garden, she thought to herself that this palace was indeed where she belonged. One day, she too would ascend to such heights as Shen Sisi. As Shen Sisi settled into a pavilion to rest, she overheard conversations behind the bamboo screen. Su Yue remarked, "Sister Liang, we did not see His Majesty upon entering the palace yesterday. Do you think he will visit the harem today, and to whose palace might he go?" Her words carried a hint of anticipation, as among the newly arrived maidens, she held the highest rank. Should His Majesty truly decide to visit, one could only hope he would grace her palace first. Su Yue's emotions were transparent, and Liang Yuetong noted this. "Indeed, I inquired before entering the palace, and it seems His Majesty has only visited Consort Shen during these days, without attending to any other palace. Moreover, among this selection of maidens is also Consort Shen's cousin. Perhaps His Majesty will pay a visit to concubine Ru to honor Consort Shen. I wonder when we shall have the fortune to meet His Majesty." Liang Yuetong's expression reflected a hint of worry as she spoke. Su Yue, misinterpreting her concern, gently encouraged, "Sister Liang, with your beauty, you may captivate His Majesty, just as Consort Shen has." She gazed upon Liang Yuetong's delicate features, feeling a surge of jealousy at the thought of competing for the Emperor's affection and attention. No, Sister Liang was her dear friend. Such thoughts were unworthy. Hearing this, Liang Yuetong smiled shyly. Then, recollecting that Su Yue was still beside her, she composed her emotions and grasped Su Yue's hand, saying, "Yue, you are the highest ranking among us. If His Majesty were to arrive, it would surely be to see you first. In this perilous harem, we must unite as sisters." Su Yue felt a twinge of guilt for her earlier thoughts and clasped Liang Yuetong's hand in return, saying earnestly, "Indeed, let us support each other." Her father had advised her to be prudent in speech and behavior within the palace, cautioning against the unguarded candor she had grown accustomed to at home. She recognized her propensity to be frank, but Liang Yuetong was both clever and beautiful. Together, they would surely carve out a place for themselves in this realm.
Shen Sisi,
listening to the exchange, found amusement in the veiled intentions of the two. In this palace of shadows, true sentiments were a rarity. Shen Rushue could only scoff inwardly, convinced she was destined to be the foremost among the selected maidens. Su Yue suggested, "Sister Liang, let's explore that area over there. We have yet to venture there. I have heard tales that this Consort Shen is quite arrogant, disregarding even the Empress. We must be cautious in her presence." As they moved onward, they discovered an adjoining pavilion they had previously overlooked. To their astonishment, within was none other than Consort Shen. A cold sweat broke out on both of them, particularly Su Yue, who recalled her recent remarks, realizing the gravity of their situation, uncertain of how much the consort might have overheard. It was well known that Consort Shen was both domineering and exceedingly jealous. If she were to learn of their conversation, their fates would be sealed. They approached and bowed. "This humble servant pays her respects to Your Highness." Shen Sisi did not immediately bid them to rise, instead scrutinizing their faces, piecing together the fragments of their earlier discourse, contemplating who among them was who. Observing Liang Yuetong's visage, rumored to be the fairest in the capital, she mused that in person, she was hardly as remarkable. With a demeanor of submission and calculated meekness, they remained kneeling, their legs growing weary, as Shen Sisi reveled in their discomfort, watching beads of sweat trickle down their faces. Only when they seemed on the brink of collapse did she finally command, "You may rise." Shen Sisi recalled asking Xiao Zhuo before the selection if it were possible to abstain from participating, for she held no fondness for the women of the palace. He had informed her that such was the way of things, urging her to refrain from further discussion. As they stood, Shen Sisi's voice broke the silence. Am I truly perceived as arrogant and envious? Su Yue, who had been pampered at home, found herself in a realm where all around her were of higher standing. Having just been through a tumultuous experience, when Shen Sisi heard such a query from Shen Ruoxue, she could not help but retort in anger. This sentiment is not mine alone. Who in this imperial harem is unaware of it? Liang Yu, standing beside her, immediately knelt and implored, Your Highness, please forgive us. Su Liangyuan is new to the palace and is yet unfamiliar with the customs. She did not intend to offend your grace.
Su Ziwi,
Caught off guard by her impulsive words, felt a surge of fear upon witnessing Liang Yu kneeling on her behalf. Liang Yu tugged at her garment, signaling her to kneel, and Su Yue, in fright, complied without hesitation. Shen Sisi remarked, Very well, since you have spoken thus, it would be remiss of me not to act accordingly. You too shall kneel here for half an hour as penance for your transgressions. Shen Sisi found no desire to indulge Shen Ruoxue's pretenses any longer. After exiting the imperial garden, she noticed Shen Sisi striding ahead without a glance back, prompting Shen Ruoxue to hastily follow, only to be intercepted by Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu stated, Ru Marin, let us part ways here. Our lady is returning to the palace. He Xiang, observing Bai Qiu obstructing her master, interjected, Who are you to impede our young mistress? At the Ho residence, not only the daughters of the two families openly opposed each other, but even the maids engaged in subtle rivalries. Turning back, Shen Sisi witnessed their approach and, without hesitation, struck. Yuing delivered a sharp slap to He Xiang's face. He Xiang, with reddened eyes, glared at Yuing, while Shen Ruoxue's countenance darkened at the sight of He Xiang being struck. Feeling as though her own face had been slapped, Shen Sisi declared, Shen Ruoxue, I shall no longer feign civility. Regardless of your designs with my father, I have pledged to protect you within this harem, but I hope you comprehend that there must be limits. Without uttering another word, Shen Sisi returned to Changning Palace. Do not enter, she commanded. Summer Willow and Yuing, witnessing her state, turned to Bai Qiu and Yuing, inquiring, What has befallen our lady? Bai Qiu and Yuing, unsure themselves, could only recount the events that had transpired outside. They exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom the situation. Summer Willow speculated. Could it be that the presence of the newly arrived concubines has displeased our lady? Bai Qiu responded, I shall inform the kitchen to prepare a light lunch. Perhaps Kanji, as per usual, when our lady is upset, she often neglects her meals, leaving her hungry and in need of something gentle for her stomach. Yuing suggested, Then we shall wait outside. Indeed, Shen Sisi was perturbed by the arrival of these new concubines, a sentiment that had long been festering within her. She abhorred the incessant scheming and clamor among so many women, which grated on her senses, and she grew increasingly weary of such a life. After the selection ceremony, Xiao Zhuo had sought her out, leading to a fierce quarrel. He accused her of becoming increasingly unreasonable due to his past indulgence. His words struck her like a cold splash of water, and though she claimed indifference upon her return, she could not ignore the way he doted on her, nor the apparent lack of affection he showed towards Qin Qian. Uncertain whether he was feigning his feelings, she sometimes found herself entertaining the ridiculous thought that he might harbor even a modicum of affection for her. She wished to test his feelings. Fully aware that her desires were illogical, akin to her father's devotion to her mother, yet she recognized that men like her father were exceedingly rare. Such foolish notions should not linger in her mind. Only now did she truly shatter her delusions. She realized that she had never truly understood him. He indulged her, but only because she had never crossed a line. She knew that on the day of the selection, Xiao Zhuo would not attend. She herself had no intention of going either, instead sending word to the Empress to permit Shen Ruoxue's entry into the palace. She was certain the Empress would acquiesce, as her discord with Xiao Zhuo was precisely what he relished. Having promised to allow Shen Ruoxue into the palace, she was determined to see it through. It was Xiao Zhuo's inexplicable confrontation that puzzled her. What was he afraid of with Shen Ruoxue's entry? Did her father have some significant task for her to undertake? In the Liangyi Hall, Gao Chengxi entered to find the emperor diligently processing memorials at his desk, hesitating on how to broach the subject. He pondered how the mistress of Changning Palace could have orchestrated her cousin's entry into the palace, seemingly provoking the emperor's displeasure. Since his return, despite his efforts not to maintain a perpetually stern demeanor, he felt that his normalcy only exacerbated the situation. Xiao Zhuo coldly inquired, Speak. What is it? Gao Chengxi replied. Ah. The noble consort and Ru Marin were enjoying the flowers in the imperial garden when Su Liangyuan and Liang Guerin happened to be present. Their words offended the noble consort, who has punished them to kneel for an hour. Xiao Zhuo asked, what did they say? Although he did not specify who he referred to, Gao Chengxi understood he was inquiring about the comments labeling the noble consort as arrogant and jealous. Xiao Zhuo retorted, jealous? I find her rather magnanimous. On the day he had questioned her about allowing her cousin into the palace, she had argued that if so many women were permitted to enter, why should her cousin be excluded? If she did not wish for her cousin to join, why not simply rescind the invitation? The nature of other women entering the palace was not the same as permitting her cousin. She had made it clear that she would not enter the harem herself, a feat few emperors since the founding of the dynasty could claim. Yet she insisted he forego the selection, arguing that once they entered, they were no different than before. The selection had always been a tradition. He believed he had indulged her too much, allowing her to become increasingly unreasonable. He resolved to let her reflect and calm down in the days to come. He stated, from now on, matters concerning Changning Palace need not be reported to me for every triviality. You may leave. Gao Chengxi bowed. This servant takes his leave.
Shen Sisi remarked.
Bai Qiu, I am hungry. Bai Qiu responded, Your Highness, I have prepared millet congee that has been simmering for a while. Do taste it, it is soft and delightful. Shen Sisi smiled. You are indeed the best, Bai Qiu. Yu Ying, entering with warm water, overheard this and quipped, Your Highness, such words may incite jealousy. She dampened a cloth to wipe Shen Sisi's hands. Shen Sisi replied, Ah yes, and our Yu Ying is quite wonderful as well. Quickly bring me the latest novels. And do move that soft couch outside to bask in the sun while I indulge in my reading. It will be a heavenly day. Yu Ying responded, I shall now prepare my specialty snacks, so you may enjoy them while you read. Shen Sisi praised, You are the best, Yu Ying. Bai Qiu interjected, But just a moment ago, I was the best. Yu Ying retorted, I shall take my leave now. In Changning Palace, Xiao Yao informed the Empress of the events that had transpired in the imperial garden. The Empress asked, Is there any news from the Liangyi Hall? Xiao Yao replied, None, but the Empress Dowager has sent word requesting your presence. Chapter 52, A Fall into Water. The Empress responded, Understood, prepare to head over. In Yongshou Palace, the Empress greeted, I pay my respects to your majesty. Empress Dowager Qin replied, Rise and take a seat. The Empress stood and sat beside her. The Empress asked, Is your majesty feeling better? Do you require the physician's attention? Empress Dowager Qin responded, I am quite well now. Today marks the second day of the new ladies entering the palace. You must take care to attend to his majesty and the harem. You should visit the Liangyi Hall shortly. His majesty is of an age where he has but one princess, and as empress, you must fulfill your duties. Must I remind you of this? Even if other concubines bear children, you shall raise them as if they were your own, and they shall regard you as their mother. Upon hearing this, the Empress's expression faltered momentarily. She stood and bowed, saying, It is my failure, please forgive me, your majesty. Empress Dowager Qin replied, Enough, rise. Keep my words close to your heart, and waved her hand dismissively. You may leave. The Empress stated, This servant takes her leave. Peony supported the Empress as they exited the Yongshou Palace. Your Majesty, what does the Empress Dowager mean by this? His Majesty rarely visits the inner palace. Only going to see the Guifei. How can she blame you for the lack of offspring? The Empress replied, She only picks on the weak. Before His Majesty, she dares not speak too much. The Guifei is not one to appease her. Only I am. A glint of ruthlessness flashed to her eyes. For Du Yening would not raise another's child, nor did she need to. Gao Chengxi announced, Your Majesty, the Empress requests an audience. Xiao Zhuo responded, Admit her. Upon the Empress's entrance, Xiao Zhuo spoke directly, If you have something to say, speak plainly. The Empress regarded him cautiously, noting his reluctance to engage in idle conversation, which left her feeling bitter. She finally said, With the arrival of new sisters in the palace, should His Majesty not pay them a visit? Xiao Zhuo replied, Yes, I am aware. Does the Empress have any further matters? The Empress continued, Earlier, I visited Yongshou Palace, and my mother mentioned the issue of His Majesty's heirs. Xiao Zhuo understood that his mother dared not pressure him directly, and had sought out the Empress instead. I shall discuss this matter with the Empress Dowager. You may leave for now. Upon returning to the palace, Peony remarked to the Empress, Your Majesty, how can His Majesty treat you this way? You are his wife. The Empress smiled bitterly. In his heart, I fear I am less than a stranger. What does it matter to be the Empress? He knows the Empress Dowager is making things difficult for me, yet does not utter a word on my behalf. Would he still hold this attitude if it were Qin Xian or Shen Sisi? Her spirits fell momentarily, yet she quickly adjusted as Li Fei arrived. Peony informed her, yesterday. Li Fei mentioned that Liang Guerin sent her a pouch she embroidered herself, and another for you. Liang Guerin resides in the side palace of Yihua Palace. It is only natural for her to flatter Li Fei as the primary consort. But why extend a gesture to the Empress? The Empress replied thoughtfully. Liang Guerin is indeed clever. Inform Li Fei to treat her kindly and not to create difficulties. During lunch, Shen Sisi was preoccupied with thoughts of the spicy dish she longed for that evening. Yu Ying, who had visited Xuzhou, knew how much people there enjoyed it. A few days prior, Shen Sisi had lost her appetite, but after tasting Yu Ying's preparation, she had fallen in love with it. Although she had tried it before when it was popular in the capital, none compared to Yu Ying's culinary skills. The memory of its spiciness was tantalizing.
Baku.
Go fetch Li Jiu. We shall dine together this evening, Shen Sisi instructed. Yes, Your Majesty, Ba Qiu replied. Should we not prepare the ingredients now? What if we run out of time later? Yu Ying reassured her. Do not worry, Your Majesty. In an hour, I will personally select some fresh ingredients from the royal kitchen. Xia Lu interjected. Your Majesty. A maid from Lanxinjai has just reported that Ru Mei inadvertently pushed Liang Guerin into the Qianli pond. Shen Sisi's expression soured instantly. Where is that maid? Bring her to me. Ba Qiu answered. I will prepare a soft sedan chair. When Shen Sisi arrived at the Qianli pond, she found a throng of people gathered, with the Empress already present. Liang Yuru sat wrapped in a cloak, quietly weeping, while Shen Ru Shui knelt on the ground, pleading her case to the Empress. As Shen Sisi approached, the crowd parted for her. She directly addressed the Empress. What is the commotion about? What has transpired? The previously lively atmosphere fell silent at her words, and finally, the Empress spoke. I have just arrived as well. Since the Guifei is here, let us hear what has happened. Liang Yuru's chief maid began. My young mistress was enjoying the fish here with the Xian Fei when she had a slight cough and went to the pavilion to rest. My mistress was left alone. And soon Ru Mei arrived. After the fish were finished, my mistress asked me to fetch more. When I returned, I saw them arguing, but I was too far away to hear their words. I was obstructed by the rocks and could only see my mistress fall into the water. I immediately called for help. I implore the Empress to stand up for my mistress. She bowed deeply, her forehead touching the ground.
Li Fei interjecta.
Is there any need for further explanation? This maid has already clarified the matter. Shen Ru Shui immediately protested. That is not true. The moment I was about to speak, I noticed my cousin glaring at me, and only then did I realize that it was Liang Guerin who accidentally fell in, and it had nothing to do with me. Su Yue, seeing her sister Liang in the cold water, trembled and retorted. Who would joke about their life in this frigid pond? Shen Ru Shui shot back. How do you know what she was thinking? Li Fei covered her mouth and laughed. Wasn't the Xian Fei resting in the pavilion at that time? Why not ask her if she saw anything? Liang Yuru trembled, realizing she hadn't considered whether the Xian Fei had witnessed the event, fearing exposure. Qin Xian gently remarked, I did not notice what happened there either. I only heard the splash and turned to look, seeing Ru Mei's fingers splayed upward. And then this maid came to call for help for Liang Guerin. Faced with so many testimonies, Shen Ru Shui felt at a loss for words. Her eyes reddened as she muttered, It wasn't me, it wasn't me. After listening, the Empress said, Since Ru Mei. Shen Sisi interjected, Your Majesty, please wait. Liang Guerin has yet to speak. I wish to ask you, what was the conflict with Ru Mei? Did you fall in by accident? Or was it Ru Mei who pushed you? Shen Ru Shui's eyes lit up. She had forgotten this crucial detail. However, she was met with Shen Sisi's cold gaze, which choked her words in her throat. Liang Yuru spoke weakly. Ru Mei mentioned an incident from the Imperial Garden where she inadvertently offended the Empress. I fell into the water myself. This has nothing to do with Ru Mei. Her trembling body and aggrieved tone would evoke sympathy from anyone. It was likely she recalled being punished for offending the Guifei, knowing that Ru Mei was the Guifei's cousin, compelling her to say so. Shen Ru Shui mumbled. It was never my fault. Qin Xian's gentle voice reassured her. You need not fear. The Empress is here to support you. Just recount the events as they transpired. Disliking Shen Ru Shui simply for being Shen Sisi's cousin, Li Fei chimed in. Yes, just speak the truth. The Empress is present, and no one will wrong you. She cast a glance at Shen Sisi. Shen Sisi fiddled with her armor, ignoring Li Fei, and casually remarked, Just speak honestly. Liang Yuru trembled again at Shen Sisi's tone, fearing her greatly. She hastily stated, I fell into the water by my own negligence. And it had nothing to do with Ru Mei. The perfumed and tearful visage she presented was utterly pitiable, yet all present were women. and the beauty was to be admired. Hearing this, Shen Sisi languidly commented, since both parties have the same account. The matter is clear. Liang Guerin fell in by her own doing, yet she has made such a fuss. The Empress must admonish her and remind them of propriety. Liang Yuru clenched her hands tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, astonished that no one stood up to refute Shen Guifei. Did this mean she would bear the blame unjustly today? Rising, she glanced at Shen Rushui on the ground and said, "Let us go." He Xiang immediately stood to assist Shen Rushui. Shen Sisi turned her gaze towards the Empress. "Now that this matter has been clarified, I shall take my leave," she stated. Then, addressing Liang Yueru, she continued, "As today's events were instigated by you, it is only right that you offer your sincere apologies to Lady Ru." Just as Shen Sisi took a couple of steps, she spotted Xiao Zhuo standing outside, and they naturally noticed each other. The crowd rose to pay their respects. The Empress inquired, "What brings your Majesty here?" Gao Chengxi replied with a smile, "The attendants from Yihua Palace reported that Lady Liang has fallen into the water. And since your Majesty has been attending to affairs for quite some time, it seemed fitting to come out for a moment's respite and to check on the situation." The Empress succinctly recounted the earlier events. Xiao Zhuo's gaze remained fixed on Shen Sisi, who, after performing her courtesies, did not spare him another glance. It had been half a month since the selection process, and they had not crossed paths once during this interval. Initially, he thought she might be reluctant to face him. So, he had sought an audience with the Empress Dowager, hoping to see her. However, she preferred to rise early to avoid him. Given her evident desire to evade him, he was not one to persist in futile pursuits. Liang Yueru, upon seeing Xiao Zhuo, adopted a posture of feigned vulnerability. "Your Majesty," it was the palace maids who expressed concern for me, prompting my reckless venture to the Two Instruments Pavilion. "I beseech your Majesty to forgive my indiscretion."
Li Fei,
who had just been assisting Liang Yueru, inwardly cursed her for attempting to appear alluring. Whenever Shen Sisi was present, Xiao Zhuo's attention would gravitate towards her, and he now endeavored to divert his gaze elsewhere, striving to avoid looking in her direction. Xiao Zhuo turned to the Empress, inquiring how the situation would be handled. The Empress reiterated how the matter had been addressed concerning the Guifei, then turned to Xiao Zhuo, awaiting his response. Listening intently, Xiao Zhuo redirected his attention to Shen Sisi and spoke. "The Guifei's approach seems rather hasty." With an impassive expression, Shen Sisi replied, "Lady Ru fell into the water of her own accord, and subsequently, she acknowledged this. I fail to see how my actions could be deemed hasty. I would appreciate your Majesty clarifying this." Xiao Zhuo countered, "According to prior discussions, the Guifei's method of extracting a confession seems to bear a striking similarity to coercion." Shen Sisi retorted, "I neither threatened nor seduced Lady Liang. I am at a loss as to the origin of such claims." Gao Chengxi, standing nearby, felt anxious for them. It had been half a month, yet they were still embroiled in this tension. Did others not discern why His Majesty had come here? If not to seek out the Guifei? Xiao Zhuo dismissed her words as mere sophistry. Shen Sisi, unwilling to engage further, declared, "Your Majesty, I have pressing matters to attend to in my palace. Now that this situation has been resolved, I shall take my leave." After her departure, it was not long before Xiao Zhuo also exited. Luo Chengzai remarked, "Indeed, the Guifei is as formidable as the rumors suggest. Even the Empress cannot contend with her." Her close maidservant chimed in, "It's not just the Empress. I perceive she hardly grants anyone favor." Luo Chengzai responded, "Regardless, we shall simply keep our distance henceforth." Yuing had gone to the imperial kitchen for ingredients, and when Shen Sisi and the others returned, she had yet to arrive. Upon reaching Changning Palace, Shen Sisi strode directly into the main hall, observing Shen Rushui timidly standing to one side. "You may all withdraw," she instructed, waiting for the attendants to leave before speaking again. "Shen Rushui, have you lost your wits? A matter so simple, and you allowed yourself to be ensnared. Whatever happened to the cleverness you displayed when competing with me at home? Surely you haven't left that behind upon entering the palace." Shen Rushui protested. "I did not act against her. It was her words that provoked me. We quarreled, and she jumped in on her own."
Shen Sisi replied.
"Do you think it matters who jumped in? In this imperial harem, the truth is often less significant than what one stands to gain or lose from it. Weighing the consequences is what truly matters. Had I not intervened today, do you believe your words alone would have garnered sympathy? If something were to happen to you, it would reflect poorly on me. Enough, return and reflect on this matter thoroughly. I hope you will exercise more wisdom in the future." Bai Qiu entered, opening the doors and windows. "Your Highness, Yuing has returned with the freshest ingredients." Shen Sisi leapt up with excitement. "Let us see if there is anything we can assist with." As they exited, Xiao Lu and the others had already set up a frame in the courtyard. Yu Ying, spotting Shen Sisi, raised the items in her hands and said, "Your Highness, these are fresh oysters from the Imperial Kitchen. They are perfect for grilling." In Chapter 53. During the meal, Yu Ying remarked, "Chef Lu mentioned that this batch isn't plentiful, but these are all large ones. He sent some for you to enjoy, and even taught me how to prepare them." These oysters, transported from the coast to the capital, were difficult to preserve, and many often arrived dead. The few Yu Ying brought back were still quite lively. Shen Sisi rubbed her stomach, reflecting on the distressing matters involving Shen Rushiwa earlier. She felt that lunch had already settled, and she needed a hearty dinner to replenish her strength. Xiao Lu smiled, reassuring her, "Your Highness, we have prepared ample ingredients." After returning to his quarters, Xiao Zhuo sat at his desk, busying himself once more. Gao Chongxi attended to the ink and brushes, noting how the emperor picked up his brush only to set it down again, then picked it up once more. Was the content of this memorial proving troublesome for him? This was unusual. After all these years serving the emperor, he had never seen him so perturbed. Lost in thought, Gao Chongxi was startled when he heard Xiao Zhuo's voice. "Is there anything amiss in the Guifei's palace?" Startled, he replied, "No, your majesty, everything is well." Xiao Zhuo continued, "Yet she mentioned having matters to attend to?" Gao Chongxi, unsure of the emperor's intent, cautiously responded, "There are no significant issues, but I shall inquire further." Xiao Zhuo contemplated that he wanted Shen Sisi to reflect quietly and clarify her own errors. If he approached her directly, she might charm her way out of accountability. He needed her to remember this lesson, or else she might ride roughshod over him in the future. Yet, even after half a month, he found her invading his dreams nightly. Upon entering the hall, Gao Chongxi noticed the emperor's gaze had already turned towards him. "Your Majesty, there are no major matters in the Guifei's palace. It is just that." Xiao Zhuo pressed, "Just what?" Gao Chongxi replied, "The kitchen in Changning Palace is currently preparing hot pot." Xiao Zhuo remarked, "Indeed, Sisi enjoys that. Her stomach is not robust, yet she craves spice. While she dislikes bland food, so I usually instruct the kitchen to refrain from preparing such dishes to avoid causing her discomfort." Gao Chongxi added, "I heard that she also invited Lady Li to join, and the kitchen sent over the fresh oysters as well." Xiao Zhuo's tone turned cold. "Did I not instruct the kitchen to refrain from preparing such dishes for the Guifei?" Gao Chongxi lowered his head. "It was Miss Yu Ying who prepared them upon noticing the Guifei's lack of appetite. I forgot to inform her not to prepare such food for the Guifei. I beg your Majesty's pardon." Upon hearing about her lack of appetite, Xiao Zhuo responded, "Ensure you remind her." Gao Chongxi affirmed, "Yes, your Majesty." Xiao Zhuo commanded, "Send a few oysters to the Empress Dowager and distribute the rest as you see fit. If they linger too long, they will surely all end up in Shen Sisi's stomach. She has never been one to exercise restraint when it comes to food. It is only when she feels the repercussions that she regrets it, yet she will inevitably repeat the same mistakes." Rising to his feet, Xiao Zhuo declared, "Since there is nothing pressing, accompany me for a stroll." Gao Chongxi watched as the emperor made his way outside Changning Palace. Outside the palace, Lady Li had just arrived, coinciding perfectly with the first pot being served. Shen Sisi, beaming with joy, called out to Lady Li, "Exire, come quickly. Try this meat slice. Paired with Yu Ying's dipping sauce, it is simply delectable," as she used the communal chopsticks to serve her a piece. Li Xian shares a similar penchant for spiciness in her culinary preferences. Xiao Zhuo approached, gesturing for the young eunuch to remain silent, and quietly observed the cheerful atmosphere within. Today, the noble consort had ordered 2 pots to be prepared so that the maidservants could partake as well. Yu Ying was busy in the kitchen, while Yu Ying assisted her. Noticing their emergence, Xiao Zhuo turned to the young eunuch, fearing they might be discovered if they lingered, and said, "You have not seen me today before departing." Gao Chongxi was perplexed. Since his majesty had already arrived, why did he not enter? Shen Sisi sensed she was being watched, but upon looking up, saw nothing. Li Jiu noticed her searching for something and inquired, "Sister, what is it that you seek?" Shen Sisi replied, "It's nothing. Do eat quickly. I am quite famished." With that, she began her meal. In the evening, a gentle rain fell, creating ripples on the blue stone ground. The next morning, the rain ceased and the skies cleared. After the morning greetings concluded, Qin Xian was retained by the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager remarked, "Yesterday, His Majesty instructed the Imperial Kitchen to send oysters. Given my age, I find it challenging to digest such delicacies. So I have invited you to join me for lunch in Yongshou Palace." Grateful for the opportunity her aunt was providing, Qin Xian promptly bowed and expressed her thanks. The Empress Dowager patted her hand, encouraging her to work diligently. Qin Xian felt a sense of injustice, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. Despite delivering soup to the Liangyi Palace daily, she had never entered, nor did she know why her cousin had stopped visiting. Taking advantage of her aunt's concern, she hoped to engage in conversation with His Majesty, but he consistently departed under the pretext of official duties. Previously, she might have been content with such a life. But witnessing his affection for Shen Sisi left her unsatisfied. Over the past half-month, under her deliberate insinuations, some had noted that His Majesty had not visited Changning Palace in weeks, occasionally visiting Fuan Palace, leading them to speculate that the noble consort might have fallen out of favor. However, following yesterday's episode, those with insight understood that, for the time being, the noble consort was not someone they could offend, as evidenced by His Majesty's deference to her. Thus, it was curious that today the imperial kitchen had chosen fresh, sizable oysters, which were not sent to the recently favored virtuous consortess Fuan Palace, and even Li Jiu, under the noble consortess protection, dared not offend her lightly. While the Empress Dowager and Qin Qian were conversing, Zhao Mama entered to announce, "Your Majesty, the virtuous consort, His Majesty has arrived." At this, the previously stern expression of the Empress Dowager softened into a smile as she said to Qin Qian, "Come, let us proceed to the West Hall." Qin Qian quickly rose to assist her. Xiao Zhuo was already seated. He approached and bowed, "Greetings, mother." Qin Qian returned the gesture gracefully. "This humble servant pays her respects to your Majesty." The Empress Dowager smiled and remarked, "Enough of such formalities. We are family. Please sit." Qin Qian stood behind the Empress Dowager, prepared to serve her meal. The Empress Dowager glanced at Xiao Zhuo and then turned to Qin Qian, saying, "Come sit. Today, we are dining as a family, and you have not been well lately. Let us dispense with the pretense." Qin Qian acquiesced. The palace attendants arranged the dishes. The Empress Dowager pointed to a plate of roasted oysters, saying, "These were sent yesterday by His Majesty to the imperial kitchen. I noticed they were still quite fresh, so I had the kitchen prepare them. I remember you loved these as a child. Do sample them." Xiao Zhuo replied nonchalantly, I do not favor oysters." The Empress Dowager's smile faltered for a moment before she quickly regained her composure, saying, "I thought you might still enjoy them, given your fondness in childhood. If you do not like them, let us substitute them with this phoenix tongue, which is a specialty of my kitchen." Gao Changxi, standing nearby, quietly pondered the Empress Dowager's words. He had been with His Majesty since he was 5 and had never witnessed him express a fondness for oysters or the stir-fried phoenix tongue. His Majesty's diet had always been rather bland, with only the noble consort enjoying such dishes. No wonder His Majesty showed deference to the Empress Dowager, unaware of his own preferences. If he had been more attentive, perhaps the current situation would not have unfolded as it had. Xiao Zhuo remained unmoved, and the Empress Dowager's expression darkened. It was Qin Qian who attempted to smooth things over, saying, "Annie, my cousin has grown. Tastes change. And it is natural for them to differ from childhood." Xiao Zhuo interjected, "Gao Changxi." Gao Changxi approached, smiling at Qin Qian. "Perhaps it would be best for this servant to serve His Majesty." Refused, Qin Qian responded gently, "Then I shall trouble you, Gao Gong Gong." As they continued, the only sounds were the clinking of utensils. The Empress Dowager reminisced, "I remember when you were young dining together, with His Majesty and Qian are seated on either side of me. All these years, it brings me joy to see you both together." With a shy glance at Xiao Zhuo, Qin Qian replied, "In the future, both my cousin and I will always be by your side." Xiao Zhuo maintained a neutral expression, continuing his meal. The Empress Dowager sighed. "In my old age, I find comfort in lively company. With only His Majesty as my child, he is often preoccupied with official duties.
You, dear Kianea,
Have the filial heart to frequently accompany me." She glanced at Xiao Zhuo, seemingly suggesting he express a promise to visit her more often. Unmoved, Xiao Zhuo responded, "If mother enjoys company, I shall have Li Fei bring Qingning to visit you more often." The Empress Dowager's temper flared. "You know very well that is not what I mean." Xiao Zhuo countered, "Then what do you mean, mother?" He took the handkerchief Gao Changxi offered and continued, "I have finished my meal and must attend to some documents in Liangyi Palace, so I shall take my leave." Qin Qian stood, calling out, "Cousin." After Xiao Zhuo departed, the Empress Dowager lost her temper, slamming her bowl down on the table. What does he mean by this? Qin Qian felt equally discontent, but had to patiently reassure her. "Perhaps my cousin truly has pressing matters to attend to. Auntie, do not be upset. I am here to keep you company." The Empress Dowager patted her hand. "You are a dutiful child, unlike." Though her words trailed off, the implication was clear. Qin Qian grasped her hand in response. After assisting the Empress Dowager to bed, Qin Qian sat in contemplation. Hong Ping inquired, "What occupies your thoughts, Your Highness?" Qin Qian mused. "Do you think there might have been any discord between His Majesty and the Empress Dowager in the past?" This question had only recently come to her attention. The more time she spent in Yongshou Palace, the more she realized their relationship was not as harmonious as she had imagined. Apart from the monthly greetings, unless summoned by her aunt, he had not set foot in Yongshou Palace, and even their interactions lacked warmth, bordering on coldness. Hong Ping shook her head. "This servant does not know, but I have observed the Empress Dowager's lack of understanding towards His Majesty, and His Majesty's demeanor towards her is equally aloof. Just now, during our meal, the Empress Dowager was unaware of His Majesty's preferences. A normal mother would usually be aware of her child's likes." Qin Qian replied. "You have noticed it too. I wonder if it is merely my illusion, but although my cousin was once indifferent towards my aunt, he has never so openly disregarded her as he did today." Hong Ping suggested, "Could it be Zhao Mama?" Qin Qian looked up to see Zhao Mama approaching. "And she asked Zhao Mama?" Zhao Mama bowed. "This old servant pays her respects to Your Highness. I noticed you lingering here after leaving the palace, and thought to inquire." Qin Qian promptly offered her assistance. "No need for such formalities, Mama." Zhao Mama continued, "Seeing you here, I wondered if something was amiss, so I came to check." Qin Qian gazed at her, aware that she had been closely accompanying her aunt for over 20 years. Besides her aunt herself, perhaps only Zhao Mama understood the intricacies of her aunt's affairs. After pondering for a moment, she inquired, "Zhao Mama, I couldn't help but notice that during the meal, the interaction between my aunt and my cousin seemed rather peculiar." As she spoke, she scrutinized Zhao Mama's expression. It didn't resemble the ordinary bond between a mother and son. "Has something transpired?" Zhao Mama sighed softly and replied, "Indeed, certain events have unfolded. However, they are now in the past. There is no need for Your Highness to delve further, and it is imperative that this matter not be mentioned in front of His Majesty." Over the years, the relationship between mother and son has grown increasingly distant, and should His Majesty recall the mistakes made by Your Highness, alas, seeing that Zhao Mama was reluctant to elaborate, Qin Qian decided not to press further.
Nana.
"Let us keep our conversation private for my aunt. I have matters to attend to in the palace, so I shall take my leave." She signaled for Zhao Mama to keep their dialogue from the Empress Dowager. "Rest assured, Your Highness, this old servant will ensure the Empress Dowager remains uninformed," Zhao Mama assured her. Yuing remarked, "This place is truly breathtaking. The peach blossoms dance gracefully in the wind, and the falling petals create an exquisite scene." Turning to look back at Shen Sisi, she noted her attire, a delicate white double-woven sheer gown that exuded an ethereal elegance. Petals floated down upon her, resembling a celestial being, leaving Yuing momentarily spellbound. Shen Sisi chuckled softly at Yuing's awestruck expression before continuing on her way. Yuing, regaining her composure, hurried to catch up. "Your Highness, you were simply enchanting just now. I was utterly captivated." Bai Qiu smirked, "I can attest to that." Shen Sisi teased, "Am I not perpetually beautiful?" Yuing playfully smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "I misspoke. Your Highness is always the most radiant." Shen Sisi's laughter was infectious, and Yuing found herself mesmerized by her smile. "How lovely," she murmured in admiration. Bai Qiu muttered, "Fortunately, I've grown accustomed to seeing it every day. Otherwise, I might feel even more embarrassed than Yuing." Upon hearing this, Yuing playfully lunged to catch her, but Bai Qiu nimbly evaded, while Shen Sisi watched their playful antics with a smile. However, upon noticing a sudden presence, she quickly composed her expression. Bai Qiu, catching on, grabbed Yuing's arm, signaling her to cease. Stepping forward, Shen Sisi knelt and greeted, "This servant pays her respects to Your Majesty." Xiao Zhuo instinctively reached out to assist her, but was evaded by Shen Sisi's graceful sidestep, prompting him to retract his hand. "Rise," he commanded, though he found himself at a loss for words thereafter. Shen Sisi stood quietly beside him, saying nothing. Internally, she chastised him, wishing to express her annoyance. The day's pleasantness seemed to dissipate in that moment. Ultimately, it was Xiao Zhuo who broke the silence, initiating, "Are you here to admire the blossoms as well, consort?" "Yes," Shen Sisi replied. Xiao Zhuo surveyed their surroundings and instructed Gao Changxi and the others, "You may leave. I have matters to discuss with the consort." Once they were alone, Shen Sisi queried, "What is it that Your Majesty wishes to discuss with the servant?" Xiao Zhuo approached her, attempting to grasp her hand. Yet she deftly evaded his touch. His expression dimmed instantly. "The selection process for the new consorts has already been set. I cannot simply cancel it at a whim. I admit my prior behavior was inappropriate, he explained. The selection involves registration by the Ministry of Revenue, followed by preliminary rounds across various regions, culminating in their arrival at the capital. Understanding the direction of his discourse, Shen Sisi felt a wave of annoyance wash over her. The impending selection was indeed unwelcome. Yet had he expressed his hesitation sooner, it might have spared them both considerable exertion. Ultimately, it seemed he was simply unwilling to voice his discontent. With a gentle smile, she interrupted, "It was my ignorance of the customs that led to my previous missteps. I have taken time to reflect upon my errors, and I sincerely apologize for any offense caused to your majesty." Xiao Zhuo regarded her smile, silently reflecting on the fact that she seemed to lead a fulfilling and joyous life, seemingly devoid of his presence. "I was merely speaking in anger," he began. But Shen Sisi placed a finger over his lips to silence him. Her laughter was soft and warm. "It has been so long.
There is no need to dwell on the past.
I understand everything in my heart." Xiao Zhuo grasped her hand, frowning at its chill. He instinctively sought to remove his outer robe to drape over her, but she stopped him, asserting, "I am not cold. My hands are simply cool. No need for your outer robe. It is too long for me and would look dreadful." Her tone was filled with playful disdain at the last remark. Xiao Zhuo, witnessing her familiar and endearing demeanor, felt a wave of relief wash over him. His eyes sparkled with adoration as he smiled. "Then allow me to warm your hands." He enveloped her delicate fingers within his own. Shen Sisi lowered her gaze, initially indifferent, but soon her eyes sparkled with mirth. "Let us take a stroll over there," she said, freeing her hands from his grasp. The beauty of the surroundings was undeniable. This peach grove had been planted by the late emperor to win the favor of the late consort, a significant investment of human and material resources. Initially, many scholars criticized the emperor's decision, but once the grove blossomed, it became a celebrated spectacle within the palace, attracting countless poets and scholars eager to compose verses amidst its beauty. As they walked, Shen Sisi found herself being carried on Xiao Zhuo's back, relishing the convenience of a free ride. He carried her to a pavilion nestled within the grove, where they could rest in serene leisure. "I'm done playing. This is utterly tiresome," she pouted upon arrival. Discovering that a swing had been constructed, she asked Yu Ying to push her. But Xiao Zhuo insisted on painting her portrait instead. Having heard of Xiao Zhuo's renowned artistic talent, she had previously enjoyed coaxing him into painting for her.
Now,
with his eager proposition, she felt intrigued, pondering how her beauty deserved to be immortalized for perpetual admiration. Yet, as the swing became more of a chore, her enthusiasm waned. And Xiao Zhuo had not yet completed the painting. Sensing her irritation, Yu Ying slowed the swing, allowing Shen Sisi to disembark. Xiao Zhuo, aware of her growing displeasure, refrained from teasing her further, instead smiling as he said, "All right, you may come down now." Previously, she had requested he paint her, but it always ended with her losing patience. Today was no exception. He recognized her playful intent, having once found her vexation endearing, reminiscent of a kitten he had cared for in childhood. Today, however, he sensed an inexplicable coldness from her. Her visage and laughter were etched in his memory, and he used the pretext of not having finished the painting as an excuse to gaze upon her a moment longer. Noticing her impatience, he dared not continue. Once Yu Ying helped her down from the swing, Shen Sisi approached Xiao Zhuo, declaring, "If you do not capture my beauty perfectly, you shall rue the day." As she stepped closer to inspect his painting, she was taken aback by its beauty. Xiao Zhuo, his eyes gleaming with delight, affectionately inquired, "Might this painting satisfy the esteemed consort?" Unable to bear his smug expression, Shen Sisi blinked her bright eyes and replied softly, "It is merely passable. It captures only 7/10 of my beauty." Xiao Zhuo gazed at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. "I shall practice diligently so that one day I may create a work that fully pleases you." In Chapter 55, Gao Changxi witnessed this harmonious scene and felt a sense of joy for his majesty while secretly relishing his own relief. He was finally free from enduring his majesty's cold demeanor. Although it was not his place to concern himself with such matters, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry over the purpose of his visit. As Xiao Zhuo caught sight of Gao Changxi entering, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Gao Changxi bowed and replied, "The enchanting Rumarin and several newly arrived concubines wish to pay their respects to your majesty, having heard of your presence here." Xiao Zhuo felt that the old man had become increasingly obtuse. Just as he was about to refuse their audience, Shen Sisi interjected, "Allow them to enter, Gao Gonggong." Noticing Gao Changxi's hesitance, she turned to Xiao Zhuo and remarked, "It is rather dull with just the two of us. A few more guests would enliven the atmosphere." Xiao Zhuo replied, I desire only your company, not a crowd. Seeing that the emperor did not object, Gao Changxi promptly withdrew. Shen Sisi, leading the group, immediately spotted Shen Sisi upon entering. I pay my respects to your majesty and to the imperial concubine. You may rise, Shen Sisi replied. Gao Changxi, please provide them with seats. Shen Sisi discreetly observed Shen Sisi's demeanor. Relieved to find no trace of anger, she internally sighed in relief. While at home, she often clashed with Shen Sisi, emboldened by her grandmother's support. However, recent events in the palace had instilled a sense of trepidation towards her cousin. Shen Sisi's demeanor today was unusually gentle as she engaged them in conversation and offered them seats. Since the arrival of Su Yue and her companions, Xiao Zhuo's expression had darkened, his displeasure growing as he watched Shen Sisi smile so radiantly at them. He stood up and said to Shen Sisi, I shall take a stroll outside. The moment he left, Shen Sisi noticed that the others at the table lost interest. Luo Daing approached Shen Sisi, saying, Imperial concubine, we merely passed by and heard there were people here, so we wished to pay a visit. Now that we have seen you, we thought to go outside and explore. They were eager not to miss the rare opportunity to encounter the emperor. Observing their youthful faces, which betrayed their girlish concerns, Shen Sisi reflected that had it been her former self, she might have chastised them for their unrealistic fantasies. However, with pressing matters at hand, she smiled and said, You may go. Once they departed, she sipped from her teacup and stated, Come to Changning Palace tomorrow at the hour of the snake. Do remember not to forget. Shen Sisi asked, Does your majesty have matters to discuss with me that cannot be said here? Shen Sisi smiled gently, Just remember to come at the time I specified. And not too early. I still need my rest. Shen Sisi dared not protest further, muttering a quiet acknowledgement. Shen Sisi regarded her cousin's newfound compliance with curiosity, pondering her father's intentions in sending her to the palace. You may go and see for yourself, Shen Sisi suggested. Shen Sisi, surprised by this unexpected leniency, gazed at her in confusion, unable to comprehend why she was being so easily dismissed when she had previously faced reprimands. Amused by Shen Sisi's astonishment, Shen Sisi raised an eyebrow. Would you prefer to continue conversing with me? I shall take my leave, Shen Sisi quickly responded. After they departed, Yuying approached with delicacies prepared specifically for Shen Sisi. Noticing Yuying's conflicted expression, Shen Sisi found it amusing and playfully pinched her cheek. What troubles you? Your face is all scrunched up. Speak, and perhaps I can provide an answer. Yuying cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, why did you allow them to enter? Although she is not yet married, she understands that in a relationship, one does not wish for a third party to intrude. Given that the Emperor and you have only just reconciled, isn't their presence a potential disruption? Our Yuying is quite astute regarding matters of the heart.
Shen Sisi said.
Then tell me, what am I to the Emperor? You are the one he loves, Your Majesty, Yuying responded instinctively. If it were not for love, the Emperor would not allow her and Yuying to accompany and protect Shen Sisi. Seeing that Yuying remained silent, Shen Sisi continued, I am the Emperor's consort. And they too are his consorts. If they wish to see him, I cannot prevent their entrance. Such occurrences are inevitable in the harem. Upon returning to the waterside pavilion, Xiao Zhuo found Shen Sisi enthusiastically feeding the fish. Upon noticing his presence, she offered him half of the fish food, exclaiming, Your Majesty, come join me. Once this packet is finished, we shall return. After feeding the fish, Xiao Zhuo reached for Shen Sisi's hand, only for her to instinctively withdraw.
Shen Sisi,
reflecting on her earlier reaction, explained, My hands were in the fish food. I have yet to wash them. After hearing her explanation, the smile that had adorned Xiao Zhuo's face vanished. Observing this, Shen Sisi threw a handkerchief at his chest, urging, What are you standing there for? Clean yourself up. Did I not tell you your hands were dirty? Seeing her playful demeanor restored his smile, and he reveled in her spirited nature, finding her brusque behavior far more endearing than her previous politeness. Xiao Zhuo escorted Shen Sisi to the entrance of Changning Palace before returning to the Liui Hall to attend to important matters from the afternoon. Outside Changning Palace, Xiao Zhuo embraced Shen Sisi and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, softly saying, Do not prepare my evening meal. I may have numerous matters to attend to, but I shall come to you once I am finished. Shen Sisi responded nonchalantly. Very well, as she pushed him away, You may attend to your business. I shall go inside. Xiao Zhuo turned to leave only after watching Shen Sisi disappear through the palace gates. Once he was out of sight, Shen Sisi retrieved her handkerchief and vigorously rubbed the spot where he had kissed her. Chapter 56. Not everyone is worthy of comparison with this princess. At the hour of the pig, After Xiao Zhuo had dealt with pressing official documents, he rubbed his temples wearily. Gao Changxi, observing him, expressed concern. Your Majesty, the hot water is prepared. Xiao Zhuo nodded and instructed that his attire for the morning audience be sent to Changning Palace before retreating to the inner chamber for a bath. Gao Changxi pondered the late hour and questioned why the emperor would choose to exert himself so. Surely it would suffice to rest and visit the imperial concubine on the morrow. Yet he kept these thoughts to himself. Upon arriving at Changning Palace, Xiao Zhuo found Shen Sisi already fast asleep. Yu Ying, who was on night watch, noted the emperor's arrival and thought to herself that the imperial concubine was already in deep slumber. She silently considered whether to awaken Shen Sisi, but Gao Changxi pulled her aside. Seeing Yu Ying's hesitation, he shook his head. The emperor requires the consort service in her chamber. But the opposite is true in Changning Palace. After scolding him, he had taken the initiative to teach Yu Ying the palace etiquette, which now seemed quite beneficial. Xiao Zhuo carefully positioned himself beside Shen Sisi, attempting to minimize any noise that might disturb her. The moonlight was exceptionally beautiful that night. It streamed through the window, illuminating her rosy cheeks as he gazed at her in silence. He gently took her hand, which lay outside the covers, knowing that although she appeared the same as before, he sensed an underlying difference, especially in the way she smiled at him, which now felt constricted. Her smiles towards Li Jiyu and her maid seemed far more genuine than those she shared with him. He recalled that her radiant smiles had once been reserved solely for him, now bestowed upon others. Just then, Shen Sisi turned over, draping her arm across his chest and resting a leg on his waist, disrupting his thoughts. He silently embraced her and planted a kiss on her forehead, reassuring himself that perhaps she was merely upset with him. Indeed, she adored him. Once her anger subsided, all would be well. He resolved to explain everything once she calmed down, confident that she would understand. The following day, Gao Changxi gently called out to His Majesty from beyond the screen, reminding him of today's South Morning Court. Xiao Zhuo responded with an acknowledgement, and Gao Changxi, discerning the situation, refrained from further disturbance. It would be disastrous should the esteemed concubine awaken. As the chief steward by the emperor's side, he was accustomed to being well regarded wherever he went. Yet within the Changning Palace, he served the esteemed concubine with utmost caution. Nevertheless, he found joy in this duty, as long as there were no quarrels. The emperor was always in high spirits when in Changning Palace, and when the emperor was pleased, their lives as servants were made all the more bearable. As Xiao Zhuo opened his eyes, he beheld the serene visage of Shen Sisi, peacefully slumbering in his embrace. He gazed at her quietly, finding her most endearing in her sleep. Realizing time was of the essence, he gently kissed her cheeks, one after the other, before rising to dress. Yu Ying had now mastered the art of waking the concubine. Knowing her penchant for lingering in bed, she would rouse her a quarter of an hour early.
Just as she did now.
Just a quarter more, please, Shen Sisi mumbled, pulling the blanket over her head. A quarter of an hour later, Yu Ying entered promptly, finding Shen Sisi sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Your Highness? Yu Ying inquired. Shen Sisi pointed to the hourglass at the bedside, pouting. You've taken cues from Bai Qiu and the others. Yu Ying could only chuckle sheepishly. If your Highness did not indulge in slumber, we would not have to resort to such measures. As she dressed Shen Sisi, she added, this morning, His Majesty mentioned he would join us for lunch in Changning Palace. Shen Sisi responded with a softened. Today, she was to pay her respects to the Empress, and she was punctual as always. Outside the hall, she listened attentively to the voices within. Recently, I have heard that the virtuous concubine is quite favored. His Majesty has not visited Changning Palace of late, spending his time instead at the Fuan Palace of the virtuous concubine. The rumors paint a vivid picture, claiming that the virtuous concubine is kind-hearted and gracious, particularly compared to the imperious concubine, said Shen Guiran. When I first heard this news, I thought we had gained another favored concubine. Qin Xian was well aware that Shen Sisi had been gathering information yesterday, having followed the emperor to the peach garden, yet he had returned to rest in Changning Palace. Witnessing Shen Guiran, a mere minor concubine, daring to mock her, Qin Xian's expression darkened. I recall, Shen Guiran, that you have only recently completed your transcription of the scriptures. Are you dissatisfied with the quantity of your previous work? Taken aback by Qin Xian's sudden obstinacy, Shen Guiran couldn't comprehend her attitude today, especially given her previous position as a favored concubine under the backing of the Empress Dowager, yet now appearing so ineffectual. However, she remained unfazed and chuckled. Dear virtuous concubine, do not take offense. These are merely the words I have heard in passing. I thought to mention them before you.
So you might seek out the source of such gossip.
Please do not direct your ire towards me. Qin Qian's face turned a shade of iron. Her fists clenched tightly as she restrained her fury. Seeing her so agitated, Shen Guiran felt a surge of satisfaction within, relishing the effect her words had on her. Just then, Shen Sisi entered, stating, I find merit in what Shen Guiran has said. Virtuous concubine. You ought to express gratitude to her for bringing this news to your attention, and then seek out the one who spread such rumors. Not everyone is worthy of comparison with me. Qin Qian was rendered speechless, knowing full well that she had been the one to disseminate the information. Shen Guiran. Upon noticing Shen Sisi's arrival and her own words being used to ridicule the virtuous concubine, felt a pang of anxiety. Since the previous incident, she had refrained from offending the concubine again. She quickly agreed, Indeed, I know not which impertinent servants are spreading such words, comparing anyone to the esteemed concubine. Hong Ping pulled her mistress aside, urging her to maintain her composure. Shen Sisi then turned her gaze to the Empress. Your Majesty must thoroughly investigate this matter. If such baseless rumors continue to circulate in the harem, it would be quite disconcerting. Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty? The Empress replied with poise, Indeed. These rumors are a reflection of my mismanagement, and I shall ensure a thorough investigation to hold the responsible parties accountable and provide the concubine with an explanation. Shen Sisi couldn't help but smile. Had I not heard Shen Guiran's remarks, I would have remained oblivious to my portrayal in the eyes of others in the harem. Shen Guiran chuckled awkwardly. This is merely the result of those unworldly palace maids spreading nonsense. I believe the concubine is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Her final statement significantly improved Shen Sisi's impression of her. Indeed, individuals like her, possessing both beauty and benevolence, were exceedingly rare in the palace. Feeling the concubine's appreciative gaze, Shen Guiran's heart raced. Though she held no affection for the concubine, she could not deny that the concubine's beauty was unparalleled in the harem. Even the recently acclaimed beauty of the capital, Liang Guiran, seemed to pale in comparison to her. Seated at the back, Shen Rushua watched Shen Sisi, envious and resentful of her confidence and audacity, even daring to take liberties with the Empress. Although they were both daughters of the Beiding Marquis, why must she look up to her? Why hadn't her uncle allowed her to enter the royal residence from the start? Though cousins, they shared a few similarities. However, Shen Sisi's exquisite and alluring appearance far surpassed her own. At home, her grandmother favored the dignified and graceful daughters of noble families, and to win her grandmother's affection, she had endeavored to embody the traits of her grandmother's favorite granddaughter. Thus, her own attire leaned towards a more composed appearance, unlike Shen Sisi, who was indulged by her second aunt, embodying a spoiled and troublesome persona that was far from endearing. She believed that had she been admitted to the royal residence, she would surely have captured the emperor's favor more than Shen Sisi did now. The Empress, noting the time, spoke. It is nearly time. Let us proceed to Yongshou Palace to pay our respects to the Empress Dowager. Chapter 57. Intentions. Today, Empress Dowager Qin appeared to be in remarkably good spirits. I see many young ladies here. They must all be the new arrivals to the palace. The Empress replied, Your Majesty, indeed. Today marks their first audience before you. Quickly, come forth and pay your respects to the Empress Dowager. We pay our respects to Your Majesty, wishing you longevity and good health. Empress Dowager Qin exhibited a benevolent smile. Please sit. I see you are all good children. Thank you, Your Majesty. Empress Dowager Qin remarked, looking at you all, I am reminded of my advancing age. The virtuous concubine interjected, Aunt, you have said this many times before. You are not old, you are still youthful. This elicited hearty laughter from Empress Dowager Qin. Shen Guiran, observing from below, could only scoff. That is all she can do. Once the laughter subsided, Empress Dowager Qin continued, I hope you do not find my concerns excessive. At my age, I wonder when I shall hold a grandson. With so many of you here, not a single one is useful. The concubines below felt a pang of grievance. The emperor did not visit their palaces. How could they conceive? Yet, they all praised the Empress Dowager's youthful appearance, noting that she seemed more like an elder sister than someone only a few years their senior. Empress Dowager Qin addressed the concubine. I fear my forthcoming words may irritate you, but these ladies truly seem ineffectual. You are often in the emperor's company. Perhaps you could impart some wisdom to them. Shen Sisi found this amusing. She perceived the trap being laid for her. By broaching the subject, Empress Dowager Qin sought to make her the target of collective scrutiny, forcing her into a position of sharing the emperor's affections, a tactic to unite others against her. If she were to divulge any insights, there would undoubtedly be those eager to emulate her, yet it would only serve to diminish her standing in the emperor's eyes, rendering her love for him insignificant. Ultimately, whether she acquiesced or resisted, she would emerge the loser. The concubines, particularly the newcomers, were deeply moved by the Empress Dowager's concern for them, left at a loss for words. However, she attentively perked up her ears, eager to hear the content shared by the esteemed consort. Shen Sisi curved her lips into a smile and replied, "Your Majesty, you jest. What wisdom could I possibly impart? Ultimately, every choice lies with His Majesty himself. If there is anything to be said, it is that I owe this appearance to my mother, who gave me such features. As for the question posed by Your Majesty, it is beyond my capability to answer. The Empress Dowager, in comparison to us, is indeed of a greater age. I can fully comprehend the urgency she feels to embrace a young grandson, for during my time at home, my grandmother often urged my mother to bear her a little grandson as well. I have previously expressed these sentiments. If the Empress Dowager is truly anxious, she might consider pressing His Majesty further. Moreover, with so many individuals in this palace, perhaps they could exert more effort. However, whilst I speak thus, I must also advise, the more one frets and ponders, the quicker one ages. It is evident from the unspoken words that lingered in the air, as her gaze remained fixed on Empress Dowager Qin, conveying her meaning without utterance. Of course, I do not intend to speak ill of the Empress Dowager. Nevertheless, all present are astute enough to discern the implications of her words. Yet, at the banquet celebrating the Empress Dowager's return to the palace, it was indeed memorable when the enchanting beauty feigned drunkenness and imitated the consort's demotion. Who would dare to deliberately mimic the consort now? The expression on Empress Dowager Qin's face shifted to one of profound displeasure, and it was clear to all the meaning behind her words. Truly, Shen Sisi is as detestable as ever. Empress Dowager, did you all hear the consort's words? From now on, you must strive for yourselves and be more attentive. However, in terms of eloquence, I find the consort far surpasses you all. Shen Sisi, Your Majesty, you flatter me excessively. Ultimately, it was Empress Dowager Qin who found herself in a rather unamusing predicament. Seeing she could not contend with Shen Sisi, she dismissed everyone. Upon exiting the Yongshou Palace, Shen Sisi boarded her palanquin and urged her attendants to hasten their return to the palace. She had left that morning without partaking in breakfast and, generally, aside from the delicacies and tea from her own palace, she refrained from consuming anything from elsewhere, uncertain of what ingredients might be added. She had been ravenous for quite some time. Bai Qiu, Your Majesty, please bear with us. We shall arrive shortly. After her meal, fatigue washed over her, and she instructed Han Chun, when Shen Ruxue comes to seek me, if I have not awakened, take her to the side hall to rest. Just as Shen Ruxue arrived in the afternoon, she happened to awaken, hearing Han Chun mention that Ruxue had arrived, and Yueying entered to assist her in dressing. In the side hall, only Shen Sisi and Shen Ruxue remained. Shen Sisi sat calmly in the upper seat, sipping tea, while Shen Ruxue fidgeted, still unaware of the purpose for her summons. Shen Sisi pointed to the teacup on the table and reassuringly said, "Do not hesitate to drink. Considering you are my cousin, I assure you there is no taint in it." Hearing this, Shen Ruxue was even more apprehensive, yet she still lifted the cup and took a sip. Once she finished, Shen Sisi began, "You need not worry. I only wish to inquire a few questions, and you need only answer truthfully. The first query, what is your purpose in entering the palace? Do not fear. Simply respond honestly, and I will not harm you." Shen Ruxue, my father's official position is low, and there are no suitable matches for marriage. Additionally, I enjoy the feeling of being above others. She cautiously completed her statement, noticing Shen Sisi's lack of reaction, and breathed a sigh of relief. I relish that elevated sensation. Shen Sisi, why does my father go to such lengths to send you into the palace, or what purpose do you serve by coming here? Observing Shen Ruxue's silence, she continued, regardless of any prior agreements you may have made with my father, you must recognize that you are now in the hallowed grounds of the inner palace. No matter what promises he has made to you, should trouble arise, he will be powerless to assist you. It would be a simple matter for me to dispose of someone in this palace, and only under my protection can you live safely. Do you understand? Shen Ruxue was taken aback, stammering, I have no dealings with my second uncle. It was merely that the marriage proposals were unsuitable. And upon seeing my desire to enter the palace, he offered his assistance. Shen Sisi was skeptical, given her father's nature of only acting when there was personal gain. He would not expend effort for no reason, especially since their families were not particularly close. Shen Ruxue appeared to recall something. However, there was a suitor I considered.
But that fell through.
On my way back, I encountered my second uncle, who then inquired if I had any wish to enter the palace. Shen Sisi, relate to me the details of your encounter. Are you suggesting that you believe he noticed you due to your change in appearance? Chapter 58. The Charming Widow and Her Handsome Lord. That evening, Xiao Zhuo finished his affairs and arrived early to accompany Shen Sisi for dinner. When he arrived, he found Shen Sisi languidly reclining on a soft couch, intently engrossed in a storybook. Noticing his presence, she chose to ignore him. Xiao Zhuo, accustomed to this treatment, settled himself on a nearby stool. Undeterred by her indifference, his gaze fixated upon her. Shen Sisi found his audacity infuriating. Despite her evident disdain, he still drew near. After approximately a quarter of an hour, she could no longer contain herself, setting her book aside, and with a radiant smile, inquired, "Your Majesty, when did you arrive? Why was I not informed? I was so absorbed in my reading." Shen Sisi feigned ignorance, and Xiao Zhuo played along, responding, "I have been here for a while." As he spoke, he snatched the book from his hands, declaring, "It is getting late. Reading further will strain your eyes. We shall resume tomorrow." That insufferable man. Shen Sisi attempted to reclaim her book, exclaiming, "Return it to me. I am so close to finishing, and if I cannot complete it, I shall not sleep well tonight. Should I lose sleep, you shall not rest well either." Xiao Zhuo teased, "I did not see you so dedicated while studying. I distinctly recall a certain someone feigning diligence, only to fall asleep with a book in hand." Shen Sisi's face flushed crimson from anger. She regretted her earlier simplicity, having only seen his handsome exterior without perceiving his duplicitous nature. When she visited his study, she discovered a plethora of books and assumed he was an avid reader, prompting her infatuation. Thus, she felt compelled to present herself favorably before him. She insisted on lingering in the study, expressing her interest in various tales of wonders, assuring him she would not disrupt his duties, merely keeping him company while reading. She relished listening to others recount fascinating stories. Yet when it came to reading such tedious texts herself, she would invariably doze off. At that time, he had comforted her, saying it was of no concern, as the books were also intended to aid with sleepless nights. Now, he dared to mock her for it.
Shen Sisi retorted indignantly.
"Why do you claim I do not enjoy learning? Am I not acquiring literary knowledge here? The works I am reading might very well be unfamiliar to you. Have you read The Charming Widow and Her Handsome Lord? Or The Wealthy Young Lady and Her Three Husbands?" She gazed at him with disdain, challenging, "How can you mock me when you have not even read these?" Upon hearing her words, even the usually composed Xiao Zhuo could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, struggling to maintain his composure as he exclaimed, "Shen Sisi, what are you reading? Do you truly consider these titles to be worthy of discussion? What nonsense is this about a charming widow and a handsome lord? A wealthy young lady with 3 husbands." Closing his eyes, he shouted for Gao Changxi. Gao Changxi, who had been chatting outside with Bai Qiu and the others, immediately entered upon hearing Xiao Zhuo's voice, pondering what could have provoked such a tone from the emperor. Xiao Zhuo commanded, "Go summon Bai Qiu and the others, and bring all the storybooks the consort usually reads back to the Liuyi Hall." Upon hearing this, Shen Sisi grew agitated. "Who dares to do so?" Gao Changxi observed the emperor's solemn expression, then turned to glance at the irate consort seated beside him. Uncertain whose command to heed, he remained rooted in place, hesitant to move. Xiao Zhuo urged, "Do not delay any further." Not daring to linger any longer under the emperor's scrutinizing gaze, Gao Changxi bowed and exited. "Do not go," Shen Sisi exclaimed, her anxiety mounting. As she saw him walking away, she rose to stop him, only to be embraced tightly by Xiao Zhuo, struggling in his grasp. Shen Sisi protested, "Release me, you scoundrel." Unmoved, Xiao Zhuo retorted, "Behave, and observe the nature of these tales you cherish. What manner of individuals authored them? Are they fit for young ladies?" With dismay, Shen Sisi watched as Gao Changxi carried her beloved tales away, sobbing quietly, "Those were my treasures." Bai Qiu, witnessing her mistress's distress, felt a pang of guilt. A furtive glance at Xiao Zhuo reminded her that they were under the emperor's watchful eye, and with Gao Gonggong's vigilant supervision, they had no chance to conceal even a single volume. Throughout the meal, Shen Sisi ignored Xiao Zhuo, her words to him tinged with forced smiles. However, it was Xiao Zhuo who could no longer endure her demeanor. "Shall I summon Gao Changxi to procure new tales for you? I want my own tales, not new ones,"
Shen Sisi retorted.
"The old ones are surely unsuitable. I shall instruct Gao Changxi to bring back a selection for you to choose from at your leisure." Tears brimmed in Shen Sisi's eyes. During the day, the Empress Dowager dug a pit to bully me in Yongshou Palace, and now you, at night, continue to torment me. Did I owe a debt to you both in my past life? Xiao Zhuo knew she was intentionally provoking him, yet inexplicably, He could not bear to see her sorrow. He gently wiped away her tears with his fingertip. Shen Sisi swatted his hand away. Every day it's either you or your mother seeking to trouble me. What have my lack of children to do with you? Why must it involve me? And what more do you want? Do you want me to teach them how to win your favor? How should I know? Isn't it your own doing? Xiao Zhuo, exasperated, replied, when have I sought to trouble you? And I hardly think the Empress Dowager could challenge you, given how you infuriated her today, Shen Sisi felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of the Empress Dowager's anger, but she acknowledged that she had instigated the situation. If she hadn't been so meddlesome, she wouldn't have been provoked. And today, confiscating my tales is not troubling me? She countered. Is it wrong for me to read them? Xiao Zhuo replied. I have no issue with your reading, but I have also asked Gao Changxi to procure new ones for you, which you refused. He will surely buy ones I do not favor. I want to select them myself. Xiao Zhuo looked at her. And how do you intend to do that? Linking her arm with his, she sweetly implored, grant me the token to leave the palace, and I promise to return promptly after my purchases.
Xiao Zhuo remarked.
After all this, is that your true intention? What true intention? This is merely compensation for the confiscation of my tales. Besides, I haven't ventured beyond the palace in ages. I long for home, she added, casting him a woeful glance. Xiao Zhuo gently adjusted his hold, resting her head against his chest. Tomorrow, I shall take you out for a stroll. Her eyes sparkled at his words, and she leaned in, planting a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, I must select my attire for tomorrow. With that, she dashed towards the inner chamber, and once out of his sight, her smile faded, and she rubbed her lips, as if erasing the moment. Chapter 59. This Wicked Girl. Xiao Zhuo agreed to take Shen Sisi out, and she behaved obediently until the following morning. However, just before their departure, he was delayed by an urgent matter requiring his attention. After waiting for half an hour, Shen Sisi grew impatient. Suddenly, she turned to Gao Changxi, who had been standing like a statue. Gao Gonggong, please hand me the token directly. The emperor is preoccupied with important matters, and we shall not disturb him further. Gao Changxi's face contorted with concern. Your Highness, do not place this burden upon me. The emperor is nearly finished. We should wait. Realizing that pressuring Gao Changxi was futile, Shen Sisi lowered her hand, on the verge of a meltdown. Just then, Xiao Zhuo appeared. This outing would only involve the two of them, aside from concealed guards. Shen Sisi strode forward in a huff, with Xiao Zhuo matching her pace closely. After a few steps, she turned back to Gao Changxi, who immediately understood her intent, and instructed a nearby young eunuch to prepare the sedan chair. Once he finished, he noticed the emperor's piercing gaze on him, and dread washed over him. Oh no, with the princess in need, how can I be so eager? Am I not hindering their relationship? The emperor is still upset. As they neared the palace gates, Shen Sisi disembarked but continued to ignore Xiao Zhuo. It felt like ages since her last excursion outside the palace. Everything looked novel and enticing. She yearned to explore every nook and cranny. Xiao Zhuo grasped her hand firmly. The outside world is chaotic. I must be vigilant. What if I lose you? Moreover, I have learned that remnants of the Luo Wangfu linger in the capital. And I fear unforeseen dangers. Shen Sisi teased. Where are we? The capital beneath the emperor's feet. What trouble could arise here? Are you lacking confidence in your own subjects? Xiao Zhuo gazed at her seriously. I have confidence in my subjects, but when it comes to your safety, I cannot risk even the slightest chance. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, but Shen Sisi felt an inexplicable warmth, as if he harbored feelings for her. Then let us go and explore, she suggested, pointing to a nearby stall selling sugar figurines. After purchasing the figurines, she craved the wontons from the elderly vendor at East Street. Oldly, 2 portions of red broth wontons, please.
Certainly.
Shen Sisi pushed the bowl towards Xiao Zhuo. You must taste these wontons. They were my absolute favorite. The broth is freshly made each morning, and the wrappers are thin with generous fillings. So delicious. Oldly, noticing her absence, remarked, It has been ages since I last saw you. I thought you had vanished after marrying. This gentleman must be your husband? Xiao Zhuo acknowledged. Indeed.
Shen Sisi, surpriset, exclaimed.
You remember me? Oldly chuckled. Of course. My memory serves me well. After all, you and your friends are all strikingly beautiful. I recall that young man who used to come every morning for your wontons, claiming they were for you. I assumed you two were a couple. He paused, then added, but you and your current husband appear quite suited for each other. Suddenly, a wave of melancholy washed over Shen Sisi as she reminisced about carefree days gone by. Memories she cherished deeply. Xiao Zhuo noticed her sudden change in mood and sought to redirect her attention. These wontons are indeed quite exquisite. Hearing his praise, Shen Sisi perked up. Of course. If even I, with my discerning palate, find them delightful, they must be exceptional. After finishing her wontons, Shen Sisi spotted a vendor selling candied hawthorns and dashed over, with Xiao Zhuo trailing behind, burdened with a plethora of various pastries and trinkets she had purchased. Xiao Zhuo had matters to attend to at Jingxian Hall, where he intended to meet Jiling, while Shen Sisi opted not to accompany him, preferring to return to the Ho residence. Carrying a hefty load, Xiao Zhuo escorted her to the back entrance of the Beiding Marquis' mansion. The doorkeeper, upon seeing Shen Sisi, initially doubted his eyes, wondering how it could possibly be the young lady. Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he realized it was indeed their household's young lady. He was about to kneel in reverence when Shen Sisi stopped him, instructing him to take the parcels from Xiao Zhuo. After uttering this command, she strode inside without a backward glance. Observing her ungrateful demeanor, Xiao Zhuo addressed the doorkeeper, saying, "Inform your young lady that I shall return to fetch her at the hour of Shen." The doorkeeper, taken aback by the imposing figure before him, could only acquiesce. Once Xiao Zhuo departed, it dawned on him that their young lady was now the esteemed imperial concubine, and the man who spoke to him so intimately was, indeed, one who conversed with the emperor. He felt his legs weaken at the thought. How could he have spoken with his majesty? Upon entering the mansion, Shen Sisi moved about with ease, alerting no one to her presence, and headed straight for her father's study. Wei Feng, upon seeing Shen Sisi, exhibited a reaction akin to that of the doorkeeper. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld their esteemed young lady. "Greetings, young lady," he intoned.
Shen Sisi replied,
"Is father home?" Although posed as a question, her tone was laced with certainty. "Lord Marquis is indeed at home. I shall inform him immediately," Long Feng responded. Once inside the study, Shen Sisi began to wander around, curious about her father's activities. "Did his majesty bring you out?" Shen Hongbao inquired. "As expected. My father is quite perceptive," Shen Sisi replied. Shen Hongbao scoffed lightly before continuing, "What brings you here to seek me?" Shen Sisi settled into a grand armchair, eager to discover her father's intentions. "I have a few questions that I hope you can assist me with," she stated. As their conversation neared its conclusion, the voice of Lady Xianro, the Marquis' wife, resonated from outside. Upon hearing that Shen Sisi had returned, she promptly made her way over. Shen Sisi flung open the door and leaped into Xianro's embrace, pointing at Shen Hongbao with a feigned look of distress. "Mother, does father not love me? The moment I entered the mansion, his first words were to question what I was doing here. Has this household ceased to welcome me?" Upon hearing Shen Sisi's words, Xianro cast a sharp glance at Shen Hongbao. Seeing her anger, Shen Hongbao hastily explained, "My dear wife, I did not mean it in that way." Shen Sisi poked her head out from her mother's embrace, insisting, "What do you mean by that? Last time I was turned away at the study door as well. Is it that once a girl is married, she is no longer her parents' little treasure? This mansion seems to have no place for me anymore." Xianro gently stroked her head, saying softly, "How could that be? You are our only precious daughter. The Marquis' mansion will always be your stronghold." Her gaze then turned icy as she faced Shen Hongbao. "If you cherish your studies so much, then you shall remain there for the next month and not set foot in my chambers." Upon hearing this, Shen Hongbao grew anxious. "My lady, I was wrong," he stammered. Fully aware that reasoning with an irate woman was futile, he quickly sought to appease her. Yet his rapid apologies were in vain. Outsiders would never suspect that the illustrious Beiding Marquis was, at home, intimidated by his own wife. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he adored her immensely. He shot a glance at Shen Sisi, hoping she would speak on his behalf, for they had just clarified matters, and he wondered why he was still being ensnared. This ungrateful child. Shen Sisi paid him no mind, having learned long ago that his secretive ways often backfired. She turned her head away, unwilling to look at him, reminding herself that she had always outsmarted him in their exchanges. As if he could outwit her. Chapter 60. It turns out you liked me early on. As Shen Sisi awaited Xiao Zhuo's arrival, she was reluctant to part ways, clinging tightly to Xianro. Shen Hongbao stood to the side, observing the affectionate display between mother and daughter with an indifferent expression. At last, Xiao Zhuo arrived, and Shen Hongbao approached him as if he were a savior, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty," he greeted. Xiao Zhuo reached out to assist him, replying, "There is no need for such formalities. The Beiding Marquis need not be so courteous in public." Although both knew they would rather see the other fall, their camaraderie appeared remarkably harmonious. "Your humble servant greets your Majesty," Lady Xianro added, And without waiting for him to finish, Shen Sisi had already helped her mother to her feet. Your Majesty, I humbly request you move on, Shen Hongba urged. There is no need for such trouble. I am here to escort the imperial concubine back to the palace, Xiao Zhuo replied. Thank you for coming to fetch the mistress at this late hour, Shen Hongba stated, casting a glance at Shen Sisi. Xian Ro patted Shen Sisi's hand, signaling her to comply. After watching Xiao Zhuo take Shen Sisi away, Shen Hongba tugged at his wife's sleeve, attempting to explain, My lady, I was wrong. You know how things are between Sisi and me. She was merely teasing. How cold that study is at night. If I catch a chill, you will be the one to bear the brunt of my discomfort, my lady. Please, let me return to rest, he implored. Consider your mood, Xian Ro replied, effortlessly pulling her sleeve from his grasp before departing. My lady, wait for me. Xiao Zhuo took Shen Sisi's hand and led her to the carriage, noting her reluctance. He held her hand in his, gently reassuring her, if you behave, I will take you out to play more often. Contrary to his intentions, Shen Sisi felt no warmth from his words and instead playfully punched him. How long is more often? You're just like those roguish characters in stories, making empty promises to naive girls like me. Xiao Zhuo brought her hand to his lips and kissed it. Then, how about once every month? Would that suffice? Shen Sisi wrapped her arms around his, exclaiming, How could you be so wonderful? Xiao Zhuo gazed at her affectionately, chuckling. Now, I am no longer the villain. Who said you were a villain? I never claimed that. As Xiao Zhuo opened his mouth to respond, Shen Sisi quickly covered his lips with her hand.
See.
You cannot argue your point, she declared, releasing him and shifting the topic. Let me see the things we bought today. Xiao Zhuo watched as she eagerly retrieved a box of pastries, thinking she wanted to eat them. You should save it for tomorrow. Eating too much tonight will lead to discomfort, Shen Sisi retorted. These aren't tea for me. They are for Xian Er. She loves these. And I must send them to her as soon as we enter the palace. And what about me? Xiao Zhuo inquired. Everyone else received gifts, yet I have nothing. He lamented. Shen Sisi leaned closer, inhaling his scent. Why do I detect a hint of sourness? Oh, it's the smell of jealousy from His Majesty. Xiao Zhuo was nearly driven to despair by her lack of consideration, feeling slighted that she purchased gifts for others, but not for him. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Sisi recalled her mother's words and became serious. Xiao Zhuo, do you like me? Xiao Zhuo fixed his gaze upon her earnest expression, meeting her eyes with sincerity. Have I not made that evident? Before she could respond, the voices of attendants outside interrupted. Your Majesty, the mistress has arrived. Xiao Zhuo helped Shen Sisi down from the carriage. Observing her dazed expression after hearing his unspoken words, he swiftly enveloped her in his arms as they entered Changning Palace. Without calling upon the palace attendants, he tended to her personal needs, a task he had grown adept at managing. During this period, Shen Sisi was exceedingly cooperative. When asked to sit, she complied without hesitation, and when asked to extend her hand, she did so obediently. Shen Sisi was lost in her thoughts. Xiao Zhuo's assertion that he liked her led her to ponder the deceptions of her past life, where Qin Qian had misled her. Yet, was loving someone not akin to the bond shared by her parents? She understood that an emperor could not lead a life akin to that of ordinary folk, yet she found herself drawn to his visage, gradually approaching him, yearning for a closer connection. Despite her mischievous antics, he indulged her whims, and in time, he began to reciprocate, showing concern for her and intervening to amend her poor habits. As her possessiveness over him intensified, she became averse to other women encroaching upon his space, forbidding him from spending the night in the company of other consorts, which he adhered to. Although she harbored some self-doubt, she found satisfaction in their life together, knowing he, as a sovereign, could not emulate her parents' affection. Hence, when Qin Qian informed her in her previous life that Xiao Zhuo did not love her and merely exploited her, she felt an overwhelming surge of rage. She had treated him with kindness, and yet he had deceived her, using her as a shield against Qin Qian and even plotting against her father. The more she contemplated, the more incensed she became. How could he, a man of such refined tastes, overlook a benevolent soul like her in favor of the duplicitous Qin Qian? Xiao Zhuo returned from his bath to find Shen Sisi still lost in reverie. She leapt into his embrace, wrapping her legs around his slender waist and her arms around his neck, gazing into his eyes with a sparkle. You like me, don't you? When did your feelings for me begin? How did I not notice? Xiao Zhuo, at a loss, replied, If I did not harbor feelings, would you be able to leap into my arms as you do now? If I did not feel affection, would I stand by your side at all times? If I did not care, would thoughts of you consume my mind when we are apart? What would you do? Shen Sisi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Sensing her inquisitiveness, Xiao Zhuo felt a bit embarrassed to continue. Not receiving an answer, she shifted to another topic of curiosity. You said you liked me. When did that begin? Xiao Zhuo fell into contemplation, uncertain of the exact moment his feelings had crystallized, only aware that he could no longer suppress them. Shen Sisi playfully punched him on the arm, teasing, You can't even answer that, yet you claim to love me. You deceiver. However, given how well I treated you, it is only natural for you to develop feelings for me. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Zhuo retorted, How exactly did you treat me well? Shen Sisi feigned an injured expression. How can you say that? I witnessed your daily burdens with official duties. Did I not accompany you for meals in the study each day? I even brought you fresh pastries, fearing you would wear yourself thin with work. I took you out for leisure, and on your birthday I even tried my hand at making longevity noodles for you. Was that not enough? Her eyes seemed to question his lack of gratitude. As Xiao Zhuo recalled her words, he began to remember the instances she mentioned. You accompanied me for meals and requested the kitchen prepare dishes to your liking, especially since I prefer lighter flavors while you favor something more robust. I endured those meals for your sake, even after suffering from digestive issues. Every day, you brought fresh pastries, which ultimately vanished into whose belly. Initially, you brought your own treats while later, out of your affection for me, you instructed the kitchen to prepare them daily, sparing you the trouble. And when you took me out to fly kites, you scoffed at my clumsiness, leaving me to observe you play for hours. Yet, when I expressed my disinterest, you pouted and sulked. That was indeed one of the most disheartening days for me. And my birthday noodles? Shen Sisi chimed in. The longevity noodles you made were merely the chef's handiwork, requiring only seasoning, yet you added too much salt, making them inedible. To honor your intention, I drank 3 large pots of water afterwards. He sometimes even wondered if the Northern Duke had arranged for her to torment him. Upon hearing this, Shen Sisi felt a pang of disappointment, but remained obstinate. You never express your preferences for food or activities. I kindly took you to enjoy delicacies and play, and yet you think so little of me. With a huff, she turned her head away. It seems you have liked me for quite some time, she concluded. Chapter 61, An Incident. Xiao Zhuo dared not meet her gaze, carrying her to bed. Sleep. Are you shy? Your silence betrays your bashfulness. Let me see, she exclaimed, attempting to playfully twist his head. Xiao Zhuo gently placed her on the bed, tucked her in, extinguished the candle himself, then returned to hold her closely. After finishing breakfast, Shen Sisi sought out Li Jui to play. Li Xian, who adored playing the piano, received Shen Sisi's cherished rosewood piano, a gift from her father, who had invested heavily to cultivate her into a refined lady. It had remained unused, and now she could finally bestow it upon someone who would cherish it. The next time her father spoke, she would relish his reaction. The two often spent time together, with Shen Sisi reading while Li Xian played. Their companionship appeared remarkably harmonious. You should rest. Do not trouble yourself to see me off. I shall summon Dr. Fong later to check on you, Shen Sisi insisted. There's no need for such fuss.
Sisi, Li Zhuo raplia.
Be obedient. You must go inside. Do not linger here in the wind. Let someone assist you back, Shen Sisi urged. Before departing that morning, Xiao Zhuo had invited her for lunch, so Shen Sisi now prepared to return. I wish to have that steamed egg without scallions, she indicated the dish before Xiao Zhuo. Shen Sisi disliked scallions, yet she found the dish unpalatable without them. Thus, every time it was served, Bai Qiu would meticulously remove the scallions for her. With only the two of them present, it fell upon Xiao Zhuo to perform that task. Seeing her desire for the dish, Xiao Zhuo dutifully complied, removing the scallions without complaint. Shen Sisi observed him intently, ultimately caught by his gaze. Aren't you going to ask why I am making things difficult for you? Xiao Zhuo smirked. Is this truly a challenge? Quite the contrary. Pleased with his response, she felt emboldened. Since discovering Xiao Zhuo's affections for her, she had grown increasingly audacious in her demands. Your Majesty, I would like some water, she requested. Xiao Zhuo stood to pour her a glass. Why are you so kind? Do you wish to have everything? She mused. What is it that you desire? He replied, wiping the oil from the corner of her mouth. I wish to have braised pig trotters, she said. Xiao Zhuo shook his head. We have finished that dish for the month. With a pout, she protested. But you said you liked it yesterday. Now you won't even let me have a bite? Is this how you treat the girls you like? He teased. You're not just any girl. You are practically my ancestor. In the end, I can only concede to allow you a small portion. Will that suffice? That will do.
She acquiesced.
In the Liuyi Hall, Ji Ling reported, "Your Majesty, the Northern Duke is as cunning as a fox. My subordinates have uncovered no correspondence between him and the other side. His study is heavily guarded, and our men hesitate to act for fear of arousing his suspicion. I beseech your Majesty for guidance. Indeed, you have acted wisely. We must not provoke his attention. Our priority is to swiftly and safely identify a contact," Xiao Zhuo affirmed. "Your Majesty may approach the concubine for assistance," Ji Ling suggested, his unfinished thought clear to Xiao Zhuo. Xiao Zhuo closed his eyes. "You may leave. I shall consider it." At Weiming Lake, Shen Sisi leisurely wandered and encountered the idle Shen Guiran and Shen Rushua. How did these two come together? "I pay my respects to the noble consort," she greeted. Shen Sisi, "Noble Lady Shen, it's time to rise. You should also get up." Noble Lady Shen approached with a sycophantic smile, inquiring if the Empress had come to the unnamed lake to admire the scenery. "I, along with Beauty Rue, heard that the views here are splendid, and we specifically arranged to visit together." Shen Sisi, feeling somewhat appeased by her flattery regarding her beauty, chose to overlook past grievances, though she noted that Shen Rushua remained as forgetful as ever. As they strolled and sipped tea, they made their way to a nearby pavilion, where Bai Qiu had laid out an assortment of delicacies prepared for Shen Sisi, ensuring she could indulge at her leisure. Observing the two standing before her, frozen in place, Shen Sisi remarked, "What are you two dawdling for? Sit down. Do you expect me to tilt my head to converse with you?" Upon hearing her words, they promptly took their seats. Shen Sisi noted their discomfort, as if they were perched on pins and needles. "You two, go amuse yourselves. Do not disturb me while I read." As Shen Sisi became engrossed in her book, a palace maid hurriedly approached, whispering to her about a situation involving Han Chun. After listening intently, Shen Sisi abruptly stood. "That foolish girl. Let us go and see." Upon her arrival, she found only Shen Rushua, who was sprawled on the ground, while the surrounding palace maids and eunuchs looked on. As Shen Sisi approached, Shen Rushua crawled over and clung to her legs, exclaiming, "It wasn't me. I swear. It was that maid who framed me." She pointed to a maid who, aside from Xiang, was her closest attendant, now being held down and weeping pitifully.
Shen Sisi commanded, "Silent."
"Everyone, be still." After uttering her command, she turned to Han Chun, who shook her head in response.
Han Chun informed her.
"I have sent for the imperial physician, but your highness, should we suppress this matter?" A cold glint flashed in Shen Sisi's eyes. "No need. This cannot be suppressed. I suspect this incident is directed at me." Glancing at the weeping Shen Rushua, she ordered, "Be quiet and recount what transpired in detail." Chapter 62. Who did this? After listening to Shen Rushua's account, Shen Sisi spoke. "You claim that after you turned away, you discovered noble Lady Shen had fallen into the lake?" Shen Rushua replied, "Yes. I saw her fall, and she did not struggle. I hurried to have her rescued, but she was already lifeless upon retrieval, although I was close. The path was narrow and lacked a railing. I had slightly moved aside, being a bit ahead." Shen Sisi turned her gaze to the maid who was sobbing beside noble Lady Shen's lifeless body, the very one who had been accusing Shen Rushua of harming her mistress. "You come here." The maid hesitated, trembling in fear of Shen Sisi's wrath. Yuing stepped forward, compelling her to kneel before Shen Sisi.
Shen Sisi inquired,
"Did you witness Beauty Rue push noble Lady Shen into the water?" The maid responded, "At that moment, only Beauty Rue and noble Lady Shen were close together. If she fell into the lake, who else could it be but Beauty Rue?" Seeing that Shen Sisi had finished her questioning without further comment, Shen Rugjiu grew anxious and attempted to speak. Shen Sisi, feeling irritated, admonished her, "In the future, steer clear of bodies of water." Shen Rushua quickly assured her, "I shall not approach again. I seem to attract trouble near water, as incidents always occur by the lake." Yuing briefly inspected noble Lady Shen's body before heading to the spot where she had fallen, later sharing her suspicions with Shen Sisi, though she confirmed that only the imperial physician could provide definitive answers. When the physician, Fang Liangji, arrived, he hastened to examine noble Lady Shen's remains. After his investigation, he felt a weight of unease. He had no desire to become embroiled in the palace's intrigues, yet the circumstances left him no choice. He reported his findings to the Empress. Shen Sisi realized that this incident was likely aimed at her. Sitting in the reclining chair that Han Chun had brought, sunlight warmed her, yet she felt an unsettling chill. As the Empress and the virtuous consorts began to arrive, Shen Sisi gestured for them to take seats. Qin Qian, observing Shen Sisi's tranquil demeanor amidst such turmoil, couldn't help but scoff. In light of such a grave matter, the Empress still finds time to sit leisurely here. How I wish I possessed such a carefree spirit. Her words elicited a surprised glance from the Empress, indicating that Qin Qian had indeed been pushed to her limits lately. Her demeanor now bolder than before. Shen Sisi idly remarked, "No wonder I have noticed the significant changes in the virtuous consort lately. Given our similar ages, one might say the disparity is evident in such matters." Qin Qian's expression darkened, realizing Shen Sisi was mocking her age. She touched her cheek, questioning if she truly had changed so drastically. Observing her reaction, Shen Sisi chuckled, relishing the moment with a hint of mischief. Qin Qian lowered her gaze, concealing her brewing resentment. "Laugh now, but soon you may find no reason to smile." The Empress, having observed enough of the exchange, stepped forward to take charge. "Noble consort, what is the meaning of this?" Although they had received news prior to their arrival, she felt it necessary to inquire further. Gao Changxi, momentarily taken aback by the news, pondered who this noble lady Shen could be, instructing the Empress to handle the situation. Having grown up in the palace, he was acutely aware of the dark undercurrents that ran beneath the seemingly glamorous facade. In his youth, he had become accustomed to the frequent deaths within the harem. Had he not been resilient, he might not have survived to this day. After ascending to the throne, such occurrences had diminished, but complete eradication was impossible. Gao Changxi understood that while the emperor might not care for noble Lady Shen, the presence of the noble consort was significant. He continued, "The noble consort is also present." Xiao Zhuo furrowed his brow, immediately rising. "I shall go and see." Shen Sisi glanced at Shen Ruxue, who, trembling, recounted the events that had unfolded. During her retelling, Xiao Zhuo also arrived. As the others attempted to pay their respects, Xiao Zhuo motioned for them to remain seated. He observed Shen Sisi lounging in the chair, realizing that the concerns that had plagued his mind on the way there had not materialized. The Empress turned to Feng Liangji, saying, "Let us hear what the physician has to say." Feng Liangji replied, "Upon examining noble Lady Shen's remains, I discovered that the primary cause of death was not drowning, but rather poisoning due to incompatible food." He lowered his head deeply as he spoke. The Empress addressed the kneeling maid, her voice stern. "You are the close attendant of noble Lady Shen, correct? I just heard you claim that Beauty Ru pushed her into the water. You have heard what the physician has said. What did noble Lady Shen consume prior to her demise? If you cannot clarify, you shall be taken to the Ministry of Justice for questioning." The maid trembled at the mention of the Ministry of Justice, casting a fearful glance at Shen Sisi before insisting, "Your Majesty, I truly saw Beauty Ru push our noble lady into the water. She was gasping for breath in the water, and the food she consumed today was the same as usual. The palace was filled with cunning individuals, and it was evident from her demeanor that she was not being truthful. Moreover, the maid had just glanced toward Shen noble consort. Who could say what that meant? Shen Sisi, noticing her reaction, sneered inwardly, contemplating who had orchestrated this elaborate drama, whether it was the Empress, the virtuous consort, or someone else entirely. The Empress exclaimed, "How dare you? Even now you refuse to speak the truth? If so, take her to the Ministry of Justice." The maid cried out in desperation, "Your Majesty, I speak only the truth." Her wails echoed with profound sorrow. As Qin Qian observed the situation, she perhaps felt a pang of sympathy for the maid and thus spoke up, "Your Majesty, it seems that Miss Ru was just in the company of Consort Shen. Perhaps we should inquire whether they had consumed anything unusual today, or if there were any peculiar happenings." Shen Ruxue, utterly petrified, found her mind in a fog, solely fixated on extricating herself from the predicament. "Some time ago, I encountered Consort Shen in the Imperial Garden. She approached me and suggested that I could seek her company for leisure since I was new to the palace and felt rather bored. We had arranged to meet at Wooming Lake today, but upon encountering the Imperial concubine, who wished to read, we thought it best not to disturb her and chose to wander off alone, leading to this unfortunate incident." Upon hearing this, Li Fei feigned curiosity, asking, "What prompted the Imperial concubine to come here to read today?" Shen Sisi retorted, "Must my choice of reading location be scrutinized for signs of leisure?" Qin Qian then inquired, "Did you two partake in any food during your time together?" Shen Ruxue recalled that they indeed had consumed the pastries brought by Shen Sisi, and a troubling thought crossed her mind. Could there have been something wrong with those pastries? Yet, she had eaten them too without any ill effects. She cast a furtive glance at Shen Sisi, uncertain whether to voice her concerns. Her subtle movements did not escape the notice of those present, including Shen Sisi, who inwardly chastised her for being such a fool, pondering if her father had deemed her too idle in the palace and deliberately set her up for trouble. In front of the assembled crowd, Shen Ruxue dutifully confessed, I did share the pastries brought by Consort Shen, but I have suffered no ill effects.
Li Fei interjecta.
Miss Ru happens to be the imperial concubine's own cousin, and her entry into the palace was solely facilitated by the concubine. The empress then requested, I would ask Dr. Fong to investigate the pastries brought by the concubine. Dr. Fong Liangji responded, there is nothing amiss with the pastries, Your Majesty. However, a murmur arose from behind Li Fei, suggesting that the physician had indicated food poisoning due to incompatible ingredients. Indeed, it is food poisoning due to incompatibility, which bears no relation to whether the pastries were toxic. She quickly asserted, Your Majesty, Dr. Fong has stated that Consort Shen suffered from food poisoning due to incompatible items, which has nothing to do with the pastry's toxicity. The Empress shot her a piercing glance, well aware of the truth, but with the Emperor present, it was uncertain how he would react. Xiao Zhuo commanded, bring Consort Shen's attendants here. The Empress inquired, Dr. Fong, can one experience poisoning from consuming both sea fish and hawthorn simultaneously? Dr. Fong lowered his gaze and replied, indeed. Your Majesty, for some individuals, consuming both may lead to adverse effects. Li Fei remarked, why would the imperial concubine think to send Consort Shen sea fish? I recall Consort Shen had previously offended you, had she not? Chapter 63, The Imperial Concubine's Coerced Confession. Shen Sisi observed how each step seemed to implicate her, realizing that the orchestrator behind this was truly invested in their scheme. If one wishes to send something, then it is sent. There need not be an abundance of reasons.
Shen Sisi retorted.
Xiao Zhuo sighed, imperial concubine. Shen Sisi, though avoiding his gaze, replied, it was simply that Consort Shen's words on that day amused me, and thus I rewarded her with a few gifts. Li Fei shot back, you have never been so generous to me, imperial concubine.
Shen Sisi replied.
Is it not apparent to you how unappealing your words are, Li Fei? Infuriated, Li Fei could only stammer in response. Qin Xian interjected, this matter remains unclear. We ought to seek the truth to provide Consort Shen with clarity. She turned to Consort Shen's personal maid, you need only to speak truthfully, do not fear. For the Emperor is present and will advocate for you. Trembling, the maid stammered, I do not know. It was only the sea fish we had for lunch. I cannot say more. Qin Xian's voice softened. What is it that you do not know? Are you unaware that the consort may be in peril? Li Fei exclaimed, so. You are suggesting that it is this maid's food that has caused the consort's demise? The maid cried out, no. It cannot be. The consort has shown me kindness. How could I ever wish her harm? Li Fei, sensing the maid's fear, pressed on, if you do not speak the truth, I shall have you dragged away and beaten to death. When the maid remained silent, she ordered, take her away. The maid, terrified, glanced toward Shen Sisi, pleading, imperial concubine.
Please save me.
I did all as you instructed. The atmosphere fell silent. Shen Sisi found the unfolding drama quite splendid, her lips curling into a radiant smile, while others were baffled at how she could remain composed amidst such chaos. Shen Sisi adjusted her attire, rose, and approached the maid, lifting her chin to examine her face, which truly seemed wasted. Since you have all spoken, it is now my turn, she declared. Initially, you claimed it was Miss Ru who pushed you, yet now you stammer, unable to say anything coherent, and now you cry out for my assistance. What a fine performance we have today. No one dared intervene as Shen Sisi commanded silence, for the Emperor was still present, and they had not anticipated her audacity, nor did they know how the Emperor would respond. Qin Xian felt as though Shen Sisi was publicly humiliating her, emboldened by her cousin's favor. Gao Changxi was instructed to send someone to investigate her family. Upon hearing the imperial concubine's command and seeing no dissent from the Emperor, he promptly affirmed, yes. Yu Ying, skilled in martial arts, struck the maid with considerable force, leaving traces of blood on her face. Shen Sisi ordered, cease. What will happen if your hands become soiled? Handing her a handkerchief, she covered her mouth and nose and leaned closer. Have you made up your mind? You have 5 counts to decide. Otherwise, the next step will be the rod. Despite Shen Sisi's ultimatum, the maid remained obstinate. Then let the rod fall. I shall administer 10 strikes. Surely that will not kill you. Fear not. For I will summon the physician to tend to you afterward, and then strike again, and once more treat you, and strike yet again. 10 strikes may not be fatal, but they would undoubtedly leave her battered and bruised. By the 4th strike, the weight of Shen Sisi's words became unbearable, and she finally cried out, I shall speak. Your Highness, I shall tell all. Qin Xian seized the opportunity. Is this not coercing a confession through torture, imperial concubine? Shen Sisi looked at her with a bemused smile. Oh, how does the wise consort deduce that? Am I not merely seeking the truth? Qin Xian pressed on. Is it not your intention to let her know that you have sought out her family, to threaten her with dire consequences, followed by slaps and rods? Is this not coercion? The maid, already trembling, quaked even more at Qin Qian's words, fully aware that she was being threatened through the safety of her family, who had long been hidden away by the consort. Gao Gonggong's search would yield no results in the short term. She had been aware of the consequences from the moment she undertook her course of action. However, the fear of the rod was real, and she could hardly bear it. A swift end seemed preferable. Upon her death, the consort would undoubtedly ensure her family's well-being. Having suffered enough under the consort's frequent beatings and scoldings, she slowly rolled up her sleeve, revealing scars and burns. Upon seeing the sea fish sent by the imperial concubine, a thought had crossed her mind. There was a woman in her hometown who had perished from food poisoning due to the simultaneous consumption of sea fish and hawthorn. Initially, the local physicians were baffled, but eventually, an elder questioned her family and deduced that she had died from the incompatible ingredients. After being beaten the previous day for her foul mood, the maid could no longer endure it. The consort had always dictated the meals. So she took the sea fish gifted by the imperial concubine to the imperial kitchen, offering them silver to prepare the dish for the consort. Encountering the imperial concubine with the hawthorn cake was an unexpected stroke of fortune. Otherwise, she would have persuaded the consort to eat it during dinner. The plan to push the consort into the lake was primarily an attempt to frame Miss Ru. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I beseech you, your majesty. Grant me a swift end. Xiao Zhuo rose, leaving the subsequent matters to the empress, and promptly approached Shen Sisi, extending his hand towards her.
Today?
Shen Sisi did not refuse. In front of the attentive crowd, she placed her hand in Xiao Zhuo's palm and then shot a provocative smile at Qin Qian. In Chapter 64, it turns out to be a book transmigration. Hong Ping, who stood beside Qin Qian, sensed the situation was amiss and hurried to Yongshou Palace to find the Empress Dowager. Xiao Zhuo held Shen Sisi's hand tightly and proceeded directly toward the Hall of Two Instruments. Shen Sisi protested, "I wish to return to Changning Palace. I do not want to go to the Hall of Two Instruments." As she spoke, she freed her hand from his grasp and turned to head back to Changning Palace. Xiao Zhuo replied, "The Empress Dowager should be arriving soon. I wonder where she will be waiting." Shen Sisi paused upon hearing this, ceasing her insistence on returning, for she disliked having others enter her palace. It was utterly vexing. She took a couple of steps back, tugging at Xiao Zhuo's sleeve, and implored, "Let us hasten. We must not keep the Empress Dowager waiting too long." Xiao Zhuo gazed at her, a smile spreading across his lips, allowing her to pull him forward. By the time they leisurely arrived at the Hall of Two Instruments, the Empress Dowager had already arrived. "My son pays his respects to mother, and I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager turned her attention to Shen Sisi, saying, "Noble consort, after such a long journey, you must be weary. You may rest in the side chamber for a while." Shen Sisi raised an eyebrow, wishing to dismiss her. Such a suggestion was unwelcome. With a smile, she responded, "Empress Dowager, I am not fatigued." The Empress Dowager feigned ignorance of her intent, her expression darkening. At this moment, Xiao Zhuo interjected, "Mother, is there something you wish to discuss?" The Empress Dowager replied, "I have heard of the incident involving noble Lady Shen. I came to see how this matter is to be handled." Shen Sisi was taken aback. Did mother not receive news on the way here? His Majesty has already entrusted the matter to the Empress. Upon learning that this incident was related to Qin Qian, the Empress Dowager rushed over, clearly not having received any updates. Observing the Empress Dowager's ignorance, Shen Sisi continued, "However, this matter is certainly not something an ordinary palace maid would dare to undertake. I believe a thorough investigation is warranted." The Empress Dowager forced a smile. "Noble consort, since the maid has already confessed, I believe the matter is resolved."
Shen Sisi contra.
The individuals behind this are not merely targeting the Empress Dowager. Of course, you would consider the matter concluded. The Empress Dowager's countenance darkened at Shen Sisi's words. Xiao Zhuo timely spoke up. "Murder and framing the concubines of the harem are serious offenses, regardless of the circumstances. I will ensure they handle the matter according to the rules." All three understood who was truly responsible for this incident. The Empress Dowager was indeed seeking leniency, implying that this matter could not be easily resolved. She opened her mouth, but the words did not leave her lips. Shen Sisi rose abruptly, interrupting her. "I suddenly feel rather fatigued. I shall return to the palace to rest." After Shen Sisi departed, the Empress Dowager leisurely began. "I shall not beat around the bush any longer. You know Qin Qian's temperament. She simply acted rashly and made a mistake. The noble consort has not been harmed, and I will ensure Qin Qian is closely monitored in the future to prevent further missteps. Xiao Zhuo's gentle expression faded. The Empress Dowager seemed to regard this as an inconsequential matter. The Empress Dowager continued, Shen's demise cannot be attributed solely to her innocence. She was often harsh with her own palace maids, and it is only natural for resentment to brew. She added, I will also send people to console her maternal family. Your Majesty has grown. I remember when you were young, you vowed to protect your cousin and ensure she would not suffer hunger and cold. I acknowledge that I overlooked much during your childhood, but Xiao Zhuo interjected, she lived in the palace in luxury, attended by servants. Is that not sufficient? Seeing his unwavering stance, the Empress Dowager pressed on, I know I was remiss in the past, but Qin Qian once saved your life when you were young. Do you truly intend to disregard past affections over a single incident? Hearing her speak this way, Xiao Zhuo's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, he replied, I do not wish to hear of this matter again. The Empress Dowager recognized that the conversation had reached a conclusion, understanding that he would no longer protect Qin Qian. It was a relief, for otherwise, the disgrace would fall upon the Qin family. Should everyone know that His Majesty did not value the Qin family? After the Empress Dowager departed, His Majesty's mood remained sour. Now, the virtuous consort was outside seeking an audience, and Gao Changxi could only enter with a pained expression to convey the message. Gao Changxi, Your Majesty, the virtuous consort is requesting an audience outside. Xiao Zhuo paused, his hand still gripping the brush, before instructing, let her in. Qin Qian entered the hall, kneeling without being told to rise. Xiao Zhuo did not allow her to stand. Xiao Zhuo stated, the Empress Dowager has already visited. You may return. Qin Qian felt a tumult within her, but upon hearing Xiao Zhuo's words, she suddenly calmed. With a self-deprecating smile, she said, Cousin, you must be greatly disappointed in me now, disappointed that I've become such a person. Hearing her words, Xiao Zhuo finally lifted his gaze to meet hers. He was not truly angry. In his view, it was a natural occurrence. There was no tranquility within the palace. As long as there were people, disputes would inevitably arise. Even his ascent to the throne had been paved by stepping over his father and brothers. His involvement in this matter stemmed from its connection to Sisi. Observing Xiao Zhuo's calm and indifferent demeanor, the courage she had mustered quickly dissipated. She still dared not speak boldly, only lowering her head in admission of guilt, pleading for His Majesty's punishment. He silently regarded Qin Qian, recalling how his mother had once enjoyed favor. Back then, a 4 or 5-year-old Qin Qian would often be brought into the palace, appearing frail and pitiful, quietly sitting and behaving well. Once, when he fell ill and lay weakly in bed, she had seen him and cried, insisting on seeking the Empress Dowager and a physician. He remembered telling her to be quiet and not to go, but she had secretly brought him a bowl of unknown medicinal soup, which had only worsened his condition that night. He had endured, ultimately attributing his survival to Qin Qian. He understood her intentions were good. Thus, from that point on, he had always tried to protect her. When he decided to vie for the throne and received his title, his mother said she was of marrying age and should choose a good family. He had arranged for suitable matches to be presented to her. She had expressed a wish to marry him, believing no other man could treat her as well as her cousin. And he told her that he would not have only one woman. As emperor, he would have many concubines. She accepted this, and he ultimately agreed, as it was merely a matter of sharing a meal. After she married into the palace, he ensured her every need was met with the best provisions. Her gentle nature made her unassertive and unwilling to fight for anything, and because of his affection, she had been poisoned by the then princess. Upon discovering this, he punished the princess, but she could not stand on her own. He was busy, with little time at the Wangfu, fearing she would be harmed, so he protected her in secret, ensuring she received the best of everything. Around this time, he reached an agreement with the Northern Duke, and when Sisi entered the Wangfu, her outgoing personality, bolstered by the Northern Duke's support, ensured no one dared to provoke her. From their wedding night, he had found her to be an exceedingly interesting and charming young woman, delicate and soft, though with a fiery temper and particular tastes. None of this mattered to him. He arranged for whatever she desired. During that time, Qin Qian, having not seen him for a long while, sought him out, and guilt washed over him for having neglected her entirely. Thus, he arranged to provide her with the same luxuries he had prepared for Qin Su. Subsequently, he ensured that any good things that came his way were also shared with her. He believed he had been more than benevolent toward her. The palace is indeed a beguiling place, and compared to her once timid cousin, she has undeniably matured considerably. He closed his eyes and spoke coldly, You may leave. He pondered how to provide an explanation to his beloved Sisi, as he felt guilty for having wronged her. In Changning Palace. By Qiu, Your Highness. How will His Majesty ultimately handle this matter? Shen Sisi. Wasn't it already resolved? She languidly rested her head on the table. By Qiu, but it was clearly the virtuous consort's doing. What does His Majesty intend? Shen Sisi closed her eyes. I am tired. I wish to rest for a while. When Xiao Zhuo arrived at Changning Palace, Shen Sisi had already fallen asleep. He sat by her bedside, gazing at her serene visage, gently holding her exposed arm.
Today,
He had come to support her, but as Shen Sisi stirred, she realized she could not move. She opened her eyes to find Xiao Zhuo sitting beside her. Shen Sisi withdrew her hand, her voice still soft and drowsy. I need water. Xiao Zhuo rose to pour her some. Shen Sisi slowly sat up. Accepting the tea he offered, she indeed felt parched. After drinking it all, she returned the cup to his hands. Xiao Zhuo used his fingers to wipe the moisture from her lips, asking gently, Would you like more? Shen Sisi shook her head, still slightly dazed from her slumber. Xiao Zhuo, the matter has been dealt with. The virtuous consort is to be confined for a month and will have her salary penalized for half a year. Upon hearing this, Shen Sisi felt her mind clear considerably, responding with a soft as the outcome was as she had anticipated, devoid of surprises. Noticing her lack of anger, Xiao Zhuo drew her into his embrace, stroking her silky hair. I am sorry. I shall ensure that such matters do not occur again. Shen Sisi lowered her gaze, concealing the chill in her eyes. Pushing Xiao Zhuo away, she said, As long as you acknowledge your wrongdoing, I shall let it go for now. However, you must ensure that I have braised pig trotters tomorrow. Hearing this, Xiao Zhuo held her close. Very well. But you may have only half. His face lit up with emotion. He knew Sisi cared for him and was reluctant to see him troubled. Cradling her face, he showered her with kisses. Shen Sisi disdainfully pushed him away. You scoundrel. After their playful antics, Xiao Zhuo grew serious, saying, I will instruct Gao Changxi to conduct a thorough investigation of the palace staff in Changning Palace. The maid who leaked information has already been dealt with. I intend to expunge anyone with ulterior motives. Shen Sisi disagreed. No, I wish to handle it myself. Xiao Zhuo, if you require anything, simply inform me or go directly to Gao Changxi. Shen Sisi responded with an then playfully kicked him. I am hungry. Go summon Bai Qiu to prepare dinner. Xiao Zhuo sighed, obediently stepping out to arrange the evening meal. In Changning Palace, Xiao Yao assisted the Empress in removing her hairpin and, pondering the day's events, inquired, Your Highness, who orchestrated today's incident? Could it have been Li Fei? It is not entirely implausible to suspect the Empress herself, given her position as a head maid. The Empress smiled slyly. Have you considered why the Empress Dowager hurried to the Liangyi Hall? Xiao Yao was taken aback. Are you implying it was the virtuous consort? She has changed considerably of late. Previously, she had not hesitated to slander even the esteemed Xin Guifei, yet her demeanor has notably shifted in recent times. The Empress picked up a hairpin, idly holding it as she reflected. Now we must see if our Guifei can maintain her composure. The following day, Bai Qiu, having learned that the virtuous consort was behind yesterday's actions and had even attempted to frame their mistress, was indignant that His Majesty had easily let her off the hook. Shen Sisi smiled. Do not be upset. While it appears we have suffered a loss, should Qin Qian encounter further trouble, there will be no one to shield her. Once others form a definitive impression, that person will bear a lasting label. Moreover, this incident may instill a sense of guilt in Xiao Zhuo, ultimately granting me more than I have lost. Although she felt somewhat better thinking this way, the memory of her mistress's grievances still angered her. Shen Sisi declared, We must spread the word of how our virtuous consort has played the role of the Good Samaritan throughout the palace. Today, as we pay our respects to the Empress, all will notice the empty seat of the virtuous consort. Given what was heard this morning, it seems highly likely that much of it is true. It appears no one in the harem can be underestimated. Glancing at the Guifei seated at the head of the table, it seemed that yesterday's events had been directed at her. Su Yue, contemplating these matters, leaned closer to Liang Yu, saying, Sister Liang, it seems everyone in this palace possesses hidden depths. Who would have thought that the seemingly gentle and amiable virtuous consort could be so harmful? Liang Yu absent-mindedly responded with an Meanwhile, at the back of the room, Chao Danying was still reflecting on yesterday's events. The knowledge of the food that clashed had been divulged to the virtuous consort by her. A few days prior, after accidentally hitting her head against the wall, she had recalled that she was not truly from this place. After being struck by a carriage, She had inexplicably found herself within the pages of a novel she had once read, where the emperor and the consort, childhood friends, endured trials before ultimately being together. The virtuous consort was the female protagonist, a cousin of the emperor, but he had to favor the powerful Shen Guifei for political stability. The protagonist, Qin Qian, silently watched him with others, ultimately leading to Shen Guifei's downfall after causing the protagonist's first child to perish and subsequently taking her own life in the cold palace. She was uncertain of the following plot, as the author had abandoned the story. Nevertheless, she believed the protagonist would live a life filled with love and favor, unseen by them, alongside the emperor and the empress dowager. She recalled her deep sympathy for the female lead while reading, as the first half detailed the emperor's affection for the supporting character, Shen Guifei, while the protagonist remained an invisible observer. Now that she had arrived, she was determined to assist the protagonist in toppling Shen Guifei, allowing her to embrace happiness with the emperor sooner. Her resolve ignited. She realized she was essentially securing favor in advance, and by aligning with the female lead, success would bring her a life of luxury and abundance. However, time had dulled many details in her memory, and she needed to take notes to avoid forgetting. Yet, the more pressing matter was to visit Fuan Palace to comfort the protagonist. Chapter 65, Confidence in the Boudoir. In Fuan Palace, the maids observed Chao Danning approaching with a sense of disdain, her attire appearing shabby, perhaps inferior to that of their mistress. Responding to her inquiry with indifference, they said, "Our mistress is currently writing and likely has no time to meet you. Perhaps you could return later." "Chao Yu, when will she be available?" "How could we possibly know when the mistress will finish her writing? Perhaps you should wait a while and inquire again." "Chao Yu, who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Why are you being so unreasonable? What if your loud outbursts disturb the mistress?" Ru Yi, by Chao Yu's side, tugged at her sleeve, urging her to remain calm. They resided in a side hall of Fuan Palace, and this young lady, lacking favor and power, could not afford to offend the virtuous consort's maids, as it would make their days ahead quite difficult.
Gao Yue.
Upon being pulled back to her senses, realized that it was beneath her dignity to bicker with such a servant. She personally adjusted her attire and, with her head held high, addressed the palace maid, "Please summon the esteemed Hong Ping from the side of the virtuous empress. I have matters of significance to discuss with Her Highness, and I cannot be held accountable if your delay costs you your position." The maid, sensing the gravity of her words, felt a twinge of fear. What if Chao Yu truly had urgent matters to present to the empress? And her procrastination led to dire consequences? With this thought, she smiled nervously at Chao Yu. "Chao Xiaozhu, please wait here for a moment while I convey your request."
Hong Ping. Yes, Gao Yingqing.
"I shall inquire with Her Highness first." Qin Qian frowned, pondering the purpose of her visit. "Send her away."
Hong Ping complied,
bowing as she prepared to exit, but was halted by Qin Qian's voice. "Wait, let her enter." Upon entering, Chao Yu stared blankly at Qin Qian until Rui Yi tugged at her clothing, prompting her to remember her manners. "This humble servant pays her respects to the esteemed empress. Wishing you longevity and peace." Qin Qian regarded her unrefined demeanor with a hint of disdain, yet maintained a soft and gentle tone. "Rise, Chao Ren. What brings you to seek me?" Chao Yu observed the gentle and kind nature of the female lead, and then glanced at the impudent maid outside. Concluding that the empress's kindness had bred such arrogance among her attendants, she proceeded to recount her grievances regarding the recent incident, hoping to elicit a proper reprimand for the insolent maids. Internally, Qin Qian felt a wave of impatience. Were it not for the usefulness of Chao Yu's earlier suggestions, she would not waste her time here. Nevertheless, she feigned a warm smile, assuring, "I shall address this matter with the seriousness it deserves. For now, I extend my apologies on their behalf." Chao Yu, upon hearing her words, mused to herself, "Truly, the Empress possesses a heart of gold." "There is no need for your highness to apologize. This was not your fault," Chao Yu replied. Qin Qian's lips twitched. Did this Chao Ren truly misunderstand? What rational person would respond thus? Determined to state her purpose, Chao Yu continued, "Rest assured, your highness, once we bring down Shen Guifei and the Beiding Marquis' household, the emperor will surely recognize your sincerity." Chao Yu recalled that the downfall of the Beiding Marquis' household was supposedly tied to treason. She leaned closer and whispered this information into Qin Qian's ear. Qin Qian, puzzled by her proximity, questioned Chao Yu's sanity. Why speak so intimately when they were alone? However, after absorbing the content of Chao Yu's message, her eyes narrowed with suspicion.
Gao Yue.
Aware that her claims might be hard for Qin Qian to believe, given that the original owner of this body was merely the daughter of a low-ranking official, added, "Should your highness doubt my words, you may dispatch someone to investigate." Such matters were beyond her scope, and sending someone to probe could easily arouse suspicion. Yet, given the recent rumors of the emperor's intentions towards the baiting marquis and the confiscation of half his military power, her assertions seemed less like fabrications. Qin Qian remarked, "I do find it curious how you came to know of such matters." Qiao Yu, not foolish enough to divulge her sources, earnestly replied, "Your Highness, I assure you, I bear no ill will towards you." Qin Qian observed this naive girl, whose lack of expression management was evident, yet whose actions seemed genuinely aimed at her welfare. She feigned a look of profound gratitude, saying, "I understand you mean well, but please do not speak of this outside. I fear for your safety, and do not wish for your foolishness to implicate me." Though she could not fathom why this girl was inexplicably kind to her, it was evident that her intentions were rooted in goodwill. After all, she was under Qin Qian's watchful eye, with daily surveillance upon her. Qiao Yu grasped Qin Qian's hand, declaring, "Let us strive together." In her heart, she reflected on how her favorite female lead was indeed beautiful, kind-hearted, and concerned for her. She knew that had the information been in the hands of others, they would undoubtedly seek to exploit it. After Qiao Yu departed, Qin Qian sat in her chair, resting her forehead on her hand. After a moment of contemplation, she commanded, "Inform the attendants in the side hall to accommodate whatever Qiao Durin desires, and send someone to monitor her closely. Any unusual behavior must be reported to me immediately." Hong Ping, puzzled by the sudden kindness extended to Qiao Durin, acknowledged her orders. In the Changning Palace, after meeting, Shen Sisi received a letter from Chuanzhou. Upon recognizing its origin, she hesitated before opening it. Knowing it was undoubtedly from Jiangning. Years ago, she had insisted on marrying the top scholar of that time, believing he was unworthy and too blunt in his speech about her family background. When the one who could have persuaded them was absent, a quarrel ensued, leading to nearly 3 years of silence between them. Throughout that time, she had penned numerous letters, though none were ever sent due to her pride. Regret filled her heart for never having seen him again in her past life, and upon her return, she resolved to send all the unsent letters. Now, seeing a reply, she felt a moment of trepidation at the thought of opening it. Bai Qiu noticed Shen Sisi hesitating with the letter in her hand and inquired, "Your Highness, is this a letter from Miss Jiang? Why do you not open it?" She remembered how close her mistress had been with Jiang and Lu in the past, despite their falling out over Jiang's marriage. Hearing Bai Qiu's words, Shen Sisi steadied herself, thinking, "It's just a letter from Jiang Xiaoning. What is there to fear?" Jiang Ning had written 5 pages, and as Shen Sisi read, a smile crept across her face. Jiang Ning first teased her about ultimately conceding and writing, then shared snippets of her life over the years, expressing how much she missed her. However, as she reached the end, Shen Sisi's smile vanished. Jiang Ning mentioned her impending return to the capital, but did not specify her reasons. She noted the date of her departure, urging Shen Sisi to prepare for her arrival. Given the time that had passed since the letter was sent, Jiang Ning would be arriving soon, likely within the next few days. But why was she returning now? Shen Sisi's delight at Jiang Ning's return persisted until the moment Xiao Zhuo arrived. Her enthusiasm remained high as she prepared gifts for Jiang Ning. When Xiao Zhuo approached, she was still in the storeroom directing the servants. Xiao Zhuo, noticing the joy radiating from her, inquired, "What has you so cheerful in your preparations?" As Shen Sisi turned to him, her smile faltered momentarily before she excitedly linked her arm with his, exclaiming, "Look at all these gifts I am preparing for Ning Ning. I shall present them all upon her arrival." Xiao Zhuo asked, "The young lady from the Jiang family?" He recalled hearing her mention Jiang Ning frequently some time ago, but had not heard of her lately, making her return a surprise. Shen Sisi, thrilled that he remembered, replied, "Yes, she is coming back, and I must prepare gifts to welcome her. After all, her social standing is somewhat lacking, and only I, your kind, clever, and generous friend, can fulfill such a duty." Xiao Zhuo observed her jesting words, understanding that such sentiments stemmed from a place of genuine affection. Yet, a pang of bitterness struck him as he realized it had been a long time since Shen Sisi had prepared gifts with such care for him. His earlier good spirits were now overshadowed by a sense of melancholy. Shen Sisi remained oblivious to his despondent mood, engrossed in her own thoughts, contemplating whether to prepare a grand residence for herself in the capital. After all, she was marrying into the Zhong family, a lineage steeped in tradition and propriety, and the girl herself possessed a temperament inclined to endure for the sake of Zhongqi. If they were to reside independently, it would afford them much greater convenience. With these reflections in mind, she naturally conveyed her thoughts to Xiao Zhuo, seeking his counsel. Xiao Zhuo recalled the Zhong family from her mentioned Mrs. Zhong was a figure he had heard of, known for her meticulous demeanor and high standards, not only for herself but also for others. He articulated his perspective to Shen Sisi, emphasizing that their domestic affairs were ultimately a matter for the couple to decide, and their willingness to move out should be respected. Although Shen Sisi recognized the validity of his words, she felt compelled to retort, asserting her understanding of Jiang Xiaoning's character. She believed that if the girl ever ceased to harbor feelings for Zhong Qi, she would not hesitate to cast him aside without a second thought. Listening to her, Xiao Zhuo could only acquiesce, wrapping her in his embrace and gently urging her to refrain from discussing the matters of others. Since her arrival, her heart and mind seemed wholly occupied by Jiang Ning, neglecting his own presence. "Let go," Shen Sisi protested, pushing him away with considerable force. For a fleeting moment, a look of hurt crossed Xiao Zhuo's face, but it was swiftly replaced, so quickly that Shen Sisi doubted her own perception. "This is for you," Shen Sisi said,
presenting a painting to him.
As he unfurled it, he discovered a depiction of red plum blossoms against a backdrop of snow. "You painted this?" he inquired, to which she merely nodded. Gazing at the artwork, Xiao Zhuo felt his earlier discontent dissipate. Indeed, he chose to overlook trivial matters, for it was clear that he held a special place in her heart, evident in her choice to gift him a piece created by her own hand. The brushstrokes appeared somewhat juvenile, indicating that she had been quite young when she painted it. While he was delighted to receive a piece of her childhood art, he found himself curious about when it had been created. Shen Sisi pondered the memory that accompanied the painting, momentarily feeling guilty under his scrutiny. "Why are you asking so many questions?" she thought to herself. Her paintings had been taught by a renowned master her mother had hired, yet from an early age. She had little interest in the art, often neglecting her studies and even managing to frustrate her teacher to the point of departure. She had nearly faced her father's wrath for her defiance. As a child, her passions lay in aesthetics. She adored adorning herself splendidly and would often approach her mother to procure shiny gold and silver jewels, to cultivate her artistic sensibilities. Her mother had taken her to a plum garden in the capital, where she had fixated on a handsome young man painting. She had insisted on him teaching her the art, and he, charmed by her sweet disposition, had consented. The painting before her now was indeed the result of that youthful encounter. Although she had genuinely created this piece, she resolved to keep the circumstances of its creation a secret from Xiao Zhuo, knowing his possessive nature might lead him to meddle. With an understanding of his sentiments, Shen Sisi grew bolder in his presence, asserting, "You should accept it," before turning to leave. Xiao Zhuo, observing her demeanor, surmised she was merely shy, interpreting her gesture as a sentimental offering of her cherished childhood creation. Gao Chengxi watched the emperor gingerly cradling the painting, bemused by the reverence shown, especially since his own artworks had fetched exorbitant prices without such fuss. "Gao Chengxi, summon someone to frame this for me," Xiao Zhuo instructed, contemplating where to hang it. Finally deciding on the Hall of Two Principles, he handed the painting to Gao Chengxi, cautioning him to handle it with care. Gao Chengxi, recognizing the emperor's earnestness, resolved to personally oversee its transport, fearing the incompetence of the junior attendants might ruin it. Upon arriving at the gates of Changning Palace, Shen Sisi greeted him with exuberance. "Your servant greets His Majesty," she said, leading him inside and preparing tea for him. "Your Majesty, please." Xiao Zhuo accepted the cup, drinking it with great appreciation. As Shen Sisi observed him, she hesitated, contemplating whether to brew another cup, but ultimately decided against it. "Your Majesty, I wish to leave the palace in a couple of days," Shen Sisi declared. "Did we not agree on once a month?" Xiao Zhuo countered.
Shen Sisi,
Adopting a sulky tone, reasoned, "But there are special circumstances." When he remained firm, she boldly approached him and perched on his lap, pressing her lips to his face, lingering near his mouth. "No," he replied, citing his busy schedule and the dangers outside posed by remnants of the Luo royal family. Angered by his refusal, Shen Sisi delivered a playful punch to Xiao Zhuo's arm, demanding, "Do you agree or not?" Her frustration was palpable. She turned her face away, striving to compose herself. Xiao Zhuo, maintaining a stern expression, felt the weight of his responsibility. He could not allow her to venture out alone, particularly with the ongoing threats surrounding them. Thus, a silence enveloped them, neither willing to break it. Yet, as the minutes passed without a word from Shen Sisi, Xiao Zhuo sensed impending trouble. He turned her toward him, only to find her eyes glistening with unshed tears, glaring at him with defiance. He struggled to suppress a smile, aware that if he did, he would be lost. With a firm yet gentle grip, he pulled her into his embrace, sitting face to face. Her adorable expression tugged at his heartstrings. "Just wait a little longer. Once my work is done, I promise to take you out," he murmured softly. Hearing his continued refusal, tears began to stream down her cheeks. She pushed away his hand, which sought to wipe her tears, and stood up, attempting to leave, huffing in frustration as she did. Xiao Zhuo rubbed his forehead, instructing, "When you go out, take the guards I provided for you." Upon his agreement, Shen Sisi immediately turned back, her earlier tears vanishing, replaced by a bright smile. "If you had said so earlier," she pouted playfully. Sighing, Xiao Zhuo reflected on the recurring nature of their interactions. He always fell for her feigned distress, even when he knew it was an act. "When shall we go out?" he inquired. "Tomorrow," Shen Sisi decided. "I intend to purchase a house for Ning Ning. If she and Zhong Qi have a falling out in the future, she can stay in the house I buy for her. Whatever makes her happy." Xiao Zhuo remained indifferent to her plans. Suddenly, Shen Sisi recalled another matter. "By the way, is Zhong Qi being reassigned?" Xiao Zhuo recognized the name, recalling him as the previous top scholar who had voluntarily requested to serve in Guanglin County. During his 2 years there, he had significantly contributed to the region's economic development. Xiao Zhuo regarded him as a promising individual and shared this insight with Shen Sisi. "Then, based on what you've said, Zhong Qi is indeed returning. However, the news of his transfer to Guanglin was only received this month, which suggests Jiang Xiaoning's return may not be linked to Zhong Qi's reassignment. In my past life, Zhong Qi's transfer to the capital did not occur until next year. Could it be that my return has altered the course of events?" Xiao Zhuo refrained from disclosing certain matters to her. After she sent a message to Jiang Ning, she conducted her own investigation upon learning the news and discovered that Zhong Qi regarded this individual's capabilities highly. Given that the development in Guanglin County had now stabilized, there was no need to waste another year. Thus, he decided to recall the person ahead of schedule. Xiao Zhuo remarked, considering the timeline, "That indeed appears to be the case." Just as Shen Sisi was about to voice her thoughts, Xiao Zhuo silenced her. Noticing her dazed expression, he gently said, "Be good. It will only be a few days. When she returns, the reasons will become clear. Do not dwell on others. I stand right before you, so gaze upon me more. All right?" Shen Sisi made a face of disdain. "What is there to admire about you? Staring at this face all day has grown tiresome." However, upon seeing his expression fall, she decided to appease him. All right, you are indeed the most handsome, okay?" Xiao Zhuo replied, "That's mere flattery." As she attempted to rise, he swept her into his arms and placed her upon the bed. Today, Shen Sisi had left the palace. Ostensibly, it was just her and the maidservants Yu Ying and Yu Ying, but secretly, Xiao Zhuo had arranged for hidden guards to accompany her. She did not return to the Marquis's residence, but rather went to inspect the houses listed by Gao Changxi. Upon seeing the first property that she fancied, she promptly secured it, a magnificent residence with 3 courtyards, featuring a winding corridor upon entry, stone steps leading to a pebbled pathway, with pavilions and towers exquisitely crafted. Its layout bore a closer resemblance to the gardens of Jiangnan. Shen Sisi instantly fell in love with this place and resolved to acquire it. After purchasing the residence, she found it still too early to return and decided to stroll about some more. As she wandered, she was tempted to buy everything she laid eyes upon. Yu Ying and her companion seldom had the opportunity to leisurely roam, and Shen Sisi, being a considerate mistress, placed no restrictions upon them. Unable to carry all their purchases, she summoned the hidden guards Xiao Zhuo had arranged to assist them. Eventually, Shen Sisi grew weary and decided to seek refuge in a tavern to rest for a while, planning to continue her exploration after lunch. Yu Ying, recalling the emperor's admonishments before their departure, to return promptly after completing their business, hesitated to urge the princess to return after their lengthy morning of wandering.
Shen Sisi scoffed.
"Are you my servant or Xiao Zhuo's?" Since they had been bestowed upon her by the emperor, they were undoubtedly her servants. Fearing Shen Sisi might misunderstand, Yu Ying hurriedly clarified, "I am certainly your servant, your highness." Shen Sisi replied, "Since you are mine, then come along with me," as she turned and smiled. Yu Ying, witnessing Yu Ying's predicament, couldn't help but chuckle. The princess had a way with words. Had Shen Sisi mentioned bearing the burden herself, Yu Ying might have fretted and nagged her, but the question of allegiance left Yu Ying speechless. Shen Sisi led them to a familiar establishment, one she often frequented. "Miss Shen, it has been a while since your last visit. Would you prefer the same private room as before?" Shen Sisi's face blossomed into a radiant smile. "Indeed, it has been quite some time. The business here remains as prosperous as ever." The proprietor chuckled heartily, personally guiding them. This way, Miss Shen. Shen Sisi settled into her usual window seat, watching the bustling crowd outside. It had been ages since she felt this relaxed. The sensation of ease was truly delightful. After the tavern owner departed, he instructed the waiter to quickly bring the necessary dishes for their private room. The waiter, recalling the ethereal beauty he had just seen, nodded. Bring us a portion of dompa pork, Westlake vinegar fish, dompa elbow, and tai-bai duck, commanded a petite maid in a green dress as she entered. Certainly, Mississippi. This way, please, the waiter said, leading them to an upstairs private room. Upon entering, the maid hastily poured a glass of water and handed it to the young lady in a pink dress behind her. What are you standing there for? Hurry and check on the food, I'm starving. The maid in pink, possessing a delicate visage and dressed elegantly, was a beauty, yet her sharp features marred her allure. Her mother insisted on arranging marriages for her, either to frivolous scions lacking talent or to aging men nearly as old as her father. After quarreling with her mother, she had stormed out, now famished and yet to dine. Upon hearing this, the maid rushed out to hasten the waiter. As she exited, she saw the waiter carrying a tray towards the adjacent room. She hurriedly approached him. Excuse me, waiter, have you made a mistake? Our young lady is over here. The waiter glanced at the sign above the door for confirmation and replied, Miss, your dishes are not yet ready. I am delivering to the young lady in that room. With that, he continued on his way. The maid, fearing she would be scolded for returning empty-handed, called out, Wait. The waiter halted and turned back. Is there anything else? Miss, bring the dishes you have to us. Our young lady has been waiting for quite some time. But those dishes were ordered by the young lady in that room. He insisted. The maid glanced over, uncertain of who was inside. Our orders are similar. Just tell her that theirs are still being prepared, she said, reaching for the waiter's tray to seize the dishes. Seeing her attempt to snatch the food, the waiter quickly stepped back, saying, Miss, those orders belong to the guests in that room. Please refrain. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open. Yu Ying, hearing the commotion, opened the door and saw both the waiter and the maid looking at her. What is going on? The maid, unfamiliar with Yu Ying's face, did not appear to be a maidservant from a noble family. Thinking this over, she grew bolder and pointed at the waiter's tray. Those dishes are for our young lady. If you wish to eat, you'll have to wait. Yu Ying, astonished that a mere maid dared to confront them, thought that if they were not in public, she would have taught her a lesson. Ignoring the maid, she addressed the waiter. Hand me that tray. Seeing the waiter actually comply, the maid rushed forward to snatch it, only to be met with a swift kick from Yu Ying that sent her sprawling to the ground. As she lay there, she shouted, Do you know who our young lady is? How dare you kick me? I'll have you know she is the daughter of General Zhongwu. Inside the room, Jiang Xian had been waiting for her maid for an extended period, and the escalating noise outside irritated her. That useless girl. How long does it take to fetch a dish? She opened the door to find her maid on the floor, who immediately wailed, Miss, they not only stole our food but even kicked me down. Jiang Xian, seeing Yu Ying, recalled the maid's earlier indignation and ordered, Why are you not fetching the dishes for me? The maid scrambled to her feet, approaching Yu Ying to take the tray, but was again met with a kick that sent her sprawling. Jiang Xian was furious. You insolent maid, do you not know your place? How dare you treat my maid so disrespectfully? Though she raged verbally, she dared not approach Yu Ying, fearing she might meet the same fate as Dong. Yu Ying, initially wishing to ignore her, turned to enter the room but heard Shen Sisi's voice call out, Oh, I would like to ask Miss Jiang to enlighten me on who exactly lacks proper upbringing? Jiang Xian, recognizing the familiar voice, turned to see Shen Sisi in a stunning pale yellow gown, illuminated by the light, radiating an unmatched beauty. Jiang Xian's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Isn't Shen Sisi supposed to be in the palace? Why is she here? She approached Shen Sisi and knelt before her, greeting, Your Highness, the esteemed concubine. This humble servant pays her respects. Upon witnessing her mistress kneel, Donger hastily followed suit, and upon hearing her lady refer to the concubine, her trepidation silenced her further. Shen Sisi languidly remarked, You have yet to answer this palace's question. Jiang Xian, recalling the previous admonishment from Shen Sisi, trembled as she confessed. It is this humble servant who lacks proper upbringing. Shen Sisi scoffed mockingly. Jiang Xian, after all these years, you have made no progress whatsoever. Although she had initially intended to disregard external matters, she inadvertently heard Jiang Xian's voice and thus emerged. However, observing Jiang Xian kneeling on the ground struck her as uninteresting. Jiang Xian dared not utter another word, burying her head deeply into the ground. As Shen Sisi entered, Yu Ying naturally followed with a tray in hand. Once everyone had entered, Jiang Xian remained kneeling on the ground. Dong reached out to assist her, but was met with a sharp slap to the face. Wretched girl. Do you even know who she is to dare offend her? Dong covered her mouth in tears, too frightened to speak further. In the bustling hall of the tavern, the proprietor was attending to guests when he noticed a young gentleman with striking features and an air of distinction, who seemed vaguely familiar. Approaching him, the proprietor inquired, "Good sir, have you come to dine or to lodge?" The young man responded, "I wish to reserve the room by the street, at the far right window." The proprietor, apologetic, replied, "I'm afraid that room is currently occupied by a young lady. Perhaps you would consider another? If that is the case, then I shall forgo it," he said, a hint of regret in his voice as he thanked the proprietor and turned to leave. The innkeeper found the young man reminiscent of Miss Shen from earlier, yet he could not place him. As the gentleman departed, the innkeeper slapped his forehead in realization. It was the young master who often accompanied Miss Shen. Having not seen him in quite some time, the changes in his appearance were more pronounced than those of a lady's. He attempted to call out to him, but soon realized the young man had already vanished. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the situation. After finishing her lunch, Shen Sisi felt somewhat overindulgent, her abdomen now distended. She resolved to take a stroll to aid digestion and perhaps explore further. As she descended, she bid farewell to the innkeeper, who informed her, "A gentleman just arrived and requested the room you previously mentioned. I had to decline. However, after he left, I recalled he is the young master who often visits with you." Shen Sisi, intrigued, inquired, "What of him? Where is he now?" The innkeeper shook his head, contemplating. "When I pursued him, he had already disappeared. Yet, if you wish to see him, I shall relay your message whenever he returns." Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Shen Sisi expressed her gratitude before departing. Chapter 67 Miss Yuing softly called to Shen Sisi, who appeared lost in thought. Shen Sisi snapped back to reality, saying, "Let us go." Their afternoon was filled with joy, and even when Yuing suggested returning to the palace, Shen Sisi felt reluctant, desiring to stay at the Marquis's residence for another night and explore the night market. However, she recognized that she could not be capricious. If she did not return, future outings would become increasingly difficult. Upon her return, Shen Sisi learned that Xiao Zhuo was still occupied with affairs in the two-instrument hall. She proceeded directly to seek him out. Arriving at the entrance, she vigorously rubbed her face, internally reminding herself to smile. Gao Chengxi, having heard of the concubine's impending arrival, awaited her at the door. As the sedan came to a stop, he hurriedly approached to assist her, stating, "Your Highness, the Emperor has been waiting for you for quite some time." He noticed that during the afternoon, the Emperor had seemed somewhat distracted, frequently glancing towards the entrance. With a cheerful demeanor, Shen Sisi addressed Gao Chengxi, "This time, I have brought you a gift. I shall have Yuing deliver it to you shortly." Touched by her thoughtfulness, Gao Chengxi's face broke into a wider smile, and he gratefully responded, "This old servant is deeply thankful, Your Highness. It is merely a trifle." "You need not be so courteous," Shen Sisi replied. Although it was just a small token, Gao Chengxi was elated. It was a gift from the esteemed concubine, signifying her fondness for him. Shen Sisi entered alone, finding Xiao Zhuo diligently at work. Noticing he did not acknowledge her presence, she chose not to disturb him. Taking a seat on a stool, swinging her legs and nibbling on the delicacies laid out before her, Xiao Zhuo initially intended to give her the cold shoulder, planning to remain away until the palace was nearly locked for the night. However, upon her arrival, she quietly sat there enjoying her snacks, not even glancing his way. He pretended to cough lightly, hoping to draw her attention. Shen Sisi, complying, turned to him and feigned concern, asking, "Your Majesty, have you caught a chill? Should I summon the physician?" "I am fine," Xiao Zhuo replied. "Perhaps you should have a look, Your Majesty. If you truly are unwell, it would be my fault,"
Shen Sisi insisted.
Noticing her knowing smile, Xiao Zhuo realized she had already seen through his act. Unperturbed, he asked, "Did you enjoy your day?" Shen Sisi approached him, extending a finger and sweetly proclaiming, "Only a smidgen of happiness," her eyes sparkling as if awaiting his inquiry into the cause of her discontent. Grasping her hand, he gently pulled her onto his lap, softly asking, "Why just a smidgen of happiness?" Shen Sisi wrapped her arms around his neck, relishing the embrace, and settled into a comfortable position before explaining, "The little bit of happiness stems from being able to venture outside the palace. The remaining unhappiness is, of course, due to your absence. It is simply impossible to fully enjoy myself without you by my side." Xiao Zhuo recalled the report from the shadow guards, indicating that she had thoroughly enjoyed herself and was reluctant to leave upon her return. Noticing he seemed lost in thought, she playfully punched him on the arm. What is that expression? Do you not believe me? Humph. I was even thinking of bringing you a gift while I was out. The notion of buying gifts had originated from Yu Ying and the others, who felt that Bai Qiu Han and Chun had missed out on this outing. Shen Sisi then thought to bring back a gift for Xiao Zhuo, indicating she had not forgotten him amidst her fun. If he was pleased, future outings would surely become easier for her. Thus, she selected a gift for Xiao Zhuo and, upon seeing other delightful items, decided to procure them for all her acquaintances. Xiao Zhuo sighed, quickly clarifying, I was simply overjoyed that you thought of me while having fun outside. She blinked her eyes, eagerly gazing at him, awaiting further praise. Aware of her seeking validation, he purposefully withheld a response. All right, if you won't respond, I'll take matters into my own hands. Pouting, she queried. Do you not have anything else to say? Xiao Zhuo replied, What else should I say? Shen Sisi pressed. Are you not happy about the gift I brought you? Do you not like me? He affirmed. Then this means I am happy, and you are happy as well, which grants you double the joy. I have something to ask. Will you agree? As she spoke of her delight, her entire being swayed with enthusiasm. Xiao Zhuo's arms encircled her waist, providing her with a sense of security. What is it? He inquired. Shen Sisi pouted. You dare ask what it is? Should you not simply agree? Do you no longer like me? Xiao Zhuo sighed, pondering how this had once again been linked to feelings of affection. What is it that you must always disclose to me first? How many past offenses have you committed, Shen Sisi quickly interjected, Ning Ning is back. And I wish to go greet her. With her hands covering her eyes, she hastily uttered this statement, parting her middle fingers to furtively gauge Xiao Zhuo's expression. Xiao Zhuo replied, that is permissible, but... Upon hearing his consent, Shen Sisi promptly lowered her hands, embraced his shoulder, and planted a kiss at the corner of his mouth. Observing her jubilant demeanor, Xiao Zhuo's smile broadened, his gaze filled with affectionate indulgence. However, he added, But you cannot go out again next month. This remark was entirely disregarded by Shen Sisi. She thought to herself that matters pertaining to next month could be addressed when the time came, and thus, she readily agreed. Xiao Zhuo held her soft form closely, relishing the embrace. He cherished these moments with Shen Sisi, knowing that if he didn't hold her long enough, she would soon complain. Today, in light of his agreement and her buoyant mood, he felt it was reasonable to indulge in their embrace a little longer. Oh, right, Shen Sisi suddenly recalled. I was seen today by the daughter of General Zhongwu. Typically, most people would remain tight-lipped upon witnessing such things, but Jiang Xian, whose mind often wandered, was prone to slip-ups. Although her departure from the palace was not a grave issue, those who sought to impeach her would not be deterred by this. She wished to avoid any unnecessary troubles in the future. Xiao Zhuo understood her concerns and nodded. I shall inform Jiang Wenguang. Jiang Wenguang was the father of Jiang Ning and Jiang Xian. He buried his head in her shoulder and, in a husky voice, asked, Shall we stay at the Liangyi Hall tonight? As the hour was already late, Xiao Zhuo knew he would accompany her back to Changning Palace if she were to return. Shen Sisi felt no desire for such back-and-forth travel, as everything she regularly needed was already available in Liangyi Hall. With a languid response, Shen Sisi agreed. Xiao Zhuo carried her toward the rear hall, summoning Gao Changxi to prepare warm water, intent on assisting the little sovereign with her evening routine. Xiao Zhuo had become quite proficient in this process. By the time he emerged with her, Shen Sisi was already drowsy. He gently placed her onto the bed, tucked her in snugly, and then attended to his own ablutions. Once he finished and lay down carefully beside her, Shen Sisi, already fast asleep, instinctively nestled into his embrace. He held her close, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, gazing at her face for quite some time before succumbing to slumber himself. In the middle of the night, Shen Sisi awoke, disturbed by a sharp pain in her abdomen. Realizing she was cradled in Xiao Zhuo's arms, she noticed he was blissfully asleep. The pain intensified, prompting her to slap his face in an attempt to rouse him. Xiao Zhuo felt a stinging sensation on his cheek upon waking, initially assuming Shen Sisi had inadvertently bumped into him. However, noticing her discomfort, he quickly looked down to find beads of sweat on her forehead. He sprang upright, while Shen Sisi was too pained to utter a single word. Swiftly, he rang the bell by the bedside. Tonight, Xiao Deng was on night watch. Although he had been half asleep, the sound of the bell jolted him awake. And he hurriedly entered. Xiao Zhuo commanded, Fetch the imperial physician. Hearing the urgency in the emperor's tone, Xiao Deng dashed out, alarmed by the implication that something had befallen the empress. Once Xiao Deng had departed, Xiao Zhuo tenderly wiped the sweat from Shen Sisi's forehead, using his warm palm to soothe her aching abdomen, whispering reassurances, "It will not hurt, my darling. The physician will arrive shortly." The palace maids of Liangyi Hall had already prepared warm water. Watching her in agony, Xiao Zhuo's heart ached, wishing he could bear the pain in her stead. "Hurry,
Summon the physician."
Thanks to the warmth of his hand on her abdomen, Shen Sisi gradually began to calm. She wondered why the pain had struck suddenly, as her menstrual cycle was still a few days away, though it had never been particularly regular. When the physician arrived, he confirmed that her discomfort was due to an early onset of her menstrual cycle, exacerbated by the consumption of something cold during the day. Once the wave of pain subsided, Shen Sisi felt significantly better and, with the assistance of the maids, changed out of her damp garments. In Chapter 68, "It must be you, Shen Sisi." She lay in bed as Xiao Zhuo entered with a bowl of concocted medicine. Upon seeing the dark, murky liquid, Shen Sisi scrunched her features in distaste and looked up at Xiao Zhuo with a pitiful expression. "I feel much better now. Surely, I need not drink this medicine." Xiao Zhuo set the bowl aside, propping her up while wearing a smile that belied his words. "Once you take it with some candied fruit, it won't taste bitter." Understanding that refusal was not an option, Shen Sisi acquiesced. As Xiao Zhuo began to feed her spoonfuls, she pinched her nose, and he, understanding her intent, brought the bowl to her lips, urging her to drink it all in one go. Once she had finished, he quickly followed it with a candied fruit. Their synchronization was remarkably seamless, as if rehearsed countless times before. The bitter taste dissipated, and Shen Sisi felt rejuvenated. Xiao Zhuo tucked the blanket around her and lay down beside her, wrapping her in his arms with his hand resting upon her abdomen to keep her warm. When Shen Sisi awoke the next morning, Xiao Zhuo had already left for court. Bai Qiu entered. "At what hour is it?"
Shen Sisi inquired.
"It is now the hour of C. Would you like to rise, your highness?" Cocooned in her blanket, she responded, "I wish to sleep a while longer." Upon hearing this, Bai Qiu quietly exited. Having not seen Shen Sisi during her morning audience with the Empress, she understood that Shen Sisi had spent the night in Liangyi Hall, where a physician had been summoned, and she had yet to return to Changning Palace. After paying her respects to the Empress, Shen Sisi did not return to Lanqing Courtyard, but went directly to Liangyi Hall to visit Shen Sisi. The reason for her sudden visit was clouded in her own ambiguous thoughts. He Xiang remarked, "My lady, even the Empress cannot overnight in Liangyi Hall. The noble consort must be quite favored." "Silence," Shen Sisi retorted. Xiao Deng bowed to Shen Sisi. "Greetings, my lady. What does the noble consort say?" she asked Xiao Deng. "The lady requests to see you. Please follow me." Xiao Deng guided Shen Sisi to where Shen Sisi was, and upon her arrival, she found Shen Sisi dining, surrounded by delicious dishes as if she were in her own palace, with numerous servants attending to her. Even Gao Changxi and Xiao Deng, who were usually by the emperor's side, treated her with a distinct regard. Meanwhile, she was allocated her own portions at meals, and if she wished for something better, she had to spend her own money at the imperial kitchen. The warm dishes she received daily were prepared out of consideration for her being Shen Sisi's cousin. Why was this the case? The disparity was maddeningly envious despite both being surnamed Shen. Noticing the lingering resentment on Shen Sisi's face, Shen Sisi remained indifferent. She had always been someone easily swayed by the opinions of others. Taking a spoonful of soup, she motioned for Shen Sisi to sit. "Have you come to see me for a reason?" After sitting down, Shen Sisi replied earnestly, "I noticed you were absent during the morning audience, and I heard that a physician was summoned last night, so I thought I would come and check on you." "Oh, you have seen me now. Rest assured. I am quite well," Shen Sisi replied, her tone suggesting she wished to dismiss her. Sensing the implication that she was being shooed away, Shen Sisi thought of her purpose for coming and hesitated to leave. Just as she settled into her seat, the urgency to depart seemed to stem from a fear of being seen by the emperor. This thought only solidified her resolve to stay. She had yet to express her gratitude for the last incident. "Thank you for speaking on my behalf last time." Had Shen Sisi been aware of her true thoughts, she would have scolded her for being foolish. With a bemused smile, Shen Sisi remarked, "So many days have passed, and only now do you remember to thank me?" Immediately, Shen Sisi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, leaving her at a loss for words. Noticing her struggle, Shen Sisi inwardly scoffed, returning to her breakfast as if nothing had happened. In an atmosphere of silence, where one feasted and the other remained reticent, Xiao Zhuo arrived after the morning court. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Shen Sisi followed the crowd in greeting, while Shen Sisi remained composed in her seat. Xiao Zhuo acknowledged with a soft grunt, approaching Shen Sisi, without sparing a glance at Shen Sisi, and gently inquired, "Have you taken your morning medicine?" She had not. Shen Sisi was disinclined to speak. Not perturbed by her silence, Xiao Zhuo turned to Bai Qiu, asking, "Has the Empress taken her morning medicine?" Bai Qiu glanced at Shen Sisi before softly responding. "The Empress had her breakfast upon waking, but has yet to take her medicine." Xiao Zhuo nodded. "Very well. Ensure the medicine is warmed. I shall watch the concubine take it." Shen Sisi, reluctant to consume the medicine, asserted, "I no longer feel discomfort. I believe it unnecessary." Unmoved by her protest, Xiao Zhuo firmly rejected her claim, commanding, "Hurry along." Observing the emperor's gaze upon the table, Xiao Deng, now quite perceptive, interjected, "The empress had a bowl of lentil porridge as per the physician's prescribed diet. All these light dishes are in accordance with the dietary recommendations." "Indeed?" Gao Changshi inquired. "Your Majesty, would you care to join the empress in her meal?" Shen Sisi retorted, "Gao Gonggong, please prepare another set of chopsticks. The food is so unpalatable that it necessitates enough consumption under scrutiny. This will surely slow her down. Xiao Zhuo must experience this as well." Gao Changshi set the utensils accordingly and quietly stood by, while Shen Sisi transferred the dishes she deemed most unappetizing into his bowl. Observing the unappealing food, Xiao Zhuo recognized it as Shen Sisi's least favorite. Should he refuse to eat it today, the young lady might cause a scene later. Only after he finished the food she had placed in his bowl did Shen Sisi emit a soft hum of satisfaction. Xiao Zhuo seized her hand, which was discreetly placed under the table. Shen Rushue had only heard tales of the emperor's affection for the concubine, dismissing them with envy, sometimes comforting herself with the thought that Shen Sisi displayed an air of arrogance before them, yet she remained oblivious to the depths of her flattery before the emperor. Witnessing their intimate interaction, she realized that Shen Sisi, too, was indulged and cherished in the emperor's presence, with the surrounding palace attendants appearing unperturbed, as if such displays were commonplace. The scene evoked memories of her uncle's attempts to appease his wife, and she found the display somewhat glaring. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "The empress remains as fortunate as ever. Even in illness, she is coddled with medicine." Hearing her voice, Xiao Zhuo's attention was drawn back to her presence, and he frowned at her words, questioning how illness could be construed as fortune. Just as he was about to reprimand her, he recognized her as Shen Sisi's cousin and restrained himself. He felt a surge of annoyance at her presence, pondering why Shen Sisi had brought her here, a thought he dared not explore further. Schwemmingjer had mentioned that his wife disliked the idea of his mother arranging for other women to bear children. Caught between his wife and mother, a predicament faced by many men throughout history. To his mind, Schwemmingjer's excessive indulgence of his wife had led to this predicament. Unlike him, who maintained a delicate balance, despite Shen Sisi's occasional jealousy, he managed to keep her in check. He was confident in her affection for him, yet he questioned why she had allowed Shen Rushue into the palace. Was it an indication of her waning feelings for him? No, that couldn't be the case. Perhaps it was a result of her displeasure over his decision regarding the selection process, or was it due to Shen Hongbao's coercion? Shen Sisi's affection for him must stem from another reason. Was it her resentment over his initial choice not to cancel the selection, or was there some other motive? Had Shen Hongbao forced her hand? Shen Sisi coldly regarded her cousin. "Do you have business here?" Shen Rushue, taken aback, replied, "Ah, what do you mean? Did I say something wrong?" Shen Sisi retorted, "If you have no business, kindly take your leave. Your presence is an eyesore." Shen Rushue felt a wave of indignation wash over her. She had come out of goodwill, only to be dismissed. With tears welling in her eyes, she turned to Xiao Zhuo, who merely regarded her with annoyance, frowning. "Did you not hear what the concubine said?" Upon hearing his words, Shen Rushue nearly succumbed to tears, uttering, "I take my leave," before exiting. Once outside, she could no longer contain her tears. "Xiao Zhu, the concubine is indeed lacking in decorum. She has no regard for your goodwill," she lamented, though refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud. Shen Rushue wiped her tears, declaring, "Let us go. This is far too humiliating. I shall not show my face before Shen Sisi again for some time." After Shen Rugju departed, Shen Sisi was equally disinclined to remain in Xiao Zhuo's presence, fabricating an excuse to visit Changning Palace. Xiao Zhuo, burdened with affairs to attend to, could not accompany her, and seeing her determination to leave, relented. "I shall visit you tonight. The midday medicine will be sent over shortly. I will ensure you take it. Should you dare to discard it, I shall reconsider your exit from the palace in due course." That wretched woman. Shen Sisi gritted her teeth, replying, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall consume the medicine and restore my health, so you need not fret." Aware of the harsh words she likely directed at herself in her mind, Xiao Zhuo affectionately ruffled her hair. "Good girl, be obedient. Shen Sisi removed his hand, glaring at him. Are you treating me like a pet? And promptly turned to leave. It was only after her figure vanished that Xiao Zhuo commanded, summon the Minister of Revenue. As Shen Sisi walked along the path, Bai Qiu speculated on the earlier scene with Ruxue, questioning whether she would harbor resentment toward the Empress. Without hesitation, Shen Sisi responded with a light laugh. When has she not held a grudge against me? I suspect she will avoid me for the foreseeable future. She has revealed her true nature long ago. In Changning Palace, Han Chun had been investigating matters entrusted to her by Shen Sisi. Having entered the palace at a tender age, she recognized many palace maids and eunuchs. Your Highness, the individual you mentioned, Chao Do-ing, has indeed undergone a significant change. Ever since she suffered a head injury, she has been speaking in a manner that is often incomprehensible, and her tastes and habits have shifted considerably. She even forgets where she placed certain items and struggles to recall previous conversations, Han Chun reported. The palace maid beside her pondered whether she had suffered a mental decline. Furthermore, her relationship with the Xian Fei has grown remarkably close. Shen Sisi nodded, acknowledging the information. On the second day of the selection process, she had observed Chao Yu, who had appeared timid and lacking confidence, entirely unlike the person she had known in her past life. However, after the incident, Shen Sisi sensed a transformation in her demeanor. She radiated a newfound boldness, reminiscent of the Chao Yu from her previous life. Having suffered a head injury, she likely shares memories of her past life. Yet her preferences and habits have diverged.
How could that be? Shen Sisi said.
Upon her return, her tastes and habits remained unchanged, so how could Chao Yu's differ? Could it be that she was not Chao Yu before, but merely returned to the present after her death, while this new individual inhabits Chao Yu's body? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, how could one explain the shifts in living habits? Perhaps she had been engrossed in trying to please Qin Qian, and by that time, she had already perished, leaving Qin Qian to rise to prominence while she busied herself with flattery. Shen Sisi had already dispatched individuals to monitor the docks, anticipating Jiang Ning's return today, knowing they would arrive via the waterway, rendering their journey considerably shorter. She ventured out of the palace today specifically to greet her. Originally, Xiao Zhuo intended to accompany her as well. In recent days, he had been diligently attending to state affairs with the hope of being by her side on this occasion. However, Shen Sisi disagreed, insisting that their sisterly gathering should not include Xiao Zhuo. Ultimately, they reached a compromise. Xiao Zhuo would follow Shen Sisi out of the palace, while she would head to the docks to receive Jiang Ning, albeit with an increased retinue of guards. After accompanying her, Xiao Zhuo intended to find some tasks to occupy himself. Unexpectedly, just before their departure, an urgent edict required Xiao Zhuo's attention, preventing him from joining her. Thus, Shen Sisi set out alone, her entourage now doubled in size, not counting the hidden guards surrounding her. Although Xiao Zhuo contemplated sending even more guards, he reconsidered upon observing Shen Sisi's increasingly somber expression, deciding instead to discreetly position additional watchful eyes in the vicinity. As Shen Sisi sat in the carriage, she listened to the distant voice of Bai Qiu, announcing, "Madam, the Jiang family ship has arrived, Mrs. Back." Pulling aside the curtain, she disembarked with the assistance of Yuing. From afar, she saw a vague silhouette approaching, slowly making her way toward Jiang Ning. As Jiang Ning stepped off the ship and spotted the figure approaching, she thought it impossible that it could be Shen Sisi. That delicate girl would surely find it difficult to leave the palace. Yet, her companion, Ji Shu, tugged at her sleeve, exclaiming, "Miss, is that Miss Shen?" Hearing this, Jiang Ning realized she had not been mistaken, and as Shen Sisi drew nearer, clarity replaced her initial doubt. She lifted her skirts and ran toward Shen Sisi, who stood with open arms, welcoming her back with a tight embrace. In that moment, all prior conflicts and coldness dissipated like mist. Upon releasing Shen Sisi, Jiang Ning observed her dusty appearance and remarked, "Jiang Xiaoning, how dare you approach me in such a filthy state without even changing clothes? Do you not realize I only have 2 sets of this delicate silk left?" Jiang Ning retorted, "After traveling such a long distance, this is how you treat me, huh? It's still you, Shen Xiaoxi, with your usual antics." Chapter 69. Companionship. Shen Sisi scoffed lightly, "Am I wrong? Just look at your current disheveled state." As she spoke, she linked her arm with Jiang Ning's, saying, "Come, I have prepared a gift for you that you are sure to love." Some people should refrain from boasting. I am not easily pleased. With a proud expression, Shen Sisi assured her, "Fear not. This time it is something that will surely touch your heart." Jiang Ning countered, "Humph, I also have a gift for you. Turn around." Upon hearing this, Shen Sisi turned to look behind her, revealing a youth clad in a moon-white brocade robe, appearing strikingly handsome and seemingly no older than 16 or 17. As he gazed at them, he wore a shy smile. Shen Sisi's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at the youth, exclaiming, "This is your gift to me?" She had not anticipated that Changning would boldly present her with a half-grown lad. While she had indeed found such youthful and handsome boys appealing in the past, the context had now shifted. Changning, seeing the thoughts racing through Shen Sisi's mind, playfully smacked her on the head. "Your imagination is rather fanciful. The real gift is behind him." Though she had considered presenting the boy, she dared not do so. After all, would their sovereign not be reluctant to harm Shen Sisi? But she was left feeling a twinge of disappointment. "I should have known better than to expect anything from you," Changning said, pulling her along toward the carriage. "Let us go. We can discuss this further without embarrassing ourselves here." Shen Sisi, feigning indignation, replied, "Jiang Xiaoning, are you upset that I just lost you?" Changning indeed harbored such thoughts, but she could not admit it. Anticipating Shen Sisi's next words, she quickly retorted, "You cannot deny it. You were clearly upset." Changning raised her hands in surrender. "All right, I admit it. I was thinking that way. I apologize." Seeing Changning evade her, Shen Sisi huffed, "You wretched girl." The two playfully bickered throughout their carriage ride until they finally arrived at a halt. Changning pulled back the curtain and discovered they had stopped in front of an unfamiliar estate. Shen Sisi, assisted by Yu Ying, alighted from the carriage and called out to Changning, "Hurry down." Gazing at the grand residence, Changning began to piece together the nature of Shen Sisi's gift. As they explored the courtyard, Shen Sisi eventually paused, turning to lead Changning into the main hall. They settled down with tea served by the attendants, while Changning remained unusually silent throughout. Setting her cup down, Shen Sisi propped her chin on her hand and looked at Changning. "Do not become too emotional now. If I do not like the gift you bring, humph." Changning had just begun to feel touched by the sentiment, but upon witnessing Shen Sisi's teasing demeanor, all her feelings dissipated. Instead, she stepped forward and embraced Shen Sisi tightly, whispering, "Thank you." Shen Sisi reciprocated, holding her close. "I will always be here for you." Despite their playful jabs upon reuniting, Shen Sisi had noticed Jiangning's troubled demeanor, suspecting that something had transpired with Zhongqi, especially since no one had come to greet Jiangning upon her return to the Jiang family. Fortunately, she had come today, and her heart ached for her friend. As they conversed, Ji Shu and the others arrived with their luggage, the young lad from earlier following closely behind. Upon noticing their gaze, he immediately flushed with embarrassment. Shen Sisi raised an eyebrow at Jiangning, silently inquiring where she had found such a treasure, scrutinizing her as if to say, "So this is your type now." Jiangning shot her a glare, signaling her to stop speculating, and quickly explained, "I encountered him in Chuanzhou. He had been robbed and could not recall where he belonged. He insisted on following us, so I took him along." Shen Sisi responded with a drawn-out, "Oh," accompanied by a knowing look that made Jiangning turn away. Eager to avoid further scrutiny, "You should go tidy up your things," she suggested. Shen Sisi added, "Jiang Xiaoning, are you not going to introduce this young gentleman to us?" Fang Zhirui stepped forward and bowed to Shen Sisi, saying, "My name is Fang Zhirui. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Shen. I have often heard Ning Ning speak of you on our journey." Shen Sisi nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello, I am Shen Sisi." Before departing, Fang Zhirui cast a discreet glance toward Jiangning, which did not escape Shen Sisi's notice. Once they were alone, Shen Sisi pressed, "Now, tell me what is going on. If I cannot discern the subtle dynamics between you two, all my years of reading would have been in vain." Realizing she could not hide anything from Shen Sisi, Jiangning confessed, "He is young and handsome, and I have taken a liking to him." Shen Sisi clicked her tongue. Impressed. "Well done, Jiang Xiaoning." Seeing her friend so joyful, Jiangning pondered how to express her feelings, muttering, "I only recently came to this realization. Why should Zhongqi be allowed to have multiple wives and indulge in affairs while I must remain chaste? It is utterly unjust."
Shen Sisi responded,
"What has Zhongqi done to mistreat you? I recall warning him previously to treat you well, otherwise, he would not escape my wrath. It seems he has taken my words lightly. In recent days, I have felt myself gradually losing my identity within the confines of Guanglin. Each day seems to revolve around Zhongqi, and upon his departure, I find myself adrift, uncertain of what to do, surrounded by neither family nor friends. I initially thought this solitary existence was rather pleasant. However, as time passed, his increasing busyness and mounting responsibilities left him more absent than ever. I even tolerated his frequent return reeking of alcohol, until one day, he brought home a pregnant woman. The look of remorse in his eyes pierced through me deeply, leaving me in a state of confusion. It was only upon receiving the letters you sent that I began to recall the essence of my former self, gradually awakening to the discontent I harbored towards my current state. I broached the subject of separation with Zhong Qi, but he did not acquiesce. Thus, I chose to leave on my own accord. During that period, I often reflected on the absurdity of my situation, abandoning my home and severing ties with friends for the sake of a man, all while enduring self-inflicted torment. Encountering Feng Jirui on the road was unexpected throughout these past 2 months spent in his company. I have experienced a joy I had not known during my time with Zhong Qi. I have slowly begun to release the burdens of my past, to the point where I can now discuss these matters with you in a calm demeanor. Shen Sisi held Jiang Ning's hand tightly, declaring, "No matter what transpires, I shall always stand by your side. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to confide in me." Jiang Ning responded with a gentle affirmation. Shen Sisi continued, "It is good that you have come to terms with this. If you tire of this current situation, I shall find someone better for you. By the way, there is something you may not be aware of. Zhong Qi is also to be reassigned back here this month. Once he returns, you must proceed with the divorce." Jiang Ning laughed heartily at Shen Sisi, saying, "Very well, I shall present him with the divorce papers upon his return." Shen Sisi then recounted the events of the past few years to Jiang Ning. As their conversation continued, it soon became time for Shen Sisi to return to the palace. Jiang Ning remarked, "I say, you have been away from the palace these past few days and have not returned to the Marquis' residence. Aren't you concerned that Aunt Xian will scold you for being unfilial?" Shen Sisi replied, "You do not understand. If I were to return frequently, I would face constant reprimands. However, if I space out my visits, I remain my mother's cherished darling." She said this with a proud expression. Chapter 70. A Subtle Thought. Jiang Ning replied, Indeed, you are the most formidable." Before Shen Sisi departed, she cast a worried glance at Jiang Ning, asking, "Can you manage on your own here? If any issues arise that you cannot resolve, just send word to me." She was concerned that Zhong Qi's mother might come looking for trouble. Jiang Ning recalled the times she had compromised herself in front of his mother and felt increasingly that her past self was unworthy. She smiled softly, "Do not worry. My previous respect for her stemmed from her being Zhong Qi's mother and my desire not to cause him distress. Now that I have resolved to pursue a divorce, I shall not endure any further." Hearing this, Shen Sisi felt reassured, knowing that with Jiang Ning's temperament, she would not be easily trifled with, even if Zhong Furen were to confront her. Upon returning to the palace, Shen Sisi went directly to Changning Palace, where she found Xiao Zhuo already seated. Yu Ying and the others quickly paid their respects, and he dismissed them with a nod. Shen Sisi sat across from Xiao Zhuo, inquiring, "What brings you here? Have you resolved all your matters?" Xiao Zhuo's expression was inscrutable, his tone ambiguous, revealing a fondness for youthful and handsome lads. Shen Sisi, having just grasped the situation, recognized his tone as indicative of his awareness regarding the previous incident at the docks. After all, he had sent numerous people to follow her, even in his absence. Her every action was under his watchful eye. Suppressing her rising impatience, she smiled and said, "Who does not admire a youthful and handsome lad? Yet I am different. I have eyes only for you." As she spoke, her gaze softened, earnestly locking onto Xiao Zhuo's. Xiao Zhuo, taken aback by her bold declaration and the intensity of her gaze, found himself momentarily at a loss. Though he had known of Sisi's affections, he had not anticipated her forthrightness today. He stifled his delight, feigning calmness as he replied, "Yes, I know." Shen Sisi playfully tapped his sleeve, teasing, "Your ears have turned red. This is the first time I have seen such a brazen version of you blush." As she leaned closer to inspect, Xiao Zhuo instinctively recoiled. Shen Sisi, unwilling to let this rare moment slip away, pursued him, and ultimately, he found himself ensnared in her embrace. After their playful tussle, Xiao Zhuo completely forgot his initial intention of confronting her about her interest in someone else. It seemed unnecessary to question her now that she had professed her affection solely for him, especially considering his own exceptional looks and abilities. Gao Chengxi observed the once furious emperor exiting with a beaming expression, realizing that it must be due to the favor of the imperial concubine. Bai Qiu remarked, "Your Highness, concubine Qiao has specifically come to thank you for your support in the kitchen the other day." Shen Sisi set her book down, instructing, "Bring her in." She had deliberately put the imperial kitchen in a difficult position, waiting there to rescue her. Reflecting on her previous misfortunes with Qiao Yu, she felt a sense of vindication. After the palace attendants served tea and retreated in an orderly fashion, she cautiously raised her gaze to scan her surroundings. Upon entering, she was greeted by a refreshing fragrance, emanating from an exquisite incense burner shaped like a lion, filled with what seemed to be high-quality agarwood from the western regions, its value comparable to gold. As she stepped further in, she noticed a lavish screen made of precious rosewood, adorned with landscapes crafted by renowned artisans, priceless in the market. Behind the screen, beside the imperial couch, lay a grand Persian carpet, intricately patterned and soft to the touch, with a pair of golden silk embroidered slippers casually placed nearby. The owner of the slippers reclined languidly on the couch, engrossed in a book. A table nearby was laden with an assortment of delicacies, from exquisite pastries to various fruits. She thought to herself, this treacherous concubine is indeed the greatest rival of the heroine, with treasures scattered throughout Changning Palace, far surpassing even those found in the Empress Changning Palace, let alone in the heroine Fuan Palace. Were she in the heroine's position, she would harbor deep resentment. Lying on the imperial couch, Shen Sisi feigned fatigue, yawning nonchalantly. Even yawning, a beauty exudes elegance. As she observed Shen Sisi's beauty, she glanced down at her own modestly appealing form, a pang of jealousy surfacing within her. Why was she not in the body of this esteemed concubine Shen? Xiao Yu gazed at Shen Sisi in a daze until her companion, Rui, nudged her sleeve, jolting her back to reality. She promptly knelt, greeting Shen Sisi. I pay my respects to your highness. Lost in admiration, Shen Sisi only acknowledged her with a passing glance. Chao Darin has arrived. Rise. Thank you, your highness. Shen Sisi did not offer her a seat, leaving her to stand with bowed head. Seeing that Shen Sisi did not speak further after bidding her to rise, Chao Yu took the initiative, saying, to express my gratitude for your highness's assistance the other day, I have come today to thank you personally. Turning to Rui, she signaled her to present the gift box. Rui carefully brought it forth, and Yuing accepted it. Your highness, this exquisite jade pendant, made from high-quality sheep fat jade, was given to my mother by a wandering merchant whom she saved in her youth as a token of gratitude. It is said that this jade has health benefits and can enhance one's vitality, prolonging life when worn regularly. In appreciation, I present it to you. Yu Ying placed the box before Shen Sisi, who picked it up and examined it, letting out a light laugh as she remarked, You are indeed thoughtful. Indeed. It is this piece. She holds a substantial piece of mutton fat jade in her hand, albeit it has been repurposed by her mother as a pillow cushion. In her previous life, Chao Yu found this jade to be perfectly suited to her tastes. Mutton fat jade is known for its warming properties that nourish the body. And for someone with a cold constitution like her, wearing it had its benefits. Consequently, she had it fashioned into a bracelet to wear daily, not anticipating that it would nearly cost her life later on. A harmless smile graced Chao Yu's face as she mused that such exquisite jade was fit only for someone as noble as the Empress, making it a waste to be adorned by herself. Thus, she considered it a service to the Empress for finding a worthy home for the jade. Once the jade was secured, Shen Sisi showed little interest in her any longer and dismissed her. Chao Yu, momentarily taken aback, observed that Yu Ying gestured for her to exit. Consequently, she was led outside the hall in a state of confusion. It wasn't until they had distanced themselves from Changning Palace that Rui remarked, Your Highness, this Changning Palace seems excessively lavish. Even the palace maids attending the noble consort are dressed in remarkable finery. I have noted that the senior maidservants by the consort side wear cloud-patterned brocade, which even our young master cannot afford. One can only imagine the extent of the consort's favor. Chao Yu remained incensed at the capricious Shun Guifei, who, true to the narratives, had shown her temper by accepting gifts yet casting her out. However, she inwardly chuckled, thinking it would be best if she wore it daily. After the two departed, the palace attendants hurriedly cleaned the areas they had touched. Shen Sisi inquired, What do you think of that, Chao Yu? Hearing her mistress's question, Yu Ying reflected on her earlier observations. The demeanor exhibited by Chao Yu was far from that of a well-bred stewardess. She displayed a lack of decorum, wandering about the palace with unrestrained curiosity and her emotions plainly etched on her face, harboring resentment towards the Empress that she did not attempt to disguise. Such a foolish individual, Yu Ying pondered, and wondered why the Empress had any desire to meet her. Noticing Yu Ying's silence, Shen Sisi continued, She may appear simple-minded, yet there is a certain wisdom in her folly. Shen Sisi then handed the jade pendant to Yu Ying, saying, Examine this piece closely. Yu Ying accepted it, puzzled by its significance, for it seemed like an ordinary piece of mutton fat jade. Shen Sisi, perceiving her confusion, urged, Take a closer look. Chapter 71, A Clash. When Yu Ying still failed to grasp its importance, Shen Sisi directly informed her, This is corpse jade. Yu Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, Corpse jade is a rare type of jade, often indistinguishable from mutton fat jade in color and hardness, making it difficult for those unfamiliar to discern the difference. While long-term wear of mutton fat jade is beneficial, prolonged exposure to corpse jade invites cold evils into the body, which poses a grave danger to someone like the Empress, whose constitution is already chilly. The intentions behind Xiao Yu's actions were undeniably sinister. Having grasped the implications, Ying contemplated whether to inform His Majesty of Xiao Yu's treachery. Yet she quickly reminded herself that she was now in the employ of the Empress. Shen Sisi did not feel the need to caution her further, trusting in Ying's intelligence. Instead, she instructed, have someone fashion this jade into a bracelet. I intend to present them with a grand gift. Also, take that piece of mutton fat jade from my treasury and have it made into a pendant. Upon hearing the command, Ying promptly set off to fulfill it. Jiling reported to the Emperor, Your Majesty, I have discovered that the North Ding Marquis is in communication with those on that side. But our men cannot enter his study, hence we are unable to see the contents within. Xiao Zhuo replied, That old fox, Shen Hongba, has instructed our men to tread lightly. Jiling asserted, I am willing to venture alone to retrieve the correspondence. Xiao Zhuo patted his shoulder. I visited the North Ding Marquis' residence with a noble consort recently. That old fox has guards surrounding his study, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone, even you, to return unnoticed. I am aware of the matter concerning the letters. Leave now, he commanded. Once Jiling departed, Gao Changxi entered promptly. Xiao Zhuo, without lifting his gaze from the documents on the table, ordered, summon the Minister of Revenue. Xiao Zhuo instructed, Meng Aiqing review this. I want this person reassigned to that position. As Minister of Rights Meng Xian entered, he heard the Emperor address him and quickly approached the table to inspect the documents. Zhong Qi, this individual was the top scholar of the last examination and was supposed to enter the Hanlin Academy. But he applied to be reassigned to a location he has since forgotten, only recalling it was an impoverished county, and it seems his term has not yet concluded. Does your Majesty wish to recall him? He remembered that Zhong Qi was the legitimate son of Zhong Taihe, the Grand Master of the Imperial Academy. After scrutinizing the documents further, he considered the individual's capabilities, realizing why the Emperor had taken notice of him. Minister Meng bowed. Your Majesty, I believe that this person has transformed the impoverished Guanglin County into its current state in just 3 short years, demonstrating considerable ability. I suggest placing him in the Ministry of Works. Xiao Zhuo regarded him and remarked, I had thought you would recommend him for the Ministry of Rights. Minister Meng replied, This young man indeed possesses talent. However, he should undergo further training. Though his abilities are commendable, he is still young. Logically, even upon completing his term, he would not qualify for a position in the 6 ministries. Yet, given your Majesty's favor and his proven competence in water management, he could first serve in the Ministry of Works, thereby avoiding undue attention. I surmise this aligns with your Majesty's current thinking. Xiao Zhuo indeed harbored such intentions and had already made arrangements. Summoning Meng Xian was merely to ensure he would keep an eye on Zhong Qi in the future. Li Fei observed Qin Xian, who had come to pay her respects, and, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, chuckled. It feels as though it has been ages since I last saw the virtuous consort, and you appear rather haggard. Li Fei's words were a trap. If Qin Xian claimed to be thriving, it would only imply she had not reflected on her actions in the past month, thereby insulting the Emperor. To admit it would provide fodder for ridicule. Qin Xian, unfazed, retorted, I believe it is you, Li Fei, who has aged and whose vision has waned. I see no difference in myself compared to before. She then feigned concern, adding, Perhaps you should consult a physician. Li Fei, incensed by the implication of her age, felt her temper flare. Ever since the Empress Dowager's return, Qin Xian had gained an ally, becoming increasingly sharp-tongued and irksome. Shen Sisi arrived later than usual, and upon her entrance, the previously bustling hall fell silent, all eyes turning to her. As she looked across the room, she noted that Qin Xian was also present. She was well aware of what these onlookers sought to witness. Below, Qiao Yu chuckled inwardly at the jade pendant adorning Shen Sisi's waist, recognizing that the resemblance to mutton fat jade was such that few would discern the truth. This was made possible by her familiarity with the narrative revealing that Qiao Yu possessed something of significance. Qin Xian, too, noticed the jade pendant, well aware of Qiao Yu's previous association with her, and among the few who knew of Shen Sisi's cold constitution, she surmised that wearing it would not bode well for her. Shen Sisi had deliberately donned it to draw their attention. Some of the concubines, disappointed by the lack of spectacle between the noble consort and the virtuous consort, felt a pang of regret. While the newly arrived concubines lamented that despite being in the palace for over a month, they had yet to glimpse the emperor. They considered seeking the queen's assistance. But she too was powerless. All she could do was suggest they devise their own strategies for gaining favor, yet within the inner court, the emperor only had eyes for the noble consort, prompting them to harbor resentment towards Shen Sisi. Li Ji remarked, "Your Highness, that jade pendant looks exquisite. When did you acquire it? Might I take a closer look?" Shen Sisi had previously conspired with Li Xian to ensure this moment would unfold. Hearing Li Xian's words, Shen Sisi lifted the pendant and handed it to Bai Qiu, instructing her to present it to Li Xian. The members of the clan are well aware of the close relationship between the imperial concubine and Li Jiu. Upon encountering Li Xian, they would utter a remark that could compel the imperial concubine to bestow gifts upon her, which speaks volumes about their standing. If their rapport with the imperial concubine were truly that strong, one would assume their interactions with His Majesty would be considerably more effortless. However, such musings remained confined to their thoughts, for they could hardly endure the temperament of concubine Shen. Li Jiu held the jade pendant delicately in her hands, admiring it with a fondness that seemed to border on possessiveness. Below, Qiao Yu observed as Shen Sisi displayed the jade pendant to others without a hint of concern. For within the confines of the narrative, no one recognized this particular jade. Yet, Qin Xian, seated across from Shen Sisi, was filled with trepidation. She feared that should Shen Sisi speak, she might gift the pendant to someone else, prompting her to scrutinize Shen Sisi closely. Just as it appeared Shen Sisi was about to speak, Qin Xian hurriedly interjected, inquiring about the origin of the imperial concubine's jade pendant, remarking on its rarity. Shen Sisi raised an eyebrow, questioning whether the virtuous consort harbored an interest in the pendant. This mutton-fat jade was hardly a unique piece. If she desired it, Shen Sisi would gladly offer it to her. Observing Shen Sisi's intent to gift the jade, Qiao Yu quickly interjected, stating, "Your Highness, this mutton-fat jade pendant was presented by me as a token of gratitude to the imperial concubine." Qin Xian chimed in, agreeing that it would be inappropriate for her to accept a gift meant for the imperial concubine, suggesting that the pendant should remain with her. Noticing the direct refusal from Qin Xian, Shen Sisi's eyes narrowed in suspicion as she contemplated the implications of reclaiming the pendant. Recognizing the doubt in Shen Sisi's gaze, Qin Xian felt a pang of anxiety, silently cursing Li Xian for being so meddlesome. She added, "Should I desire mutton-fat jade, I will procure it myself, rather than take something so cherished from another." As Shen Sisi appeared poised to respond, Qiao Yu, fearing that Shen Sisi might indeed relinquish the pendant, quickly spoke up again. She suggested, "If the virtuous consort is fond of it, I happen to have a mutton-fat jade bracelet, which I would be delighted to gift to you." Internally, she felt a twinge of regret. The bracelet was indeed genuine mutton-fat jade, and parting with it was difficult. However, she reassured herself that it was for her beloved protagonist, so it was worth the sacrifice. Qin Xian eagerly accepted, expressing her gratitude for the generous offer. Qiao Yu humbly remarked that it was her honor. Previously, Bai Qiu had been perplexed by the reasons behind the imperial consort's maneuvers involving Li Jiu and the arrangement for Yu Ying to retrieve the jade bracelet from the residence of Chao Ren. Now, she understood the intricate web of intentions. However, she was left wondering how the imperial consort had known of Chao Ren's possession of another jade bracelet. Upon returning to Fuan Palace, Qiao Yu delivered the bracelet to Qin Xian, completely oblivious to the switch that had taken place. Qin Xian slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, feeling its coolness and appreciating its beauty, deciding she would have to wear it constantly from that day forth. Observing Qiao Yu's pained expression, she inwardly scoffed at her seeming pettiness, though she maintained a gracious smile. She expressed her appreciation, acknowledging Qiao Yu's prowess in orchestrating the day's events, though her tone carried a hint of apology regarding the bracelet. Listening to Qin Xian's gentle voice, Qiao Yu immediately chastised herself for her earlier thoughts. Realizing how ungrateful she had been towards such a kind-hearted person, she had initially intended to gift the bracelet to the consort, merely advancing the timeline. Qin Xian responded affirmatively, stating that she was indebted to Qiao Yu for her generosity and invited her to accompany Hong Ping to select a treasured item from the palace as a token of gratitude. Hearing this, Qiao Yu felt a renewed sense of shame for her previous musings but still expressed her thanks. The following day, as Qin Xian paid her respects to the Empress, she deliberately wore the bracelet prominently, eager for Shen Sisi to notice it.
Indeed.
Shen Sisi caught sight of the jade pendant she wore. In Changning Palace, despite being busy, Xiao Zhuo made time to share meals with Shen Sisi. Upon noticing the jade pendant adorning her waist, he inquired, "When did you begin wearing jade pendants?" Did you not disdain the one I gifted you as being too antiquated? Shen Sisi recalled the past, her expression tinged with disdain as she replied, the one you gifted was far too large and unattractive. I simply did not like it. Xiao Zhuo, gazing at her with fondness, gently pinched her cheek, his expression filled with affection. The one I previously gifted you was indeed larger and more translucent. Why not have an artisan carve it into a more appealing shape? Shen Sisi brushed his hand away, insisting that if he truly cared, he should have commissioned it properly before presenting it to her. She regarded him with displeasure, feeling he lacked sincerity in his gift-giving. Xiao Zhuo fell silent, initially believing she would appreciate the customization. Upon witnessing her sulky demeanor, he conceded, "All right, I shall ensure it is beautifully crafted before presenting it to you. Will you forgive me?" With a huff, Shen Sisi relented. "Since you have acknowledged your shortcoming, I shall forgive you." Seeing her proud little expression, Xiao Zhuo swept her into his arms and kissed her deeply. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her, leaving Shen Sisi breathless and momentarily infuriated. In retaliation, she bit his cheek playfully and admonished, "Remember, tomorrow is the day we venture outside the palace. Do not forget." Upon entering, Shen Sisi discovered Jiang Ning and Fang Ziru engaged in a game of chess. She teased, "I did not expect you to be living so well. I worried you might run into trouble." Jiang Ning replied, "What trouble could I possibly face? The real nuisance is your presence. This is a game between Ziru and me." Shen Sisi, you play poorly and become addicted easily. Shen Sisi recognized Jiang Ning's lack of affection and felt slighted. Yang Ning, I traveled all the way from the palace to see you, and this is how you greet me? Understanding her irritation, Jiang Ning quickly reassured her, "All right. I won't tease you anymore. Let us go for a stroll. I have had some flowers replanted in the small garden. Come help me check them out." Suddenly suspicious, Jiang Ning remarked, "Shen Sisi, have you done something to betray my trust?" She regarded Shen Sisi with a quizzical expression. "What do you mean?"
Shen Sisi retorted.
"What kind of look is that? You appear as if you suspect me." Jiang Ning countered, "I see you like a fool, unable to conceal your excitement. You're acting all mysterious, but it's just that Zhong Qi has returned." Shen Sisi, realizing Jiang Ning was already aware of her predicament, felt exasperated. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? I've been struggling with this for ages. You did this on purpose, didn't you?" The informant she had sent to keep an eye on things returned with news of Zhong Qi's arrival, along with a woman who seemed quite close to him. Hearing this news infuriated her, and even Xiao Zhuo, who was by her side, bore the brunt of her unfounded ire. She felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Ning, knowing how deeply she had cared for Zhong Qi. She recalled Jiang Ning's previous state and contemplated sending someone to teach Zhong Qi a lesson. But Bai Qiu and the others had intervened, suggesting that since Jiang Ning had returned, she would surely have her own means of addressing the situation. The Empress should grant Miss Jiang some time to handle matters on her own. Shen Sisi is aware that this is a matter between the two of them, yet she feels that Jiang Ning deserves better. Therefore, when she encounters her today, she is uncertain whether Jiang Ning is aware of Zhong Qi's return, and she is delicately apprehensive about inadvertently upsetting her. Observing Jiang Ning's ability to candidly discuss the situation now, she realizes that she has indeed moved on. Yang Ning, I just wanted to see when you would finally bring this up. After uttering this, she reaches out and embraces Shen Sisi tightly, expressing her gratitude. Shen Sisi gently pats her shoulder, saying, "If you do not tell me the entire story, I assure you, our friendship with Jiang Xiaoning will be over." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning embraces her fiercely once more before releasing her and wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Looking at the dazed Shen Sisi, she states, "Come on, let us find a place to sit and talk. Do you wish to stand here all day?" Jiang Ning, during the initial period when I accompanied him to Guanglin, our relationship was quite good. He would buy my favorite pastries from the confectionery after finishing work at the court and hurried back to keep me company. He worried that I might be bored and would take me to explore the local customs on his days off. Although I was aware that Guanglin was not a prosperous place, the reality of standing there was still different. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, I knew he was a man of ideals and aspirations, striving to change the situation in Guanglin. Every day after work, he would seclude himself in his study, engrossed in documents and discussions with his aides, neglecting his own well-being. His presence also obstructed certain individuals' paths. At one banquet, he was schemed against, and it was Zheng Ying who rescued him. The following day, he brought a token of gratitude to the Zheng residents. I only learned of these events 2 months after this incident, by which time his relationship with Zheng Ying had already become quite close. Yet, He treated me as kindly as ever, explaining that he regarded Jingying merely as a sister, and she saw him as a brother. I was oblivious to his true feelings, but from the way Jingying looked at him, I could tell she did not genuinely regard him as a brother. At that time, I said nothing, merely observing as he became increasingly absent from home, spending prolonged nights away, with his bond with Jingying growing ever more intimate. I felt like a mere bystander. I once confronted him, asking if he could limit his interactions with Jingying, as she harbored feelings for him. Could he not see that? He urged me not to overthink it, promising an explanation once he had resolved matters. In truth, Zhang Ying's provocations before me no longer bothered me. I chose to trust him, yet ultimately he betrayed my trust. One afternoon, he returned home with Jingying, announcing his intention to take her as his wife. Upon hearing those words, I felt as though a heavy stone had finally dropped from my heart. I realized my expression must have been terribly grim, unable to muster even a false smile. Upon hearing this, Shen Sisi tightly clasped her hands. Zhang Ning reciprocated the grip, smiling at her and saying, "See, I am perfectly fine now, so do not worry." Chapter 73. Seeing that she was indeed unscathed, Shen Sisi breathed a sigh of relief, her expression haughty as she declared, "I am not concerned about you at all. I came here to witness your humiliation." Zhang Ning. "All right then, if you wish to see me humiliated, then all these delicious treats I had prepared today will be in vain." Shen Sisi. "Jiang Xiaoning, you cannot truly be this petty."
With that,
Shen Sisi reached out as if to tickle her. "Jiang Ning, indeed, I am quite petty," she replied while evading her. Just then, the doorkeeper entered to announce that a certain Lord Zhong was seeking an audience. Shen Sisi grew furious at this news. They had yet to confront him about his misdeeds, and he dared to come to them. However, before she could voice her anger, Zhang Ning calmly said, "Let him in." When Zhong Qi entered, Shen Sisi finally laid eyes on the man who had been the subject of so much discussion yet had eluded her sight until now. Clad in dark garments, the most striking feature was his luminous phoenix-like eyes, full of emotion, standing there with grace. It was no wonder that Jiang Xiaoning had once been so infatuated with him. Reflecting on this, she cast a discreet glance at Jiang Ning, who maintained a neutral expression devoid of any extraneous emotion, appearing decidedly indifferent toward Zhong Qi. Conversely, Zhong Qi's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Ning as he entered. "Zhong Qi, I pay my respects to your highness." Shen Sisi did not immediately instruct him to rise, leaving him in a state of suspended expectation. Zhong Qi dared not voice any complaint. After what seemed an appropriate interval, Shen Sisi finally called for him to get up. "Zhong Qi, thank you, your highness." "Shen Sisi, I have heard that Lord Zhong returned home yesterday evening. Why are you not resting comfortably at home? What brings you here?" Zhong Qi smiled as he inclined his body, saying, "I have come to escort my wife home." As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Jiang Ning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning scoffed, "Is Lord Zhong illiterate? I recall having submitted the divorce decree to you." Zhong Qi's eyes flickered with pain as he softly called out a Ning. "Jiang Ning, you may call me Miss Zhong." "Zhong Qi, a Ning, the divorce decree you entrusted to me has been destroyed. I will not agree to the separation. I apologize. Please do not cause further troubles and return home with me." Jiang Ning found his words laced with mockery. What did he mean by "do not cause further troubles"? To him, her resolute decision to part ways was merely a jest. The coldness in her gaze intensified as she replied, "I can write another divorce decree. Or, do you prefer a letter of dismissal? Furthermore, I hope you convey our separation to the old matriarch Zhong, as we both deserve to lead our own lives henceforth." Understanding that she was serious, Zhong Qi felt disbelief wash over him. He could not fathom that Jiang Ning would truly be so heartless, especially since she had once loved him so deeply. He looked at her and said, "Ning, I can explain my relationship with Jingying. You know the circumstances I faced in Guanglin, where I needed a wealthy merchant to step forward first, and Jingying had previously saved me. The Zheng family was the first to offer support. My heart has always belonged solely to you." After he finished speaking, Jiang Ning's expression remained unchanged as she simply asked, "Are you done? If so, please leave. I will have someone deliver the divorce decree to your residence later." After issuing her dismissal, Zhong Qi hesitated to depart. "Jiang Ning, Ji Shu, see him out." Zhong Qi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Jiang Ning turned her back on him, refusing to meet his gaze. Ji Shu entered and gestured for Zhong Qi to leave. Seeing Jiang Ning's demeanor, Zhong Qi understood she was incensed and thought to return in a few days when her anger had subsided. He considered telling her, "I will come to see you another day. I will inform my mother not to disturb you," but after receiving no response from Jiang Ning, he turned and left with Ji Shu. Chapter 74. Misplaced anger. After Shen Sisi returned to the palace, she headed straight to Changning Palace. Gao Changxi, hearing that the esteemed princess of Changning Palace had returned, hurried to report, knowing that although the emperor was busy, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of her. Upon hearing Gao Changxi's words, Xiao Zhuo merely responded with a nonchalant yet the speed at which he penned his documents increased. Within a quarter of an hour, Gao Changxi heard Xiao Zhuo's deep voice say, "Let us go." He lowered his head. Although the emperor did not specify a destination, he knew that the emperor's intent was to head to Changning Palace. In the Changning Palace, the palace maids and guards, who once felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation in the presence of His Majesty, have grown accustomed to hearing audacious remarks that would have previously shocked them. It seems they have encountered the emperor more frequently than the consorts within the inner palace. When Xiao Zhuo arrived at Changning Palace, he found Shen Sisi lounging on a soft couch, absorbed in her reading. As he approached quietly, he materialized behind her. "Xiao Zhuo, what are you reading?" Shen Sisi was holding a book of tales. Today, she had learned about the events involving Jiangning and Zhongqi in Guanglin, which left her quite irate. However, in Jiangning's presence, she dared not display her emotions, choosing instead to stifle her ire and seek distraction through literature. Now that Xiao Zhuo had arrived, he was fortuitously positioned to become the target of her frustrations. Upon hearing his question, she flung the book towards him. Xiao Zhuo, quick of reflex, caught it deftly, bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. After tossing the book, Shen Sisi leisurely rose and bowed to Xiao Zhuo. Her tone cool and detached. "This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. May I inquire if your majesty has come with pressing matters?" Xiao Zhuo, noting the tone and implications of her words, recognized her anger, though he was uncertain of its cause. Could it be that someone outside the palace had offended the favored consort? Yet, Gao Changxi had mentioned that the consort was in good spirits today, having strolled joyfully through the courtyard with Miss Jiang. With this thought, he shot a cold glance at Gao Changxi, whose corpulent form quivered under the scrutiny. He too was perplexed by the source of the consort's ire. Xiao Zhuo cautiously chose his words and inquired, "Who has upset our Sisi?" Shen Sisi retorted, "Your majesty should refrain from making baseless accusations. This humble servant is not angry." Xiao Zhuo observed her adorable yet irate expression, stepping closer to embrace her waist. Ah, our Sisi, so kind and gentle, could never be angry. The moment she heard his words, her annoyance intensified, perceiving them as mockery, and she forcefully pushed him away. "Your majesty would do well to hold your tongue." Xiao Zhuo replied, "If I cease to speak, will you enlighten me as to who has provoked our consort's anger?" Shen Sisi huffed, "All men are alike, hypocritical, fickle, and indecisive." Xiao Zhuo felt wronged, still in the dark about the unfolding drama. Before he could respond, Shen Sisi continued, "Scoundrel, a term that seemed to condemn both another and inadvertently him." Xiao Zhuo was aware of the situation between Jiangning and Zhongqi, yet he had never anticipated that it would somehow implicate him. How could he trust a man who could not even manage his own household affairs? After her tirade, Shen Sisi glanced at Xiao Zhuo, who remained silent, and a twinge of guilt crept in. Was it unjust to take out her frustrations on him? But then again, she reasoned, she had spoken no falsehoods. All men were of the same ilk. Xiao Zhuo, checking the time, took her hand and asked, "Are you hungry? Shall I summon a meal?" He wished to divert the conversation, knowing all too well that reasoning with an angry Shen Sisi was futile. As she touched her belly, she realized she was indeed a bit hungry. Observing her small gesture and expression, Xiao Zhuo's gaze softened with affection. He instructed Gao Changxi to arrange for dinner. After their meal, while bathing, Shen Sisi realized that Xiao Zhuo had successfully shifted the topic, but now that so much time had passed, bringing it up again would be embarrassing. Thus, she resolved to suppress her anger. When Shen Sisi emerged from her bath, Xiao Zhuo noted her somber expression. Understanding she had come to realize her earlier misdirected ire, he had the attendants dismissed and then embraced her, resting his forehead against hers, whispering gently, still upset, Would you like me to have someone teach Zhongqi a lesson to relieve your grievances?" He had just learned that Zhongqi had visited Jiangning's residence today, and with Shen Sisi's previous words, he understood that she felt wronged by association. With this thought, he mentally noted to address Zhongqi.
Shen Sisi,
Wanting to push him away, found it futile and retorted, "That is their family matter. Why meddle? Jiangning can handle it herself." Xiao Zhuo countered, "Since it has caused our Sisi distress, it concerns me as well. It is no longer merely their private affair, is it?" After making this statement, he playfully nudged her nose. Shen Sisi chuckled at his words. "Enough. Hurry and wash up. I am weary and wish to sleep. Do not disturb my rest later. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Zhuo bent down and swept her into his arms, then let our Sisi sleep. As Xiao Zhuo went to wash, Shen Sisi lay in bed. Wide awake, her thoughts flitting between Jiang Ning and herself, the events involving Jiang Ning fortifying her resolve regarding her own future.
Meanwhile,
Xiao Zhuo pondered the circumstances surrounding the Zhong family. From a male perspective, he felt the situation with Zhong Qi did not warrant such drastic measures as separation. After all, which man did not have multiple wives? It was merely a matter of how Zhong Qi managed the affair. If he had coordinated with his wives before returning home, might not the ensuing troubles have been averted? When Xiao Zhuo finally entered their chamber, he found Shen Sisi already fast asleep. He carefully lay beside her, encircling her in his arms, and gently kissed her forehead. Indeed, it was his Sisi who understood him best. Chapter 75. The toad aspires to eat swan meat. At the Zhong residence, Zhong Qi returned home to find Zheng Ying waiting at the door, her belly prominently swollen. At that moment, he felt no desire to see her. Yet he approached her nonetheless. Zhong Qi, what are you doing standing out here in the cold of night? His expression was frosty, his tone equally frigid, as memories of how he and Ning had come to their current state surged forth, and he could not help but direct some of his ire toward her. Though he knew he could not place all the blame on her, her presence still ignited his frustrations. Originally, he had asked Zheng Ying to remain in Guanglin, knowing it would be inconvenient for her to travel in her condition, yet she insisted on following him. Moreover, his mother was eager to see her grandchild. Zheng Ying, caressing her belly with a tender smile, replied, I napped longer than expected this afternoon, and now cannot sleep. The baby has been quite active. So, I thought I would take a stroll. I heard from the servants that you had yet to return, hoping to catch a glimpse of you. What a coincidence that I arrived just as you came back. Hearing her mention the child, Zhong Qi glanced at her belly, his demeanor softening for a fleeting moment. Despite his aversion towards her, this child was his first, and he felt a sense of anticipation. With this in mind, he softened his tone and draped an arm around her shoulders. Let us go inside. It is getting late. Zheng Ying, noticing his gaze lingering on her belly, beamed with joy as she responded, the baby has settled down now. Perhaps seeing his father has calmed him. She was aware that Zhong Qi had set out today to meet Jiang Ning, and she also understood that Zhong Qi harbored feelings for Jiang Ning. Yet, what did his affections matter? When they were deeply enamored with one another, she had managed to insert herself into their lives. Now that she had become his confidant and was carrying his child, such trivialities hardly weighed on her mind. Stealing a glance at his profile, she felt the stirrings of desire from the very first moment she laid eyes on him. Upon their initial meeting, he had embodied the very essence of a dashing and carefree gentleman, yet he exhibited tenderness and consideration towards the woman by his side. The lady standing next to him wore a smile that was both radiant and enviable, stirring feelings of both admiration and jealousy within her. During an evening gathering, when she witnessed him being schemed against, she exerted herself to rescue him, becoming increasingly reluctant to let go. Having known from a young age that no man was free from temptation, she unabashedly drew closer to him, fully aware that he was already married.
Indeed.
As she gazed down at her burgeoning belly, she realized that she would always be the one standing behind him. At Changning Palace, Bai Qiu remarked, Your Highness, today the Empress Dowager is hosting a banquet, and Miss Jiang will also be in attendance. While preparing Shen Sisi, Bai Qiu continued, Let us depart early, for it has been quite some time since you last met Jiang Ning. Though Shen Sisi suggested an early arrival by the time they reached Changning Palace, the hall was already bustling with guests, and she immediately spotted Jiang Ning. As the attendees noticed Shen Sisi's arrival, they all bowed in greeting. Shen Sisi said, I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager Qin replied, Your Highness need not be formal. After uttering this, she turned to converse with Qin Qian, dismissing Shen Sisi from her thoughts. Shen Sisi settled into her seat, accustomed to the routine. Should the day ever come when the Empress Dowager treated her with warmth and kindness, she would suspect that the Empress was plotting against her. The onlookers perceived the scene and mused that the rumors they had heard were indeed accurate. The Empress Dowager and the favored concubine were truly at odds. Once most of the guests had arrived, the Empress Dowager finally spoke. The purpose of today's banquet is twofold. First, to allow everyone to appreciate the splendid blossoms in full bloom, and second, as I grow older, I find myself fond of lively gatherings. Su Liangyuan immediately chimed in. If your highness enjoys lively company, I would gladly come to chat with you every day. Liang Guerin added, Indeed, if the Empress Dowager delights in merriment, we shall hope not to be a source of annoyance. The Empress Dowager listened to their banter, laughing heartily as she replied, "Very well. I know you are all good children with filial piety." After this, she even turned to Lady Xianping and remarked, "You see, I have always said that most of the people in this palace are good-hearted." Lady Xianping concurred. "Indeed, Your Highness, the ladies are all dutiful, and the Empress Dowager is truly fortunate." The Empress Dowager responded, "Such fortune can be yours as well. Lyre is now of age, and it is time for him to take a wife. Look at all these young and tender girls below. As a mother, you should hasten to find a suitable match. I shall see if I can facilitate a good union." The unmarried young ladies present felt an urge to bury their heads in embarrassment, hoping the Empress Dowager would not direct her gaze towards them. They were all aware that the heir of the Xianping Marquis was nothing but a frivolous young man, who had recently taken a liking to a courtesan and had even gotten her pregnant, much to Lady Xuanping's distress. Although the child had been terminated and the woman barred from entering the manor, who would wish to marry a man who had sullied a woman's honor before marriage? The matrons, however, remained composed, having received word prior that the Empress Dowager's primary reason for hosting this banquet was to find a wife for the heir of the Xianping Marquis. Lady Xianping wore a gentle smile, stating, "Your servant has only Lyre as a child, and my only concern is his marriage. I have already begun to seek suitable candidates, and among them, I believe the most fitting is the legitimate granddaughter of the Minister of Rights, Meng Yingran." Lady Xianping had observed Miss Meng during previous banquets. Although she did not perfectly match her ideal image of a gentle and humble daughter-in-law, she believed that once married, she could gradually cultivate her. Most importantly, Meng Yingran was the minister's most cherished granddaughter, and should Lyre marry her, it would be only natural for her husband to secure a prestigious position. Meng Yingran noticed that although Lady Xianping was engaged in conversation with the Empress Dowager, her eyes frequently darted towards their direction, confirming her suspicions. Sitting beside her, when Qian Xue also noticed Lady Xuanping's glances and whispered to Meng Yingran, "Do you think Lady Xianping is looking at someone? Is she looking at us? It can't be that she looks down upon the Xianping Marquis' estate." Meng Yingran replied, "Indeed, she does look down upon us. A dilapidated marquis relying on the Empress Dowager's favor, coupled with its tarnished reputation, no matter whom she gazes upon, it would be like a toad coveting a swan's flesh." Chapter 76. The Empress Dowager was vaguely aware of her sister-in-law's aspirations when she learned that her nephew had set his sights on the Minister of Right's eldest daughter. Her initial reaction was that her sister-in-law was quite presumptuous. Although she believed her nephew to be obedient and dutiful, she did not harbor such arrogance as to think that the minister would consider him worthy. Later, it was the Xianping Marquis who came to see her, hoping she could assist in finding a suitable match for Lyre. However, he secretly shared the same desire as his wife, wanting her to help secure the minister's daughter. Although Lyre was the emperor's cousin, since the emperor's ascension, he had favored the capable, and someone like Qin Lei was hardly worth a glance.
Meanwhile,
Lady Xianping often felt exasperated as she listened to other matrons boast about their children, while her own son was the subject of ridicule. Though she felt aggrieved, she could find no words to counter their jibes. Her son was merely a bit playful, yet she held some resentment towards the emperor, thinking that since Lyre was his cousin, he should lend support to his family. However, fearing the repercussions from Xiao Zhuo, she could only quietly harbor her grievances. Thus, she focused her attention on his marriage prospects. She had learned that this year's spring examination was intended to be entrusted to the Minister of Rights. Although the minister was known for his impartiality, her son-in-law would be different from outsiders. Once Lyre became his son-in-law, wouldn't it be a minor favor for him to assist? She understood that the Xianping Marquis' estate might not be held in high regard, but she could seek the Empress Dowager's assistance, suggesting that if it were a marriage bestowed by the emperor, it would be even better. Hence, she persuaded the Xianping Marquis to approach the Empress Dowager, who had cherished this brother since childhood. After contemplating the implications, she agreed to this endeavor and specifically organized today's banquet. Meng Yingran had just been chatting with Qian Xue about the Xianping Marquis' misguided aspirations when she turned to see the Empress Dowager seemingly searching for her mother to converse with, while Lady Xianping was continuously agreeing with her. When Qian Xue remarked, "Awing, the Empress Dowager has been speaking with your mother. Could it be that she harbors concerns for you?" It was well known that there was only Meng Yingran eligible for marriage within the minister's household. Before she could finish her thought, Meng Yingran understood the unspoken implications, but felt no worry, for she knew her mother would never approve of Qin Lei. Meng Yingran reassured, "Do not fret, my mother has no interest in Qin Lei. As I grew, she repeatedly impressed upon me the importance of finding someone ambitious and kind, rather than focusing solely on family background." Meanwhile, Jiang Ming was also discussing this matter with Shen Sisi. Jiang Ming noted, It appears the Xianping Marquis' estate has set its sights on the minister's household. Listening to these words, Shen Sisi lifted her gaze to glance at Meng Yingran. She recalled the young lady from the New Year's Eve banquet, where she had found her somewhat dazed and later overheard others praising her beauty, claiming she was far more enchanting than the current first beauty of the capital. At that moment, Shen Sisi had deemed the girl to possess a straightforward and endearing disposition. With a half-smile, Shen Sisi remarked, "The appetite of the Xianping Marquis' residence is indeed quite substantial." Jiang Ning then interjected, "Are they attempting to leverage the Empress Dowager's influence to compel the minister's residence to accept this marriage? Yet, I doubt the minister's residence would acquiesce." Shen Sisi pondered for a moment before responding, given that they dared to propose this, even enlisting the Empress Dowager. They must possess some means to persuade the minister's residence to agree. Suddenly, Shen Sisi recalled that in her previous life, a daughter from the minister's residence had married into the Xianping Marquis' house, only for the minister's family to demand a divorce within 2 years. A highly publicized affair that even she, trapped within the palace, had heard about. Ultimately, when she left, she remained unaware of whether they had successfully divorced. The Xianping Marquis' household had indeed made thorough preparations. In the younger days of Minister Meng, he had received kindness from the late Xianping Marquis, leading to a friendship between them. Their wives, both pregnant at the same time, had even exchanged tokens of kinship. However, after Minister Meng passed the imperial examination and took up an official post, the distance between them widened considerably. With Empress Dowager Qin entering the palace and Qin Qian's mother remarrying, the matter of Meng's wife had faded from discussion. Now, the late Xianping Marquis had long since passed, and the Qin family had ascended to prominence as the imperial family's maternal kin. Minister Meng disdained the current Xianping Marquis' penchant for scholarly pursuits, causing the families to drift even further apart. Now that the Marquis' wife had brought this matter to light, armed with the tokens exchanged back then, they were confident that Minister Meng's upright nature would compel him not to refuse. Shen Sisi grasped Jiang Ning's hand and inquired, setting others aside, "How have you been managing your affairs with Zhong Qi?" Although they have not met recently, they have maintained correspondence through letters. While they may touch upon certain matters, it certainly lacks the depth of face-to-face conversations. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ning replied, "I am nearing a resolution. Zhong Qi is currently reluctant, but given the pressure from the Zhong family and Zheng Ying's whispers, I suspect he will soon be unable to withstand it. She wishes to divorce, but the Zhong family is opposed. If she brings up the divorce, the Zhong family, who values their reputation highly, will certainly not want to become the subject of gossip. Moreover, as Zhong's wife does not favor me, she will undoubtedly pressure Zhong Qi to divorce me. As for Zheng Ying, her situation is even more dire." Shen Sisi held Jiang Ning's hand earnestly, saying, "If there is any way I can assist you, I am always here, eager for you to call upon me. I still wish to savor your exquisite culinary skills, Miss Jiang." Jiang Ning raised her chin defiantly, declaring, "Rest assured. I will handle this myself, and will not grant you that opportunity." After the banquet in the carriage home, Meng Yingran was animatedly discussing plans with Madame Meng about going out for a spring outing with Qian Shui the next day. Madame Meng listened to her incessant chatter, occasionally chiming in, yet her mind was preoccupied with a topic raised by the Empress Dowager during the banquet. While engaging in small talk with the Empress Dowager, Madame Meng realized that they were likely targeting the Meng family. As expected, in the ensuing conversation, both the Empress Dowager and the Xianping Marquis' wife steered the discourse toward Yingran, even referencing a marriage proposal that had been discussed years prior between her father and the late Xianping Marquis. If it were merely a casual mention, they could have refuted it. However, the mention of the exchanged tokens complicated matters significantly. She was certainly unwilling to see her daughter wed to such an unrefined character. If what the Marquis' wife claimed were true, Yingran's marriage could become a challenging affair. Although she had previously heard vague rumors, the marriage of the Qin family daughter and her father's marriage had caused her to dismiss it, leading to the current predicament. In the minister's residence, Madame Meng murmured to herself, "Must we truly allow Yingran to marry such a wastrel? What should we do?" Upon returning home, she immediately sought out Minister Meng in his study, and upon confirming the truth of the Xianping Marquis' wife's claims, she began contemplating ways to extricate themselves from this marriage proposal. Minister Meng, troubled, paced back and forth in the room. Madame Meng urged, "My dear, let us beseech your father. Since the Xianping Marquis' residence has brought this matter to light, it cannot be easily dismissed. Yet their initiative suggests they seek something from us. Having your father intervene may be our most effective approach." With a sigh, Minister Meng responded, "Father has always remembered the kindness of the late Xianping Marquis and is a man of his word. Madame Meng, anxious, insisted. But Ingran is my only daughter. How can I, as her mother, bear to watch her marry into such a perilous situation? Your father dotes upon Ingran. I should speak with him, shouldn't I? Minister Meng grasped his emotionally charged wife's arm, saying, My dear, please remain calm. Let us wait for an opportunity tomorrow to discuss how to handle this matter with your father. The creaking sound of the door opening echoed from the entrance. Who was there? Minister Meng inquired. Meng Ingran emerged, having noticed her mother's unusual demeanor upon returning from the carriage. Growing increasingly uneasy, she had inquired about her mother's whereabouts. As she approached the door, she overheard her parents engaged in conversation. Ingran, what brings you here? Madame Meng asked, with agitation. Meng Ingran exclaimed, Father, Mother, I refuse to marry that wastrel, Qin Lei. Madame Meng stepped forward, reassuringly taking her hand. Your father and I will find a solution. You've played all day and must be tired. Go rest now. We will handle this matter. Meng Ingran, feeling aggrieved, called out, Mother, go rest, my dear. Winter. Hurry and take the young lady back, Madame Meng instructed. After Meng Ingran left, Madame Meng wiped her eyes with a handkerchief, tears brimming, and lamented to Minister Meng. Ingran is my precious daughter, raised with great effort. Now, just as she is nearing adulthood, we face such a predicament. What a disgrace. Minister Meng quickly embraced her, assuring, My dear, do not worry. Tomorrow morning, I will seek out your father. I too do not wish for my future son-in-law to be such a person. In Changning Palace, Bai Qiu announced, Your Highness, just now, Lord Gao sent word that His Majesty will be coming for dinner. Shen Sisi, idly playing with her 9 linked rings, responded with a distracted hum. After finishing his official duties, Xiao Zhuo arrived. The people in Changning Palace had grown accustomed to seeing him there, and he preferred not to summon anyone but instead walked directly to the inner chamber, finding Shen Sisi comfortably seated on a soft couch by the window. Engrossed in a book, he approached, embracing her from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, and asked, Have you been reading for long? Are your eyes tired? Join me for dinner, shall you? Shen Sisi had already dined at the banquet and hurried over after concluding her matters. So she hadn't had the chance to eat yet. Her mind was wholly absorbed in her book, which was nearing its conclusion, and she was eager to discover the ending. Hearing Xiao Zhuo's voice in her ear, she found it rather vexing. Thinking this, she impatiently replied, No. I'm almost done here. You may go by yourself. Hearing this, Xiao Zhuo felt genuinely disheartened. He had hastened to finish his work solely to spend more time with her, yet now she found him bothersome. Upon contemplating this, Xiao Zhuo seized the opportunity when Shen Sisi was momentarily distracted to gently extract the book from her hands and set it aside. He then embraced her from behind, reminiscent of cradling a child, and lifted her from the inner chamber. During their meal, Shen Sisi wore a sulky expression, clearly displeased. Xiao Zhuo placed her on his lap and enveloped her with his arms from behind. He pressed a tender kiss to her delicate cheek, finding her indignant visage utterly endearing. With utmost patience, he coaxed her, suggesting, Would you care for a bit more to eat? It seems the Imperial Kitchen has prepared some pork knuckle today. Though Shen Sisi initially intended to voice her discontent, upon hearing Xiao Zhuo's words, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the table, where indeed, the pork knuckle awaited. Earlier, while chatting with Jiang Ning at the banquet, she had felt quite satisfied, yet now, as she patted her little belly, she realized she could manage a bit more. Despite these thoughts, she felt it would be quite embarrassing to backtrack now. Humph, this dog of a man must have orchestrated this to tempt her deliberately. Xiao Zhuo's attention remained fixed on Shen Sisi, keenly aware that she was likely chastising him silently in her heart. He deftly picked up a piece of pork knuckle with his chopsticks and placed it onto his own plate, gazing at her with an expression brimming with affection. For my sake, dear Sisi, would you indulge in just a little more? Shen Sisi's heart fluttered shamefully, yet she maintained her pride, retorting with a haughty demeanor. I am doing this for your sake. Xiao Zhuo's eyes sparkled with mirth. Indeed, I am most grateful for your graciousness, my lady. No sooner had he spoken than Shen Sisi's hand reached out for the pork knuckle. While he continued to savor his meal, he attentively observed her, ready to offer a napkin the moment she pouted, to wipe the grease from her mouth and hands. Once he had ensured she was well fed, Xiao Zhuo turned his attention to his own meal, still holding Shen Sisi comfortably in his embrace. Bored, Shen Sisi began to play with the ties of his robe, pondering the events of the day's banquet. Curiously, she inquired, Is the Empress hosting this banquet to arrange a marriage between the Duke of Xianping's house and the minister's family? Xiao Zhuo was aware of the Empress's intentions in hosting the banquet. She had even sent someone to consult him, but he had declined, citing matters of state. While this was a private affair among officials, he sensed Shen Sisi's curiosity and, after a moment's thought, explained, "My maternal grandfather, the late Duke of Xianping, had once rendered a favor to Minister Meng. Additionally, they were like-minded friends. Both of their wives became pregnant around the same time, leading them to agree on a betrothal between their children, exchanging tokens of engagement. However, with my mother entering the palace, my aunt marrying outside, and Minister Meng taking Mrs. Meng as his wife, the marriage proposal was left in abeyance. Now, with the Duke of Xianping house reviving the matter, I believe, based on Minister Meng's disposition, it is highly likely this union will be finalized." Shen Sisi had not anticipated such complexities, yet she guessed the situation quite accurately. But Qin Lei is both ugly and portly. How could the Qin family dare to court a young lady? Xiao Zhuo, observing the indignation of the young lady, affectionately ruffled her hair. In the year since he ascended to the throne, both his mother and the Qin family had sought to elevate their standing through him. He had considered it, yet he found no one in the Qin family worthy of his support. Thus, their revival of the former engagement was transparently motivated. Nonetheless, despite his understanding of the matter, he was reluctant to intervene. He was well aware of Meng Pei's principles, and the Qin family schemes would likely not bear fruit in his presence. However, seeing the spirited young lady before him, he comforted her. Whether to form an alliance with the Duke of Xianping is a matter for the minister's household. Just observe how Our Lady's little mouth is pouting. It could hang an oil pot. Still miffed, Shen Sisi was taken aback by his words and immediately shot him a glare, struggling to extricate herself from his embrace. Xiao Zhuo held her tightly, quickly soothing her. "I misspoke. My dear Sisi, being so charming and generous, would not hold a grudge against me, would you?" Seeing his swift apology, Shen Sisi, unable to contain her frustration, bit down on his neck.
Ouch.
Xiao Zhuo gasped at the unexpected pain from her soft, yet fierce bite. His expression darkened, and in a hoarse voice, he asked, "Is my Sisi already yearning for rest?" Realizing his thoughts, Shen Sisi released her lips and retorted fiercely, "Shouldn't you be eating?" Xiao Zhuo gazed at her with an expression full of tenderness, responding with a soft mm. In the Fuan Palace, Qin Qian sat quietly by the window, observing the dimming sky. "Where is my cousin now?" Hong Ping, standing nearby to attend to her, was caught off guard by her sudden question and cautiously replied, "His Majesty is in the Changning Palace." Qin Qian's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, as if she had anticipated it all along, yet the hands tightly clasped within her sleeves betrayed her inner turmoil. Following this brief exchange, silence enveloped the room once more. Qin Qian silently reminded herself not to be impatient. Shen Sisi's blissful days would soon dwindle, and then they would see if she could maintain her current pride. At the minister's residence, Meng Ingran returned from her parents' quarters, still preoccupied with recent events. Her devoted maid, Shuang'er, observed her mistress's sullen demeanor and, concerned, asked, "Miss, is something the matter?" Upon hearing Shuang'er's inquiry, Meng Ingran looked up at her. Having been saved by Meng Ingran in her childhood, Shuang'er had remained by her side ever since. Noticing Meng Ingran's distress, she approached her with concern, eager to alleviate her troubles. Meng Ingran, who often sought counsel from Shuang'er when in doubt, recounted the events she had just witnessed. Shuang'er, aware of the Duke of Xianping's intentions to marry off the heir, felt angered on her mistress's behalf. That heir was unworthy of her lady. Yet, seeing Meng Ingran's despondency, she pondered how she might assist her. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "Miss, you have had a tiring day.
Perhaps it would be best to rest."
Surely, your grandfather will return to discuss matters with the minister. After all, you are the most cherished granddaughter of the minister. There must be a way. Meng Ingran replied, "Though grandfather dotes on me, the Qin family possesses the tokens exchanged between the two families, and given grandfather's disposition, it may be challenging to resolve this matter favorably." In her youth, she had heard her grandfather reminisce about the past, and from his words, she sensed his lingering regrets concerning the late Duke of Xianping.
Now,
with the Duke reviving the matter, it was likely fraught with complications. Unaware of the intricate web of relationships, Shuang'er voiced her thoughts candidly. Recalling the recent encounters with a favored consort in the palace, she noted the discord between the favored consort and the virtuous consort, the latter being from the Duke of Xianping's household. Perhaps we could seek the help of the favored consort. Meng Ingran found merit in Shuang'er's suggestion. Her recent interactions with a favored consort had revealed a different persona than the rumors suggested. Yet, she hesitated, questioning why the consort would assist her.
Miss, Shuang'er is short.
You remarked that the favored consort does not resemble the tyrant described in tales. We should at least give it a try. If it fails, we can explore other options. Meng Yingran recognized the wisdom in Shuang's words. She could not place all her hopes on others. She too must strive for a solution. However, how shall we gain an audience with the favored consort? Meng Yingran, the young lady Jiang from the General Zhongwu's household, shares a remarkably close relationship with the beloved concubine. I intend to pay a visit to Miss Jiang tomorrow. It is common knowledge among those in the capital that she wishes to part ways with her husband. Upon first hearing of this matter, I found myself quite impressed by Miss Jiang's boldness. I had been looking forward to an opportunity to make her acquaintance. Yet, I did not anticipate visiting her under such circumstances. Seeing that Shuang has devised a plan, my lady breathed a sigh of relief and promptly remarked, I shall assist you in resting, so that you may be well prepared for tomorrow's endeavors. After a long day of toil, Meng Yingran felt a wave of fatigue wash over her as her worries dissipated. Nodding in agreement with Shuang's suggestion, she allowed her maidservant to attend to her ablutions. Chapter 78. The next day, preoccupied with the matter at hand, Meng Yingran awoke early. She first sent word to her mother before departing. The doorkeeper soon returned with a message. Miss Meng, Our Lady requests your presence. Meng Yingran, I apologize for the abruptness of my visit to Miss Jiang today, but I find myself at a loss and hope for your understanding. She gracefully bent her knee in a respectful bow to Jiang Ning. At this moment, Jiang Ning had not yet separated from Zhong Qi. Thus, she was referred to as Miss Jiang, not Lady Zhong. Though she admired Jiang Ning's fortitude and recognized her spirited nature, she had not yet engaged with her directly and hoped this form of address might strike a chord with her. Jiang Ning regarded the young lady before her, having discussed this very girl with Shen Sisi during the banquet the day prior, and was surprised to find her now standing before her. Upon first glance, she found the girl quite admirable. Her calling her Miss Jiang rather than Lady Zhong only enhanced her favorable impression. Since the ascension of the current emperor, society had grown increasingly lenient towards women, yet those who boldly sought separation from their husbands, like herself, still faced a myriad of rumors. Despite her indifference to public opinion, she felt a sense of joy at being addressed as Miss Jiang. Jiang Ning slightly inclined her body in response to Meng Yingran's greeting and directly inquired, How may I assist you, Miss Meng? Meng Yingran offered a bittersweet smile. I presume you are aware of the Empress Dowager's intentions to marry the heir of the Suping Marquis to me? It is speculated that they wish to align with the minister's household, she said, her tone dripping with disdain. I refuse to marry a man like Qin Lei, as it would ruin my life. I long to seek an audience with the concubine and have no desire to marry into the Suping Marquis family. Jiang Ning was indeed aware of the proposed union between the Suping Marquis and the minister's household. She had assumed that a lady like the minister's wife, who cherished her daughter, would oppose such a match. However, observing Meng Yingran's demeanor suggested there were deeper issues at play, leaving even her mother at a loss and prompting her to seek various solutions. I shall write a letter and have it delivered to the palace. To explain the situation to the concubine, whether the concubine wishes to meet you is beyond my knowledge, Jiang Ning stated. Upon hearing her agreement, a smile illuminated Meng Yingran's face as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Meng Yingran returned the sentiment. Miss Meng is too kind. Once they departed, Ji Shu, puzzled, remarked, Miss Meng must be quite favored in her household, yet her tone suggests she fears the minister's family might indeed marry her off to the Suping Marquis. Jiang Ning replied, her expression implies there are hidden circumstances compelling Miss Meng to seek assistance. At that moment, a servant announced, Miss, the wife of General Zhongwu and the third young lady have arrived to pay their respects. Jiang Ning rubbed her temples, not wishing to see them, and curtly instructed,
Do not admit them.
No sooner had she spoken than Jiang Xian's voice rang out, Jiang Ning, let us in at once. My mother and I have come to see you. The doorkeeper's voice could be heard in protest. Madam and Miss, you cannot enter. Jiang Ning lifted her teacup, taking a sip before ordering, let them in. Upon entering, Jiang Xian, filled with indignation, exclaimed, We come to visit, and you allow the doorkeeper to bar us? Is this how you treat your elders? To this, Jiang Ning retorted, Elders? Who are you referring to, you, or by Yinyang? Jiang Xian, irate, then recalled something, saying, You may not know, but father has long since acknowledged mother as his rightful wife. Do not forget to address her as such. Standing beside her was Bai. Clad in simple attire, appearing delicate and meek, she was indeed Jiang Xian's biological mother. Jiang Ning replied, Mother? My true mother has long departed this world. Where is the mother you speak of? Bai, unfazed by the remark, gently responded, I have indeed been legitimized by the general, and I can thus be considered the mother of the second young lady. I understand that you may not be aware of these circumstances, but in your presence, you may call me whatever you wish. However, I do hope you refrain from giving others the impression that the general's household lacks decorum. She was well aware that when Jiang Ning wed Zhong Qi, she had been subjected to gossip, with people questioning how a girl from a humble background could possibly be worthy of such a match. Her intent was to provoke Jiang Ning with this remark. Jiang Ning regarded by her status paled in comparison to Jiang Xian's, and one who had deftly managed such a boorish father for over a decade could hardly be considered foolish. Before Jiang Ning could respond, Bai continued, "Today, my daughter and I have come to escort you back to the residence. The recent gossip in the capital has greatly angered the general. Initially, it was you who insisted on marrying into the Zhong family, and now you stir trouble seeking a divorce." She sighed. "Children are indeed debts of their parents. Since your return, you have not even visited the residence. The general is concerned for you and wishes to see you. He holds no grudges regarding past matters and merely desires a conversation. Come back with us now." Jiang Ning patiently waited for her to finish before calmly replying, "Are you done? If so, please take your leave." With that, she turned away, commanding, "Ji Shu, see them out." Chapter 79. Jiang Xian was incensed by her attitude. Pointing an accusatory finger, "Jiang Ning, you." I never anticipated that despite their efforts to personally invite her, Jiang Ning would remain so ungrateful. "Second miss. We have come at the general's behest. If we step out of this door, and you require assistance from the household in the future, it may not bode well for you," she threatened Jiang Ning, making it clear that she had overstayed her welcome. Previously, Jiang Ning's desire to marry Zhong Qi had stirred quite a commotion, and the fact that she, a well-bred young lady, was willing to endure hardship alongside him was not lost on others. Bai believed that Jiang Ning had fallen out with her father and would find it difficult to return in humility. The current tumult surrounding her divorce was likely an attempt to drive away Zhong Qi's pregnant concubine. Knowing that the general would seek to protect the family's reputation by having her return to the household, Jiang Ning continued to ignore the pair. Ji Shu gestured for their departure. "Madam Bai, third miss, please." At that moment, Fang Zirui approached, carrying a plate of pastries he had freshly prepared. "Ning Ning, try this date cake I just made." He seemed oblivious to all but Jiang Ning. As Jiang Ning gazed blankly at her own charming reflection, he approached her, gently brushing aside the stray locks from her forehead, and affectionately remarked, "What are you dawdling for? I heard from Ji Shu that you haven't had your breakfast. Are you hungry?" When he arrived, Bai Shi and Jiang Xian had yet to depart, and witnessing the intimate exchange between the two left them momentarily speechless. However, Bai Shi, accustomed to such sights, quickly regained her composure and, with a pained expression, confronted her. "Is this truly the reason you insist on a divorce? How could you act in such a manner? If others were to learn of this, what would become of your unmarried sister in the household?" Yang Ning, initially taken aback by his sudden appearance, pondered whether he was oblivious to the fact that he was to partake in the spring imperial examination this year. Did he not comprehend the repercussions of his actions today? If this were to circulate, would he not forfeit his reputation upon entering the court? Hearing Bai Shi's words, she discreetly shot him a glare when they were out of sight, then retorted, "What do you mean by how could you do such a thing? What have I done?" Jiang Xian, realizing Jiang Ning had been seen by them, sought to argue her case but hurriedly interjected, "So this is the reason you insist on a divorce. I must return swiftly to inform father, letting everyone know that you, Jiang Ning, are a woman of loose morals." With that declaration, she dashed out before anyone could react. Following Jiang Xian's exit, Bai Shi also hurriedly followed. Ji Shu inquired, "Miss, shall we send someone to bring the third miss back?" Yang Ning visibly distressed replied, "Nonet. You all may leave." She fixed her gaze upon the source of her vexation, Fang Zirui. Fang Zirui, meeting her serious expression, immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor. "It is my fault. I should not have emerged while guests were present, causing you distress, Ning Ning. I shall take my leave now." He feigned a departure. Jiang Ning closed her eyes and rubbed her temples, instructing him to halt. Fang Zirui promptly froze in his tracks, turning around with a still mournful expression. "Do you not realize the impact this could have on your future if it were to be revealed?" she inquired. Then, reflecting that her previous words may have been excessive, she continued, "Why must you act in such a manner?" Given Fang Zirui's intelligence, he surely understood the consequences of such news spreading. Realizing her concern was for him rather than genuine anger, Fang Zirui felt a surge of relief within, though he maintained a facade of sulking. "I am merely trying to assist Ning Ning. If they were to spread what they witnessed today and the Zhong family were to hear, such a family, concerned with face, would undoubtedly pressure Zhong Qi into a divorce. I am doing this for your benefit, yet you are so fierce with me." Recognizing his deliberate display of grievance, Jiangning could not bear to see him in such a pitiable state, extending her hand in consolation. All right. Did you not say you made pastries? I am indeed feeling a bit hungry. Upon hearing her mention hunger, Feng Zirui abandoned his act, hastily retrieving the pastries from the food box. Jiangning had been enjoying her time with Feng Zirui immensely. She found great joy in his company. She had never considered herself a quintessential noble lady. Having come to terms with certain matters and with the guidance of Shen Sisi, she resolved not to suppress herself any longer. Life is but a fleeting span of decades. One ought to engage in endeavors that bring joy. Since discovering that her time with Feng Zirui was filled with happiness, allowing her to forget many of her previous troubles, she recognized that he likely harbored feelings for her. And thus she gradually allowed their relationship to evolve naturally into its current state. Noticing that Jiangning had nearly finished, Feng Zirui spoke up. Ning, are you still thinking about that person? Seeing that she did not respond, he continued with a teasing tone. I have heard that he has not been idle these days. Just the other day, he was out shopping with his pregnant wife. Jiangning sighed in exasperation. You've spoken both good and ill of him. What do you expect me to say? Unable to resist his adorable demeanor, she pinched his cheek playfully. Hurry and get back to your studies. I have matters to attend to shortly. In the imperial study, Your Majesty, this is the correspondence intercepted between the Northern Ding Marquis and the remnants of the Luo Wang. Ji Ling knelt respectfully, presenting the letters. Xiao Zhuo, wearing a serious expression, meticulously perused the contents before remaining silent. You are to investigate the authenticity of the information contained within these letters in the southern Liang. I find that Dan Taiyang is rather idle. Let us find him some tasks, he commanded. If this matter proves true. Ji Ling clasped his fists. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall not fail in my duty. Chapter 80. Inside Changning Palace, Shen Sisi received a letter dispatched from her father at the Northern Ding Marquis' residence. By the time she reached the end, her brows were furrowed deeply. Her father had indicated that one of his subordinates, responsible for relaying correspondence with the Luo Wang, might have been captured by the Emperor's men, urging her to investigate diligently. After reading the letter, she felt an unsettling sense that something was being concealed from her. Her father had surely dismissed her concerns. Bai Qiu entered with tea and snacks, noticing Shen Sisi's troubled expression, and expressed her concern. Your Highness, is there something troubling you in the household? Aware that the letter she held came from the Northern Ding Marquis' residence, she presumed something must be amiss. Shen Sisi did not respond but placed the letter on the table and went to fetch a brazier. Once Xiao Zhuo completed his important matters, he proceeded to Changning Palace, as usual. Upon his arrival, he found Shen Sisi still resting. As he entered, Bai Qiu contemplated whether to awaken her when Xiao Zhuo inquired, Where is the Empress? Bai Qiu, recalling the Empress was sleeping soundly in the inner chamber, reported truthfully. This afternoon, the Empress played leaf cards with Xie Jieyu and did not take a nap. She is currently resting inside. Xiao Zhuo replied, I shall enter myself. Shen Sisi, in the midst of a deep slumber, kicked the covers to the foot of the bed, her small face buried in the pillow. Cheeks flushed and utterly endearing. He approached, skillfully pulling the blanket back up over her and gently tucking her in, brushing aside the stray hair from her face. Gazing at her with tenderness, his thoughts drifted back to the letters in the imperial study, and his expression darkened. Suddenly, Shen Sisi turned over, delivering a kick to his abdomen, interrupting his reverie. He let out a resigned chuckle, realizing that he needed to hold her tightly while sleeping, or else she would toss and turn throughout the night. Calculating the time, she had been asleep for nearly an hour. If she continued to sleep, she might have difficulty sleeping later. With that thought in mind, he leaned down and planted a soft kiss on her smooth forehead, then gently whispered in her ear, Sisi, dear, shall we wake up and read together tonight? He punctuated his request with another kiss on her cheek.
Shen Sisi,
in the midst of a deep slumber, found the voice speaking near her ear to be quite bothersome. She reached out to swat him away, inadvertently landing a slap on Xiao Zhuo's face. He grasped her flailing hand and slowly lifted her, resting her head against his chest.
Shen Sisi,
already irritable from being awakened, bit down on his neck in retaliation. Ouch! Xiao Zhuo exclaimed in pain, yet Shen Sisi did not relent, feeling justified in punishing him for disturbing her sleep. Not angered, Xiao Zhuo gazed down at her with affectionate indulgence, repeatedly stroking her hair that cascaded behind her, softly saying, If you sleep any longer, you may find it hard to sleep tonight. How about you get up and keep me company while I read?
Shen Sisi,
reluctant to engage, contemplated the earlier letter from the Marquis's residence, wishing to ascertain whether the person in question had indeed been taken by Xiao Zhuo. Releasing her bite on his neck, she propped herself up to look at him, demanding in a sharp tone, "What are you still standing around for? Hurry and assist me in dressing." Xiao Zhuo was naturally delighted to cooperate with her. "May I inquire, Your Highness, which garment do you intend to don today?" Shen Sisi huffed. "If you cannot manage such trivial matters, then what use are you to me?" Xiao Zhuo promptly replied, "I shall ensure Your Highness is thoroughly pleased." He possessed a modicum of experience in selecting attire for Shen Sisi, a skill honed through countless prior missteps.
Today,
He had chosen a splendid cloud-patterned palace gown adorned with a myriad of blossoms, seeking her opinion on the matter. Shen Sisi, finding the garment to her satisfaction, remained silent, signaling her approval. Women's attire is inherently far more intricate than that of men, necessitating a meticulous process of donning each piece one by one. Xiao Zhuo exhibited remarkable patience as he dressed Shen Sisi, carefully ensuring each article was perfectly arranged before summoning Bai Qiu and the others to assist with her grooming. As Shen Sisi lay in Xiao Zhuo's embrace, she stifled a yawn. The books he perused held no interest for her. Her mind was preoccupied, and she could scarcely concentrate on the narratives. Thus, she simply nestled into his arms, sharing the moment. However, their shared reading involved Xiao Zhuo interpreting the text in simple, comprehensible terms. Even so, Shen Sisi found little desire to continue. Feigning nonchalance, she remarked, "Your Majesty seems to have found the leisure to accompany this humble servant in reading today. Have all state affairs been resolved?" Xiao Zhuo chuckled lightly. "State matters are never truly resolved. Are you suggesting I am disturbing your rest?" He added, teasingly, "I recall a certain someone lamenting about being a lonely wretch without my company." Shen Sisi reflected on her previous complaints about Xiao Zhuo's lack of time for her. She was content with his presence, regardless of the activity, even if it involved enduring the tediousness of those dull tomes. With his explanations, she found them somewhat intriguing. Shen Sisi admitted, "In the past, I was thoughtless, and I should not have burdened your Majesty with my desires." Xiao Zhuo pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, assuring her, "Accompanying you is no burden at all." His gaze shifted slightly as he continued, "Moreover, the court's annual salaries sustain numerous officials. They are not merely idle." Shen Sisi rose, taking his hand. "Your Majesty should return to the study. I cannot impede you from attending to state matters. I cannot bear the label of a disaster." The study was a place of solemn duty, heavily guarded, making entry nearly impossible. Xiao Zhuo complied, allowing himself to be led by her. He observed her fervent demeanor as they walked hand in hand, each lost in their own thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, whenever she lied, her gaze would involuntarily dart about, betraying her unease. Shen Sisi remained oblivious to the affairs of the Beiding Marquis. Chapter 81. Just moments ago, Gao Chengxi had informed him that matters from the previous dynasty required the emperor's attention, leaving Shen Sisi alone with her book. "You may all retire." She instructed the palace maids after Xiao Zhuo's departure. The remaining maids exchanged hesitant glances, uncertain, as the emperor had instructed them to care for the empress. However, after a brief deliberation, they withdrew, knowing from past experience that the empress's words held more weight than the emperor's. Alone in the hall, Shen Sisi set her book aside and approached the desk where Xiao Zhuo had been working, searching for any information regarding the Marquis. After a thorough examination yielded no clues, she found herself calming down. If something significant had been uncovered, Xiao Zhuo would not have left it unattended. Glancing at the time, she reasoned that he must have nearly finished his tasks and would soon return. Shen Sisi returned to her couch, resuming her reading. Xiao Lu remarked, "This spring hunt presents a splendid opportunity for relaxation. Shall I prepare for the Empress? I have always been the one to organize her outings." Xiao Lu cautiously engaged Bai Qiu in conversation, attempting to glean information. Previously, Shen Sisi had valued her contributions, but for reasons unknown, Xiao Lu had recently been sidelined.
Now,
It seemed Bai Qiu had taken her place, and even Han Chun, once merely a second-tier maid, had gained the Empress's favor over her. Contemplating whether Shen Sisi had discovered her disloyalty, Xiao Lu mused that if the Empress learned of her betrayal, she would surely not remain unscathed. After much reflection, she concluded that her earlier arrogance had indeed angered the Empress, yet she had served her loyally for many years. Fortunately, she had already devised an escape route. This time, however, her superior had insisted that she accompany the Empress on the spring hunt. Bai Qiu observed Xiao Lu's animated demeanor, recalling how they had grown up together. She too was puzzled by the sudden shift in the Empress's favor towards Xiao Lu. Having learned of certain matters later, Bai Qiu felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. recognizing that they were no longer aligned. Nevertheless, she had advised the Empress that if Xiao Lu were to inquire about news, she should be discreetly informed. Seeing Bai Qiu remain silent, Xiao Lu stepped closer, entwining her arm with hers. Bai Qiu, we have served the Empress together since childhood. I regret my previous foolishness that displeased her, and I wish to amend my ways. Please assist me in securing another chance. Bai Qiu sighed. The Empress currently disdains those who presume to be clever. You are well aware of her temperament. It has been long enough that she should have calmed down. Today, she appears to be in good spirits, and I shall mention your desire. Xiao Lu gazed at Bai Qiu with gratitude. Rest assured, I have recognized my mistakes, and I shall devote myself to serving the Empress wholeheartedly henceforth. Bai Qiu then went to tend to Shen Sisi's grooming, reflecting on Xiao Lu's earlier visit. The Empress's intuition had proven correct. Xiao Lu sought to accompany her on the spring hunt. How could she have known? It was because in her past life, she had relayed to Xiao Lu that Xiao Zhuo awaited her, only to find him together with Shen Sisi upon her arrival. In her anger, she had not considered that perhaps Qin Xian had deliberately led her to that moment. Shen Sisi commanded, send someone to keep a close watch on her. Understood. Bai Qiu replied. In Changning Palace, the Empress announced, 3 days hence, we shall depart for the Xishan Summer Palace. I have specifically requested the Empress Dowager's permission for our newly arrived sisters to join us. This is a splendid opportunity for everyone to unwind. Typically, only consorts of second rank or higher were permitted to accompany the Emperor on outings, unless a favored concubine had received his explicit consent. The newly arrived consorts buzzed with excitement at the Empress's words. Constrained by palace regulations and with the favored consort monopolizing the Emperor's attention, they had long been deprived of opportunities to engage with him. Now, the prospect of hunting at Xishan offered a chance to forge deeper connections. Observing their animated reactions, Li Fei recognized their aspirations. With a hint of envy, she remarked, the Empress is indeed benevolent, considering the new arrivals, while seemingly neglecting us veterans. Yet, I secretly hope someone might manage to divert the Emperor's affections from the favored consort, so we can see how Shen Sisi fares in the future. The Empress chuckled warmly, teasing, by bringing them along, I shall leave you, Li Fei, to oversee matters in the inner palace. How does that sound? Hearing this, Li Fei hastily waved her hands in protest. Your Highness, do not place such a heavy burden upon me. I am far too inexperienced for such a significant responsibility. I, too, wish to enjoy this splendid opportunity to unwind. Her exaggerated response elicited laughter from the other consorts in the hall. Ultimately, it was the Queen who stepped forward to mediate the situation. Very well. This time I shall forego the hunting expedition at Xishan, as there are numerous matters within the harem that require my attention. However, dear sisters, I encourage you all to take this opportunity to unwind. With that, she cast a seemingly casual glance towards Qin Xian. Yet, Qin Xian appeared indifferent to their words, her face adorned with a gentle smile throughout. Chapter 82. The capital remained as bustling and lively as ever, with an array of carriages traversing the vibrant streets. Miss Shen, please summon Miss Jiang, Shen Sisi instructed. Jiang Ning's carriage followed behind, and upon noticing Bai Qiu beckoning her, she assumed Shen Sisi had something to discuss. She hurried over, lifting the curtain only to find Shen Sisi reclining comfortably, engrossed in a novel, seemingly devoid of any pressing matters. Seeing Jiang Ning standing outside in a daze, Shen Sisi called out, What are you dawdling for?
Come in and sit.
She then tossed a book from a nearby shelf towards Jiang Ning, remarking that it was quite intriguing. Jiang Ning picked up the book and began to read, soon realizing that she felt surprisingly at ease today. As if the usual bumps of the journey had eluded her. It was only then that she noticed the plush sheepskin lining the carriage. In their intimate moments together, they often found solace in shared readings, and this nostalgia transported Jiang Ning back to simpler times. Observing Jiang Ning lost in thought for a prolonged period, she finally spoke. Your Majesty truly dotes on you. How many have sought in vain to wear such luxurious garments, yet you so casually use them as carriage padding.
Shen Sisi chuklet liktli.
If you fancy it, perhaps you could persuade your young lord to procure a few for you. With such playful banter, Jiang Ning shed her previous shyness. Puffing up with pride as she replied, I could never part with them. Shen Sisi remarked, some individuals have become rather audacious, flaunting themselves before me. I shall certainly take a closer look at your young lord as prowess tomorrow. Recently, Jiang Ning had formally divorced Zhong Qi, succumbing to the relentless pressures from family elders and the whispers of those around her. The dual onslaught proved too burdensome, leading her to consent to the separation. That simply won't do. What if he were to get hurt? I could never bear that, Jiang Ning said, smiling. During her time in the palace, Their communication had been limited to letters. Since their return, Shen Sisi had only met Feng Zhiwei once and was eager to observe him during the spring hunt. Though Jiang Ning occasionally seemed astute, Shen Sisi harbored fears that Feng Zhiwei might become another Zhong Qi, unwilling to witness Jiang Ning endure further heartache. Jiang Ning understood Shen Sisi's concern. She grasped Shen Sisi's hand reassuringly. I once truly loved Zhong Qi and experienced much joy with him. It's just that the outcome was less than favorable. I am grateful that I still possess the capacity to love again. Shen Sisi felt a wave of relief wash over her at Jiang Ning's words. Not wishing to dwell further on the past, Jiang Ning shifted the conversation. By the way, Mingyu has also arrived. It's been ages since you last saw him. Shen Sisi lazily acknowledged this, still harboring irritation over Lu Mingyu's abrupt departure. Their playful banter continued until they reached Xishan. Upon arrival, Xiao Zhuo jumped down from the carriage and noticed Shen Sisi being assisted by Yuing, with Jiang Ning following closely behind. Gao Changxi cautiously stole a glance at the emperor, recalling how he had worried about the long journey and the potential boredom of the imperial concubine during the ride. Yet, he found them animatedly conversing, rendering his concerns moot. After reporting back to the emperor, who merely replied with a non-committal sound before returning to his documents, Gao Changxi, familiar with the emperor's moods, noted his silence throughout the journey, a clear sign of displeasure. Once Shen Sisi disembarked and noticed Xiao Zhuo's sullen demeanor, she felt a wave of irritation. Everyone had come out to enjoy themselves, yet his expression suggested otherwise, dampening her spirits. She turned away, unwilling to engage further. Qin Xian had been observing Shen Sisi intently and, upon witnessing Xiao Zhuo's countenance, assumed there was discord between them. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she understood that had nothing occurred, Shen Sisi would likely have been clinging to her cousin. Today, however, she had chosen to stay with Jiang Ning instead. If they were indeed at odds, it would suit her just fine. With the assistance of Hong Ping, she approached Xiao Zhuo and, after a courteous bow, addressed him. Your Majesty, after such a lengthy carriage ride, everyone must be weary. I have arranged accommodations for the ladies and their families. Perhaps it would be best to allow them to rest. Xiao Zhuo did not respond, instead glancing at Gao Changxi, who promptly understood. Clearing his throat, he announced, Everyone has traveled a long way and must be fatigued. His Majesty is considerate. Let us all retire to rest. Many of those present were the families of ministers, accustomed to a life of ease. Hearing this, they expressed their gratitude and appreciation. A palace attendant guided Shen Sisi to her quarters at Xishan. She turned to follow, weary and eager to bathe and rest. Gao Changxi had been observing Shen Sisi closely and, noticing the palace staff directing her, frowned, believing they lacked discernment. Addressing the emperor with caution, he suggested, After such a long journey, your Majesty must also be tired. Perhaps you should rest for a while. Seeing Shen Sisi walk away without a word, Xiao Zhuo pondered where he had gone awry. Observing her increasingly irritable demeanor, he reflected on how he had indulged her too much, his thoughts drifting to the Duke of Dingbei's residence, his expression darkening. Xiao Zhuo turned on his heel, instructing,
Summon Zhong Qi for me.
He had recalled him early to discuss specific matters and had been monitoring him closely. He was generally satisfied with Zhong Qi's efficient handling of affairs, though he found his management of domestic relations lacking in decisiveness. In the study, after an hour had passed following their discussion, Gao Changxi entered to refill their tea. Noticing they had concluded their business, he inquired with a smile, Your Majesty, shall we summon the meal? In good spirits after their meeting, Xiao Zhuo looked at Zhong Qi and said, Stay and dine with us, dear Minister Zhong. Zhong Qi rose to bow, expressing, I am grateful for your kindness, Your Majesty. Having dealt with most matters, Xiao Zhuo recalled the recent scandal surrounding Zhong Qi's divorce from Jiang Ning, frequently hearing her mention his name with disdain. He did not wish to see such a capable minister falter in his domestic affairs, understanding that nurturing such talent required patience. Minister Zhong, your child is soon to be born, Xiao Zhuo remarked. Zhong Qi was taken aback by the sudden mention, nodding in acknowledgement. You are soon to become a father. Your demeanor should be more composed, Xiao Zhuo advised. Zhong Qi, puzzled by the emperor's sudden reference to fatherhood, noted that many of his peers already had children running about. Having been married to Jiang Ning for several years without issue, he anticipated the arrival of the child she carried, which was his first. His longing for this child was significant, as it had driven him to confront their relationship's conflicts to this extent. However, as His Majesty mentioned, he contemplated for a moment before continuing, affirming that even before his birth, he would often ponder the nature of the child he would become, secretly yearning for his arrival. Xiao Zhuo casually remarked that he had not anticipated such a response. After all, he too had a princess beneath his care. Reflecting on the time when concubine Li was with child, he recalled how he was engulfed in his responsibilities and had little opportunity to consider the fact that he was already a father. His aversion to children naturally precluded any anticipation of their arrival. Occasionally, as he observed Sisi, he would suddenly wonder how he would manage if they were to have a child resembling her mother, mischievous and temperamental. Would that not merely invite another ancestor to nurture? If it were a son, it would be manageable, as discipline could rectify misbehavior, but if it were a delicate and soft daughter, what then? His concern regarding this matter had intensified, particularly due to Sisi's camaraderie with Miss Jiang, as he harbored fears that the young lady from the Jiang household might lead his Sisi astray. No, it was too late. She had already been influenced. He pondered the reason Sisi was reluctant to share a carriage with him today, attributing it to the presence of an extraneous individual. At this thought, he cast a disdainful glance at Zhongqi, deeming him ineffectual. Were it not for his incompetence in retaining his own wife, Miss Jiang would not have been inclined to share a carriage with Sisi, leaving him with no company.